Chapter 1. The Young General. Once, the Phoenix Dynasty, despite having unified the realm, faced an annual onslaught of natural calamities that plunged its citizens into abject misery. Furthermore, malevolent creatures seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, instilling endless terror and suffering among the populace. Although the military and cultivators collaborated to suppress these fiends, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean, for the demons could swiftly retreat and launch assaults elsewhere. Yet, fate seemed to favor those who were brave and resolute. At this juncture, a prodigy emerged, guided by the counsel of the old man residing deep within his soul. This young talent rapidly grew in strength and uncovered numerous invaluable opportunities. Before long, at the tender age of 18, he ascended to the rank of martial champion, becoming a young general. He led his forces into battle, vanquishing countless demons, ultimately restoring peace to the Phoenix Dynasty. Old man, cease your selfish exhortations. I am determined to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to secure the destiny of the populace, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in an era of tranquility for posterity. The youth fervently rebuked, expressing his dissatisfaction with the old man's proposed shortcuts to power. He firmly believed that true strength should emanate from inner righteousness and benevolence, not be acquired through unscrupulous means. The old man clenched his teeth, feeling a deep sense of helplessness and disappointment towards his former self. Once, as a subordinate of a kindred spirit, he had endured humiliation and lived like a dog. Fortunately, a serendipitous turn of events granted him freedom, and after countless trials and tribulations, he finally reached the pinnacle of his existence. However, fate is ever capricious. He fell victim to the schemes of another kindred spirit, and just as he was on the brink of enslavement, he summoned every ounce of strength to open a portal through time and space. Now, his mission was to alter the trajectory of his past life, evading the relentless pursuit of the kindred spirit who had also entered the portal. To this end, he disguised himself as an old man. He understood that only by becoming immensely powerful could he avoid falling into peril once more. Thus, he reminded himself, how can one hope to grow stronger by squandering time on these mortals? And one must be wary of the emperor. Silence, old man. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. I shall not heed your insidious schemes, the youth retorted angrily. He felt a profound dissatisfaction towards this enigmatic figure who had absorbed his strength before he had even reached adulthood. Were it not for the fact that this individual could genuinely assist him in unearthing opportunities, he would have long since discarded him. Just as the youth was embroiled in an intense argument with the old man within the ring, a eunuch hurriedly arrived at the general's mansion and proclaimed loudly, "The Undying clan has invaded the West, and several cities have fallen. His Majesty commands you to lead 400,000 soldiers to confront the enemy, ensuring a decisive battle." Upon hearing this news, the young general, stationed at the northeastern edge of the Phoenix Empire, was taken aback, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. Yet, due to the vast expanse of the empire, the speed of communication was naturally sluggish. At that moment, the young general sat leisurely in a carriage, playing the flute as if he were utterly unconcerned about the impending conflict. In this battle, you would do well not to commit all your forces at once. Ensure you have an avenue for retreat. The old man insisted, his brow furrowed, reiterating his earnest counsel. He was acutely aware of the brutality and unpredictability of war, hoping the youth would maintain his composure and rationality. However, the youth merely laughed dismissively. What nonsense! Behind us lie countless citizens. I have studied military strategy for many years. Do you think I am less knowledgeable about warfare than you, old man? He brimmed with confidence, convinced of his capability to navigate the present situation. Moreover, His Majesty will undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements. Why should we fear being surrounded by the enemy? Let those timid souls who lack the courage to fight go. The youth continued, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Shortly thereafter, the army encamped, beginning the process of capturing the previously retreating soldiers. At this moment, a cry rang out, "The Grand Commander has arrived." Everyone looked up to see the spirited young general riding a majestic steed, slowly approaching. Indeed, this young general had been appointed by the emperor as the Grand Commander, becoming the supreme leader of this military force. His arrival stirred a wave of excitement. Soldiers cast him looks of reverence. His reputation had already spread throughout the ranks, and everyone knew him to be a courageous and astute leader. Dismounting, the young general strode toward the command tent, engaging in encouraging conversations with the soldiers along the way to bolster their morale. He believed that as long as they united as one, they could surely vanquish the enemy and safeguard their homeland. Upon entering the command tent, the young general fixed his gaze forward, sitting resolutely in front of the chair. His demeanor exuded a sense of determination and authority that left others in awe. Yi Lingfeng, why have you not executed those deserters? The youth demanded loudly. If we slay them all, who will dare to fight against the undead? Yi Lingfeng calmly replied. It turned out that this individual, Yi Lingfeng, was the former vice commander. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere in the tent grew tense. Bring forth Yi Lingfeng. Execute him as an example. The youth roared in fury. Yes. A nearby soldier immediately complied, yet the others around began to plead for mercy. Ultimately, the youth decided to spare Yi Lingfeng. Listen well, if we do not establish military authority, we shall collapse before the battle even begins. Henceforth, any deserter, regardless of status, shall be executed. The youth's voice reverberated throughout the tent, imbued with authority. Should any soldier flee, the squad leader shall be executed if the squad leader flees. The team leader shall be executed if the team leader flees. The lieutenant shall be executed if the lieutenant flees. The general shall be executed. He continued, his tone growing increasingly severe. Finally, the youth added, if a general flees, I shall take my own life in atonement to the court. This declaration resonated with everyone, imparting a sense of resolve and responsibility emanating from the young general. Standing upon a platform, the youth's expression was frigid, and he commanded, first, prepare a bronze platform, second, grant a 2-day respite for the soldiers to feast and replenish. The assembled commanders exchanged glances, one of them unable to contain himself as he queried, General, if the Undying clan attacks directly, how shall we fight if we are inebriated? The young general scoffed, pointing toward the distant peaks. Plant my banner atop that mountain, the undead will be forced to retreat 30 miles upon sighting it. Upon hearing this, the commanders felt a jolt of admiration for the young general's audacity and confidence. The young general proceeded to issue further commands. My third military decree is that anyone who has slain 2 undead shall receive a reward of 300, with a promotion by 1 rank, and so forth. Upon hearing this, the commanders displayed expressions of excitement, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to earn substantial rewards and promotions through valor in battle. However, the young general then declared, anyone who has not slain an undead, regardless of who they are, shall face immediate execution. This proclamation struck the commanders like a thunderclap, their faces turning grave. They understood that the young general intended to galvanize morale through ironclad measures, compelling everyone to courageously confront the enemy. With his back to the assembled commanders, the young general's figure appeared imposing and unyielding. He employed this tactic to instill fear in these seasoned veterans, ensuring they dared not show any sign of complacency. Time passed swiftly, and the young general finally led his forces to the battlefield. A pervasive aura of death hung in the air, the ground stained crimson with blood, littered with bones. The young general surveyed the grim scene before him, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, yet overshadowed by unwavering resolve. He recognized the arduous nature of the impending conflict, but he was determined to conquer the foe and protect his homeland. Under the young general's leadership, the soldiers stood at the ready, prepared to face the forthcoming brutal struggle. Their hearts brimmed with fighting spirit and courage, for they believed that as long as they followed the young general, victory was assured. Soldiers, heed my words. The first battle shall decide all, one clash will determine our fate. The young leader, astride his noble steed and wielding a long sword, proclaimed loudly. The soldiers behind him brandished their weapons, responding in unison. The first battle shall decide all, one clash will determine our fate. Their voices resonated like a landslide, echoing across the battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of impending death as the 2 armies clashed fiercely. Amidst the chaos, a benevolent-looking old man residing within the soul ring lamented, "It is over, it is over." His gaze was filled with worry and resignation. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. The youth shouted, "Ironclad infantry, advance Hedon," followed by the gunmen, with the shield-bearers closely behind, and the armored cavalry spread out to engage scattered foes' archers, prepared to fire. As he issued these commands, the army began to move in an orderly fashion. The fighting raged on, with soldiers bravely engaging the enemy in a life-or-death struggle. The young general deftly dispatched several ghouls, skeletal dogs, zombies, and skeleton soldiers with his sword. His valorous deeds earned him cheers and admiration from the soldiers. This small victory ignited a glimmer of hope, reinforcing their belief that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. Chapter 2. Defeat and Demise. Have you noticed? The more we fight, the more these demons multiply. These undying are not your ordinary fiends, and they harbor no desire to harm you. Do you know why? The old man spoke again, his tone grave. Old man, do not exaggerate or disturb the morale of the troops. If you were not within the confines of that ring, I might have to subject you to military law. Regardless, our forces stand at 400,000 against the undead's mere 40,000. The advantage lies with us, the youth retorted, harboring disbelief toward the old man's words emanating from the ring. Furthermore, did you not claim that someone among the undead had taken an interest in me? The youth continued to jest, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. However, the old man replied gravely, when a being of the same origin reaches a forbidden level of power, they will become aware. Yet, it is alarming that the adversary's taboo wielder has discovered us so early. The timeline has indeed shifted, and we may have already plunged into dire straits. Cease your deceptive words. The youth vehemently countered, unwilling to accept the authenticity of the situation. Yet deep within, an inexplicable dread began to spread. General, our soldiers are suffering heavy casualties, and the enemy is encircling us from two sides. Please give the order to retreat. One soldier implored, panic evident in his voice. Seize him, for military law dictates. The youthful general commanded with a fierce tone. General, the soldier attempted to plead further, but was swiftly dragged away and executed. To serve one's sovereign and country is an honor, even in death. Though I am but a youthful general, I am prepared to share the fates of my comrades here, the young general declared resolutely. With that, he brandished his sword and charged forth into battle. Before him lay a horde of undead, grotesque creatures transformed into monstrous abominations through sinister modifications. These monstrosities were animated by the dark arts, stitched together from the remains of the deceased. The young general swung his blade fiercely, managing to fell one after several strikes, yet he showed no signs of faltering. He understood that as a soldier, protecting his homeland was his sacred duty, and he was willing to pay the ultimate price for it. Though he himself had only reached the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master level, in this era, he was already considered an exceptional talent within the Phoenix Dynasty. After all, the concept of martial prowess was only just beginning to take root within the dynasty, and most individuals had a limited understanding of martial arts. Through his innate talent and relentless effort, the young general had risen above many warriors. A skeletal dragon? Could it truly be a dragon? The youth gasped, his gaze fixated on the colossal figure soaring above, his heart brimming with despair and terror. He had never envisioned encountering such a formidable adversary, let alone a creature of legend. This is a massive warden of the dead, another soldier exclaimed, his voice tinged with unmistakable panic. The towering warden of the dead loomed before them, a terrifying behemoth reaching dozens of meters in height, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Run! Flee for your lives! The soldiers began to scatter, the morale of the entire army collapsing in an instant. No longer did they believe they could triumph over such an enemy. Their only desire was to escape the hellish battlefield as swiftly as possible. At that moment, the mysterious old man reappeared, shouting to the youth, "Do you now understand the gravity of the situation? Young one, make your escape." His tone was stern, yet his eyes conveyed a hint of concern. The youth finally grasped the seriousness of their plight, frantically returning to the chaotic camp in search of someone who could provide vital information. However, the fleeing and panicked soldiers had turned the area into utter disarray, making it nearly impossible to find any useful leads. Before long, a soldier found him, delivering a shocking revelation: the entire army was encircled by the undead. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the dreadful news. Just then, the undead's assault abruptly slowed, as if they were awaiting something. Soon, a messenger emerged upon the battlefield. This envoy was a Blood Clan member, adorned with flowing white hair and blood-red eyes that glimmered with a sinister allure. Her graceful figure and alluring demeanor were captivating, yet she was undeniably an enemy. Yet, the youth remained composed, devoid of earthly desires, especially in the face of an adversary. He regarded her with cold indifference, a flicker of disdain passing through his gaze. If your intent is to persuade us to surrender, know that my army of 400,000 has merely suffered a minor defeat. You may depart. The woman across from him chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by his attitude. Ah, we merely wish to invite you to join us. We do not intend to annihilate this mortal battalion. If you accompany us, we shall lift the encirclement and allow the mortals to leave. The youth furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of her proposition while maintaining an outward facade of calm and vigilance. What assurances can you provide that you will uphold your promise? The Blood Clan member spoke again, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. Sign this contract and become our captive. With that, she produced an ancient and enigmatic document, shimmering with an otherworldly light. The youth's gaze fell upon the contract, his frown deepening. At that moment, the old man beside him urged urgently, "Do not sign." Turning to the old man, the youth smiled faintly. "It goes without saying that I cannot trust the words of demons. I am merely buying time until the fleeing soldiers regain their composure, allowing us to break through together." The two sides exchanged words back and forth, reaching an impasse until the Blood Clan member, growing impatient, resorted to her ultimate tactic enchantment. With a sultry gaze and a voice as smooth as silk, she beckoned, "Little brother, come with your sister yet." The youth appeared unfazed, his resolve unwavering as he fixed his gaze ahead steadfast. This resilience was due to the old man's intervention at a crucial moment, helping the youth resist the enchantment. The Blood Clan member, baffled, pondered, "How is this boy resisting my allure? Does he possess some extraordinary artifact or technique?" However, she chose not to pursue the matter further and turned away, vanishing into the shadows. Once the Blood Clan member departed, the youth swiftly issued commands to his troops, preparing for a breakout. At this moment, he drew forth the blade, known as Slayer of 1,000 Demons, Butcher of 10,000 Fiends. The sword emanated a formidable aura, its power far surpassing his current Grand Martial Master zenith. Without hesitation, he charged at the enemy, unleashing a single stroke that decimated the surrounding horde of flesh-stitched monstrosities. At that time, several members of the Blood Clan swiftly appeared before him, obstructing his path. One male Blood Clan member suddenly unfurled a pair of massive black wings, his visage transforming into a grotesque and menacing form, with sharp fangs gleaming ominously. He lunged at the youth with a colossal claw. Undeterred by the assault, the youth wielded his sword with precision, effortlessly severing the assailant's arms. In a swift sidestep, he evaded the Blood Clan's attack and plunged his sword through the creature's heart. However, at that very instant, a tremendous force struck him from behind, akin to a hammer crashing down. Turning to face the source, he beheld the towering figure known as the Warden of the Dead, looming ominously behind him. This colossal entity towered dozens of meters high, resembling a mobile fortress. Its grotesque form was riddled with varying sizes of festering sores, exuding a foul stench. When these sores ruptured, they spewed forth green liquid teeming with innumerable undead creatures and parasites, capable of inflicting widespread devastation upon mortals upon contact. Before the youth could react, a single punch from the Warden sent him hurtling through the air. He arced through the sky before crashing heavily into the ground. Pain coursed through him as he sensed his ribs shatter, and darkness enveloped him as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Reborn as a Vampire Maiden. "I shall name you Bing Lioli Rise," echoed a voice, and with those words, a dim light flickered before a beautiful figure gradually stood. Her gaze was dazed and perplexed, as though she had not yet fully awakened from a deep slumber. "What is this?" She stared at her delicate hands and arms, realizing they resembled those of a maiden, untouched by battle or bloodshed. The once familiar grip of a sword now felt foreign, stirring doubt within her. At that moment, Bing Lioli noticed the absence of the ring that had adorned her finger. "This ring contains a soul. Let Sister Huanhua control this spirit." A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see a black-haired vampire maiden gazing at her with an air of poise, dressed as if she were of noble lineage. The coldness and authority in the maiden's eyes instilled a sense of intimidation, rendering it unwise to defy her commands. Upon hearing this, a surge of defiance ignited within Bing Lioli, as if a flame had been kindled. "No! Return the ring to me," she declared in a sweet voice, yet laced with undeniable resolve and determination. Her gaze bore into the black-haired maiden, her eyes ablaze with anger and defiance. She felt a powerful force welling up within her, an indomitable will, a stubbornness that refused to be manipulated by others. This ring held profound significance for her. It symbolized cherished memories and served as a beacon of hope and protection within her heart. Yet, despite her fervent efforts, the ring remained in the possession of the black-haired maiden. She watched as the maiden triumphantly slipped the ring onto her finger, her heart swelling with anger and helplessness. "What is the meaning of this? What have you done to me?" Her gaze shifted to the raven-haired vampire girl, her eyes brimming with questions and indignation. She yearned to comprehend the events that had unfolded around her and to discern why these individuals had chosen to act against her. In response to her inquiries, the raven-haired vampire girl remained as calm as a still lake. She replied coolly, "You are not yet worthy of knowing. If you seek answers and wish to be cherished, then go and slay those living beings." With that, the raven-haired vampire girl turned and departed, leaving Bing Lioli in a state of bewilderment. Frozen in place, she contemplated the recent occurrences. It dawned on her that she had become ensnared in her enigma, and she needed to uncover clues to unravel this riddle. As the echo of the raven-haired vampire girl's voice resonated in her mind, she resolved to heed her suggestion to kill those living beings, believing that this might yield more information. "You may call me Yuhan. I am an alchemist, and I am your master." The chilling words reverberated within Bing Lioli's consciousness, causing her to shudder involuntarily, a wave of indescribable fear and anger surging within her. Bing Lioli strained to break free from this soul-binding constraint, yet she realized she could not resist Yuhan's commands. Reluctantly, she accepted the grim reality, coming to terms with her status as Yuhan's slave. At that moment, although Bing Lioli had forgotten her name from her days as a human, and her memories of living became increasingly hazy, she understood her current identity of vampire girl under Yuhan's control. A profound sense of resentment welled up within Bing Lioli, yet she found that her mind seemed to have lost autonomy, as if countless voices echoed in her ears. Those voices belonged to Yuhan, incessantly urging her to fulfill her tasks. Before long, Bing Lioli rose slowly to her feet, beginning to recall fragments of her past. She vaguely remembered leading armies into battle, yet the specifics eluded her grasp. Worse still, she could not even recall her own name, only knowing that she must have suffered defeat. Bing Lioli staggered out of the chamber, feeling as though she were trapped in a nightmarish realm. As she walked, she endeavored to reclaim her memories, but all efforts proved futile. Following Yuhan's directives, Bing Lioli arrived at a dim and damp prison. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, a truly harrowing atmosphere. Standing before the cell, Bing Lioli was engulfed in a tumult of conflict and struggle. She had no desire to harm anyone, yet her body moved against her will. The prisoners within the cell gazed at Bing Lioli with expressions of terror. They had been previously informed by Yuhan that if they killed the vampire girl before them, they would gain their freedom. Thus, they readied themselves for a fierce confrontation. Bing Lioli faced her adversaries, her heart heavy with despair and helplessness. She was uncertain how to navigate this dire situation. All she desired was to escape this dreadful place. With that, the assailants unleashed a flurry of blows upon Bing Lioli. Having recently transformed from a youthful general into a vampire girl, her strength had diminished to that of a novice warrior. The presence of these living beings disgusted her, and they attacked her relentlessly. However, her humanity had not completely vanished, so while she retaliated, she refrained from delivering lethal blows. Nevertheless, the assailants had already consumed Yuhan's elixir, allowing them to recover swiftly from their injuries. As the battle raged on, Bing Lioli found her disdain for humanity growing, and ultimately, she began to strike with deadly intent. When the last prisoner fell, she underwent a significant transformation. Shortly thereafter, a signal from Yuhan prompted her to return to the bedroom where she had first awakened. This time, she no longer struggled as before. Instead, she complied with a reluctant acceptance. I did not slay my kin, they were the ones who initiated the attack. Bing Lioli reassured herself. Having turned me into a vampire, I shall seek vengeance. Though her mind fought against this predicament, Bing Lioli returned to the bedroom to once again confront Yuhan. You have returned so swiftly? It seems you are adapting quite well, Yuhan remarked with a smile. Bing Lioli gritted her teeth, a flash of rage igniting in her eyes. What is your true purpose in transforming me into this? Yuhan chuckled coldly. I intend to make you my instrument, aiding me in my grand endeavors. Bing Lioli clenched her fists. I will not be your pawn. A flicker of disdain crossed Yuhan's gaze. Do you believe you possess a choice? The you of the past no longer exists. Only by obeying my commands can you hope to survive. A heavy weight settled in Bing Lioli's heart. She understood the precariousness of her situation. Yet, she vowed never to submit easily to Yuhan's tyranny. She silently swore to seek an opportunity to escape and regain her freedom. Simultaneously, she plotted to exact revenge on Yuhan, ensuring that she would pay dearly for her actions. As Yuhan's lips curled into a slight smile, Bing Lioli stood like a statue, utterly perplexed by Yuhan's intentions. Before long, a girl with pink hair entered the room, clad in an exquisitely adorned white garment, her feet shod in dainty shoes. Her name was Huanhua. However, in that moment, Bing Lioli was under Yuhan's control due to the soul binding between master and servant. She could neither speak nor move, nor could she hear the dialogue exchanged between Yuhan and Huanhua. After a brief exchange of glances, Bing Lioli suddenly felt a shift within her perception. She no longer regarded Yuhan as her master. I made a deal with the entity within the ring, trading your freedom in exchange for her willing servitude to Sister Huanhua. A sharp pang pierced Bing Lioli's heart, as though she had lost something of profound significance. Yuhan smiled gently at Bing Lioli. The soul within the ring has relinquished its defenses now. Her essence bears the mark of Huanhua. Despicable, utterly despicable. Bing Lioli erupted in fury, swinging her fist toward Yuhan, only to have it deftly intercepted. Yuhan regarded her with amusement, chuckling. Such feeble strength have you not eaten? As she spoke, she tossed a blood-red gem into Bing Lioli's mouth. This flavor is exquisite, Bing Lioli inadvertently exclaimed, only to quickly cover her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Tui, tui, tui. She sputtered, desperately attempting to expel the blood. Yuhan could not contain her laughter at Bing Lioli's reaction. As the sound of Yuhan's laughter reached her ears, Bing Lioli's face burned even brighter, her eyes widening in disbelief as she glared at Yuhan, seemingly wishing to retort, but struggling to find the words. Internally, she berated herself for uttering such a statement. It was truly mortifying. The pink-haired girl observed the scene with amusement before departing. Since we have successfully made a deal with the sister within the ring and secured the allegiance of such a senior figure, I can now divulge some information to you, Yuhan said with a smile. Let me enlighten you about the concept of soul counterparts. Soul counterparts are beings who possess souls that are similar or even identical to one's own across the myriad realms, though their appearances and thoughts may differ. For soul counterparts, there exist three choices. The first choice is to assimilate other counterparts, transforming them into slaves. The second choice entails slaying other counterparts to achieve a 100% absorption rate of their powers. The third option involves a mild assimilation of other counterparts, fostering a favorable bond, and forming a team to cultivate dual cultivation techniques together. Having uttered these words, Yuhan regarded Bing Lioli, a glimmer of depth in her eyes. She continued, both Huanhua and I are soul counterparts, a fact you should be well aware of. Yet, what surprises me is that you two are my counterpart. Moreover, the girl disguised as an elderly man within the ring is also one. Upon hearing this, Bing Lioli's eyes widened in astonishment, an indescribable sensation swelling within her. This revelation was utterly shocking, overwhelming her senses. Wow, so quickly there are four of us? Bing Lioli gasped in disbelief. While Huanhua and I leaned towards the third option, the first and second are not off the table should you fail to meet expectations, Yuhan stated nonchalantly, her tone laced with a hint of threat. Is that a threat? I will grow stronger and rescue her, Bing Lioli retorted defiantly, her gaze resolute and unwavering. She understood that she must continue to strive in order to save the imprisoned. Yuhan maintained her playful smile, her demeanor exuding confidence and composure. By the way, The girl within the ring is named Lioli. I suspect you still think of her as an elderly man. Because she poses a threat, she must submit. This is thanks to you. 40 years of ups and downs, though, not underestimate the youth. Bing Lioli shouted in fury, her heart brimming with resentment and anger. Leave this place, or I may be compelled to enslave you. Yuhan gazed at Bing Lioli in silence, taken aback by her audacity. She had not anticipated that Bing Lioli would speak so boldly in her presence. It seemed Bing Lioli had forgotten her current circumstances, entirely unaware of who held the power of life and death. Bing Lioli strode purposefully toward the exit, resolved to depart this place. However, at that moment, Yuhan called out, "Wait, take this set of basic equipment with you." Bing Lioli came to a halt, turning back to gaze at Yuhan, a flicker of stubbornness and resilience gleaming in her eyes. She straightened her spine and declared emphatically, "A true man cannot accept charity." Yuhan regarded her coldly, a hint of anger lacing her tone. "You would do well not to provoke my ire. She sacrificed her own freedom for your precious liberty, yet you refuse to choose the path most advantageous to yourself." A pang of unease gripped Bing Lioli's heart, yet she remained steadfast in her convictions. Aware that she could not prevail against Yuhan in this moment, she silently accepted the basic equipment. "Should you encounter difficulties, you are always welcome to return." Yuhan's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a degree of warmth and kindness. Bing Lioli offered no reply, merely stowing the equipment within her spatial ring. Deep within, she vowed to aid the Phoenix Dynasty, to vanquish these foes and rescue her mentor. However, she dared not voice these thoughts, knowing full well that uttering them might provoke Yuhan to alter her stance and bar her from leaving. "Your Majesty, dire news. Our 400,000-strong army has been utterly annihilated, and a sea of corpses is advancing towards us," a soldier exclaimed in terror. The Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "What? How could this be? Damn it! Has General Jingdong indeed proven too youthful?" In a fit of fury, the Emperor slammed his hand upon the table. Seated upon his golden dragon throne, a master of martial arts himself, he nonetheless felt the weight of immense pressure in the face of such turmoil. "Immediately issue a decree for all citizens to accelerate their training, funneling the entirety of our national resources into the extraction of spirit stones, while hiring foreign cultivators and importing martial arts techniques," the Emperor commanded urgently. Thus, the entire Phoenix Dynasty was mobilized, its populace dedicated to cultivation. Simultaneously, the Emperor spared no expense, enlisting wave after wave of foreign martial artists, great masters, and even martial sect leaders. These external forces emerged as a crucial bulwark against the impending sea of corpses. Through these efforts, the Phoenix Dynasty momentarily staved off the onslaught of the corpse tide, maintaining stability within the realm. Yet, this conflict had only just begun, and the future remained fraught with peril. Chapter 4. The dark transformation of Bing Lioli and the village massacre. She was deeply concerned that the formidable army of the undead would obliterate her homeland. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that she had metamorphosed into a vampire. A being reviled by humanity, as she approached the living, only two outcomes awaited her: an overwhelming thirst for blood or a mutual aversion to the living, a consequence of the aura emanating from both parties. Arriving at the edge of a lake, the crystalline water mirrored her figure with a clarity akin to a polished mirror. "How is it that I have transformed from an adult man into a young girl?" Bing Lioli marveled at the reflection in the water. Her long, ice-blue hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, as though each strand harbored boundless magic. Her skin, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, possessed a delicacy reminiscent of mutton-fat jade, exuding a subtle sheen that beckoned one to reach out and feel its silky texture. She was clad in a finely tailored dress of interwoven gray and red checks, the cut elegantly accentuating her slender waist and long legs. The hem of the dress fluttered gently, reminiscent of a dancing fairy, imparting an impression of lightness and grace. The exquisite little leather shoes she wore were adorned with sparkling crystals, complementing her overall ensemble. With each step, they emitted a crisp sound, as if performing a delightful melody. Bing Lioli blinked her gem-like, radiant eyes, filled with astonishment and curiosity. She extended her hand to gently caress her face, savoring the delicate skin and warm sensation. Yet, she struggled to adapt to this new form. The overall appearance was simple yet sharp, exuding a refreshing aura. After all, she had only just been transformed into a female vampire. And time was of the essence. Yuhan had not yet had the opportunity to provide her with alternative attire, having originally planned to dress her in high heels, but for now, this would suffice. Before long, an intense hunger surged within her, compelling her to reach for the so-called basic equipment Yuhan had left in a backpack. Upon opening it, she discovered a few blood-red stones and a seemingly ordinary sickle. The sight of the blood stones ignited her appetite instantaneously, yet the humanity she still retained admonished her that consuming such items was utterly forbidden. Reluctantly, she resolved to seek sustenance in the forest. Thus, armed with the sickle, she wandered aimlessly through the woods in search of prey. However, she found herself utterly unsuccessful and nearly stumbled in the process. So hungry, so very hungry. Bing Lieli could not help but mutter to herself. Eventually, unable to endure the torment of hunger any longer, she extracted one of the blood stones and swallowed it whole. This cannot continue. I must find a place to occupy myself, she thought silently. She then decided to venture to a nearby human village in search of employment. After some effort, she finally located a larger village and made her way there swiftly. However, upon nearing the village, she was astonished to find obstacles at the entrance, such as barricades and wooden fences. The villagers entering and exiting the gate, upon catching a whiff of the intense stench of decay emanating from her, turned as pale as a sheet, their eyes wide with terror. Good heavens, what is that smell? It is so reminiscent of rotting corpses. And that corpse is moving. They screamed in horror, their cries echoing throughout the village. Observing the panicked villagers, Bing Lieli felt a pang of helplessness within her. She attempted to explain, "Please, do not be afraid. I merely seek a job here to alleviate my hunger. I harbor no ill intentions." However, as she approached the crowd, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a potent scent of the living, one that was unbearable and even nauseating. As Bing Lieli drew closer, the surrounding villagers brandished their hoes. Watching her with trepidation, an elderly farmer lamented, "What a poor girl. Yet she is already dead. If that is the case, let her rest in peace." With that, he swung his hoe violently at Bing Lieli. "Ouch, it hurts." Bing Lieli groaned in agony after being struck. She had no desire to harm these innocent villagers, yet faced with such aggression, she could no longer remain silent. Stepping back a few paces, she coldly warned, "Do not force me to retaliate. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Peace between the living and the dead is an impossibility. If you do not wish to perish, you must fight us," declared a burly, resolute farmer, gripping a sharp hoe tightly, his gaze unwavering and ruthless. He believed that as a farmer, he too possessed the dignity of a warrior and was loath to kill those who could not defend themselves. However, this farmer would soon come to regret his decision, for he was about to face a life-and-death confrontation. Though Bing Lieli's martial prowess was only at the initial stage, she found it easy to dispatch the untrained farmers. With a few deft swings of her sickle, she sent the hoes flying from the hands of two farmers. Disarmed, the farmers were thrown into a panic, hurriedly exclaiming, "Little girl, let us discuss this calmly." Bing Lieli advanced swiftly, raising her sickle and striking twice, each blow landing on the necks of the two farmers. As blood dripped from her sickle, she contemplated drinking it, but upon approaching, she sensed the living essence within the blood that she found repugnant. And she abandoned the idea. Gazing at the bodies on the ground, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. The two farmers lay sprawled on the earth, their blood pooling and staining the ground. An increasing number of villagers began to gather, their expressions filled with fear and rage. The sounds of their breathing, heartbeats, and footsteps amalgamated into a potent vitality, a vitality that filled her with revulsion. She struggled to suppress the rising bloodlust within her, striving to maintain control over her actions with reason. After all, she still held some affection for her former identity and did not wish to devolve entirely into a heartless killer. Thus, she turned to leave the village, seeking to disengage from the villagers. Yet at that moment, a young man suddenly shouted, "She is afraid. Everyone, let us avenge Wang Da and Nyo Air." This proclamation ignited the villagers' emotions. Previously hesitant, and they swiftly surrounded her, armed with farming tools and weapons. Faced with this scene, despair surged within her. She knew that no matter how she explained, the villagers would never believe her. Moreover, with time passing, she sensed her humanity gradually slipping away, her thirst for slaughter intensifying. With each attack from the villagers, her resistance grew fiercer, as if she needed to unleash all her pain and fury in the midst of the chaos. Her gaze grew increasingly indifferent, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She reminisced about her past self, the once revered hero who traversed the realm for the dynasty. Back then, wherever she went, she was greeted with fervent welcome and acclaim from the populace. Yet now, she had become a merciless demon, reviled and condemned by all. Her heart brimmed with conflict and struggle, yet ultimately, she could not resist the allure of slaughter. Without mercy, she swung her sickle at those villagers who sought to harm her. In that moment, she temporarily lost herself, morphing into a cold-blooded killing machine. The words echoed in her mind. You can either die or become a selfish person. The voice of the elderly man in the ring was icy. She resolutely replied, "Nonsense, I am a hero now." Returning to reality, it was not long before the village was awash in blood, bodies strewn everywhere. The villagers charged at her one after another, only to be ruthlessly cut down. Though she was merely at the initial stage of martial prowess, she sustained grievous injuries amidst the overwhelming tide of enemies. Bathed in the sanguine aftermath, she erupted into a mournful laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter resonated through the air, sending chills down spines. Then, clutching her bloodied sickle, she moved through the village, methodically searching each home for the elderly, women, and children, every dwelling. She showed no mercy, slaughtering them without hesitation. The sickle, having absorbed the blood of the entire village, grew even more fearsome. Yet Bing Lioli paid little heed and instead donned a tattered black cloak that was far too large for her. Discarding the heavily damaged dress, "Where do I go from here?" she pondered, feeling utterly despondent as she recalled the elderly man in the ring. He had once been an orphan, cherished by those around him, which fostered his love for the dynasty. By chance, he had found a ring that absorbed his power and could not be removed. After the old man appeared, they regarded each other as family, and it was through his guidance that she reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet at that time, she had neither valued nor cherished it. "If you do not know what to do, find a way to communicate with me," were the last words the elderly man in the ring had spoken to her. Yes, I must see him. See the old man in the ring. With this thought, she raced back to the territory of the vampires within the undead clan. Chapter 5. The indelible mist ripple ensemble at the undead clan's base. A girl with pink hair, ebony eyes, and an aura of darkness approached Yuhan. A mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Though we are both of the undead clan, the relationship between the Soul Clan and vampires has grown increasingly tense. Should a conflict arise between the two clans in the future, and if the Blood Clan emerges victorious, I shall become your loyal vassal. Conversely, should the Soul Clan prevail, you must acknowledge me as your master. This is the sole path for our survival." Yuhan nodded slightly, signaling her agreement with this proposition. She was acutely aware that, in the face of harsh realities, they must adopt such a strategy to safeguard themselves. However, she also understood that relying solely on this flexible approach to surrender was merely a stopgap measure, incapable of addressing the fundamental issues at hand. They needed to grow stronger swiftly to truly seize their destinies. Hanhua continued, "The soul you sent is remarkably useful. She obediently follows my instructions and aids me in seeking various opportunities. She seems quite familiar with this place, as if she has been here before, and our interactions have been exceptionally harmonious, leading me to feel as though she were once my servant." Yuhan listened quietly, a wave of doubt surging within her. She began to ponder the origins of this soul and why she was so compliant with Hanhua. This enigma seemed to deepen, rendering it increasingly elusive. With a smile, Yuhan remarked, "Rest assured, once my cultivation allows me to refine the rebirth pill, she will become our devoted servant. Sister Hanhua, there is actually another soul of the same origin, named Bing Luli. Due to our pact with Sister Ring, I have released her, granting her freedom." Hanhua nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, but you must ensure her safety, employing both soft and firm measures to persuade her to join us." Yuhan confidently replied, "I know what to do. She has likely already gone to the village we intentionally left untouched to undergo her transformation." Hanhua expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, then we shall await her return." With that, she turned and departed. However, not long after Hanhua had left, Bing Luli approached, glancing around as she inquired, "Where is Sister Ring? I wish to see her." Wei Yuhan observed the gleaming scythe in Bing Luli's hands, a sense of pride swelling within her. She understood that this scythe symbolized the demise of countless lives, and Bing Luli was gradually evolving into a killer that met her expectations. Smiling, Yuhan said to Bing Luli, "If you can please me, I may reveal her whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Bing Luli's expression shifted slightly, yet she resolutely responded, "I serve no one, not even an emperor. I merely offer polite greetings." Nonetheless, Yuhan remained unfazed by Bing Luli's refusal, continuing to threaten, "This is Bloodstone, a high-ranking officer of the Blood Clan. I guard this place, preparing to launch an assault on the Phoenix Dynasty. If you cannot please me, you may find yourself without food." Bing Luli furrowed her brow, plunged into contemplation. She realized her current predicament was dire and that she needed to devise a way to cope. Thus, she sought alternative solutions, asking, "What if I drink other blood? Surely that would suffice." Yuhan chuckled, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "No, while refining your body, I specifically infuse the blood with my essence, which only my breath can accept. Otherwise, you will feel an overwhelming aversion. Moreover, these bloodstones must be touched, taken, or contacted by me. Otherwise, you will likewise experience intense repulsion." Upon hearing this, Bing Luli's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated Yuhan's shrewdness and that a trap had already been laid. Wei Yuhan elaborated, "Your body is crafted from ice crystals, your severed limbs, and my blood. Therefore, you can only accept the blood stones I provide." There are no alternatives. Bing Luli remained silent for a moment, finally letting out a resigned sigh. She knew she could not escape this predicament and would have to temporarily acquiesce to Yuhan's demands. Yet, she silently vowed that, should an opportunity arise, she would break free from Yuhan's control and reclaim her freedom. Not long after, Bing Luli's stomach began to rumble, the pangs of hunger crashing over her like a tide. Causing her great discomfort, she clasped her stomach, gazing at Yuhan with a face full of grievance. Wei Yuhan smiled slightly, producing a translucent blood stone from her pocket, waving it before Bing Luli, then swiftly swallowing it. Witnessing this, Bing Luli's eyes widened, drool escaping from the corner of her mouth, her heart brimming with desire and resignation. Wei Yuhan teased, "If you are willing to become my subordinate, food shall be yours." Bing Luli gritted her teeth, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the delectable blood stone. Nodding in agreement, "Very well, for the sake of learning about Grandfather Ring's information, I shall become your subordinate." Wei Yuhan nodded in satisfaction, reminding her, "From now on, you shall refer to her as Shueluelanati." That moment, Yuhan noticed a pink-haired girl approaching and concentrated on communicating with her telepathically. "It is time to head to the ruins, is it not?" "Indeed." Yuhan mentally exchanged words with Hunhua, though Bing Luli could not hear them. "And who might this be?" Bing Luli inquired curiously. "This is Hunhua. She is also a soul of the same origin and is both my kin and friend." Yuhan introduced. In truth, Yuhan had entertained the thought of developing a romantic relationship with Hunhua, but their strong personalities favored proactive engagement rather than passive defense. Thus, after much discussion, they decided to maintain their friendship. "You may remain here. We will visit the ruins and bring back some bloodstones for you," Hunhua stated. Seeing that they would provide her with bloodstones, Bing Luli readily agreed to stay put. As she swallowed one blood stone after another, a powerful surge of energy welled up within her, as though she were being reborn. She strolled through the base of the Undying Clan with light steps, absorbing the unique ambience that enveloped her. "What brings you here?" she curiously asked a nearby building. "I am stitching bodies," a zombie replied, his voice tinged with an eerie quality. However, these architecturally inclined zombies typically adorn themselves neatly. Before long, Bing Luli arrived at a training ground, where the Blood Clan maidens, upon seeing her clad in a black robe, expressed a desire to change into something more fitting before approaching her. Thus, she continued her leisurely stroll until she came upon an arena. Since she had ventured this far, Bing Luli resolved to enter and observe 0.5 bloodstones per match. A hefty undead figure announced, leading Bing Luli to suspect he may possess the strength of a grand martial artist. Feeling her pockets, she found she had just enough bloodstones. After paying, she entered the arena, the iron gates behind her slowly closing. Soon, a massive, ferocious tiger appeared before her. Though this tiger had not practiced martial arts, its strength had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. If it were slightly larger, it could even be considered a martial master. However, this was no ordinary tiger. It was a formidable being capable of walking upright. Faced with such a fierce opponent, Bing Luli gripped her scythe tightly, her full attention devoted to the tiger's every move, not daring to relax even for a moment. The tiger, too, fixed its sharp gaze upon Bing Luli, with neither party willing to initiate an attack. The atmosphere thick with tension. Moments later, the tiger let out a fearsome roar and lunged at her. Unfazed, Bing Luli swiftly turned and fled, then slid to the ground, executing a sweeping motion with her scythe. Her petite and agile form slipped beneath the tiger, and her scythe accurately sliced across the tiger's abdomen, instantly opening a gash and spilling blood and entrails onto the ground. Without hesitation, Bing Luli swung her scythe again towards the tiger. Before long, the tiger collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Shortly after, the arena announced the commencement of the second round, with Bing Luli now slated to compete. She looked up and discovered her opponents were living, breathing humans. It turned out these individuals had been captured by the Undying clan and rigorously trained to become gladiators for their amusement. How despicable! I can't shake the feeling that this is all part of someone's deliberate scheme to force me to kill these living beings. Bing Luli mused, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, the slave gladiators, fighting for their survival, charged at her without hesitation. Yet, the scythe in Bing Luli's hands was razor-sharp, slicing through their worn swords and wooden shields with ease. With a mere flick of her scythe, she could effortlessly shatter their weapons and armor. "Get out of my way," Bing Luli coldly commanded. Since she had sustained no injuries this time, the lingering humanity within her led her to spare these individuals. Consequently, the slave gladiators swiftly turned and fled the scene, escaping the arena that resembled a bird's nest. However, not long after, anguished cries echoed from outside the arena. Hearing the slaves' wails, Bing Luli clenched her fists, her face a mask of frost. Upon careful reflection, she realized a troubling pattern. If she were injured, her murderous instincts would surge uncontrollably, compelling her to unleash her wrath upon living beings. Conversely, if she remained unharmed, she could choose whether or not to kill. After the arena concluded, Bing Luli rose, her gaze icy as she scanned the audience, then turned to leave. Once outside the arena, she retrieved some blood stones from her storage ring and consumed them, seeking a quiet spot to sit and begin her meditation. These bloodstones contained a wealth of foundational power essential for vampires, meaning that as long as she amassed enough, she would grow sufficiently strong. Now, her sole focus was to continuously enhance her strength to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. As time passed, the aura surrounding Bing Luli grew increasingly potent, her body continuously absorbing the energy from the bloodstone. Gradually becoming stronger, before long, Hunhua and Yuhan returned from outside. "Where have you two been?" Bing Luli inquired upon seeing them. "We went to the ruins to procure some equipment," Yuhan replied nonchalantly, handing a garment to Bing Luli. "This outfit is a gift for you." Hunhua chimed in, "Yes, it's quite a useful item. However," Bing Luli grimaced, "I have no desire to wear such peculiar clothing." Upon hearing this, Yuhan's lips curled into a sly smile. "That's not for you to decide." With that, she suddenly teleported behind Bing Luli, seizing her arms and twisting them behind her back. Before Bing Luli could react, Hunhua swiftly draped the odd garment over her. "Excellent. This will ensure your survivability while maintaining a certain aesthetic appeal." Hunhua nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Yuhan set fire to the black robe that Bing Luli had just been forced to discard. Watching her robe turn to ashes, Bing Luli exclaimed furiously, "How dare you burn my clothes in front of me?" Yet, Yuhan and Hunhua paid her no heed. "Where's the remote?" Hunhua asked anxiously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I have it," Yuhan replied with a smug grin, gently pressing a button on the remote. Instantly, Bing Luli felt the outfit she wore begin to writhe, as if it possessed a life of its own. Over time, it gradually transformed into a completely new attire. Although it was a maid outfit, it bore a distinctly eerie style. The sleeves and hem appeared tattered, and the center was marred with dried bloodstains, evoking a chilling sensation. "Let me give it a try." Hunhua eagerly snatched the remote and pressed a button with excitement. Bing Luli felt the outfit shift again, soon morphing into a ghostly ensemble. This spectral attire seemed to have emerged from the shadows, exuding a sinister aura. After several transformations, Bing Lieli gradually sensed her strength being absorbed by the clothing, her body becoming increasingly feeble. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand the drain. Collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Her cheeks flushed, she bashfully remarked, "Please, no more fitting sessions." Hanhua observed her, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. It seems that too much play can lead to wear and tear. I suppose I must provide you with something more suitable. With a gentle wave of her hand, a mist enveloped Bing Lieli. Moments later, as the fog dissipated, she found herself clad in an entirely new outfit. It was a dress that rippled like water, its hem flowing gracefully in the breeze, reminiscent of ripples in a pond. Her legs were adorned with white stockings, embellished with delicate wave patterns, rendering her exceptionally alluring. On her feet were blue, wave-patterned high heels, perfectly complementing her ensemble. "Let us call it the water mist ripple set," Hanhua declared with satisfaction, speaking to herself, her gaze fixated on Bing Lieli, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "This outfit truly suits my toy." Upon hearing this, Bing Lieli's heart tightened, though her expression remained calm. Yu Han, witnessing Bing Lieli in her new attire, cheerfully remarked, "Sister Hanhua, your taste is truly commendable." Yet, Bing Lieli silently vowed, "I must find a way to remove this outfit and revert to my original black robe." Chapter 6. The inability to defeat a fairy the size of a palm lily. Bing. Tonight you shall venture into the fairy forest to capture those fairies. They are invaluable medicinal materials. If you manage to catch enough fairies, you will swiftly break through to the martial master realm. Regaining your status at the pinnacle of the great martial master, Yu Han commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing this task, Lieli Bing felt a weight in her heart, but she understood that only by following Yu Han's orders could she survive in this ruthless world. Thus, she silently nodded in agreement. "Now that you possess this formidable equipment, we need not worry about your premature demise. Here are 2 essential manuals for capturing fairies. They will be the keys to your success." Hanhua continued, handing Lieli Bing 2 mysterious tomes. "If you can grow stronger quickly, I might even consider allowing you to meet the young lady within that ring." Hanhua further tempted Lieli Bing. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lieli Bing's eyes upon hearing this. Though she recognized it might merely be a motivational tactic, deep within, she yearned to meet her mentor soon. "All right then," Lieli Bing replied resignedly. Faced with such powerful beings as Yu Han and Hanhua, she had no choice but to comply with their wishes. Lieli Bing accepted the 2 manuals and began to study them diligently. One was titled Relentless Iron Hand, while the other was Necromancy. Through continuous practice and immersion, Lieli Bing gradually grasped the essence of these 2 techniques. The Relentless Iron Hand was a skill that could forcibly draw enemies closer, while Necromancy allowed her to corrupt opponents, rendering them weak, and even resurrect the deceased for her use. Although these techniques were powerful, they demanded substantial mental and physical energy. After a period of training, Lieli Bing had mastered both techniques, adeptly employing them in combat. She was confident that with these skills, she would successfully accomplish the task of capturing fairies, achieving her goal of breaking through the martial master realm and rejoining the ranks of the great martial masters. Before long, Lieli Bing found herself seated in a carriage pulled by a skeletal horse, en route to the fairy forest. The skeletal horse's hooves and head glimmered with a greenish-white light. Its body is dark as ink, exuding an air of mystery and authority. Lieli Bing gazed at the horses, admiration welled up within her. "Wow, they are so beautiful." However, the skeletal horse was displeased by her gaze and turned to glare at her. "Stop staring at me. When we arrive, get off quickly." Its voice was filled with ire, startling Lieli Bing. Nevertheless, she still found the horse quite impressive and secretly wished for the chance to ride such a skeletal steed. Of course, besides the skeletal horse, there were also fiery red horses, akin to color variants of the skeletal ones, equally captivating. Soon after, Lieli Bing finally arrived at the fairy forest. She understood that it was now time for her to engage in slaughter and cultivation alone. She needed to continuously enhance her strength to redeem her ring sister as soon as possible. With this thought, Lieli Bing felt a surge of nervousness but was predominantly filled with resolute determination. Before entering the forest, she attempted to remove the water mist ripple set. After all, she had never been accustomed to wearing women's clothing. However, when she tried to unfasten the buttons, she discovered that the high heels Stockings and dress were all interconnected and could not be removed. To make matters worse, the remote control for the outfit remained in the hands of those two, who could manipulate the garment at any moment. A wave of helplessness washed over Liu Bing. She knew this predicament would cause her considerable trouble. Nonetheless, she recognized that she could not retreat and must face these challenges head-on to fulfill her mission. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely stepped into the fairy forest, ready to embark on a new adventure. Now that she had entered the fairy forest, it was time to showcase her prowess by defeating the fairies within. The fairies were petite, resembling charming little insects, yet they possessed wings. The largest among them was scarcely a mere 10 centimeters long. In contrast, Liu Bing stood at a height of 1.40 meters. A significant advantage that bolstered her confidence. Embracing this advantage, Liu Bing boldly advanced. Amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, a green fairy was intently gathering sweet honey. Quick as lightning, Liu Bing rushed forward, aiming to seize it tightly. However, just then, her exquisite high heels suddenly became disobedient, as if deliberately opposing her, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. In a critical moment, her scythe provided timely support, averting an embarrassing tumble. Undead? The green fairy shrieked in terror. With 2 pairs of wings adorning her, reminiscent of a dragonfly, and a voluptuous figure clad in a green cheongsam, the fairy was now in a state of panic, desperate to escape. Yet, Liu Bing refused to let her off easily. With a swing of her scythe, she unleashed a powerful force that drew the surrounding flowers and grass toward her. This was precisely the technique necessary for capturing fairies, but its effectiveness diminished when pulling heavier objects. As the fairy entered her attack range, Liu Bing did not hesitate to throw a punch, landing a precise blow to the fairy's abdomen. The green fairy nearly retched from the pain. Isn't this a straightforward catch? Without the techniques Yuhan provided, capturing this fairy would have been a formidable challenge, Liu Bing thought to herself, feeling a sense of relief. Subsequently, she carefully placed the fairy into a specially designed bag and employed necromancy. Before long, the fairy succumbed to unconsciousness. Having captured one, she resolved to continue her pursuit. Not long after, amidst the breathtaking expanse of golden blossoms, Bing Liu discovered several fairies indulging in a feast. With remarkable swiftness, she seized one of the seemingly indolent fairies, who was reluctant to budge, and swiftly invoked necromancy, transforming the creature in the blink of an eye. That moment, an irate voice resounded. Who dares to audaciously intrude upon our territory and harm my kin? Bing Liu looked up to see a fairy, approximately 20 centimeters in height, standing a short distance away. Clad in dark garments, she exuded an alluring and captivating aura. Bing Liu's heart stirred. Could this be the fabled fairy queen? She ventured to inquire, "Are you the queen of the fairies?" The fairy queen proudly nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am the fairy queen." A glimmer of greed flashed in Bing Liu's eyes as she stated, "It is said that you possess precious herbs. Today, I finally have the opportunity to acquire them." Before her words could fully escape, Bing Liu eagerly advanced, seeking to capture the fairy queen. However, at that moment, a multitude of vines surged forth around her. The high heels she wore caused her to lose her balance, and she fell to the ground in an instant, as her equilibrium faltered. The vines slithered around her body like serpents, gradually lifting her into the air. "Cursed be, release me. If you fairies have the ability, face me without your sorcery and engage me in a fair fight," Bing Liu exclaimed in a panic, attempting to provoke the fairies into releasing her. Yet, to her astonishment, the diminutive fairy queen, standing merely 20 centimeters tall, displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics. She glided gracefully above Bing Liu's head and began to cast a spell. Oh no! Bing Liu suddenly realized the precariousness of her situation. But when she tried to speak, she found herself rendered mute. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming force binding her tightly, as her entire being was gradually enveloped in an orange cocoon. Faced with such an immense amber, the fairies were utterly powerless to drag it away and could only helplessly leave it behind. Those fairies that had been hiding in pockets seized the opportunity to flee the scene. At that moment, Bing Liu was completely incapacitated, unable to resist the amber that continuously siphoned her strength. Before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness due to exhaustion. However, at that very moment, the relic clothing she wore began to manifest its power. Engaging in a fierce struggle against the amber, Ultimately, the relic clothing successfully dissolved the amber's control over Bing Lioli, and the amber was consumed by the enchanted attire. Weak and trembling, Bing Lioli rose to her feet. Knowing she could not afford to fall, she laboriously steadied herself and staggered toward the slumbering fairies. Cautiously, she approached them, then swiftly struck, successfully capturing 6 fairies. Yet, as she attempted to seize the 7th, misfortune struck. Due to her high heels, her foot suddenly slipped, causing her to lose her balance. She hastily utilized her scythe for support, but this action startled some nearby fairies awake. Fortunately, the fairy queen did not appear. And in a state of panic, Bing Lieli fled, desperately striving to escape the perilous locale. With every ounce of strength, she ran, ultimately escaping the fairy forest. After a long and arduous journey, Bing Lieli finally returned to the undead fortress. Utterly exhausted, I managed to capture 6. She reported to Yuhan, go and deliver them to Sister Huanhua. She is over there. Why Yuhan, feeling too weary to make another trip, added, moreover, the enchantment I placed on you, prohibiting the consumption of bloodstones given by others, will not affect the food that Huanhua provides. Hearing this, Bing Lieli's heart surged with joy as she promptly headed toward the realm of the Soul Clan. Her pockets filled with 6 captured fairies. How can the Blood Clan dare to come here? One ghost remarked, its elongated tongue lolling out, one eye alarmingly large while the other was as minuscule as a mung bean. Its pallid form resembling white cloth, adorned with a sinister grin and emitting a spine-chilling sound. Indeed, indeed. Nearby, a glowing green pumpkin chimed in, its head resembling a massive watermelon, etched with bizarre runes, presenting an odd spectacle. Out of nowhere, a member of the Soul Clan suddenly spat, and upon witnessing this, Bing Lieli swiftly raised her scythe to shield herself from the spit. What a nuisance, she muttered quietly, remaining vigilant of the surrounding Soul Clan. Wary of potential attacks, thus, she cautiously approached Huanhua's direction while remaining on guard against the Soul Clan. After delivering the 6 fairies to Huanhua, she immediately opened a cauldron brimming with green liquid bubbling with emerald foam. Placing them inside, before long, a delectable green fairy feast was prepared. Why don't you serve this exquisite dish in a bowl, instead of pouring it on the table? Bing Lieli inquired, slightly irritated, for despite her current vampiric form, she retained many memories from her human days. The Undead clan has various dining customs, and the Soul Clan's practices are even more distinct. Though I may appear youthful, it is merely a facade. The explanation is lengthy, Huanhua elucidated. Humph, Bing Lieli snorted, choosing to remain silent. Huanhua, observing Bing Lieli, offered a slight smile. In truth, this is merely our custom, and it is far more convenient this way. With that, she extended her tongue to taste the food on the table. Witnessing this, Bing Lieli felt her stomach churn, nearly retching at the sight that, oh dear. It seems you are still unaccustomed to this, Huanhua remarked. But fret not. You will adapt in due course as she continued to eat. Bing Lieli furrowed her brow, contemplating the necessity of quickly acclimating to the rules and customs of this world, for she feared the multitude of intolerable experiences that lay ahead. Before long, she begrudgingly partook in the fairy feast alongside Huanhua. As the food filled her stomach, she felt a powerful force surging within her, as if every cell in her body had been activated. She understood the profound significance of this meal. Indeed, after indulging in 2 fairy dishes, Bing Lieli's strength rapidly recovered to the level of a grand martial artist, though she still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of that realm. She was acutely aware that to regain her optimal state, she would need to exercise patience. After all, breaking through to the peak of the grand martial artist was no simple task, requiring ample time for accumulation and consolidation. Once her body gradually adapted and fully digested the energy from the 2 fairies, Bing Lieli resolved to savor this delectable dish alongside Huanhua. Huanhua, not holding back, produced some precious bloodstones as a sauce, enhancing the unique flavor of the remaining fairies. Soon, Bing Lieli was pleasantly surprised to find herself in a state of rapid recovery. She silently celebrated her wise choice, believing that soon she would regain her former prowess as a grand martial artist, akin to her days as a youthful general, with anticipation in her heart. She stepped confidently out of the Soul Clan's territory and re-entered the domain of the vampires. When Bing Lieli encountered Yuhan once more, her emotions were profoundly complex, a blend of hope for the future and reflections on her past experiences. Yuhan remained steadfastly by her side, offering support and encouragement. I feel a touch of jealousy seeing you dine with Huanhua, Yuhan teased with a playful smile. Bing Lieli shot him a glance, playfully retorting, "Humph. If you have the courage, await my recovery to the peak of the grand martial artist, and I shall reclaim the ring and the spirit grandfather within." She clenched her fists, determination gleaming in her eyes. Resolutely defending her stance, "I told you, it's spirit sister," Yuhan sighed, somewhat exasperated by Bing Lieli's stubbornness. Yet, she did not relent, continuing to persuade her. "Very well, I shall keep providing you with tasks to grow stronger." Yuhan's demeanor turned serious as she earnestly informed Bing Lieli. "Cave spider spirits have a penchant for abducting our girls and transforming them into maids. You must rescue those vampire maidens who have been taken. This is a vital mission." She paused, seemingly assessing Bing Lieli's strength, then continued, "Additionally, if you encounter a blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual who claims to be a traveler, exercise caution. Though he may appear to be a frequently fainting weakling, he possesses the body of an extraterrestrial demon and is highly dangerous. If you meet him, remember to bring his corpse to me. I require it as alchemical material." With that, a glimmer of anticipation and greed flickered in Yuhan's eyes. "All right, I shall set off at once," Bing Lieli responded. "The undead warhorse will guide you," Yuhan replied with confidence, firmly believing that the magnificent undead steed would undoubtedly capture the attention of many. After all, it was not only imposing in appearance but also emanated an air of mystery. For Bing Lieli, who had once been male and was now female, this allure might be even more potent. Before long, an undead warhorse, its bones distinctly visible and radiating a blue glow, appeared before her. It shimmered with numerous sparkling points resembling stars, as if the entire cosmos were draped across its form. When Bing Lieli mounted the steed, she felt as though she had been transported into the vast expanse of the cosmos. How magnificent it would have been had I been able to ride such a horse in my youth as a general. If only I had known sooner that these steeds were so dazzling. I might have chosen to ally myself with the undead long ago, Bing Lieli mused to herself. Yet she quickly recognized the folly of her thoughts and delivered a sharp slap to her own face. Reminding herself, "I was resurrected as an undead creature only due to my demise in battle. I cannot forget my past identity and honor, nor can I so easily betray my beliefs. For now, I will comply with them solely to rescue the soul of my grandfather trapped within the ring." After this self-revelation, Bing Lieli endeavored to shut her eyes, refraining from admiring the beautiful and majestic starry undead warhorse. She understood the necessity of maintaining clarity and resolve, lest she be seduced by the temptations before her. Only by adhering to her original intentions could she discover the true path to redemption. Before long, Bing Lieli arrived at the spider cavern. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of numerous spiders. Most were large spiders that had yet to assume human form, but a few had already transformed into humanoid spider spirits. With swift and fierce motions, Bing Lieli wielded her scythe. The smaller, non-humanoid spiders quickly fell victim to her onslaught. However, these diminutive creatures were not her most perilous foes. The true threat lay with the humanoid spider spirits. Some of the spiders spat venom at Bing Lieli, but she paid them no heed. Clad in the relic garment gifted to her by Yuhan and Hunhua, the attire appeared as a dress of misty beauty, exposing portions of her arms, shoulders, and face. Yet it was entirely veiled in a thin layer of gauze. This gauze served not only to filter impurities from the bloodstones and fairy essences she consumed, but also to absorb and devour venom and other harmful substances. Moreover, for the vampire Bing Lieli, this gauze played a vital role in shielding her from the sun's harmful rays. With this miraculous relic garment, Bing Lieli felt emboldened and empowered in battle. Undeterred, she pressed forward, prepared to confront the more formidable adversaries that awaited her. Vampires, being corpses, do not require excretion. Any necessary cleansing would demand the use of necromantic spells, which would deplete energy. In contrast, this garment, capable of both transformation and absorption, was far superior. Not long after, Bing Lieli encountered the spider spirits that had already taken on half-human forms, reaching the level of martial masters. Their sharp claws gripped deadly spears, their faces bearing a semblance of charm, yet concealing endless peril. More alarming was the revelation that these spiders possessed magical abilities. To rescue those who had been abducted by these arachnids, she must first eliminate this batch of spider spirits. However, vanquishing such formidable foes was no simple task. After a grueling battle, Bing Lieli barely triumphed over the spider spirits. Yet she was acutely aware that within the cavern lurked an even greater threat, the Spider Queen. Given her current strength, she was uncertain of her ability to defeat such a powerful opponent. Thus, she resolved to venture deeper into the spider cavern, risking herself to rescue her imprisoned vampire sisters. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, she finally discerned the cavern's general layout, evading patrolling spider spirits, and discovered the captive female vampires, alongside some humans, elves, and cat demons ensnared by the spiders. Drawing a dagger from her waist, she began to eliminate the spider eggs and webs clinging to them. These repugnant substances adhered to the prisoners like tumors, draining their life force. The unfortunate captives were clad in cumbersome maid outfits, making it nearly impossible to extricate them all. Hence, Bing Lieli resolved to abandon the idea of carrying them away. With a resigned sigh, she gently released them. However, to escape safely, sacrifices had to be made. She directed the other prisoners, aside from the female vampires, toward a false escape route. Although this path might lead them into danger, it was the only way to ensure the safety of the female vampires. Simultaneously, Bing Lieli instructed the female vampires to follow her. She understood that this was the only way to secure their safety. As they turned to leave, the cavern behind them echoed with the anguished cries of the non-vampire female prisoners. Yet Bing Lieli did not look back, for she knew she had accomplished her mission to rescue the female vampires. Having resolved the troubles posed by the spider spirits, it was now time for her to return. Chapter 8. A surprise attack on the golden-haired traveler. She returned alongside the group of vampires. However, along the way, Bing Lieli unexpectedly encountered a remarkable sight. A cleanser was indiscriminately eliminating wild monsters in all directions. This cleanser possessed dazzling golden hair, donned a pristine white dress, wore robust white knee pads, and stepped in exquisite white shoes. Bing Lieli immediately sensed something amiss. Could this be the fabled celestial demon? Contemplating silently, she decided to feign innocence, stealthily approaching the traveler, and then, taking advantage of the opportunity, launch a surprise attack to eliminate her. Thus, Bing Lieli greeted her with friendly words. "Greetings, traveler." Upon hearing her voice, the traveler paused her actions, turned to Bing Lieli, and remarked, "Finally, someone has issued a task. I wonder how many original stones I can receive." Bing Lieli felt a wave of confusion, as these words surpassed her expectations. But she quickly regained her composure and decided to play along. Curious about the traveler's intentions, she replied, "You may await until tonight. At that time, I shall present you with a task. Can you provide me with original stones?" The traveler inquired again. Of course, a total of 20 original stones. Bing Lieli, unaware of what original stones were, substituted the bloodstones in her backpack for original stones. 20 original stones seemed remarkable, especially since defeating a horde of wild monsters might yield only 2 original stones. The traveler expressed her delight at this revelation. In truth, the traveler possessed unique powers. With several thousand original stones, she could perform a draw on any target, and if successful, it would mean that the target would forever become her slave. Before long, Bing Lieli's trap was ready. Night fell, and although the female vampires were quite weak, they nonetheless assisted Bing Lieli in digging the trap. Soon after, Bing Lieli returned to find the traveler still waiting. "Please accompany me to a location atop the mountain to complete the decoding," Bing Lieli said, leading the traveler upward. "Another decoding task?" the traveler muttered in exasperation, yet she complied and completed the task as instructed. Before long, they reached the mountain's summit. The traveler then began to push a box, but due to the grass ahead being intentionally obscured, she failed to notice the hidden precipice behind it and inadvertently lost her footing. Plunging downwards, this fall from such heights was the perfect method to render the traveler unconscious, potentially triggering elemental reactions among the 7 elements within her. Not long after, Bing Lieli and the other female vampires returned to the undead fortress bearing their hard-won spoils. At that moment, Yu Han, visibly troubled, spoke to Han Hua. "The current battlefield is dire. The Phoenix Dynasty's power is growing stronger, while the relationship between the Soul Clan and the Blood Clan is deteriorating. What shall we do?" Han Hua, unfazed, continued to reassure him. "No matter, even if the Soul Clan and the Blood Clan do engage in war, whichever side prevails, we shall rely on one another." she seemed unperturbed by the situation. "I have returned," and a cold voice resonated as both Hanhua and Yuhan turned to see Bing Liuli entering with a group of female vampires, one of whom cradled an unconscious golden-haired girl, the traveler. "Well done. I didn't expect you to complete the task so swiftly, and perfectly too. I was genuinely concerned that you might not be a match for this traveler. After all, she is a celestial demon." Yuhan remarked, admiration flickering in her gaze as she gestured for the female vampires to retreat. "Given this, let us commence the ritual," said Yuhan, and together with Hanhua, they positioned Bing Liuli and the traveler upon two separate altars. As they cast their spells, Bing Liuli felt an unusual force enveloping her body. First, a layer of water element encased her, which swiftly crystallized into ice, forming a hard layer around her. Next, the fire element began to coalesce. But just as it was about to touch her, Hanhua suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly halted the ritual. "Why has the ritual been interrupted?" Yuhan inquired, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the traveler lying on the ground. Perplexed, "The essence lies in the quality of the elements, not their quantity. The power of the fire element could incinerate her. Let us instead utilize the remainder as materials," Hanhua replied, producing peculiar bottles and tools from her person to collect the elemental energy from the traveler. Before long, the two began to cast spells, tossing the traveler into a large green cauldron to boil. By the way, with your cold and icy demeanor, your snow-like skin would be quite suited to a change of attire." Hanhua suddenly remarked, "I do not wish to wear the garments you provide." In a moment of exasperation, Bing Liuli remarked that the outfits chosen by the two were utterly unsuitable for combat. Who would wear high heels in battle? Nevertheless, Hanhua appeared oblivious to her concerns, as she eagerly accepted the remote control from Yuhan and pressed the button without hesitation. As the button was activated, the surroundings began to transform, revealing an array of exquisite garments displayed upon the walls. "What about this one?" Hanhua inquired, pointing to a striking red dress. "It's far too garish." Yuhan promptly rejected. "And this one?" Hanhua gestured towards a sleek, black bodysuit. "Still not acceptable." Yuhan shook her head once more. "What about this?" Hanhua continued her pursuit. "None of these are appropriate," Yuhan replied, her patience wearing thin. "Oh dear, you are truly difficult to please." Hanhua sighed in resignation and resumed her search for suitable attire. "Wait, I've got an idea," Hanhua exclaimed suddenly, recalling the extraordinary transformation she had witnessed when a female immortal donned a special illusionary garment. As her thoughts sparked, a miracle unfolded. Bing Liuli's headpiece took on the form of an exquisite ice crystal sculpture, each gem shimmering with a cold luminescence, as if plucked from the most frigid realms. They were closely arranged, forming a dazzling halo above her head, reminiscent of the crown of a snow queen. The ethereal blue and white crystal gown draped around her was as light as falling snowflakes. The gown's crystal fabric emitted a soft glow, rendering it dreamlike in appearance. The hem artfully merged elements of splashing water, crystalline ice flowers, and delicate mist, with water droplets dancing like lively orbs, ice flowers blooming like glistening snowflakes, and the mist swirling like ethereal smoke, creating an air of mystery and allure. The white stockings were as smooth as silk, speckled with icy powder, twinkling like distant stars. They complemented the gown beautifully, adding a touch of cool elegance to Bing Liuli's legs, making them appear longer and more slender. The blue and white high heels were nothing short of exquisite, adorned with patterns of ice flowers, snowflakes, and droplets, each petal and flake vividly crafted, as if nature itself had sculpted them. The heel's height was aesthetically pleasing, enhancing Bing Liuli's graceful demeanor, though it hindered her movement. The large blue diamond suspended from her neck was undoubtedly the pièce d'arrestance of the ensemble, radiating a brilliant light akin to the most radiant star in the night sky, capturing the gaze of all. The diamond's exquisite cut refracted mesmerizing brilliance, leaving onlookers enchanted. However, it must be noted that all these splendid garments were merely illusory creations derived from the relic garments, lacking any tangible existence. Nonetheless, they still exuded an astonishing beauty and opulence. "Let us name this ensemble the Icy Crystal Mist Ripple Set," Hanhua declared with satisfaction. She felt a swell of pride in her aesthetic judgment. And even Yuhan, who was stirring a pot bubbling with green froth, couldn't help but express her admiration with a thumbs dash up. As for Bing Liuli, adorned in this attire, the two seemed oblivious to her sentiments. Chapter 9. The delicacy of the celestial demon. Shortly thereafter, the trio cast the celestial demon into the pot, and the water within quickly began to boil, releasing plumes of steam. Before long, a sumptuous dish, exuding an irresistible aroma, appeared before them. The traveler, now transformed into the celestial demon, was presented neatly as a lavish meal upon the table. However, the relentless emanation of a cadaverous aura from it filled the room with an eerie atmosphere. This scent, to the vampires, was akin to a refreshing breeze. Why place the food on the table? And without any utensils, are we truly expected to eat with our hands? Bing Lieli's face reflected her discomfort. Unable to accept such a manner of dining, she had presumed that, as a vampire noble, even a princess, Yu Han would possess better etiquette than Hanhua. Yet this was not the case. This is the celestial demon. If we miss this opportunity, it may be challenging to find such fine ingredients again. If you do not wish to partake, you may choose to forego it, Yu Han remarked coldly, her brows knitted in disapproval of Bing Lieli's attitude. She was acutely aware of how this dish would significantly enhance their cultivation potential, thus holding it in high regard. Reluctantly, Bing Lieli shook her head and ultimately decided to give it a try. Cautiously, she extended her hands, grasping a tender piece of meat and placing it in her mouth, chewing gently. While the flavor was not as dreadful as she had anticipated, the mingling of blood and decay still rendered it uncomfortable. Had a living person been present, they would surely have been horrified by the sight. Witnessing her ability to consume the celestial demon, Hanhua wasted no time. She glided into a corporeal state and leaped onto the table, subsequently reverting to her physical form to begin feasting. Sit down and eat properly. Bing Lieli could no longer restrain herself. Heh, this is much more comfortable, Hanhua replied, devouring the celestial demon with gusto. Since you managed to capture the celestial demon, I shall reward you by allowing you to converse with the spirit of Lieli Shui within the ring. Hanhua shifted the topic. Soon, a soul emerged from Hanhua's ring, which had once belonged to a young general, resembling Bing Lieli closely. Are you the grandfather from within the ring? Bing Lieli inquired of Lieli Shui. I apologize. I am essentially you from another timeline, though I have experienced far more time than you. Nevertheless, you were still a youth then, and I wished for you to focus on your cultivation. Yet, who could have predicted that you would repeat the same mistakes? Facing defeat and death, ultimately becoming a vampire maiden? Lieli Shui recounted to Bing Lieli the circumstances of her presence within the ring and how she fortuitously assisted Bing Lieli in her endeavors. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Bing Lieli's cheeks as she lamented, I was too headstrong and did not heed your advice. Then what was my name back then? Bing Lieli was eager to inquire about her past identity. Just as Lieli Shui was about to respond, Hanhua activated the soul imprint she used to control Lieli Shui, rendering her unable to speak. Why master forbids me from telling you, Lieli Shui lamented. Why can't she tell me? Bing Lieli questioned, perplexed. Hanhua wore a mischievous smile. You two are merely toys for me and Yu Han. Refrain from asking too many questions. Although I have formed a contract with Lieli Shui and cannot overtly enslave you, it does not prevent us from controlling the relic garment you wear. With that, she gazed at Bing Lieli with amusement. Suddenly, Lieli Shui emitted a cry of anguish. Witnessing her former mentor in such agony ignited a surge of fury within Bing Lieli. And without hesitation, she swung her fist towards Hanhua. However, Hanhua's form became ethereal in an instant, causing Bing Lieli's punch to pass right through her. No, I clearly grasped you, Bing Lieli exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Han's eyes widened in disbelief at Bing Lieli's recklessness. The Soul Clan can shift between corporeal and incorporeal forms. You cannot strike her. At that moment, Hanhua reappeared in her physical form and delivered a powerful punch to Bing Lieli's abdomen. She cried out in pain as the force sent her flying, crashing heavily against the wall by the door. Why Yu Han furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed sternly on Hanhua, speaking resolutely, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Yet Hanhua merely offered a playful smile in return, softly replying, You have released your bond with her. You are no longer her master. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment washed over Yu Han. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in her desire to shield Bing Lieli from harm. Thus, she continued to gaze intently at Hanhua, conveying her resolve. Hanhua seemed to sense Yu Han's determination. She halted her actions and regarded Yu Han quietly. After a moment, she smiled faintly, as if comprehending Yu Han's intentions. Although she did not explicitly express her agreement, she at least paused her assault, granting Yuhan an opportunity to address the situation. Yuhan inhaled deeply, her unease unresolved. She recognized the critical covenant that bound her to Hunhua. If the Blood Clan gained the upper hand in battle, Hunhua would ally with Yuhan, becoming her subordinate to avert capture by other Blood Clan members. Conversely, should the Soul Clan emerge victorious, Yuhan would bring Bing Liuli to Hunhua, becoming her subordinate as well, again to escape the clutches of other Soul Clan captors. This agreement appeared equitable, yet for Yuhan, it was a matter of life and death. Despite the closeness of her relationship with Hunhua, she had lost her former confidence in the wake of their last sparring match. She began to worry whether, if the Soul Clan triumphed, she could truly entrust her life to Hunhua. This uncertainty weighed heavily upon her, rendering her once resilient spirit fragile. Yuhan understood that she must confront reality. Regardless of the outcome, she needed to be prepared. She recognized that only through relentless effort to enhance her strength could she hope to remain unscathed in this brutal conflict. Until then, she could only silently pray for herself, Bing Liuli, Liuli Shui, and Hunhua to weather this arduous period safely. At that moment, Liuli Shui silently prayed, wishing for Yuhan and Bing Liuli to grow swiftly in strength to aid the Blood Clan in achieving victory. Because she was acutely aware of the malevolent and twisted nature of Hunhua, she knew that if she were to wield absolute power over life and death, she would unhesitatingly treat Yuhan and Bing Liuli as mere servants. Nevertheless, despite both the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan being among the three great immortal factions, the conduct of the Soul Clan was far more reprehensible and often marked by betrayal. I just hope that war doesn't break out, Yuhan murmured softly. Rest assured, should war indeed commence, you must trust in the friendship we have cultivated over the years, which could even be described as familial. Hunhua calmly articulated, as though it were a matter of little consequence. Of course, I believe in you, Yuhan promptly replied. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Yuhan watched as Hunhua transformed once more into her ethereal form and gradually departed, vanishing into the Blood Clan's base within the fortress of the immortal beings. While you may trust her, you should also realize the importance of taking control of your own destiny. Bing Liuli seized the opportunity to counsel Yuhan as Hunhua departed. Yuhan responded, I am currently at the martial emperor level and must remain stationed at this immortal fortress. Otherwise, the Soul Clan will gradually monopolize this place. I will strive to become stronger, and we shall discuss Hunhua's matters later. You must also do your best. Bing Liuli smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Yet, at that moment, a sense of helplessness surged within her. She thought to herself, if it weren't for Yuhan sending Sister Liuli out, how could we have fallen into such a disadvantageous position? But she understood that, given the circumstances, regret was futile. Nonetheless, Yuhan's trust and support brought her solace. After all, in this world rife with peril and challenges, finding a trustworthy ally is no easy feat. At this moment, Yuhan had become her unwavering support. Bing Liuli resolved to continue growing stronger and said to Yuhan, I shall resume my tasks now. Please proceed. Yuhan replied, I have 3 tasks that require your attention, and there are also challenging missions, but I advise you to complete these tasks in order. Without waiting for Bing Liuli's response, she continued, First, please go and eliminate the Cobalts near our base. The mission targets have been marked on the map. The challenging task is to slay any dragons that may inhabit the Cobalt caves. She looked at Bing Liuli and reminded her, now, don this ice crystal mist ripple set. You appear as exquisitely beautiful as a finely crafted ice maiden. But remember, do not rely too heavily on this equipment, for it is merely an illusion and not truly the ice crystal mist ripple set. Even if your skin is as pure as snow, it cannot withstand the fierce flames of a dragon. Bing Liuli answered earnestly, understood. I will exercise caution and not take unnecessary risks. After all, my ultimate goal is to secure freedom for Liuli. Her response left Yuhan greatly satisfied. She nodded and continued, in that case, allow me to gift you a mount. Chapter 10. Riding the Phantom Deer to slay Cobalts. The Green Hoof Fire Spirit Steed. The Red Hoof Fire Spirit Steed. The Starry Sky Spirit Steed. The Phantom Tiger. The Phantom Deer. After listing a multitude of mount names, Yuhan looked at Bing Liuli and inquired, so, which one do you prefer? Are flying bone dragons or corpse dragons not an option? Bing Liuli asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. As a formidable master martial artist, she believed that possessing a flying mount would not only facilitate travel but also display her strength and status. Yuhan shook her head and explained seriously, "No, your current cultivation is insufficient to command those powerful flying mounts. Only once you reach the Martial King realm will I consider allowing you to ride a flying mount." Hearing this, Binglialai nodded in resignation but decided to choose a land mount first. She carefully examined the various mounts and ultimately selected the phantom deer. This mount appeared both mysterious and elegant, exuding a comforting aura. Are these phantom mounts not related to the Soul Clan? Binglialai suddenly pondered, asking cautiously. After all, ghostly beings typically maintained close ties with the Soul Clan. If these phantom mounts were influenced by the Soul Clan, they could pose a threat to her. Yuhan smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. These mounts are under the control of our blood clan and will not harm you." With that, she produced a delicate flute from her storage ring and handed it to Binglialai. Instructing her on its usb by blowing this flute, she could summon the corresponding mount. Another blow would return it. Yuhan patiently guided Binglialai. Taking the flute, Binglialai gently played a melody. As the sweet notes reverberated, a stunning phantom deer materialized before her. It was entirely translucent, radiating a soft glow, resembling a dreamlike apparition. Witnessing this scene, Binglialai beamed with satisfaction. "Well then, farewell. I shall go eradicate the Cobalts. Do remember to prepare the rewards." Binglialai stated earnestly. With that, she turned and mounted the phantom deer, vanishing into the distance like a wisp of fresh breeze. Before long, Binglialai arrived at the entrance of the Cobalt mine. She scrutinized her surroundings and observed several kobolds patrolling. Among them, some larger ones with massive claws caught her attention. After a thorough observation, Binglialai deduced that these might be enemies of the Master Martial level. Additionally, there were some normally sized kobolds clad in simple garments and wielding staves, who were equally formidable. Just as Binglialai was fully focused on her observations, the kobolds suddenly conjured a cloud of smoke and began chanting incantations for a ritual. Clearly, they were oblivious to Binglialai's presence. However, the next scene left Binglialai utterly astonished. Kobolds of blue, green, and red hues entered to preach. Simultaneously, golden, silver, and copper kobolds also appeared. It seemed that these two types of kobolds belonged to rival factions. Filled with animosity towards each other, at that moment, the indigenous kobolds who had long resided in this cave displayed expressions of uncertainty. Faced with the sudden emergence of two unfamiliar factions, they felt torn, unsure of which side to choose. Nevertheless, Binglialai knew she had to eliminate the indigenous kobolds within the cave. While these newcomers with unique colors could pose a significant threat to the immortal beings in the future, that was not her concern. Soon enough, the 6 emissaries of blue, green, red, and gold, silver, copper departed the area. With the departure of the 6 master martial beings, Binglialai swiftly sprang into action, launching an assault on the scattered kobolds outside the mine. Before long, she successfully dispatched dozens of them. Subsequently, the 2 giant clawed kobolds guarding the entrance engaged in a fierce battle with Binglialai. Utilizing her petite stature and agile movements to her advantage, she swiftly left numerous wounds on the 2 colossal kobolds. After a grueling fight, she ultimately succeeded in vanquishing these powerful foes. With that, Binglialai stepped into the cave. Although she could easily defeat the kobolds in front of her, those lurking on the sides could potentially injure her, and a surprise attack from behind could spell trouble. However, vampires possess an exceptional ability to perceive darkness, allowing them to sense the positions and movements of enemies even in pitch-black environments. At this moment, Binglialai was engaged with a large kobold, whose massive frame and tremendous strength were intimidating, as it wielded a gigantic axe and relentlessly attacked her. Binglialai skillfully dodged its strikes while occasionally counterattacking with her sickle. Just then, a kobold assassin stealthily approached from behind her, brandishing 2 sharp daggers, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Binglialai had already sensed its presence. She nimbly executed a backflip, spinning in midair to evade the assassin's attack. This leap nearly grazed the cave's ceiling, showcasing her remarkable agility and flexibility. Despite wearing high heels, she landed gracefully behind the kobold assassin. The assassin missed its target, and before it could react, it was torn to shreds by the attacking large kobold. Binglialai turned her gaze towards the scene, a cold smirk gracing her lips. She raised a hand towards the kobold's corpse, dark radiance emanating from her palm. The large kobold, with its heavy footsteps, caused the ground to tremble slightly with each step as it opened its gaping maw. Revealing sharp fangs, lunging towards Binglioli, with determination in her eyes, she agilely sidestepped the attack. At that moment, a ghastly figure, a zombie Cobalt, leaped forth from behind the large Cobalt like a specter, wielding two sharp daggers. It struck with chilling precision, piercing the large Cobalt's heart. The large Cobalt let out a pained howl as its body swayed and collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Binglioli rushed forward, her small sickle slicing through the air with lethal intent. The cold glimmer flashed, and the large Cobalt's head rolled away, blood splattering everywhere. Such intense combat scenes unfolded repeatedly. Binglioli danced through the fray like a graceful warrior, skillfully employing tactics as she maneuvered between the powerful large Cobalts. Her movements flowed like water, each strike carrying a deadly threat. The ordinary Cobalts, under the onslaught of Binglioli's fierce assault, appeared utterly helpless. They screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions, yet the attacks of Binglioli pursued them relentlessly, mercilessly reaping their lives. Throughout the battle, Binglioli's gaze remained imbued with calmness and determination. Her breathing was steady, as if this fierce confrontation were merely a game to her. Each of her movements was precise and powerful, allowing no respite for her adversaries. Fireballs rained down upon her like meteors, but she nimbly leaped and rolled, skillfully evading these deadly assaults. Her figure flickered in the firelight, akin to a brilliant star in the night sky. At last, Binglioli successfully approached the leader of the dog-headed men. Her speed was akin to lightning, and in an instant, she stood before the leader. With a swift swing of her scythe, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, she struck fiercely at the leader. The dog-headed leader attempted to fend her off with the torch in hand, but Binglioli's strength was overwhelming. The scythe effortlessly severed the torch and, in one fluid motion, slashed across the leader's throat. The leader's body collapsed with a resounding thud, and Binglioli picked up the special torch artifact. She examined it carefully, attempting to discern the method to wield the fireball technique, but ultimately resigned herself to failure. Finally, Binglioli mounted the ghostly deer and galloped towards the undead fortress. Her silhouette gradually receded, leaving behind a battlefield stained with blood. "The mission is complete," Binglioli exclaimed joyfully. Yuhan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. I am increasingly recognizing your capabilities." "Then, could you please hand over the remote control for the relic garb?" Binglioli cautiously requested. However, Yuhan firmly opposed. "Absolutely not. Holding a lever over you ensures that you will serve my interests more effectively. This item cannot be returned to you. I even somewhat regret not having kept you as a vassal." Upon hearing this, Binglioli let out a sigh. "Ah, I truly wish your possessiveness, much like that of soul enchantment, were not so intense." Why, Yuhan smiled slightly. "There is no alternative. After all, if I had another self, I would certainly wish her to be utterly pure and obedient to me. In a sense, you and your kindred spirits also represent another version of myself. Thus I naturally hope you embody the perfection I envision." Why, Yuhan continued, "Yet, the possessiveness of soul enchantment seems far stronger than my own, potentially disregarding our free will entirely. Nevertheless, I hope she abides by our agreement. To liberate Lieli Shui, you must first defeat her." Observing Binglioli's troubled expression, Yuhan consoled her. "Enough of these vexing thoughts. Here, I shall gift you an ice coffin, and then we can partake in bloodstones together." Binglioli, perplexed, inquired, "Why would you give me an ice coffin? It sounds rather ominous." Why, Yuhan patiently explained, "You are now a vampire. Resting in an ice coffin during the day greatly benefits your cultivation." After contemplating Yuhan's words, Binglioli found them somewhat reasonable, and thus she tentatively lay down in the ice coffin. Upon entering, a refreshing chill enveloped her, instilling an immense comfort, as if every cell in her body had awakened. After a while, Binglioli emerged from the coffin and approached Yuhan, joining her in savoring the bloodstones. The two first poured the bloodstones onto the table, then, using their hands, they grabbed handfuls and tossed them into their mouths. Initially, Binglioli felt somewhat unaccustomed to this method of dining, where food was placed on the table and consumed without utensils, but having spent considerable time with Yuhan, she gradually adapted to this unique style of eating. Over time, she even began to relish the liberating sensation it provided. After consuming a large handful of bloodstones, Binglioli distinctly sensed an enhancement in her cultivation, finally returning to the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master level. Isn't it a bit lacking to only have bloodstones? It feels somewhat devoid of the essence of a meal, Bing Lioli inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. She possessed a unique taste and pursuit regarding food. You must venture out to catch fairies again. However, capturing elves would suffice as well, for their tender flesh is quite delectable. Yuhan responded with a smile. She understood Bing Lieli's particular fondness for gourmet delights. Yet such a request could lead to complications. No, I dislike taking lives. Bing Lieli shook her head, rejecting the suggestion. Although she cherished fine cuisine, she maintained a cautious stance towards harming innocent beings. Yet you have slain countless already. How humorously contradictory you are, Yuhan chuckled, finding Bing Lieli's statement amusing. However, she refrained from probing further. Then I shall assist you in breaking through the grand martial master pinnacle. We can cultivate together through the transmission of our energies. Of course, there exists another method for dual cultivation, but I suspect you are not inclined towards it at this moment. Yuhan proposed earnestly, gazing at Bing Lieli. Indeed, our relationship has not yet reached that level of intimacy. Bing Lieli replied without hesitation. Although a degree of trust and cooperation existed between them, they required more time to develop their emotional bond. Why Yuhan nodded in understanding, respecting Bing Lieli's choice. She knew that relationships needed to be nurtured gradually, without haste. Thus, they commenced preparations for their cultivation, aspiring to progress together through diligent effort. Chapter 11. Confronting the bone demon. Thus, Bing Lieli and Yuhan sat facing each other, transmitting their energies, their breaths intertwined, forming a wondrous energy field. As time passed, Bing Lieli felt a warm force flowing within her, gradually unblocking her previously obstructed meridians. She sensed her cultivation solidifying at an astonishing pace, as the pinnacle of the grand martial master realm became increasingly robust. This is actually me aiding you with my own power, Yuhan elucidated. This technique merely involves the contact of our energies, and given our distance, the efficacy is diminished. Her voice was calm and gentle, yet it conveyed a resolute determination. Bing Lieli cast a grateful glance at Yuhan, her heart swelling with admiration. She understood that without Yuhan's assistance, she could not have secured her cultivation so smoothly. Now, she felt prepared to face even greater challenges. Tio break through to the Grand Martial Master. Continue to fulfill your tasks, Yuhan continued. Next, you must eliminate the bone demon residing in the bone cave. We previously dispatched spirits to vanquish her, yet she has resurrected. Defeating the bone demon will reward you with a spirit-purging pill, enabling you to transcend the grand martial master realm and reach the martial spirit stage. Yuhan's words flowed like a refreshing spring, extinguishing the anxiety and unease that lingered in Bing Lieli's heart. She recognized the significance of this task. Should she successfully slay the bone demon, she would obtain a spirit-purging pill, granting her the opportunity to ascend to the martial spirit realm. This goal shone like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding her onward. At that moment, a vampire strode purposefully into the room, reporting to the martial sovereign Yuhan, "My lady, the relationship between the Soul Clan and us is deteriorating." They remained fixated on the bone demon incident. Do you recall? When we vanquished the bone demon, we seized her energy in front of our Soul Clan allies, and she vowed that her beloved, the Black Monkey, would seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, Yuhan furrowed her brow, pondering, what is this fool doing? Why is he suddenly bringing this up? Does he not realize I am in conversation with another? Truly inconsiderate. Thus, she waved her hand in irritation, signaling him to depart. Sensing Yuhan's displeasure, the vampire quickly lowered his head and retreated, though not heed his nonsense. Theatrical claims are not to be taken as truth. What lover does the bone demon possess? Merely her ramblings before demise. Yuhan assured her, rest assured and proceed with your mission. Should any troubles arise, feel free to seek me out, and I shall offer my utmost support. After all, I am a formidable martial sovereign. What do I have to fear from a mere bone demon? Bing Lieli's confidence surged upon hearing these words, and she nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. I shall go deal with the bone demon. With that, she turned to depart, ready to embrace the challenge. Before long, Bing Lieli rode her ghostly deer to a desolate region permeated with deathly energy. Here, a multitude of skeletal warriors patrolled, and hidden within lay the enigmatic bone cave. The skeletal guards on the outskirts were rather weak, lacking even decent weaponry. With a swift kick from her delicate high-heeled foot, Bing Lioli shattered one of the skeletons into a pile of fragments. Next, she attempted to employ necromancy, inciting the skeletons to turn upon one another. In this area, Bing Lioli appeared entirely at ease. This level of combat posed no challenge for her. As time elapsed, she gradually approached the entrance of the bone cave. At the cave's mouth stood two particularly striking skeletons. One, a glimmering skeleton wielding a bow, and the other, a blood-drenched skeleton brandishing a blood sword. Clearly, the gatekeepers were typically stronger than the surrounding skeletons. Moreover, the other skeletons were equipped with various weapons, such as swords and bows, but none bore heavy armaments, for their fragile skeletal frames could not withstand such burdens. With the aid of necromancy, Bing Lioli successfully evaded the blood sword strikes and the lightning bow's arrows. She discovered that necromancy not only slowed the movements of those two grand martial master-level skeletons, but also allowed her to command the lesser skeletons to fight on her behalf. After a fierce battle, Bing Lioli ultimately triumphed over the two skeletons and successfully entered the bone cave. Upon entering the cave, the sound of bones echoed within. "I have washed my hands of this affair. Why do you, the undead, refuse to let me go?" This utterance, while seemingly complete, emanated from a heap of white bones. Indeed, it was the bone spirit. Ice Lieli coldly retorted, "I am merely here to fulfill a task, and am unaware of the grievances between you and the undead. However, the notion of washing one's hands of something is often an excuse employed by the weak." She cast a scornful glance at the bone spirit. Silently contemplating, the bone spirit, undeterred, responded, "If that is the case, then bring it on." Before the words had fully left its mouth, Ice Lieli swiftly engaged the enemy, only to encounter two shadowy skeletons of formidable martial prowess. Though she herself was at the pinnacle of martial mastery, she was still at a slight disadvantage. To make matters worse, this bone spirit had already attained the realm of martial spirit. Ice Lieli could not help but feel speechless, inwardly cursing Yuhan for assigning her such a daunting task that required overcoming a higher level of challenge. Thus, she decided to retreat while attacking, as she was already positioned at the cave's entrance, and quickly made her escape. Observing this, the two shadowy skeletons, along with several skeleton soldiers and skeleton knights within the bone cave, rushed out. Seeing this, Ice Lieli swiftly employed necromancy, successfully controlling several skeletons. In fact, controlling merely 3 skeletons would suffice to block the others from the cave. Once reinforcements arrive, Bone Spirit, your demise is assured, Ice Lieli proclaimed loudly. However, in reality, she had no reinforcements. This statement was merely intended to provoke the Bone Spirit. As anticipated, the Bone Spirit was enraged and began sending forth more skeletons in an attempt to charge out of the cave. Time passed, and under the influence of Ice Lieli's necromancy and the Bone Spirit's manipulation, the skeletons gradually became weary. Ultimately, both sides suffered grievous losses, with all the skeletons annihilated. The 2 shadowy skeletons were severely injured, their bodies nearly falling apart, yet the shadowy torches and shadowy swords in their grasp still emanated an ominous aura, remaining exceedingly dangerous. Upon witnessing this, Ice Lieli felt a surge of determination and resolved to attempt a long-range attack. With a flourish of her hands, the element of water coalesced into a blue radiance, which she hurled towards the 2 skeletons. Subsequently, she concentrated the element of ice, encasing the 2 skeletons in frost. This ability was granted to her after she and Yuhan completed the ritual and seized the power of the otherworldly demon. As the 2 skeletons were frozen, Ice Lieli wielded her scythe, swiftly bringing their lives to an end. Before long, the Bone Spirit emerged from the cave, and the 2 regarded each other's strength warily. "A mere peak martial master could annihilate all my subordinates?" the Bone Spirit exclaimed in astonishment. "You are but a first-tier martial spirit. I believe I still have a chance to contend with you," Ice Lieli retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, the Bone Spirit's expression grew grave. It recognized that the strength of the girl before it was not to be underestimated. If the battle were not resolved swiftly, any intervention from other forces could spell trouble for itself. Consequently, it resolved to cease procrastination and swiftly conclude the conflict. The corners of the Bone Spirit's mouth curled into a sly smile as it unleashed necromantic magic, causing a multitude of sharp bone spikes to rain down upon Ice Lieli. The intensity of the martial spirit's spiritual energy was far beyond that of a peak martial master, and Ice Lily was acutely aware of this fact. She understood that only through clever technique could she hope to triumph over her foe. Thus, she focused her mind, conjuring a solid ice shield while nimbly maneuvering to evade the bone spike's assault. The ground was littered with jagged bones, and Ice Lily, in her high-heeled shoes, found her footing somewhat unstable, as if she might fall at any moment. Nevertheless, she exerted every effort to maintain her balance and continued to dodge the onslaught. In the midst of this, her movements appeared somewhat clumsy, reminiscent of a comical dance. The bone spirit soon realized that merely launching bone spikes would not suffice to defeat someone equipped with an ice shield and agile footwork. Therefore, it altered its strategy, beginning to coalesce massive bone fists to unleash a more ferocious attack on Ice Lily in tandem. Ice Lily keenly sensed that the bone spirit was gathering its soul power, seemingly preparing to unleash a more formidable technique. With her agile physique, Ice Lily successfully dodged the bone spirit's bone fist strikes. Quickly, she swung her scythe, launching a series of surprise attacks on the bone spirit as it attempted to raise its bone fists once more. Each strike was precise and forceful, forcing the bone spirit into a defensive position. As time wore on, the wounds on the bone spirit multiplied. Suddenly, it let out a piercing shriek, and numerous souls erupted from its mouth. Hurtling towards Ice Lily, Ice Lily immediately reacted, hastily activating her necromantic magic and successfully detonating one of the souls. In an instant, a massive soul explosion erupted across the field of bones. Damn it. Can't even this tactic work? The bone spirit thought, increasingly panicked, as it began to launch frenzied attacks on Ice Lily. However, Ice Lily's ice shield played a crucial role, helping her withstand the majority of the damage. Although several bone spikes struck her, the relic garment she wore effectively absorbed these assaults. Gradually, the bone spirit succumbed to Ice Lily's strategy of attrition. Ultimately, the bone spirit's bones lay scattered across the ground, utterly disintegrated. Ice Lily deliberately employed necromantic magic to eradicate the lingering deathly energy from the bones. Thus, the bone spirit would be unable to resurrect. Ice Lily picked up several bone fragments and summoned a ghostly deer. Mounting its back, prepared to return to the Blood Clan base of the undead faction. Chapter 12. Joining the undead rebel army of the Forgotten. This battle was nothing short of a nightmare for Ice Lily. She not only had to contend with a formidable adversary, but also constantly sustain the energy expenditure of her ice shield. To this end, she was compelled to consume a considerable amount of bloodstones to replenish her energy. Yet, even so, her body remained in a state of extreme fatigue. At this moment, Ice Lily lay weakly upon the ghostly deer's back, as if she had lost all vitality. She knew that had it not been for the ghostly deer being controllable with merely a hint of thought, she might have been unable to continue. However, just then, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared ahead, causing her to become instantly alert. Ice Lily strained to open her eyes, and through her hazy vision, she finally discerned the silhouette of the approaching individual. It turned out to be a being at the initial stage of martial spirit. To make matters worse, from his gaze and aura, Ice Lily sensed an overwhelming malice. Despite her poor physical condition, Ice Lily did not falter. Instead, she mustered the strength to prop herself up, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. She understood that it was imperative to remain calm and not reveal her weakness. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, "Hello." Though her voice was somewhat hoarse, it still carried an air of authority. The skeletal knight, without hesitation, inquired, "Are you a free undead, or a thrall controlled by another?" This question served both as a probe into her identity and an attempt to seize control of the dialogue. Ice Lily pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal the truth. "When I was first resurrected, I was indeed a thrall, but I have since regained my freedom." Upon hearing her response, the skeletal knight displayed a satisfied expression and said, "Very well, it seems you are one of us. Come with me to the Grey Iron Castle." His tone was imbued with a firmness that brooked no dissent. At this moment, Ice Lily's body was exceedingly weak, and her bloodstones were nearly depleted. Faced with the situation, she found herself with no choice but to accompany the skeletal knight to the undead rebel stronghold, the Grey Iron Castle. Shortly thereafter, Ice Lily and the skeletal knight arrived at the Grey Iron Castle, occupied by the undead rebels. The castle appeared somewhat dilapidated, its towering walls marred by weathered traces. the Baron is delivering a speech. As a free undead, you should listen, the skeletal knight remarked while guiding Ice Lioli into the castle. Ice Lioli curiously glanced around, observing a variety of undead creatures. There were skeletal knights riding undead steeds, brandishing long spears with an imposing presence, winged gargoyles soaring overhead, and slow-moving zombie servants alongside hulking shambling corpses, forming a massive legion. These zombies stood loosely within the castle, seemingly listening to something. Following the sound, Ice Lioli spotted a diminutive figure atop the castle wall, shouting loudly into a trumpet. He wore a mask, and 2 revolvers were slung at his waist, exuding an air of mystery. We were once beings of flesh and blood, but now we have become these abominations. Furthermore, we have been enslaved by the very one who resurrected us, devoid of any freedom. But now, it is different. We have finally regained our freedom, and we shall seek vengeance. I am Baron Felix. Whether alive or dead, anyone who dares to obstruct our pursuit of freedom will meet their doom. As Baron Felix's words fell, many grotesque zombies erupted into angry, piercing wails, as if they intended to tear the very fabric of space asunder. It became clear that they had once been vibrant beings, cruelly slain and transformed into the undead. At present, they have finally liberated themselves from their shackles, gaining freedom, and the fury within them erupts like a volcano, eagerly yearning for vengeance against those who have once caused them harm. Bing Lioli pondered to herself. In the days of yore, when I was first resurrected by Yuhan, I too harbored animosity towards her. Yet now, for reasons unknown, that animosity has diminished in intensity. Could it be that I have gradually adapted to and accepted the reality of my existence as a female vampire? However, these spirits evidently hold a deep nostalgia for the lives they led before their transformation into the undead. Therefore, at this moment, I must not turn against them, as the sudden emergence of the undead rebel faction closely linked to the discord between the Soul Clan and the Blood Clan. It seems that the situation is far more complex than it appears. Warranting further investigation, Bing Lioli mused silently, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. After hearing Felix's words, a sense of resonance stirred within her. She felt akin to those who had been subjugated, yet had now attained freedom. A journey reminiscent of his description. Perhaps they could indeed unite to resist their oppressors. Shortly thereafter, she and Felix stood before the commander of the castle's legion. Is was adorned in human-style armor, yet his gaze bore an air of suspicion and caution. Upon seeing Bing Lioli, his eyes lingered on her distinctive attire. A dress adorned with patterns of splashes of water, icy blossoms, and mist, her legs encased in white stockings embroidered with wave and ice crystal motifs, complemented by ice blue high heels intricately sculpted with delicate ice and water designs. This ensemble, named the Crystal Mist Ripple Set, rendered Bing Lioli strikingly out of place amidst the grotesque zombies of the castle. As if she were a discordant note in an otherwise grim symphony, Is frowned, questioning with skepticism. "Are you certain you haven't brought a spy with you?" His voice was tinged with palpable mistrust. The skeletal knight, Darby, hastily explained. "She claims to have once been a thrall, but has since broken free and become a liberated undead. If that is the case, she should be joining us in rebellion." Bing Lioli stood aside, quietly observing the exchange. Although she was unaware of the intricacies among the undead, she could sense Is's confusion and unease regarding her presence. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, biding her time to prove her allegiance. Chapter 13. Falling into a trap and becoming a thrall again. What is your opinion of those fellows within the undead fortress? I was once a general of the Phoenix Dynasty. They murdered me and took my mentor, who had provided me with countless opportunities, and I too was enslaved by them for a time. Do you think I would hold any favorable views towards them? Bing Lioli retorted with righteous indignation. In truth, she had developed a certain fondness for Yuhan, yet at this moment, she could not reveal it, having to align herself with the angered undead, for should several powerful beings in the martial spirit realm take offense, her life could be in jeopardy. I recall that the Phoenix Dynasty had no female generals. Is furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt Bing Lioli's words. That is because after my death, my spirit was bound within a female vessel crafted by the one who resurrected me, which is my current form. Bing Lioli quickly clarified. In reality, this body was meticulously fashioned by Yuhan using remnants of the original boy general, alongside ice crystals, Yuhan's blood, and numerous precious materials. Bing Lioli was also aware of Yuhan's goodwill. Had it not been for her, she might have long perished, becoming a grotesque zombie or skeleton on the battlefield. Thus, she did not harbor resentment towards Yuhan, but rather felt a sense of gratitude. Is nodded, acknowledging Bing Lieli's perspective, then inquired further. It is indeed possible. Can you tell me more about the Phoenix Dynasty, despite the gaps in her memory? Bing Lieli endeavored to recall and narrate some details about the Phoenix Dynasty. Upon hearing Bing Lieli's account, is suddenly remarked, "So, you are the General Han Ming of the East Conquest?" After a moment of contemplation, Bing Lieli replied, "That seems to be the case." That moment, she realized she once held such an identity. "Excellent," is exclaimed with excitement. "Join us, the Forgotten Ones, and let us exact vengeance upon those vile undead." Bing Lieli hesitated for a moment but ultimately consented. After all, failing to join them could lead to her being perceived as a spy, facing the peril of execution. However, she felt that this might result in the dissolution of the pact with Liuxue and Yuhan, which forbade her subjugation. In any case, anxiety loomed over Bing Lieli. "Bing Lieli, you shall accompany this skeletal knight Darby and his squad to assault the Soul Clan and Blood Clan." Very well. Shortly thereafter, Darby summoned several skeletal knights, and Bing Lieli was bestowed with a rather grimy undead steed, joining the ranks of the skeletal knights. Darby led the skeletal knight squad to launch an attack on the stronghold controlled by the Blood Clan and Soul Clan. As some members of this skeletal knight squad had already reached the martial spirit realm, Bing Lieli was compelled to slay a few vampires and specters to ensure Darby recognized her as one of their own. However, this also led to the nullification of the pact with Liuxue and the Soul Clan, which prohibited her enslavement. Bing Lieli sighed inwardly. This truly spells trouble. She understood that once this pact lapsed, she would face considerable danger. Yet at this moment, she had no choice but to continue following Darby's squad. They arrived before a Blood Clan camp, and Darby quietly commanded, "Prepare for the assault." Bing Lieli tightened her grip on her sword, anxiously gazing ahead. At Darby's command, the skeletal knights charged towards the camp like famished wolves. Bing Lieli trailed behind, striving to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy, yet inevitably found herself having to slay several vampires and specters. She silently prayed that Liuxue and Yuhan would comprehend her predicament. After a fierce battle, the skeletal knight squad successfully obliterated the Blood Clan's camp. Darby nodded in satisfaction, telling Bing Lieli, "Well done, let us press on." Bing Lieli followed the group reluctantly, her heart growing heavier with each passing moment. She was uncertain of what awaited her in the future, only hoping to find a resolution to her predicament swiftly. Thus, Bing Lieli dutifully executed the commands of the undead rebel faction, even receiving a substantial amount of bloodstones as a reward. However, fate's twists often arrive unexpectedly. One day, Bing Lieli and her skeletal knight squad encountered a sudden ambush, an attack from a vampire squad. This unforeseen turn of events plunged them into chaos, ultimately leading to their disbandment. The leader of this ambush was none other than the vampire, Elizabeth, who had previously followed Yuhan's orders in an attempt to capture Bing Lieli. Despite this, during the assault on the skeletal knight squad, Elizabeth exhibited a markedly different demeanor. She delivered merciless blows to the other members, yet spared Bing Lieli. Amidst the fierce combat, Bing Lieli found herself separated from Darby and the other skeletal knights. After pondering for a moment, she resolutely made a decision to seek out Yuhan. She speculated whether Yuhan was aware of her alliance with the undead rebel faction, but this answer could only be revealed upon confronting her in person. When Bing Lieli finally stood before Yuhan, the latter feigned ignorance, inquiring, "How did the mission in the Bone Cave fare?" "It has been accomplished. Here are the bones of the Bone Spirit." Observing Yuhan's calm demeanor, Bing Lieli felt a surge of relief, thinking that she likely remained unaware of her involvement with the undead rebel faction for survival. Thus, she exhaled deeply, attempting to appear more at ease. Yuhan's gaze turned icy, yet a faint smile graced her lips. "As a reward, I require you to lower the defenses of your soul, so I can transfer the soul power from the Bone Spirit's bones to you." Her tone carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Bing Lieli harbored no doubts, for Yuhan had always been a person of her word. Without hesitation, she lowered the defenses of her soul, awaiting Yuhan to convey the soul power contained within the Bone Spirit's bones to her. However, unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, Yuhan had stealthily set her trap. As Bing Lieli fully opened her soul, Yuhan seized the opportunity to inscribe a mark upon Bing Liuli's soul. This all transpired too swiftly for Bing Liuli to react. By the time she realized what had occurred, she found herself shackled by Yuhan's soul mark, unable to escape. Cursed be it, I have fallen into a trap. Bing Liuli's eyes widened in regret and fury. She could never have anticipated that Yuhan would take action against her at this juncture. She struggled to break free from Yuhan's soul mark, only to discover her own impotence. At that moment, she comprehended the dreadful trap into which she had fallen in the face of Bing Liuli's wrath. Yuhan wore a playful smile, as if everything lay within her control. She spoke languidly. After you joined the precarious undead rebel faction, it was only a matter of time before you became a thrall of either me or Soul Hua. To be my thrall instead of Soul Hua's is a stroke of luck. With that, she erupted into laughter, her voice echoing ominously through the air. Now, call me master a few times, will you? Yuhan's expression maintained a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. Bing Liuli bit her lip, yearning to resist, yet found herself utterly powerless against Yuhan's strength. Her body trembled involuntarily, her heart filled with dread and despair. However, deep within her soul, her will quickly succumb to the authority of Yuhan. Her lips began to utter unconsciously, "Master, Master, Master." The words grew fainter until they vanished into the air. Now, her soul and mind were entirely under Yuhan's control, as if she had lost all sense of self-awareness. She could only obey her commands, becoming her puppet. Observing the pitiful state of Bing Liuli, Yuhan felt a surge of satisfaction within her. She smiled smugly and then lifted the restriction on Bing Liuli's speech. Slowly, Bing Liuli opened her eyes, filled with confusion and anguish. The echoes of Yuhan's words reverberated in her mind, bringing her immense humiliation and fury. Yet, she dared not challenge Yuhan's authority any further. Fearing the repercussions of punishment once more, I will not inform Lu Lishue of your renewed subjugation, and I trust you will not either, Yuhan said playfully. After a moment of silence, Bing Liuli nodded in agreement. She understood that if Lu Lishue were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow and disappointment. All of this was due to her own weakness, her inability to protect both herself and Lu Lishue. The thought brought tears to Bing Liuli's eyes as she felt a profound sense of guilt for having let Lu Lishue down, knowing the heavy price Lu Lishue had paid for her freedom. Now, she had once again become Yuhan's subordinate, stripped of her liberty. This guilt gnawed at her heart like a knife. Chapter 14. Assault on the Undead Rebel Army. This is the spirit-breaking pill. Consume it, Yuhan said softly, her tone laced with concern and anticipation. She handed a pill radiating an unusual glow to Bing Liuli. Bing Liuli hesitated for a moment, but the compulsion of Yuhan's control led her to accept the pill without a second thought. Swallowing it whole, she could feel Yuhan's care for her and was willing to trust in everything she provided. Soon, Bing Liuli felt an explosive surge of spiritual power within her, akin to a volcano erupting. This intense sensation made her realize that it was a sign she was about to break through the peak of the Grand Martial Master level and ascend to the Martial Spirit realm. Without delay, she seated herself cross-legged, entering a deep meditative state to fully channel her internal energy in preparation for this crucial breakthrough. Yuhan stood nearby, quietly observing Bing Liuli. She could sense the energy radiating from her and Bing Liuli's yearning for power. Understanding the significance of this moment for Bing Liuli, she decided to extend her assistance to ensure a smooth breakthrough. Raising her hand gently, a mighty stream of spiritual energy flowed from Yuhan, gradually infusing Bing Liuli's body. With her strength at the Martial Emperor level, Yuhan provided powerful support, making Bing Liuli's breakthrough process significantly easier. Time passed, and Bing Liuli's aura grew increasingly potent. Finally, with a resounding crack, she successfully broke through the peak of the Grand Martial Master level, stepping into the Martial Spirit realm. A faint ethereal glow emanated from her, as if she had been reborn. Congratulations, Bing Liuli, you have successfully broken through, Yuhan said with a smile, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. However, she did not forget to remind Bing Liuli, do you know? Upon becoming my subordinate, you will emanate two distinct sense. One belongs to you, while the other is derived from me. If you venture to the undead rebel army now, they will surely attack you, as they will perceive individuals with two sense as controlled undead, viewing them as enemies. All right, I understand that I am yours now. In truth, After defeating the bone spirit, my spiritual energy and bloodstone were nearly depleted, and I encountered a martial spirit-level Death Knight, which compelled me to join the undead rebel army. Bing Lioli replied, her voice tinged with grievance as she recounted her experiences to Yuhan. It turned out that after vanquishing the bone spirit, Bing Lioli was utterly exhausted, her energy nearly spent. At that moment, she unfortunately encountered a powerful martial spirit-level Death Knight. Faced with such a formidable foe, Bing Lioli had no choice but to reluctantly align herself with the undead rebel army. Although she was unwilling, for the sake of survival, she forced herself to consume the bloodstone provided by the undead rebel army. She struggled to adapt to this harsh and unfamiliar environment, gradually integrating into the life of the undead rebel army. Upon hearing Bing Lioli's tale, Yuhan felt a wave of compassion. She recognized that Bing Lioli's decision to join the undead rebel army was not out of choice, but rather a desperate measure taken in extreme circumstances. Thus, Yuhan resolved to refrain from expressing dissatisfaction regarding Bing Lioli's actions. After all, Bing Lioli was now completely under her control, having become her loyal subordinate. Finally, Yuhan firmly issued a new command to Bing Lioli. It is time for your new mission. Join Elizabeth's martial spirit squad to attack the undead rebel army. We must swiftly eliminate them to ensure our safety. Unlike before when Yuhan would allow her to ponder whether to accept a task, Bing Lioli now felt a force deep within her soul compelling her to comply and accept the mission. Yes, Sister Yuhan, I shall go eradicate those treacherous undead rebels. Bing Lioli's words and demeanor reflected her unwavering loyalty to Yuhan. Driven by her control, Yuhan looked at Bing Lioli and said, very well. However, before we proceed, there is another matter to address. Now that you have reached the martial spirit realm, your equipment must also be upgraded accordingly. As she spoke, Yuhan retrieved a cup filled with a thick and mysterious liquid from her spatial ring. She then took the black scythe and slowly poured the liquid from the blood cup onto its blade. As the blood met the scythe, a peculiar energy began to flow, as if bestowing new power upon the weapon. The scythe quickly absorbed the liquid, becoming radiant and exuding a fierce aura. Meanwhile, Yuhan removed the relic attire from Bing Lioli and placed it into a large pot to boil for a while. When the garment was retrieved, it had been revitalized, shimmering with a translucent glow. Upon donning the reinforced relic attire, Bing Lioli immediately felt a transformation. Previously, the attire would incessantly drain her strength, but now, she experienced no such sensation. Instead, she felt a powerful force continuously infusing into her, further enhancing her abilities. Thank you, Sister Yuhan. Bing Lioli expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. We are all striving toward the same goal, Yuhan replied with a smile. After this enhancement, Bing Lioli's strength had significantly increased, and she was prepared to face the impending challenges. Are you truly an alchemist? Bing Lioli exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary person possessed such multifaceted talents. Yuhan chuckled lightly. Oh, you may continue to praise me. However, time is of the essence. We should first quell the undead rebel army. Her tone was relaxed and confident, as if this task were merely a trivial matter. Yes, then I shall take my leave, Bing Lioli said respectfully. She performed a curtsy and slowly exited the room. In truth, she was unwilling to bow. Yet her body moved uncontrollably, clearly indicating that Yuhan had employed some means to manipulate her actions. Soon after, within the Blood Clan base of the undead fortress, Bing Lioli encountered Elizabeth, Ankh, and Tonka, 3 vampires once more. TSK, it seems you are one of us now, Elizabeth jeered with a grin, a hint of pride on her face. Bing Lioli replied helplessly, well, at that time, my strength was merely at the peak of the Grand Martial Master level. How could I resist against you formidable martial spirit level beings? Moreover, with Yuhan, a martial emperor level expert, I had no chance of victory, Elizabeth scoffed. Enough chit-chat. Let us proceed to eliminate the undead rebel army. The Soul Clan squad has already mobilized. She shifted the topic, eager to avoid further debate. Bing Lioli inquired, why not deploy a large army? Wouldn't that ensure victory? She believed that given the disparity in their strengths, a victory could be easily secured without deploying excessive force. The large army is engaged with the Phoenix Dynasty, and we must keep a watchful eye on the Soul Clan. Thus, we must operate in small squads to execute a decapitation strategy. Bing Lioli understood the arduous nature of the mission, yet she mounted her undead warhorse without hesitation. charging into battle alongside her comrades. Since Elizabeth and the other two had also chosen undead warhorses, Bing Lieli followed suit. The four coordinated closely, charging bravely toward the rebels. Before long, they arrived at a small outpost of the undead rebel army. At that moment, a death knight named Darby appeared before them. Darby sneered, "Heh, Bing Lieli, I never expected you to become a servant once more, and you've even reached the martial spirit realm. Truly, I am impressed. But fret not. I shall free you from your suffering and grant you true freedom." In the face of Darby's provocation, Bing Lieli sighed in resignation and replied, "Alas, I have no choice. My strength is too feeble. After being captured, surrender was my only option. Now that I am under control, we are adversaries, so let us commence our battle without further ado." However, Darby remained obstinate, continuing to scold angrily, "Humph, if you had not lifted your defenses against the soul. Even a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm would find it difficult to control you, wouldn't they? In my view, you are clearly a spy. She truly is not. You merely cannot accept that the traitors of the Undying clan have returned to our fold." Elizabeth replied with a smile. Most of Darby's subordinates were grand warriors, yet they faced four formidable experts at the martial spirit level: Bing Lieli, Elizabeth, Ankh, and Tang Ku. The outcome of the battle was predetermined from the outset. Darby was swiftly decapitated by Bing Lieli's enhanced crimson scythe. Yet, even in the face of death, Darby continued to glare at Bing Lieli. She felt a pang of grievance within her heart. In truth, she harbored a certain degree of empathy for the ideals of the traitors of the Undying clan, but fate had ensnared her in a predicament. Unable to explain why she had become one of the traitors, she could only silently endure it all. Observing the flicker of emotion in Bing Lieli's eyes and her expression of grievance, the three vampires who had accompanied her were filled with a sense of satisfaction. They witnessed Bing Lieli's vulnerable side while simultaneously feeling their own strength. As the distance between Bing Lieli and Yuhan widened, she gradually sensed the power that had bound her beginning to wane. It was as if an invisible hand that had tightly grasped her body was now slowly loosening its grip. Bing Lieli felt a surge of joy within her. Could it be that I might truly escape his control? Suddenly, she realized that simply distancing herself from Yuhan could diminish his influence over her. When beside Yuhan, she felt like a marionette, every move strictly constrained. Yet now, although the string still existed, it no longer effectively controlled her. If she could reach another world or planet, perhaps she would completely break free and regain her freedom. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that the master-servant relationship between her and Yuhan had not changed. Even at a great distance, their connection remained unbroken. Yet, she firmly believed that as long as she left this place, Yuhan would not be able to control her through the imprint on her soul. With this thought, Bing Lieli could not help but smile, her eyes sparkling with determination. That moment, she and the three vampires rode upon the undead army's steeds, hastening towards the iron-gray fortress of the traitors of the Undying clan. Before long, they finally arrived at the iron-gray fortress. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their hearts sank. They saw that the squad originally comprised of the Soul Clan now had but a single member remaining, all others having perished. Realizing the dire situation, Bing Lieli and her companions decided to immediately assist the lone survivor. Shortly thereafter, they successfully defeated the Death Knight pursuing the Soul Clan member and engaged in conversation. Through their exchange, they gleaned more information about the traitors of the Undying clan and the severity of the battle at hand. "I am Soul Healing, a healer. My Soul Clan squad has been annihilated, and I am now the sole survivor. Please, for the sake of being the last living member of the Soul Clan, do not take advantage of my plight," Soul Healing implored. "If you need assistance, I can provide healing services during battle." Eager to prove her worth, she simultaneously revealed the tense relations between the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan. Hearing her words, Bing Lieli quickly urged, "Let us agree to her request. She is a healer, and with her aid, we can surely succeed in capturing this iron-gray castle." Elizabeth, equally shocked by the annihilation of the Soul Clan squad, pondered deeply before finally nodding in agreement to form an alliance. Thus, the five warriors of the martial spirit realm resolved to join forces and launch an assault on the iron-gray fortress. That moment, a deep and menacing voice resonated from within the castle. "Ha ha! I never expected you to dare come here to meet your demise. I was once a count from the Western Kingdom neighboring the Phoenix Dynasty, but I was cruelly slain by you wretched Blood Clan and Soul Clan. Now, I have joined the Lich faction, becoming one of them. Today, let you taste the flavor of death." The speaker was Felix, who seemed to be intimately familiar with the interior of the Iron Grey Castle. Issuing warnings without hesitation, the staggering zombies and colossal corpses began to advance with their stiff movements towards the 5-member squad at the castle gate. Faced with these unexpected adversaries, the squad immediately grew tense. Quickly gathering together to exchange opinions, Elizabeth, as the captain, was experienced and had successfully led her team on numerous missions. At this moment, she decisively declared, "Listen up, I will command the battle. I will take on the brunt of the enemy's attacks. Ankh, Tangku, you two will handle ranged attacks. Bing Lieli, you will engage in close combat, and Soul Healing, you will focus on healing. Understood." No sooner had Elizabeth spoken than she raised her shield without hesitation, positioning it before the team. Meanwhile, a colossal corpse swung its massive fist, reeking of decay and filth, aiming a crushing blow at Elizabeth. However, she was unfazed by the strike, gripping her shield tightly and managing to withstand the attack of the colossal corpse. Although Elizabeth was not infected by the plague, she still sustained considerable injury from the immense impact. As Elizabeth clashed fiercely with the colossal corpse, the other team members sprang into action. Bing Lieli and the 2 other vampires relentlessly assaulted the colossal corpse. Their strikes, while not lethal, ensnared it in a quagmire. Ankh and Tangku unleashed their ranged spells from a distance, further hindering the colossal corpse's movements. After a fierce battle, the colossal corpse finally succumbed. The remaining staggering zombies, though numerous, were far weaker than the colossal corpse, and thus were swiftly dispatched by the 5-member squad. This short skirmish, though brief, proved to be a valuable trial for the team. Chapter 15. The Undertaker and the Undying Clan Traitors. Following this, the 5 continued onward, encountering fierce assaults from undead hounds and skeletal warhorses along the way. Though they sustained notable injuries during their battles with these malevolent creatures, their wounds gradually healed with effort. Subsequently, the 5 resumed their journey, soon arriving before the inner city gates. At this moment, the commander stood before the grand entrance, his eyes ablaze with fury and authority. He glared fixedly at Bing Lieli, rebuking her, "You shameful traitor! How could you choose to become a servant to those people again?" Bing Lieli felt both wronged and helpless, her voice trembling as she replied, I did not intentionally betray you. I was ensnared by the enemy's scheme, and now I have no other choice but to fight for my life." Elizabeth, with a mischievous smile, teased Commander "Seeing your former traitor members return to us, obedient and loyal, even bearing the imprint of our master deep within their souls, must infuriate you greatly, no?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Had it not been for their bodies having rotted away after becoming zombies, Commander and Baron Felix would have sought out some beautiful vampires to claim for themselves now, witnessing the formerly striking Bing Lieli surrendering to the enemy, while Elizabeth taunted them, instantly provoked Commander into a furious rage. Commander charged forth, seething with wrath, yet Elizabeth effortlessly countered his assault. At that moment, Bing Lieli swung her scythe from the side, accurately striking Commander and inflicting significant injury. Immediately after, Ankh and Tangku's long-range necromantic spells also hit their mark. In no time, Commander's entire undead body began to rot away, ultimately collapsing entirely, his breath extinguished. Subsequently, the 5 entered the inner city with ease. Here, they encountered an elite squad of Death Knights and immediately engaged in fierce combat. However, Baron Felix seized the opportunity to stealthily ascend the castle wall. As the 5 successfully eliminated the Death Knight squad and continued their pursuit, they discovered that every 10 meters along the wall stood a gargoyle. These gargoyles seemed to serve as guardians of the castle, presenting a new challenge for them. The gargoyles were immovable and exceedingly hard, even harder than steel. Elizabeth suggested that they ignore the gargoyles and leave this place directly. However, Bing Lieli held a different opinion, believing they should proceed cautiously, step by step. Yet, ultimately, as the captain, Elizabeth's decision was followed. As time passed, the distance between the gargoyles gradually diminished, forming an impenetrable barrier. At that moment, a strange cacophony of gargoyle cries suddenly erupted, thoroughly unsettling the minds of the group. These eerie sound waves seemed to possess a certain magic, swiftly occupying the Five's brains and plunging them into confusion. Amidst this chaos, only Bing Liuli managed to maintain relative clarity. It turned out that Yuhan had previously left an imprint deep within her soul, granting her some resistance to such mental attacks. However, even though she could remain alert, she dared not act independently, fearing the danger that might arise. Thus, she could only helplessly follow along with the others. Unbeknownst to them, the Five began to walk toward the castle's exit. Distancing themselves from the inner city of the iron-gray fortress, as they regained their senses, they found themselves in a filthy, putrid place, filled with stitched-together corpses. Elizabeth and her companions were overwhelmed with astonishment and confusion, utterly unaware of what had transpired. While they were engrossed in their surroundings, none noticed that beneath their feet lay a colossal zombie, hidden from view. This zombie was of an astonishing size, approximately 100 meters in length and nearly 40 meters in width. Suddenly, Elizabeth, Bing Liuli, and 3 others felt their footing slip, as if they were sliding down a slide. Before long, they glided a considerable distance, and the sight before them left them utterly astonished. The ground was littered with numerous pustules and tumors, some of which had already ruptured, spraying a green, corrosive liquid that splattered onto them, causing immediate, excruciating pain that elicited involuntary groans. In response to this dire situation, Hun Liao hastily invoked the shadow healing technique to tend to the group. However, Bing Liuli stood apart, for her entire equipment set had been enhanced. Whether it was the scythe in her hand or the shimmering faux ice crystal mist ensemble she wore, she was able to withstand the damage inflicted by the corrosive liquid. Thus, among the 5, she managed to cope with the situation most easily. Yet, her moment of triumph was short-lived, as her high-heeled shoes caused her to slip and ultimately fall to the ground. Within the corrosive liquid emerged enormous parasites and decaying corpses, exuding a nauseating stench that was enough to make one gag. Although the 5 individuals hailed from the Soul Clan and the Blood Clan, granting them a certain immunity to such repulsive entities, they nonetheless felt their morale plummet, their fighting spirit visibly waning. Ankh and Tangku were filled with dread at the horrifying spectacle before them. They began to contemplate whether they should abandon their mission and flee this terrifying place. However, just as they hesitated, Elizabeth's fierce shout shattered their thoughts of retreat. With unwavering conviction, Elizabeth reminded them that as warriors, they must not yield easily and must persevere. As the group successfully eliminated the parasites emerging from the gigantic corpse, the behemoth finally rose to its feet. This towering creature stood at a height of 100 meters, resembling a small mountain before them. It swung its massive fists, creating a fierce gust of wind as it lunged toward the 5. Could this truly be the fabled Undertaker, the gigantic zombie? A being of the Martial King realm was surely beyond the capabilities of the 5 of us. At that moment, Elizabeth felt a surge of fear. She was acutely aware of her limited strength. 3 members of her party had reached the first level of martial spirit, while she herself had barely attained 6/10 of that level. Hun Liao possessed 5/10 of martial spirit. Faced with such a formidable foe, they seemed to have fallen into despair. Bing Liuli recalled her past as a human youth general, when she had been slain by such undertakers, and a fierce desire for vengeance welled up within her. However, at that moment, she was under the control of Yuhan, compelled to prioritize the mission and her life above all else. Suddenly, she felt herself once again manipulated by Yuhan, her legs moving involuntarily as she began to flee. Observing Bing Liuli's hasty retreat, the others followed suit, but Ankh and Tangku, moving too slowly, were tragically struck by a punch from the Undertaker, instantly reduced to a pulp. The Undertaker, sluggish in its movements, was unable to pursue the 3 fleeing individuals. Soon, they returned to the city walls, where they cleared away the gargoyles to the best of their ability before continuing onward. Did Lord Yuhan not order us to withdraw? Bing Liuli inquired, puzzled. Indeed, she commanded me to head toward the city walls, urging us to continue our assault, Bing Liuli explained. Elizabeth assessed their current situation with utmost seriousness. Given the present circumstances, we must indeed push forward. Only Baron Felix remains as our last adversary. If we can successfully eliminate him, our mission will be deemed a success. As for the Undertaker, despite being a Martial King level threat, his sluggishness allows us to disregard the danger he poses. In truth, just as Elizabeth had surmised, after vanquishing a portion of the lingering soul attendants, the 3 of them finally beheld Baron Felix. Upon seeing Bing Liuli, Felix shook his head in resignation before grasping the pistol at his waist. With several gunshots ringing out, the battle commenced in earnest. Bing Liuli swiftly conjured an ice shield, deflecting the hail of bullets from Felix. Immediately afterward, Elizabeth charged forward valiantly, launching a fierce assault on Felix with her sharp claws and sturdy blood shield. Before long, Felix found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle against the three. Despite possessing the strength equivalent to 8/10 of martial spirit, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage against their coordinated onslaught. Desperately attempting to create distance between himself and his opponents, he was thwarted by Bing Liuli's adept manipulation of water and ice elements, which successfully slowed and froze him in place in no time. Felix's body was stripped of vitality, and his soul dissipated into the ether. "Our mission is finally accomplished," the three exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with joy and exhaustion. Subsequently, they mounted their undead steeds and swiftly departed from that accursed place. However, the perilous Undertaker still attempted to obstruct their escape, yet the cunning trio adeptly navigated around the obstacles, hastening their return to the Undead Clan's base. Upon their return, Hunliao resolved to head back to the Soul Clan's base, while Bing Liuli and Elizabeth chose to meet with Yuhan to report on the progress of their mission. When they finally encountered Yuhan, both knelt respectfully on one knee, informing her that the mission had been successfully completed. Hearing this news, Yuhan was overjoyed and commended Elizabeth, saying, "Well done, Elizabeth. You may go and claim your reward." Elizabeth nodded gratefully before stepping back. Yuhan then turned her attention to Bing Liuli, continuing, "Now, we face a new challenge. Due to the Phoenix Dynasty's counteroffensive, our relationship with the Soul Clan has improved due to our common enemy. However, we still require you to assault a city to solidify our position." Upon hearing this command, Bing Liuli felt a twinge of discontent. "I am but a first-level martial spirit. How can I be expected to assault a city? May I not first become stronger?" she protested, feeling that the benefits gained from battling such formidable foes were woefully inadequate. Yuhan patiently explained, "When you wield your scythe to slay powerful enemies, their blood is absorbed into the scythe. I can draw upon the blood within the scythe to enhance your strength, but doing so will diminish the scythe's own power." After hearing this, Bing Liuli's gaze turned resolute as she asserted, "I still wish to grow stronger as swiftly as possible." Yuhan smiled knowingly, acknowledging her determination, and replied, "Very well, as my servant, you must continually grow stronger to serve me better. Here are some elixirs. Take them." With that, Yuhan handed Bing Liuli the elixirs while simultaneously transferring the essence of blood from the scythe to her. Under Yuhan's guidance and assistance, Bing Liuli commenced her arduous training. As time passed, she felt her cultivation rapidly ascend, soon breaking through to the 5th level of martial spirit, entering the mid-stage. Yuhan nodded in satisfaction and urged Bing Liuli to undertake her mission. "Now, go and assault the dragon fishing city. If you succeed, I shall assist you in your training, enabling you to break through to the Martial King realm." Bing Liuli inwardly sighed, realizing that she had not even had a chance to eat since her return, let alone rest in her ice coffin. Yet she understood that attaining such a swift advancement to the mid-stage of martial spirit was indeed fortuitous. Moreover, with her unique constitution, she could fully endure this surge in cultivation. Despite her reluctance, she could only respond respectfully, "Yes, master, I shall go at once." With that, she turned to leave the room, preparing to embark on a fierce battle at Dragon Fishing City. Chapter 16. The assault on Dragon Fishing City. Just as Bing Liuli was about to depart, Yuhan called her back once more. Then, she exhaled a few breaths filled with chaotic and violent malevolent energy, which quickly enveloped the entire room. Bing Liuli found herself unable to resist, inhaling deeply, and soon all the malevolent energy was completely absorbed by her. This energy stripped her of the remnants of her humanity, leaving her no longer sparing a single living soul. She would ruthlessly slaughter any living being in her path. Reveling in the sight of blood rain pouring down, Bing Liuli flashed Yuhan a wicked smile, and Yuhan, pleased, gently stroked her head before handing her a bloodstone. Next, Yuhan presented her with a token, instructing, "Hurry back. This token will ensure that the Blood Clan besieging Dragon Fishing City will obey your commands. Of course, I also suspect that the failure to take this city may be due to the Soul Clan's negligence." Bing Liuli mounted her spectral deer and swiftly approached the vicinity of Dragon Fishing City. The Undead Clan's forces had besieged this location for quite some time but had yet to breach the city. The entire mountain range loomed at a near 90-degree angle, so steep that it was utterly daunting and utterly unclimbable. Moreover, the mountain was riddled with precarious cliffs and massive boulders, obstructing their path forward. From the summit, one could see a small mountain town that was entirely self-sufficient, sufficient to sustain the needs of 5,000 inhabitants. Upon the battlements lay a myriad of colossal stones, flaming logs, and an array of defensive weaponry, complemented by formidable aerial forces such as the divine arm crossbows and celestial archers. Even more troubling was the rumored presence of enigmatic formations within the city, further complicating the siege. When Bing Lioli arrived at this seemingly impregnable fortress, a wave of frustration washed over her. Nevertheless, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she resolved to engage in dialogue with the local undead commander to glean further insights. She first inquired about the name of this Blood Clan commander, presenting her insignia. The commander, known as Shuaying, expressed profound astonishment at Bing Lioli's arrival. Upon learning of her affiliation with the martial Emperor Yuhan, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Shuaying elaborated on the current state of affairs, revealing their myriad attempts to breach the city's defenses, all of which had yielded no success. Faced with this bastion of strength, they found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Standing outside the city, her brow furrowed in contemplation, Bing Lioli scrutinized the formidable walls and the tight-knit defenses surrounding her, pondering how to dismantle the city's fortifications. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to withdraw the besieging forces and infiltrate the city herself in search of opportunity. However, to execute this plan, she first needed to eliminate the Soul Clan forces encircling the city. With a swift motion, Bing Lioli appeared before the commander of the Soul Clan, who mockingly derided her. A mere girl from the Blood Clan dares to step onto the battlefield? Truly laughable. Were it not for the protective charms adorning the walls, our phantoms would have long since laid waste to this city without your Blood Clan's assistance. Having besieged it for so long, how could we easily abandon our efforts? In the face of the Soul Clan commander's provocation, Bing Lioli remained unfazed, calmly proposing a one-on-one duel. The commander, upon hearing this challenge, scoffed but ultimately accepted. He transformed into a swirling mass of green spirit flame, hovering in anticipation of Bing Lioli's assault. Taking a deep breath, Bing Lioli gripped her scarlet scythe tightly, feeling the potent aura bestowed upon her by Yuhan. Channeling this power into her scythe, it radiated a sinister glow. With a sweeping motion, she unleashed a sharp surge of necrotic energy towards the green spirit flame. The commander was taken aback, realizing too late the extent of Bing Lioli's strength, which instilled within him a palpable sense of mortality. Hastily employing his phasing ability, he still found himself struck by the scythe, sustaining grievous injuries. Witnessing this, Bing Lioli's heart soared with elation. She understood that her necrotic power held a decisive advantage over the Soul Clan, particularly against phantoms capable of phasing. Continuing her relentless assault with the scythe, she unleashed wave after wave of necrotic energy, steadily diminishing the strength of the green spirit flame. Ultimately, the commander could no longer withstand her onslaught and reluctantly conceded defeat. Bing Lioli emerged victorious over the Soul Clan commander, a triumph she recognized as merely the beginning, with further challenges lying ahead. Yet she held firm in her belief that perseverance would enable her to breach the city's defenses and achieve her objectives. The Soul Clan commander, grumbling, retreated with his forces. A few days post the siege at Diaolong City, Bing Lioli, holding a position of considerable esteem within the Blood Clan, was bestowed with the finest coffin for her daytime repose by Shuaying. As days passed, a trickle of townsfolk began to enter and exit Diaolong City Point one day. Bing Lioli dispatched several vampires disguised as commoners to infiltrate the city, including Yi Xingchen, Su Liyue, and Luo Zining. Yi Xingchen masqueraded as an elderly beggar, while Su Liyue and Luo Zining posed as women and children. Although Bing Lioli initially intended to accompany them, she found herself unable to remove her crystalline mist attire, compounded by Yuhan's disapproval of her appearing in a less than flattering guise. More critically, after inhaling the malevolent energy bestowed by Yuhan, she struggled to suppress her murderous intent towards the living. This uncontrollable thirst for bloodshed was not merely a means to appease Yuhan but also a manifestation of her inner turmoil. Ultimately, Bing Lioli resolved to forego her plan of masquerading as a commoner and instead placed her hopes on the 3 chosen vampires successfully infecting the humans within Dialong City or contaminating their fields to achieve the city's downfall. Yi Xingqian, Su Liyue, and Luo Xingning successfully entered Dialong City and unexpectedly discovered that the city's water supply stemmed from a stream high in the mountains. Under the cover of night, Yi Xingqian stealthily approached the source of the water and gently dripped his blood into it, hoping to infect the inhabitants of the city. Meanwhile, Su Liyue and Luo Xingning scattered special seeds in the fields, which would release a gas capable of tainting the soil come nightfall. As time elapsed, the humans within the city would gradually exhibit various anomalous behaviors, potentially becoming increasingly irritable, while the fields would slowly begin to wither. Subsequently, Yi Xingqian cleverly leveraged his beggar persona to connect with the city's beggar community, feigning wisdom as he shared insights with the citizens in the streets. Through subtle insinuations and psychological manipulation, he successfully led the populace to unwittingly embrace his ideology. Su Liyue, utilizing her striking beauty, adeptly infiltrated various social gatherings, discreetly pouring her blood into the drinks of the nobility. As time progressed, these nobles began to exhibit vampiric traits, their influence spreading like a plague, ultimately permeating the entire Dialong City. Concurrently, Luo Xingning set up a stall in the market, selling her garments at enticingly low prices. Aware of their allure to the common folk, she attracted numerous buyers daily. Unbeknownst to them, the garments were coated with a special potion designed to slowly erode human will upon contact, rendering them more susceptible to control. Thus, after nearly a month, a signal flare finally ignited within Dialong City, signaling that the Blood Clan was ready to launch a full-scale assault. Bing Lioli immediately summoned Shuang, and the Blood Clan forces swiftly mobilized to mount a fierce attack on Dialong City. The Soul Clan, fearing the Blood Clan would seize all spoils, joined the fray, intensifying the conflict. By this time, a significant number of the city's inhabitants had been infected by the Blood Clan, transforming into vampires. Under the combined pressure from both inside and out, the walls of Dialong City were swiftly breached. Soldiers and residents alike fled in panic, though a few brave souls chose to remain and resist, including a foreign paladin hired by the Phoenix Dynasty and several martial artists, who retreated to the Lord's Manor to continue their defiance against the Blood Clan incursion. In the midst of this fierce battle, Bing Lioli, alongside Yi Xingqian, Su Liyue, Luo Xingning, and Shuang, launched an offensive against the remaining strong defenders within the city, which had been incessantly battered by the undead army. Observing the dwindling numbers of their adversaries, Bing Lioli resolved to attempt persuading the remaining opponents, which included a female swordswoman, a warrior with the lion's roar skill, and a paladin, to surrender. She proclaimed, "Surrender at once. You still possess the leverage for negotiation." Yet, her entreaty was met with resolute refusal. The battle-worn swordswoman, riddled with wounds and suffering greatly, addressed her companions, Shanlin Shao, Hammer Iron. "It appears we 3 martial spirits are all that remain now that the city has been breached." No sooner had she spoken than the paladin swung his hammer with lethal intent, striking the swordswoman down instantly. Despite Shanlin Zhao's sonic attack capabilities and Hammer Iron's wielding of holy light alongside paladin equipment, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed by the multitude of martial spirits arrayed against them. In their desperation, they began to dismantle the corpses surrounding them. Witnessing this, Bing Lioli swiftly wielded the powers of water and ice to shield the fallen swordswoman's body from further desecration. As time passed, flames erupted all around, growing ever more ferocious, smoke billowing forth, and fire lighting up the skies. The siege culminated in the conquest of Diaolong Mountain, marking a significant loss for the Phoenix Dynasty. "What a breeze, without even needing to lift a finger," Bing Lioli remarked with a smile. She then added, "This swordswoman's swordsmanship is quite commendable. We should consider resurrecting her to serve as our sword instructor." Upon hearing this, Shuang, Su Liyue, Luo Xingning, and Yi Xingqian all voiced their agreement, responding in unison, "As you command." Simultaneously, the Soul Clan successfully commandeered Shanlin Zhao's body, extracting a wealth of knowledge and techniques related to sound waves. However, both the Soul and Blood Clans exhibited disdain towards the Paladin's corpse, ultimately deciding to feed it to the parasites and ghouls. After addressing these matters, Bing Lioli conveyed a multitude of messages from Yuhan intended for the frontline troops. Once her duties were complete, she departed the scene, Returning to the Blood Clan's base to report her findings, I am thrilled to announce, Master, that the Diaolong Mountain Fortress has been breached, Bing Liuli exclaimed. Yuhan smiled and nodded, expressing his approval. Well done. I shall reward you appropriately with that. He gently beckoned her closer. Bing Liuli obediently approached Yuhan, only to find his gaze fixed upon the ice coffin. Stirring a sense of confusion within her, enter, Yuhan softly instructed, pointing at the coffin. Bing Liuli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hastily shook her head in refusal. Yuhan furrowed her brows slightly, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. What, do you not wish to enhance your cultivation? Only through contact with me can I transfer my power to you, aiding you in your swift ascension to the Martial King realm. As she spoke, Yuhan activated the spiritual seal she used to control Bing Liuli, rendering her unable to resist. Left with no choice, Bing Liuli stepped into the icy coffin. At that moment, she beheld Yuhan's attire. A splendid black gown complemented by suspender stockings and exquisite little shoes. Exuding an aura of mystery and charmed in stark contrast, Bing Liuli donned a delicate blue and white dress, paired with white stockings and blue-white high heels, creating a vivid juxtaposition, much like a pair of contrasting flowers. Bing Liuli couldn't help but exclaim, "So, my master possesses such a captivating beauty." Her gaze gradually became dreamy, a surge of inexplicable emotions swelling within her. She realized she had deeply fallen in love with this powerful and enchanting master before her. Observing the situation, Bing Liuli understood that refusal was futile, and she reluctantly nodded in agreement. A sigh of resignation escaped her lips, a hint of helplessness gracing her expression. Then, with astonishment, Bing Liuli remarked, "I never expected such a colossal icy coffin." Yuhan smiled slightly in response, saying, "I wonder how well you have honed your water and ice elemental powers. If you could create a water coffin and soft ice, our training would be immensely more effective." Upon hearing this, Bing Liuli felt her cheeks flush, and she gently shook her head. After a while, the two entered the icy coffin together, commencing their cultivation. As time elapsed, Bing Liuli's heart was gradually captured by Yuhan, particularly upon realizing that she was merely Yuhan's subordinate, while Yuhan's prowess was unfathomably profound. The dual forces of black and white intertwined between them, as if becoming one. Suddenly, a rapid beeping pierced the air. Interrupting their training, Yuhan, somewhat helpless, freed one hand to answer the call. She picked up the communicator and inquired, "Hello? Who is this?" A voice on the other end replied, "I am Huanhua. How have you been lately? If possible, I would like to gather with you to explore the icy coffin together." Huanhua expressed that it had been a long time since they had ventured into the icy coffin. "Let's discuss this tomorrow." Yuhan exchanged a few brief words with Huanhua before hastily ending the call. Seizing the moment while Yuhan was preoccupied, Bing Liuli began to channel her powers, seizing the opportunity to absorb more strength. After a considerable duration, she finally reached the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. Soon after, the two emerged from the icy coffin, but Yuhan appeared somewhat weakened. Her expression darkened as she said to Bing Liuli, "What I have given you belongs to you. What I have not given you, you cannot take." Bing Liuli lowered her head, softly replying, "I apologize, master. I was too greedy. Considering this is your first offense, I shall forgive you this time. I must seek Huanhua to regain the strength I lost." "You won't be jealous, will you?" Yuhan asked with a smile. At that moment, Bing Liuli's heart brimmed with jealousy, for she was unaware of the extent of the relationship between Yuhan and Huanhua. Nor did she know of their previous explorations of the icy coffin during the day. Before long, Bing Liuli watched as Yuhan meticulously adorned herself, transforming into a figure of allure and maturity, before heading to the Hun clan's base. Meanwhile, Bing Liuli could only pace back and forth in Yuhan's home with a sense of helplessness. When Yuhan returned, she appeared invigorated, her powers seemingly enhanced. The wave of unexplainable sourness surged within Bing Liuli, as if enveloped by an endless tide of jealousy. Tears involuntarily slipped from the corners of her eyes, falling onto the cold ground and forming crystalline droplets. At that moment, Yuhan appeared quite pleased with herself. Even striking poses, she seemed thoroughly satisfied with Bing Liuli's reaction. After a while, Yuhan cheerfully remarked, "Hee, don't be jealous. We are all on the same side. I have good news to share. Once you successfully break through to the Martial King realm, we can devise a way to resurrect Liuli Shui." Upon hearing this, Bing Liuli's mood improved slightly, though she still felt a semblance of discontent. However, since Yuhan had said so, she refrained from further complaints. Before long, Yuhan presented Bing Liuli with some precious pills, advising, "Take these pills. They will aid you in enhancing your cultivation and becoming even stronger." Without hesitation, Bing Liuli accepted the pills and swallowed them. As the pills slid down her throat, a wave of warmth spread throughout her body, and she felt subtle changes occurring within her. Moments later, she was astonished to discover that her height had increased, nearly matching Yuhan's. Subsequently, the two dove back into the icy coffin, embarking on another round of cultivation. This time, Bing Liuli distinctly sensed her spiritual power surging, as though on the brink of breaking through her limitations. She knew she was approaching a breakthrough to the martial king realm. As time ticked away, a sudden surge of potent blood energy converged upon Bing Liuli. She tightly shut her eyes, channeling all her strength to guide this formidable energy into her body. Finally, at a pivotal moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth from them. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from her body, shattering the surrounding icy. In that moment, Bing Liuli successfully broke through to the martial king realm. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing tenderly at Yuhan, her eyes brimming with gratitude and affection, as if wishing to convey her profound feelings through her gaze. Yuhan responded with a doting smile, gently stroking Bing Liuli's hair, as if to assure her that she would always be by her side, protecting and cherishing her. Thus, a day swiftly passed, the two immersed in each other's love, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. As night fell, the world was cloaked in darkness. In this silent night, the two prepared to meet Huanhua with eager hearts, hoping to gain further guidance regarding their future. However, just as they were about to depart, an unexpected message shattered the calm. A messenger vampire rushed in, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "Not good. The goblins have declared war on us. Moreover, they have also kidnapped several female vampires." Upon hearing this news, Yuhan's expression changed. She understood the implications. Goblins were ferocious creatures, and their emergence posed a significant threat. Yuhan turned to Bing Liuli, a hint of resignation flickering in her eyes. She knew that in the face of such circumstances, someone had to take action. Thus, she softly said to Bing Liuli, "I must trouble you to go once more. The resurrection plan for Liuli Shui will have to be postponed." Bing Liuli felt a pang of disappointment, but resolutely nodded, indicating her willingness to accept the task. Bing Liuli gazed at Yuhan, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. She softly declared, "Master, I will swiftly resolve these goblins, for I wish to remain by your side." Yuhan smiled gently at her words, lightly patting Bing Liuli's shoulder, encouraging her, "Go, believe in your abilities." Encouraged by Yuhan's words, Bing Liuli felt a surge of strength welling up within her. She turned and departed, her eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Shortly after, Bing Liuli arrived at the front lines where the battle against the goblins raged. The air was thick with tension, and fierce combat was underway. Bing Liuli quickly spotted familiar figures, Blood Shadow, Su Liyue, Luo Zining, and Yi Xingchen, who were locked in a desperate struggle against the goblins. Bing Liuli swiftly joined the fray, showcasing her formidable prowess. She and Blood Shadow took on the role of close-range attackers, unleashing rapid strikes to suppress the goblin defenses. Yi Xingchen focused on defense, shielding teammates from enemy assaults. Su Liyue played a crucial role as a ranged attacker, providing fire support to the frontline warriors. Meanwhile, Luo Zining concentrated on healing, ensuring the team remained in prime condition. In this intense battle, each member showcased their strengths, coordinating seamlessly to repel the goblin onslaught. Bing Liuli's presence amplified the team's fighting spirit. Her valor and tenacity set an example for all. Despite facing numerous challenges, they firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could overcome any adversary. The other four were seasoned vampires of the martial spirit realm. Yet Bing Liuli's cultivation had reached the heights of the martial king realm. To be a favored companion of the martial emperor Yuhan was truly enviable. Luo Zining remarked, "Haha, indeed. All it takes is to spread our legs and circulate our powers. Unlike us who are out here fighting for our lives, burdened by so many considerations." Yi Xingchen chimed in with a laugh. However, this remark filled Bing Liuli with indignation. She immediately unleashed the formidable aura of the martial king realm, instantly imposing a powerful pressure on the two, compelling them to apologize. My cultivation speed far surpasses yours. All of this has been achieved through legitimate training. Do not make such vulgar jokes again, or I will easily enslave you in the future, being Lieli threatened, albeit playfully. Nevertheless, the two complied and fell silent. The five swiftly eliminated a batch of knights, archers, and large goblins from the Martial Master to Great Martial Master realms, then proceeded deeper into the Goblin Forest. Chapter 18. Assault on the Goblins. This place is the Goblins' lair, and for the five of them, they were about to face a daunting trial from the outset. They would encounter the Goblins' self-destructing troops, assault units, and 4 white-clad goblins of the martial spirit realm. Originally, whenever a white-clad goblin met its demise, the others would gain strength. Fortunately, the Blood Shadow's Blood Prison and Su Liyue's Enchanting Gaze successfully gathered all the goblins together, allowing the five to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Subsequently, the five pressed onward, entering the second area. Here, they stumbled upon a goblin bomb cart, capable of converting the consumed goblins into explosive power. Thus, they initiated a relay, continuously tossing goblins into the cart. Once a goblin was devoured, they hastened their pace to advance further. Before long, a resounding explosion echoed from behind them, marking a tremendous detonation. Eventually, they arrived at the third area, guarded by goblin warlords. This region was adorned with peculiar fruits growing upon its trees. Upon noticing the approach of Bing Lieli and the other 4 vampires, the goblins wasted no time in hurling the fruits at the trees, summoning numerous beasts from the forest. However, Bing Lieli's strength had significantly increased, enabling her to kill the goblins from a distance with icy spikes. After a fierce battle, they finally dispatched the goblins. Yet, the subsequent appearance of the goblin warlord posed an even greater threat. He hurled spears and cages, the latter triggering localized explosions. Regrettably, Yixingchen was targeted and perished as a result. Though the remaining 4 were gripped by fear, they united in their assault, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the goblin warlord. Despite their inability to resurrect the shattered Yixingchen, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Soon after, they encountered a multitude of large goblins, towering at heights of 2 to 3 meters, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious and brutal aura. Nearby, a ship laden with explosives rested. Observing this, Bing Lieli decisively commanded everyone to concentrate their fire on the vessel. Subsequently, she and Blood Shadow formed a dual shield, one of chilling ice and the other of sanguine blood. The goblin giants were entirely unprepared for the vampires' direct assault on the ship, which soon erupted in a violent explosion. The deafening blast wreaked havoc, severely injuring those goblins at the martial spirit and grand martial master levels, causing countless casualties. However, despite the protection of the dual shields, Bing Lieli and her companions still sustained considerable injuries. They were compelled to regroup and rest briefly before continuing their advance. At last, they approached the vicinity of the Goblin King. He sat upon a massive war chariot, which exuded an imposing aura, equipped with 2 long battering rams at the front. Beneath the chariot, a throng of enslaved goblins sluggishly pulled it along. Upon sighting Bing Lieli and her companions, the Goblin King immediately urged his chariot toward them. Faced with such a formidable foe, the 4 were momentarily thrown into disarray, scrambling in haste to escape. However, Bing Lieli, hindered by her high-heeled shoes, found her movements severely restricted. Her footwear consistently lagged behind her pace, causing her to stumble and fall repeatedly during her flight. At that moment, the Goblin King's chariot charged at her once more in a desperate maneuver. Bing Lieli lunged forward, crashing heavily to the ground, narrowly evading the lethal impact. After a series of violent collisions, the goblin slaves beneath the chariot gradually lost their strength, their movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Lieli and her companions quickened their offensive rhythm. They collaborated closely, launching repeated assaults on the Goblin King's chariot. Ultimately, they succeeded in destroying the terrifying vehicle. The Goblin King leaped down from the chariot, wielding a staff aloft, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Subsequently, the enslaved goblins under his control emitted anguished moans, their bodies slowly being drawn into the staff. Simultaneously, the staff began to crackle with lightning, flickering erratically as the Goblin King performed a bizarre dance. Eerie torches appeared around them, seemingly linked to the Goblin King's dance, continually releasing powerful waves of energy. Faced with this scenario, Bing Lieli, Blood Shadow, Su Liyue, and Luo Xening had no choice but to focus their attention on these torches, attempting to eliminate them. However, just as they were preoccupied with the torches, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at them. Bing Lioli immediately conjured an ice shield, but it proved insufficient to withstand the lightning's onslaught. Shattering instantly, Blood Shadow hastily employed a blood shield. Yet it too failed to repel the lightning's might. The four vampires, struck by the lightning, found themselves paralyzed and unable to move. Seeing this, the Goblin King reveled in his perceived victory, sauntering over to deal the final blow. At that moment, Bing Lioli felt her relic attire activating, aiding her in swiftly recovering her strength and injuries. In an instant, Bing Lioli struck decisively, ending the life of the peak martial spirit Goblin King with blinding speed. Upon the Goblin King's demise, chaos ensued among the remaining goblins, who fled in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Lioli and her companions began to tidy the battlefield before gradually making their way back. This battle profoundly impressed upon them the formidable power of the relic attire, which not only augmented their strength but could also save lives in critical moments. Before long, everyone came forward to claim their well-deserved rewards and then departed slowly. However, Bing Lioli lingered, continuing her conversation with Yuhan. Yuhan remarked, "This mission has been successfully completed, yet I fear that the conflict between us and the Soul Clan will only intensify, with the day of an all-out confrontation drawing near." Bing Lioli nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, should we not commence efforts to help Lu Lixue regain her corporeal form?" Yuhan affirmed, "Precisely, this matter must be prioritized. However, it will require the aid of your body, and you may have to endure immense suffering in the process." Upon hearing this, Bing Lioli hesitated not for a moment, resolutely declaring, "I can accept that." Shortly thereafter, Yuhan and Bing Lioli contacted Hunhua through a communication artifact. Before long, Hunhua arrived at Yuhan's residence. In a brief span, Hunhua cast a peculiar spell, successfully summoning Lu Lishue's soul. "Master, what do you require of me?" Lu Lixue inquired upon her emergence, entirely disregarding the presence of Bing Lioli and Yuhan. Clearly, she had been thoroughly conditioned by Hunhua into a loyal servant. "To enable you to regain a body, I shall have you inhabit Bing Lioli's form." Hunhua replied with a smile. At this juncture, Bing Lioli noticed that her soul had lowered all defenses per Yuhan's request, and she fully consented to this. Soon, Lu Lixue began to inhabit Bing Lioli's body. Following this, Hunhua and Yuhan commenced the arrangement of numerous formations and rituals. As time passed, Bing Lioli and Lu Lixue began to gradually separate, along with their corporeal forms. In essence, Bing Lioli's body was split in two, with one portion granted to Lu Lixue and the other retained for Bing Lioli herself. At this moment, both possessed only half a body and head, their injuries grievous and appearance dire. Nevertheless, the formations and elixirs prepared by Hunhua and Yuhan proved immensely effective. With the aid of these resources, their bodies swiftly healed. Before long, both Bing Lioli, or rather, both Lu Lixue, were restored to full health. They each adorned themselves in garments of crystalline ice mist ripples, making it nearly impossible to discern which was the true Bing Lioli and which was Lu Lixue. Consequently, Yuhan and Hunhua activated their soul imprints of control, causing Bing Lioli and Lu Lixue to mechanically approach their respective masters. Despite possessing the strength of martial kings, their bodies remained exceedingly weak, incapable of defeating even a mere martial spirit. Chapter 19. Romantic entanglements. Let Bing Lioli and Lu Lixue rest for a while. During this time, how about allowing them to engage in a romantic interlude? Hunhua suggested to Yuhan, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Sounds delightful. I find it quite entertaining," Yuhan readily agreed, appearing thoroughly intrigued by the notion. It is the master's command. There is no choice." Lu Lixue sighed resignedly, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bing Lioli inwardly lamented, cursing, that detestable Hunhua is truly going too far. At that moment, Bing Lioli suddenly sensed a familiar presence echoing through her mind. It was Yuhan's voice, cold and unequivocal. "If you do not comply, I will ensure Lu Lixue learns of your subjugation by me. It would break her heart." Yuhan's voice pierced Bing Lioli's heart like a sharp dagger. She trembled, fully aware that revealing her control to Lu Lixue would inflict immense harm upon her. Feeling utterly helpless, Bing Lioli recognized that even if she resisted Yuhan's demands, he could still manipulate her through the soul imprint. Thus, she had no choice but to submit. Bing Lioli and Lu Lixue utilized their powers to create exquisite ice flowers. Exchanging them with one another. At that moment, Yuhan and Hanhua exchanged knowing glances, activating the soul imprints. Instantly, both Bing Lioli and Lu Lixue perceived each other's beauty, a surge of affection swelling within them. This sensation was fleeting but sufficient to mark a beautiful beginning. Thus, Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue blushed and confessed their feelings to one another, oblivious to the presence of Hanhua and Yuhan standing beside them. As they remained under the influence of control, a sly smile flickered on the faces of Hanhua and Yuhan, who even altered their memories. Consequently, the bond between Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue deepened. Akin to that of infatuated lovers. In truth, Bing Lioli hailed from the current timeline, while Liu Lixue originated from the past. They were, in essence, the same person. Although Yuhan and Hanhua also belonged to the same source, their connection was even more profound, rendering them akin to more quintessential counterparts. The compatibility between the two was exceptional, their souls defenseless against one another. Soon, Hanhua and Yuhan guided Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue to a crystal-clear spring for a one-day honeymoon. Hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder, the pair sweetly nestled together, exchanging tender words, some heartfelt, while others were involuntary utterances influenced by the enchantment of the soul imprint. Bing Lioli led Liu Lixue to the edge of the spring, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed upon the enchanting scenery. Gently caressing Liu Lixue's cheek, she tenderly suggested, "It is truly beautiful here. Let us swim together." Liu Lixue smiled and nodded, aware that this would be an unforgettable moment. Together, they leapt into the icy waters of the spring, reveling in the thrill and joy brought by the chill. The icy mist and rippling water harmonized perfectly with their surroundings, as though they were an intrinsic part of this wintry realm. Within the spring, they delighted in each other's company, resting on the shore when fatigued, sharing their affections. Liu Lixue softly caressed Bing Lioli's face, her eyes shimmering with profound emotion as she professed, "I love you, forever and always." Bing Lioli embraced her tightly in response, declaring, "I too love you. My heart will forever belong to you." Unbeknownst to them, hours slipped by in the spring as the sun began its descent. Painting the sky with a resplendent twilight hue, Liu Lixue proposed they soak in a hot spring, to which Bing Lioli readily agreed. They re-entered the icy spring, luxuriating in the soothing waters. Within the spring, they discovered a pearl necklace, adorning each other with it. Liu Lixue feigned breathlessness, prompting Bing Lioli to perform artificial respiration, before the two soon emerged onto the shore. In reality, the blood kin, or the undead, require no oxygen. Although the two lovers remained unaware of Yuhan and Hanhui's amused observations, they returned to Yuhan's residence, engaged in laughter and conversation. With the help of the soul imprint, Yuhan and Hanhua orchestrated a dance for Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue, the icy mist and rippling water complementing their fair skin to create a breathtaking spectacle. However, Bing Lioli could not dance. In her high heels, she often stumbled and fell, much to the disappointment of Yuhan and Hanhua. Thus, they decided to take the stage themselves, showcasing their own graceful movements. Clad in nearly identical black dresses, black stockings, and little shoes, their only distinction lay in their accessories, one adorned with crossed fangs, the other with blue-green ghostly flames. Their dance shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, captivating all, contrasting sharply with the clumsiness of Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue's attempts. Soon after, Yuhan created two sizable ice coffins, capable of accommodating multiple individuals. Exchanging knowing glances with Hanhua, they revealed mischievous smiles. As the soul imprint activated once more, the once inseparable Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue were forcibly torn apart. Subsequently, they were each led to different ice coffins by Yuhan and Hanhuo. As time passed, under the guidance of Yuhan and Hanhua, the realms of Liu Lixue and Bing Lioli were solidified. At this moment, due to the control of the soul imprint, neither noticed the small pouch added to the leg rings on their legs, filled with numerous blood stones. Hanhua and Yuhan exchanged satisfied expressions, continuing to observe the performance of Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue with playful interest. When Bing Lioli and Liu Lixue reunited, they found themselves engulfed in an overwhelming awkwardness, having noticed the blood stones on each other's leg rings and the inscriptions upon them. A surge of questions flooded Bing Lioli's mind. Why had Liu Lixue strayed? What had she been doing with that pouch of bloodstones? Did she no longer love me? Simultaneously, Liu Shui grappled with similar thoughts. Yu Han and Han Hua reveled in the sight of the two, their confusion and anger evident, their lips curling in subtle triumph. They then activated the soul imprint once more. Chapter 20. Infection Festival Game Day. Bing Liu gazed at the leg ring on her ankle. Suddenly noticing the pouch of blood stones attached, a sharp pain piercing her heart as memories of her shameful moments with Yu Han resurfaced, laden with guilt. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, torn between confessing to Liu Shui and seeking her forgiveness. Meanwhile, Liu Shui also fixated on her leg ring, memories of her encounters with Han Hua flooding her mind, equally filled with embarrassment, her gaze averted, unwilling to reveal her indiscretions to Bing Liu. Observing the discomfort between the two, Yu Han and Han Hua chuckled with delight, finding the pair of toys exceedingly amusing. After a while, not wishing to prolong their awkwardness or hear confessions of forgiveness or separation, they activated the soul imprint again. Causing the two to overlook the preceding events. Of course, these memories were not erased. They had merely been temporarily sealed away. However, as dawn approached, Han Hua led Liu Shui back to the headquarters of the Soul Clan. Master, what transpired yesterday? Liu Shui, did my ring sister acquire a new body? Bing Liu respectfully inquired of you. It was a success. As for the memories of that day, I need not divulge, Yu Han replied with a smile. Very well, Bing Liu reluctantly accepted the reality of her memories being concealed. By the way, you might want to keep Han Hua company, while I will spend time with Liu Shui, Yu Han suddenly suggested. Bing Liu felt uneasy about this arrangement, but as Yu Han activated the soul imprint, she was compelled to gradually acquiesce. Today is the day of the grand multiplayer infection festival, with many other vampire sisters participating. Yu Han exclaimed, Han Hua won't be joining, but your beloved Liu Shui is also a vampire, so she will be attending. A cunning smile danced across Yu Han's lips. Curious, Bing Liu inquired, is this a special holiday? Indeed, this is the Infection Festival, celebrating the grand emergence of the Bloodkin. During this festivity, many vampires will don illusionary garments. These outfits are relatively weak, serving merely as a simple disguise, far inferior to your relic attire with multiple functions. Yu Han elucidated. Those clad in illusionary garments will masquerade as ordinary humans, while those portraying vampires need not wear these costumes. If caught, one only needs to remove the outer layer of the illusionary garment. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Liu Shui entering with a bright smile, her appearance identical to Bing Liu's. Gleefully, she rushed forward, greeted warmly by Yu Han and Bing Liu. Welcome, come join us. Excitedly waving her hands, Liu Shui exclaimed, He, I finally got released from Han Hua and can play with you all before long. Liu Shui was closely attached to Bing Liu, their intimacy apparent. Watching their closeness, Yu Han was overtaken by a wave of jealousy, her brow furrowing as she coldly remarked, Since both of you are here, it is time to start pretending to be living humans. Tell me, what form would you like to take? Upon hearing this, Bing Liu's expression soured, her brows knitting in displeasure as she retorted, I refuse. I detest those living beings. Why must I play their part? Liu Shui beside her nodded in agreement, equally unwilling to masquerade as a human. A sly smile crept onto Yu Han's lips, her pride apparent as she declared, because I am the host of this festival. And do not forget, here in the Bloodkin's base, I am the leader. If I make you play humans, I can relish the pleasure of conquering you. With a playful wink, she exuded confidence. Turning her gaze to Liu Shui, she added softly, and you, Liu Shui, though you are not my subordinate, Han Hua must have instructed you to obey all my commands today, correct? So, be a good girl and play the part of a living human. All right. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and provocation. All right, though it is rather bothersome, it is your command, master. Both Bing Liu and Liu Shui reluctantly agreed to the role of living humans. Liu Shui suddenly exclaimed, I sacrificed my freedom for yours, yet you still remain a subordinate. Confusion and dissatisfaction colored her voice. Bing Liu's gaze flickered uncertainly, a wave of guilt surging within her. Unable to confront Liu Shui's inquiries, she silently turned her face away, attempting to evade the awkward situation. At that moment, however, Yu Han unexpectedly retrieved her phone and made a call. Soon, as the soul imprint of Han Hua was activated from a distance, Liu Shui's previously tense expression transformed into one of cheerful mirth, as if nothing had transpired. Observing this sudden change in Liu Shui, Bing Liuli felt a quiet sigh of relief, simultaneously filled with admiration for Hanhua's capabilities. At that moment, she no longer dared to meet Lu Lishui and Yu Han's gazes, lowering her head in silence. Noticing Bing Liuli's embarrassment, Yu Han understood the necessity of alleviating the situation. Without hesitation, she activated the soul imprint, hoping to ease Bing Liuli's unease. Indeed, under the influence of the soul imprint, Bing Liuli's emotions gradually stabilized, a relaxed smile gracing her features. Before long, the two controlled individuals began to exuberantly revel in the festivities of the Infection Festival. They joyfully leaped and danced amidst the crowd, releasing their inner delight. Seeing their happiness, Yu Han couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Subsequently, Yu Han pressed a button on the remote control in her hand, and the attire of the two transformed into a brand new ensemble. This outfit was resplendent and unique, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding environment, evoking a mysterious and enchanting atmosphere. Bing Liuli and Lu Lishui adorned themselves with small black top hats, their originally ice blue hair gradually shifting to golden and orange hues, while their visages remained unchanged. Typically, the faces of other vampire performers would morph closer to that of living beings, shedding their ghostly appearances. However, Bing Liuli and Lu Lishui were required to maintain their stunning beauty to please Yu Han and Hanhua. Next, they donned form-fitting kipayos paired with black stockings and high-heeled shoes. Witnessing this scene, Yu Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Bing Liuli is truly a perfect mannequin." She then produced an item, handing it to the two, saying, "This is a small handgun loaded with blank bullets. When we, the ghost performers, are hit, we will instinctively retreat." Not long after, Yu Han directed the numerous vampire performers impersonating living beings into a room. She introduced, "This is the first event of the Infection Festival, Vampire Hunt. The entire process will be recorded by the Memory Stone, so please showcase your acting skills." Bing Liuli and Lu Lishui entered the room, where 8 chairs encircled a table. They chose seats 1 and 2. However, Yu Han was nowhere to be found. Perhaps she had completed her transformation and joined the game. After a while, they noticed a message on the white paper on the table. "You are hunters of demons. Each round features 2 demon hunters, and you and her are sisters. You may investigate identities together in each round, but if you vote separately, you will be unable to successfully query identities that night." At this moment, Bing Liuli joyfully discovered that she could communicate with Lu Lishui through telepathy, realizing that Lu Lishui was also a demon hunter. They then surveyed the others, noting that everyone else wore masks. Leaving only the 2 of them unmasked, "I feel we are destined to lose. I want to surrender," Bing Liuli expressed her exasperation. After the first round concluded, they decided to investigate player 3, revealing her identity as Elizabeth, a civilian. The second round quickly passed, yet astonishingly, no one voted. This left both of them somewhat surprised. They opted to check player 4's identity, discovering that she was Luo Xening, and her role was that of a doctor. At that moment, Lu Lishui suddenly felt unwell, as if something were stirring within her. The third round commenced, but for the 2, who were new to this game, they were unsure how to proceed. The entire round concluded without any votes, ending rather hastily. At this juncture, Bing Liuli sensed a disruption in her telepathic connection with Lu Lishui. She could no longer clearly perceive the other's thoughts. Worse still, she found herself unable to use her skills to check other players' identities during this round. Lu Lishui unexpectedly threw a flirtatious glance at Bing Liuli, accompanied by a mischievous smile, which ignited a flicker of suspicion within Bing Liuli. As the 4th round arrived, still no one voted during the day. Lu Lishui hesitated to vote at night, which puzzled Bing Liuli greatly. Reluctantly, she resorted to using her skill to check Lu Lishui's identity, resulting in a shocking revelation. Lu Lishui was, in fact, a vampire. After this round concluded, Bing Liuli too felt a wave of discomfort, as if an inexplicable force were eroding her body. Finally, the 5th round commenced, and a soft giggle escaped Lu Lishui's lips, her eerie smile immediately capturing everyone's attention. Doubts arose among the crowd, leading them to vote her out. With her elimination, the game transitioned into its final phase. After the round ended, Bing Liuli glanced once more at the paper in her hand, which now clearly stated, "You have become a vampire." The game was thus declared over. Chapter 21. Bing Liuli's Descent. "Doctor, why aren't you treating them?" The crowd immediately questioned Luo Xening, inquiring why she was not aiding the 2 demon hunter sisters who were being infected. "Hee hee," Luo Xening chuckled awkwardly, inwardly grumbling. "If I treat them, Won't my identity be exposed? I certainly do not wish to become the target of everyone's ire. Just then, a voice echoed from the ceiling. All right. You may enter the biochemical infection now. Thus, Bing Lioli and Lu Li Shui grasped their small handguns and exited the room, opting for a small elevation within the Blood Clan base, where numerous vampire performers masquerading as living beings wielded faux firearms. Where did these weapons come from? Bing Lioli inquired curiously of Lu Li Shui. Lu Li Shui replied, just some items from the Western lands. They can at most equal the combat power of martial artists. Before long, the vampires charged in, brimming with aggression. Consequently, the two of them, alongside the other vampires, used blank bullets to attack from their small elevation, while the vampires adhered to the rules, retreating immediately upon being hit. Although a narrow bridge led to the small elevation, traversing it under heavy fire proved nearly impossible for the vampires, as they could not wield their true strength. Nonetheless, this small elevation was only 2 people's height from the ground. Without the constraints of the bridge, the vampires could have easily leaped over. However, they could only sigh in frustration. If the vampires formed a human ladder, they might still ascend and grasp the edges. Before long, Yuhan's vampire character stood beneath the small elevation, activating the soul imprint. Bing Lioli instinctively sought to position herself at the edge for better shooting and observation. Yet at that moment, she felt as if something were gripping her foot. Looking down, she realized that Yuhan was controlling her body, tightly clutching her ankle. Bing Lioli attempted to break free but found herself utterly immobilized. Consequently, Bing Lioli lunged toward those still atop the small elevation, causing the crowd to panic and scatter. With agility, Bing Lioli swiftly seized Lu Li Xu as their garments transformed. It signified that they must now masquerade as vampires. We will eventually become part of the same faction, Lu Li Shui sighed in resignation. Indeed. But this game is truly dull, Bing Lioli concurred. At this juncture, the others had already fled to another small elevation. Bing Lioli turned to the other vampires behind her, commanding, "Form a human ladder for me." Shortly after, 2 of them obediently crouched and stood, allowing Yuhan to step onto Bing Lioli's shoulder, then onto Lu Li Shui's. Before leaping onto the small platform, before long, this round of the game concluded. After several more rounds, 4 players portraying living beings repaired a generator while being pursued by Yuhan's butcher character. Those captured would be tied to a chair, and subsequently, 3 companions would attempt to rescue the survivor. Additionally, Bing Lioli and Lu Li Shui investigated an anomaly at the academy, only to fail and fall prey to Yuhan's hypnotism, assisting her in controlling the other players in the game. Ultimately, it felt like a failure. There was no sense of conquest. Why Yuhan felt quite disappointed, as she had always emerged victorious in these games. Yet this time she found no satisfaction. Perhaps it was due to the weakness of her opponents, or perhaps her own overwhelming strength. Regardless, this victory failed to bring her much joy. Well, neither Lu Li Shui nor I felt conquered either. Bing Lioli and Lu Li Shui simultaneously expressed disdain, their expressions tinged with scorn, as if mocking Yuhan for being a useless character. Their gazes brimmed with provocation, seemingly stating, "Yuhan, you worthless fool." However, in the face of such derision, Yuhan remained unfazed, instead chuckling coldly, "Humph, after all, with outsiders present during those games, I couldn't fully unleash my capabilities. But never mind, once we return home, both of you will have to join me for some fun in the ice coffin." Her voice held an eerie undertone, sending chills down one's spine. Upon hearing this, Lu Li Shui's complexion turned ashen, but she quickly regained her composure. Forcing a calm facade, she said, "My master just called for me. I must go now and cannot continue to accompany you." Upon finishing her words, she swiftly turned and departed. Leaving behind a bewildered Bing Lioli, she gazed at the retreating silhouette of Lioli Shui. A wave of regret washed over Bing Lioli. She was acutely aware that there was no escaping the imminent punishment and could only muster the courage to follow Yuhan to the icy coffin. At that moment, Bing Lioli had lost her previous arrogance, replaced instead by a visage filled with fear and trepidation. Once inside the icy coffin, Yuhan cheerfully remarked to Bing Lioli, "You are a master of the Martial King realm. Why not attempt to create a water coffin?" With a resigned sigh, Bing Lioli summoned the water elements within her. A clear spring erupted from her hands, swiftly coalescing into a transparent water sphere. Following this, Yuhan produced some waterproof soft fabric and wrapped it around the water sphere, forming a supple water coffin. This unique water coffin could morph in response to changes in internal pressure, tightly constricting the individual within. The undulating water deprived both of them of a stable footing, rendering them unable to exert their full strength as the flowing water clung to their bodies. Yet, amidst such adversity, Bing Lioli and Yu Han chose to diligently cultivate their skills within the water coffin. They cooperated harmoniously and exerted themselves, their faces radiating determination and satisfaction despite the harsh conditions. As time passed and night descended, enveloping their surroundings in darkness, the two decided to conclude their training and press onward. Their destination was the Infection Festival, where a grand ball was to be held in preparation for this special occasion. They began to adorn themselves with care. Bing Lioli donned her distinctive outfit made of ice crystal, water mist, and ripples, which created an ethereal beauty. Adorning her head was a headdress crafted from ice crystals. Shimmering with clarity, her body was draped in a sheer blue and white dress made of crystal, resembling a dreamlike vision. On her legs were white thigh-high stockings, embellished with icy powder and patterns of white snowflakes, while her feet were encased in high heels adorned with a dazzling blue diamond. The beauty she naturally possessed was now accentuated, exuding an enchanting charm. The vampire maids, captivated by Bing Lioli's stunning appearance, flocked to assist her, eager to enhance her perfection. They added luxurious embellishments to her attire, striving to make her the most radiant presence at the ball. Meanwhile, Yu Han stood by in quiet support, her heart swelling with affection as she watched Bing Lioli grow even more beautiful. Subsequently, Yu Han herself underwent a meticulous transformation, clad in a mysterious and regal black gown, complemented by a breathtakingly exquisite visage. Black pearls and diamonds adorned her attire like twinkling stars in the night sky, enhancing her elegance and grandeur. Simultaneously, her lustrous dark hair seemed to be veiled in platinum, radiating a captivating sheen. Adornments resembling delicate fangs and bat wings nestled within her hair, evoking the essence of a sprite born from darkness, exuding a unique allure. Her long, graceful legs were clad in black stockings that shimmered with radiant luster. As if stars had fallen upon her skin, she exchanged her modest shoes for a pair of elegant, opulent black high heels, each step imbued with unparalleled confidence and grace. In no time, the two completed their splendid metamorphosis and entered the enchanting ball hand in hand. In the center of the dance floor, Huanhua and Lioli Shui twirled gracefully, their figures dancing like melodious notes in the air. Soon, Bing Lioli and Yu Han joined their ranks, dancing alongside Lioli Shui and Huanhua. Their movements were light and graceful, akin to celestial beings dancing in the night sky, drawing the attention of many. The ball, a dreamlike spectacle, ensnared all in its intoxicating embrace. However, as time wore on, the festivities eventually drew to a close. Yet, Bing Lioli noticed that when she turned her gaze back to the other three, her expression had transformed entirely, for she had etched the beauty of each of them deeply into her heart. At that moment, she became even more resolute in her belief that she was a captivating vampire of unparalleled beauty, while the memory of her past self as a human boy, dismissive of femininity, had faded into a distant recollection. Chapter 22. The bloodline enslaved. In the ensuing period, the four of them coexisted as if they were pairs of lovers. Occasionally, Yu Han and Huanhua would command Bing Lioli and Lioli Shui to enact a romantic duo for their amusement. At other times, they would indulge in light-hearted dances or playful antics. Every night, they would gather at the icy coffin to immerse themselves in cultivation, under the attentive guidance of Huanhua and Yu Han. Both Bing Lioli and Lioli Shui experienced rapid advancements, both stepping into the mid-stage of the martial king realm. Meanwhile, Huanhua was on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, ahead of Yu Han. Although Huanhua could access the memories of her follower, Lioli Shui, she was unable to leave the frontline stronghold of the Undying clan to search for opportunities, while Yu Han faced a similar predicament. Furthermore, Lioli Shui's memories were rife with gaps and obscurities. Concurrently, tensions between the Bloodline clan and the Soul clan escalated in the rear, and a war seemed inevitable. As leaders of the frontline stronghold of the Undying clan, Huanhua and Yu Han, along with their respective followers, Lioli Shui and Bing Lioli, could not remain passive. As time slowly drifted by, a significant event eventually transpired. A young member of the Soul clan executed a sudden attack using a soul artifact, resulting in the assassination of a pivotal figure from the Bloodline clan. This incident sent shockwaves through the realms, igniting an intense war in the underworld. Simultaneously, a command reached the planet of Earthbound, instructing the highest commander of the Bloodline clan, Yuhan, to eliminate the nearby Soul clan led by Huanhua. Consequently, Yuhan and Huanhua began to feign combat while discreetly receiving battle reports from the underworld. Huanhua once again contacted Yuhan through a communication artifact. I am about to break through to the martial sovereign realm. Please do not take advantage of my vulnerability. Yuhan replied with a smile. Rest assured, we have known each other for many years and share a profound bond. At this moment, we are merely pretending to oppose each other. How could I strike while you are in the midst of your breakthrough? I only hope you will honor our agreement. There is no need for mutual enslavement between us, merely a facade for the other Soul and Bloodline clans. Huanhua readily assented. Very well, I love you too. And I would never treat you that way. Their dialogue exuded trust and understanding, hinting at a tacit agreement. Behind the facade of this seemingly tense war lay a unique relationship and commitment between them. Before long, the portal to the underworld was breached, severing the connection between Earthbound and the underworld. However, the cunning Huanhua orchestrated a ruse, pretending to still possess knowledge of the underworld's battle situation. Meanwhile, Yuhan had lost contact with the Bloodline clan's main base in the underworld and remained oblivious to the events unfolding there. At that moment, Huanhua stealthily conveyed false information to Yuhan regarding the Bloodline clan's setbacks in the underworld. Why Yuhan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this true? The Bloodline clan has become the transport convoy leader?" She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Huanhua. Huanhua continued to entice Yuhan. Of course, you can no longer establish contact with the Bloodline clan in the underworld, can you? If you are willing to pledge allegiance to me, I assure you, while I may present the appearance of possessing you in front of other Soul clan members, in reality, I will grant you true freedom. Why Yuhan fell silent for a moment before resolutely declaring, I entrust my life and death to you, hoping you will keep your promise. With that, she cast a deep glance at Huanhua. Seeing that Yuhan had taken the bait, Huanhua inwardly rejoiced and continued to play the emotional card. After a thorough discussion, Yuhan ultimately decided to surrender. At that time, Bing Lily was engrossed in preparing delicacies using Fey and Sprite meat when she heard Yuhan's call. She paused her task and swiftly approached Yuhan. Calmly, Bing Lily inquired, Is there something you need, my master? Yuhan regarded her with a gentle smile, softly stating, Congratulations, you have now attained true freedom. The Bloodline clan in the underworld has not contacted me for quite some time. I suspect they may have suffered a defeat. After all, we are merely a small branch here, while the underworld serves as the headquarters of both the Bloodline and Soul clans. Upon hearing Yuhan's words, Bing Lily felt an internal sigh of relief. She had feared that Yuhan would not easily let her go, but to her astonishment, Yuhan had readily agreed to lift her control. Gratefully, she nodded her head. Why Yuhan continued, I will immediately release my hold on you. You may stay on the territory of the Phoenix Dynasty for now. From this moment forward, you are no longer a subordinate. If I surrender to Huanhua as per our agreement, and if she proves untrustworthy, neither of us will become her harem slaves. Should she fail to honor her promise to enslave me, you must avenge me. Bing Lily hurriedly responded, Of course, after all, Huanhua has taken away my Lily Shui. I cannot allow her to take you as well. Upon hearing Bing Lieli's words, Yuhan tenderly stroked her hair. Subsequently, Bing Lieli was once again liberated. Achieving her second taste of freedom, a joyful smile spread across her face as she inwardly mused, You really are a fool, ha ha ha. After investing so much in me, you would still grant me freedom. Ha ha ha. Bing Lieli continued to display affection towards Yuhan, and before long, one set off towards the Soul clan base to prepare for surrender, while the other led a group of reluctant Bloodline clan members towards the Phoenix Dynasty. As Yuhan informed the members of the Blood clan that Huanhua was of a higher realm than herself, and moreover, a friend, the once soaring battle spirit of the Blood clan dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Their eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, as if they had already foreseen the outcome of their defeat. As time passed, the moment for the surrender ceremony finally arrived. One by one, Su Liu, Luo Zining, and the other members of the Blood clan laid down their weapons, choosing to capitulate. Han Liao became their new master, wielding dominion over their fates. Meanwhile, Yuhan opened her soul's defenses, allowing Huanhua to inscribe a mark upon her spirit. From that moment forth, she would be forever under Huanhua's control. However, not all members of the Blood Clan were willing to submit. Led by Elizabeth, the hawkish faction resolutely refused to bow to the enemy's tyranny, deciding to flee alongside Bing Luli into the territory of the Phoenix Dynasty. They firmly believed that only there could they find hope for survival. At that moment, the portal to the underworld suddenly trembled violently before being utterly destroyed. This unforeseen event left everyone in shock, yet no one knew who had struck down the portal. With its disappearance, the connection between both sides was irrevocably severed, leaving them isolated and helpless. At this juncture, Han Hua let out a sinister cackle, her laughter brimming with malice and satisfaction, sending chills down spines. Why, Yuhan? Oh, Yuhan, considering our past camaraderie, although you are now under my control, I shall still bestow upon you the title of Queen. As for Bing Luli and Luli Shui, they shall merely be my imperial concubines. Upon hearing this, an uncontrollable fury surged within you. It turned out that both sides had once agreed that should one prevail, the other would feign surrender. Yet, unexpectedly, Han Hua had betrayed that pact, reducing her to a genuine captive and condemning her to become her queen. This treachery ignited an intense rage within Yuhan, and she silently vowed to seize an opportunity to escape this predicament. Alas, how did Bing Luli manage to escape? Han Hua lamented, a flicker of frustration crossing her eyes, though she quickly regained her composure, the corners of her mouth curling into a sly smile. But since you have fallen for my trickery, that little mouse shall eventually become my pet. Ha 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 ha. Her laughter echoed through the air, laced with endless mockery and triumph. Trembling, Yuhan questioned, how could you do this to me? Did we not have an agreement? However, Han Hua remained unmoved, continuing to respond with a cold sneer. I had initially considered using the power of the martial sovereign to conquer your blood clan. But since you have already been deceived, that plan is moot. It is precisely because I love you that I wish to possess you. Now, prepare to enjoy your fate, and do not weep with that. She turned on her heel and departed, leaving Yuhan weeping alone in despair. Before long, Han Hua summoned the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan from the Undying Fortress, standing atop a high platform. Surveying the crowd from her elevated position, she loudly proclaimed the forthcoming regulations, her tone resolute and authoritative. First, she announced the severance of ties with the underworld, signifying that they would no longer be influenced or controlled by its forces. Next, she declared her coronation as queen, asserting her dominance over the land. Finally, she began to dictate the fates of the surrendering Blood Clan, these stipulations falling upon each member like heavy shackles. A Soul Clan member could possess 3 Blood Clan members as slaves or companions. Unattached Blood Clan members were forbidden from resisting the possession and domination by the Soul Clan. Blood Clan members were prohibited from studying cultural subjects and could only partake in lessons on femininity. A cunning smile crept across Han Hua's face as her voice dripped with mockery. Ah, the Blood Clan. They have no rights to choose. She paused, seemingly relishing the words that were to follow. They must learn various combat techniques and step onto the bloody and fatal battlefield to fight for our Soul Clan. A cruel glimmer sparkled in her eyes, as if envisioning the Blood Clan being mercilessly slaughtered on the battlefield. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Han Hua continued, moreover, they must adhere to many additional rules. Her tone was laced with pride. In public, they must always be accompanied by members of the Soul Clan, ensuring their conduct aligns with societal norms. Furthermore, they must frequently don specially crafted masks and headsets from the Soul Clan. Listening to the whispers that enhanced their loyalty to us at this juncture, Han Hua could not suppress a low, chilling laugh. Lastly, she added, oh, and male Blood Clan members will undergo gender transformation spells, becoming female Blood Clan members to better cater to the needs of the Soul Clan. These rules were designed to render the Blood Clan into complete subservience, utterly under our control. With a cruel smile etched upon her lips, she concluded her proclamation. Upon hearing this, Yuhan could not help but wail in despair. You? I trusted you so deeply, yet you subject my fellow Blood Clan members to such cruelty. She then unleashed a torrent of curses directed at Han Hua. However, Han Hua paid no heed to her outburst. Activating the soul imprint, and before long, Yuhan found herself under control. Well then, this means I can completely belong to you, she said, her voice dripping with sycophancy. Subsequently, Han Hua triumphantly declared, I hereby officially announce Yuhan as my queen, while Luli Shui and Bing Luli shall be designated as my imperial concubines. As Bing Luli has already fled. I hereby offer a reward of 1,000 mid-grade bloodstones to anyone who can capture her. Should any Blood Clan member succeed in apprehending her, I shall bestow upon them the honor of becoming a member of the Soul Clan, granting them freedom." The Soul Clan erupted in cheers. Though the Blood Clan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and powerlessness, faced with the formidable Soul Clan, they found themselves utterly defenseless. Henceforth, the Blood Clan lost both freedom and dignity, becoming vassals of the Soul Clan. Leading a life of misery, members of the Blood Clan either wept profusely or raged in curses. However, since they had voluntarily opened their soul defenses during their surrender, they quickly succumbed to control, their voices shifting from outrage to flattery. Yet deep within their hearts, they had already regarded Bing Luli as their final hope. Bing Luli and Elizabeth led the unwilling Blood Clan members on their journey to the Phoenix Dynasty. They not only had to contend with attacks from the cultivators dispatched by the Phoenix Dynasty, but also faced the relentless pursuit of the Soul Clan and the controlled Blood Clan. However, before departing, Yuhan entrusted Bing Luli with a precious storage ring, a rare item typically reserved for those at the Martial King level. Throughout their perilous journey, Bing Luli rode upon a ghostly deer. Accompanied by numerous vampires mounted on undead steeds, she curiously inquired about their abilities and experiences in becoming vampires, hoping to uncover potential talents within this group to better harness their capabilities. Bing Luli first took notice of the female swordsman Chu Qing Yao, who had participated in the Battle of Jiaolong City. Now, she had become a vampire swordsmanship instructor, showcasing remarkable swordsmanship skills. Impressed by her abilities, Bing Luli decided to recruit her into her team. Soon after, Bing Luli discovered another talent, a female vampire. Surprisingly, the fleeing party consisted entirely of female vampires. In truth, Bing Luli was not the only one leading a group of escapees. There were other similar factions as well. In this perilous environment, Bing Luli tirelessly sought and nurtured talent to strengthen their abilities and survival skills. She understood that unity and collective effort were the keys to achieving victory in this arduous battle. Chapter 23. Taking refuge in the deep mountains. At that moment, some members of the Soul Clan began to pursue them. Yet the controlled Blood Clan had yet to take action. Mu Ling, she utilized her unique beast-taming skills to successfully command a group of forest beasts, integrating them into their ranks to provide additional protection. Chu Qing Yao fully leveraged her expertise as a swordsmanship instructor, training the vampires within the group and significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Before long, they encountered a formidable contingent of Soul Clan phantoms and ghostly flames. However, as Bing Luli could not easily reveal her presence to avoid alerting the Soul Clan, she was unable to participate directly in the battle. In this fierce confrontation, the forest beast commanded by Mu Ling Shi and the exquisite swordsmanship of Chu Qing Yao played pivotal roles, successfully repelling the enemy. Seizing this opportunity, Bing Luli and Elizabeth swiftly led their team deeper into the territory of the Phoenix Dynasty. Shortly thereafter, they encountered numerous cultivators from the Phoenix Dynasty as well as hired paladins. Yet, Bing Luli, being a mid-level martial king, found them no match for her. Mu Ling Shi and her companions needed to find a safe haven for their livelihood. As constructing a dwelling in the deep mountains proved challenging, they turned their attention to a nearby castle. However, prior to that, they needed to locate a temporary shelter. Ultimately, they selected a concealed cave as their refuge. Setting about constructing straw huts and coffins as rudimentary infrastructures, Mu Ling, she took charge of managing the beasts she had tamed, who became her loyal companions. Bing Luli began to explore the cave. Discovering some dangerous creatures, yet with her formidable strength, she successfully eliminated them. After considerable effort, she finally reached the cave's end. By day, Bing Luli would rest in an icy coffin. By night, she practiced swordplay with Chu Qing Yao, yearning to become a blood sword immortal. Furthermore, she would patrol alongside Elizabeth to ensure the safety of their surroundings. Mu Lingxi organizes the feeding of the strange beasts during daylight hours, while at night, she directs them in excavating the cavern. She possesses 3 distinct types of creatures: windwolves, rock slimes, and rock dragon lizards, each exhibiting unique traits that aid her in various tasks. As time progresses, the cave gradually becomes hollowed out, forming an expansive space. During this period, Mu Lingxi and her companions work collaboratively to refine their habitat. Despite facing numerous challenges, they steadfastly maintain their unwavering belief in the hope of creating a safe haven they can call their own. However, the many vampires endure hardships along the way, often expending considerable energy to resist the sun. resulting in a significant decline in their morale. Bing Liuli, observing the despondent spirits of her companions, feels compelled to rally them. Everyone, let us toil with renewed vigor. The Soul Clan has dispatched some ghostly flames and phantoms to assail us, indicating that their schemes have been laid bare. Moreover, Lord Yuhan has mistakenly placed her trust in Soul Temptation. She has likely become a mere slave now. Soul Temptation is a formidable presence at the martial sovereign level. Once we establish a stable settlement, we can first infect and assimilate the Phoenix Dynasty. Then proceed to rescue our kin. Elizabeth, Mu Lingxi, and Chu Qingyao wholeheartedly concur with her sentiments. Chu Qingyao, having been slain by another, harbors deep-seated animosity towards the living. Thus, she swiftly adapts to her identity as a vampire. Originally, this group consisted of 28 female vampires, but during their flight, 8 members separated from the group, leaving them with only 28 among them. There are 7 martial masters, 7 grand martial masters, and 2 martial spirits. Elizabeth, Mu Lingxi, and Chu Qingyao are all classified as martial spirits, though the actual count should be 5, as there are 2 others also at that level. As for Bing Liuli, she has already reached the 5th level of the Martial King realm. As time passes, Bing Liuli successfully assists her companions in crafting coffins, allowing them to evade the sun's harmful rays by hiding within the water and ice coffins during the day. However, those who have rested in the water coffin awaken feeling utterly drained. Bing Liuli herself has experienced this condition alongside Yuhan. Yet, now is a crucial time for everyone to construct infrastructure, build shelters, and gather resources, leading her to decide to freeze all water coffins once more, strictly prohibiting more than one person from entering a single coffin at the same time. Soon after, the beasts finally carve a tunnel through the cave, discovering an entirely different world within. Bing Liuli, overjoyed, promptly retrieves some bloodstones and instructs Mu Lingxi to slay a few beasts. Before long, everyone has consumed the beast's blood, rejuvenating their spirits and invigorating their countenance. They then begin to sing and dance, reveling in joy, while Bing Liuli enjoys the blood grapes and blood wine being offered to her, delighting in their dance, her days passing in bliss. Nevertheless, Bing Liuli ultimately decides to venture down herself to investigate further. After all, she has attained the Martial King realm, enabling her to condense spiritual power for flight, while the others lack such capabilities. However, she instructs them to fashion an exceptionally long rope to accompany her descent. Furthermore, she encourages them to swiftly break through to the Martial King realm so they may explore this mysterious place together in the future. At that moment, a hidden passage suddenly appears within the cave, revealing numerous stone golems. Seizing the opportunity provided by the beast's excavations, Bing Liuli launches an assault on these stone sentinels. With her prowess as a martial king, she effortlessly commands the elements of water and ice, freezing the golems and rendering them incapable of resisting the scythe in her grasp. With a mere flick, the stone sentinels shatter into fragments. Witnessing the fate of their comrades, the remaining golems emit piercing, shrill cries. The chaotic sound waves crash into Bing Liuli's consciousness like a tumultuous sea. However, she had prepared for this eventuality, equipping herself with arrays and elixirs to counteract the sonic waves' mental manipulation. With her eyes tightly shut, she channels her spiritual energy to engage in a fierce contest against the sound waves. After a grueling struggle, Bing Liuli ultimately withstands the auditory assault and swiftly retaliates. Dispatching each stone sentinel in turn, as the last golem collapses, tranquility returns to the cavern. Bing Liuli takes a moment to rest and adjust her state before continuing along the hidden passage. Shortly, she arrives at a spacious corridor. Suddenly, a deep roar echoes from ahead, and colossal stone beings emerge from all directions. They swing their robust arms, hurling massive boulders at Bing Liuli. Despite her efforts to evade, the challenge of navigating the rugged cave floor in high heels proves daunting. Ultimately, a boulder strikes her head, and her vision fades to black as she collapses. In that critical moment, the stone beings advance slowly, preparing to crush her into a pulp. Fortunately, at the pivotal instant, Bing Liuli awakens. She swiftly conjures an ice shield to block the stone being's assault. Subsequently, she unleashes a powerful chill, freezing the surrounding stone giants. With a forceful swing of her sword, she shatters the ice, annihilating her foes completely. Bing Liuli ventures deeper into the cave, discovering the ground to be blanketed in soft soil. She realizes she has reached the gathering place of the slimes. Cautiously, she proceeds, vanquishing wave after wave of slimes. Yet, as time wears on, fatigue begins to take its toll, and her speed diminishes. At that moment, a gigantic slime, encased in a hard rocky shell, appears before her. Its size dwarfs that of ordinary slimes, and it moves with astonishing speed and strength. Bing Lioli understands that a careless response could lead her into peril. Chapter 24. Exploring the underground world, the subsequent Rock Slime King possesses formidable power. Already at the initial stage of the Martial King realm, it continuously unleashes massive rock formations, forcing Bing Lioli to evade relentlessly, but the limitations imposed by her high heels result in several hits. Ultimately, with all her strength, she manages to freeze the Rock Slime King, then reinforces her scythe with blood power and strikes several times before finally slaying the creature. With the demise of the Rock Slime King, light floods the cave. Before her lies an open expanse, where a group of stone lions, claiming to be stone Gontang, reside. Bing Lioli senses a powerful aura, as if it seeks to suppress her. Each of these stone Gontang possesses the strength of a martial spirit. Yet fortunately, their movements are sluggish. Bing Lioli swiftly employs her skills to freeze them, then shatters them with her scythe. As she advances, a Jade Pipa spirit suddenly appears before her. The Jade Pipa spirit expresses gratitude for her slaying the stone Gontang that blocked its doorway. Thus, Bing Lioli spares its life and continues onward. Cautiously, she proceeds until a colossal rock dragon lizard king confronts her. This dragon lizard king boasts mid-level martial king strength and possesses an astonishingly swift burrowing ability, rendering it difficult to defend against. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Bing Lioli showcases her courage and determination. She casts ice spells, attempting to freeze the rock dragon lizard king. However, its strength surpasses her expectations. Although she manages to freeze it once, it merely inflicts significant injury without outright slaying it. The rock dragon lizard king roars in fury, exuding an overwhelming aura. It swiftly conjures a swirling mass of rock. Shielding itself within it, then, it opens its mouth and unleashes a powerful wave of rock toward Bing Lioli. Bing Lioli attempts to evade the onslaught, but her high heels cause her to stumble and fall. At that moment, the rock dragon lizard king starts to spin, and the rock wave follows suit, forming a formidable vortex. Bing Lioli finds herself ensnared within this whirlpool, unable to escape. Realizing that failure to extricate herself swiftly could lead to dire consequences, she grits her teeth and channels her ice spells, conjuring a sturdy ice shield to withstand the rock wave's impact. After a fierce battle, Bing Lioli ultimately triumphs over the rock dragon lizard king. Yet, the confrontation leaves her gravely wounded. Fortunately, she successfully absorbs the spiritual energy emanating from the dragon lizard king's corpse, aiding her in swiftly advancing to the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Exhausted, Bing Lioli returns to the cave entrance where her fellow vampires await, deciding to rest for a while to recuperate. She sits quietly, her heart brimming with anticipation as she awaits the opening of the subterranean world by Mu Lingxi's beasts. Once the depths of the cave are breached, a breathtaking sight unfolds. Below lies an abyss of unfathomable depth. Gripping the rope tightly, Bing Lioli leaps without hesitation into the abyss. As she descends, she gazes helplessly into the bottomless chasm, an overwhelming sense of solitude surging within her. She recalls Yuhan, Lioli Shui, and Soul Temptation, each with their own ambitions and pursuits. In this moment, she begins to contemplate that perhaps returning to become a subordinate, a slave, might be a better choice. Such a path would not only accelerate her cultivation but also garner her more affection. However, just as she descends into thought, she suddenly jolts awake. She realizes she must not linger in such musings, for they would only lead her deeper into despair. In a moment of resolve, she pinches her thigh sharply, the pain jolting her thoughts back into clarity. As time progressed, Bing Lioli found herself descending at an increasingly rapid pace through the air. Fortunately, this was a realm where flight was possible. She immediately maneuvered her body side to side, deftly avoiding the stones and the enigmatic purple crystals that threatened to collide with her due to her swift descent. These mysterious purple crystals, upon impact, would undoubtedly unleash explosions, their latent power radiating a palpable sense of danger. Resolutely, Bing Lioli resolved, in that case, I shall collect some. With that, she harnessed the spiritual energy within her, enabling herself to soar through the air. Concurrently, She wielded the elements of water and ice, freezing the purple crystals into solid blocks, which she then carefully stowed away in her storage ring. After accomplishing this task, Bing Lioli continued her descent, ultimately landing safely. In her mind, she contemplated. The bloodstone left to me by Yuhan should suffice to sustain me for a year, but I must devise a strategy to conquer the Phoenix Dynasty and subsequently retaliate against Hanhua. Otherwise, without the nourishment from Yuhan's blood, I shall grow increasingly feeble, while other blood sources will only induce nausea. With this thought, Bing Lioli furrowed her brow. Suddenly, an idea flickered through her mind, plunging her once more into contemplation. The remote control. It remains in Yuhan's possession, capable of manipulating this artifact garment upon me at any moment. If a conflict arises with them, I shall inevitably be constrained by this relic. At this juncture, a wave of helplessness washed over her, as if no matter her efforts, she could not overcome Hanhua and the throng under her control. Her spirits began to weigh heavily, even prompting thoughts of surrender. Yet, despite the turmoil within, Bing Lioli chose to persist in her exploration of this subterranean world. Continuing her journey, it wasn't long before she encountered numerous mushrooms resembling little lanterns, emitting a gentle glow that illuminated the surroundings. These fungi appeared not only to provide light, but also seemed to serve as a source of sustenance. Although Bing Lioli did not require these mushrooms to stave off hunger, her curiosity compelled her to crouch and gather samples. However, she refrained from immediately harvesting the colossal mushrooms, suspecting they might possess other uses or hold special significance. Thus, she decided to observe them for a while longer. Before long, a breathtaking sight unfolded before Bing Lioli's eyes. An expanse of mushroom-shaped dwellings arranged in neat rows, forming a unique community. Some of these structures resembled fruits, while others appeared as ordinary mushrooms. Each showcasing distinct characteristics, it was evident that this was the habitat of the subterranean denizens. Here, various peculiar creatures thrived, their bodies soft and elastic, as if composed of sponge. Some beings bore shapes so bizarre they defied description, while others resembled terrestrial animals yet exhibited extraordinary colors and forms. When Bing Lioli attempted to inquire about the underground world from these creatures, she encountered significant difficulties. Their modes of expression were peculiar. They would suddenly take flight or recline on the ground before uttering a few words. This strange behavior left Bing Lioli utterly perplexed, unable to discern their intended messages. After numerous attempts, she still gleaned no useful information from these beings. Gradually losing her patience, she regarded them as inconsequential nuisances. In a fit of anger, she brandished her scythe, resolving to no longer squander time entangled with them. These nameless beings, who leaped into the air or sprawled on the ground after every couple of words, provoked her ire to the point of no return. Soon enough, the area was littered with the remains of these soft-bodied creatures. Bing Lioli unleashed her wrath in this underground realm, numerous peculiar life forms resembling soft fish, starfish, and sponges emerged. Among them were also creatures that appeared grass-like, resembling plant roots yet adorned with four-leaf clover-like foliage. In summary, these beings varied in form, yet their sole unifying trait was their softness. They surged forth like an army, launching an assault upon the desolate garden. However, with her prowess at the martial king level, Bing Lioli easily subdued them. Moreover, these soft-bodied entities exhibited an unusually gentle disposition, seemingly devoid of intent to harm her, as if she were ensconced in a benevolent fairy tale. Suddenly, the scenario took a dramatic turn. The plant-like entities among the soft-bodied creatures formed a remarkable formation, unleashing a torrent of green light. Observing this, Bing Lioli endeavored to evade the sudden attack. This time, she placed no trust in her feet and decisively chose to soar upward, successfully avoiding the green beams. Yet, at that moment, a sponge-like creature produced a conch shell, which emitted an intensely piercing sound. This noise possessed a palpable force, akin to a powerful sound wave, directly assaulting Bing Lioli. The impact not only inflicted physical harm but also profoundly affected her psyche. Once airborne, Bing Lioli was thrown off balance by the overwhelming sonic assault, plummeting to the ground in a heap, landing in a vulnerable position. To make matters worse, the sound waves penetrated her ears and invaded her mind, inducing a wave of dizziness. As time passed, the soft-bodied entities were significantly empowered by the sound waves. Soon, The green light coalesced into a series of vine-like chains that ensnared Bing Liuli tightly. She struggled vigorously to break free, but her efforts proved futile. The vines constricted ever tighter, ensnaring her in a dire predicament. Simultaneously, she sensed that the relic garment, designed to resemble crystalline water ripples, was absorbing her strength with alarming fervor. At that moment, Bing Liuli had exhausted all her energy, leaving her incapable of mounting an effective resistance. Fortunately, this realm resembled a fairy tale world. Despite her attempts to slay these beings, they refrained from delivering fatal blows. In no time, she found herself enveloped in a green bubble, as if encased within a giant orb, her body growing exceedingly heavy, rendering her incapable of moving even a finger. How infuriating! Release me at once. Bing Liuli roared within the bubble, her voice echoing with impotent fury. Outsider, do you not recognize your errors? A group of soft-bodied creatures appeared before her, their tones stern and accusatory. However, at this juncture, Bing Liuli could not articulate a response, resorting instead to conveying her dissatisfaction and anger through her gaze. Before long, she and the green bubble were taken away by these soft-bodied beings, who suspended the bubble from a great tree, while two of their kind stood guard nearby. Here, Bing Liuli beheld the legendary obsidian, brimming with magical energy, quietly resting and emanating a mysterious glow. As time wore on, the relic garment gradually began to consume the green bubble, which consequently shrank in size. Although the relic garment successfully devoured the bubble, it simultaneously imparted some ideals of truth, goodness, and beauty to Bing Liuli. Chapter 25. Engaging the Phoenix Dynasty at last, Bing Liuli extricated herself from the bubble. Yet she was left in a state of extreme weakness, her body teetering on the brink of collapse. Gritting her teeth, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes, and she leaped from the giant tree, her dagger gleaming with a cold light as it swiftly targeted the two guards stationed by the tree. Her movements were as swift as lightning. The guards barely had time to react before she severed their throats, causing them to slump to the ground. Blood splattered upon the earth, forming a vivid crimson pool. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of the two, a wave of profound guilt surged within Bing Liuli. These individuals were not true enemies. They were merely fulfilling their duties, yet they had perished due to her actions. Nevertheless, she understood that she could not afford to halt her advance. Failure to do so might result in the loss of more innocent lives. Taking a deep breath, Bing Liuli endeavored to regain her composure. She swiftly retrieved the obsidian from the ground using her storage ring before turning to depart. With utmost caution, she navigated through the forest, striving to avoid any encounters with other soft-bodied beings. Each step was laden with vigilance and wariness, fearing detection. After considerable effort, Bing Liuli finally reached the location from whence she came. She exhaled in relief, allowing her tense nerves to ease momentarily. Yet, she knew that rest would have to wait. She needed to escape this perilous place as swiftly as possible. Bing Liuli produced a bloodstone and placed it in her mouth. Savoring the gradual resurgence of strength within her, she sat quietly, awaiting her physical recovery. As time ticked by, once she felt fully revitalized, she slowly rose to her feet, prepared to continue her journey. However, the path ahead appeared treacherous. She was faced with steep cliffs and an endless ascent. Bing Liuli realized that if she opted to fly directly, her spiritual energy, given her martial king level, would not sustain her for long. Thus, she resolved to climb step by step. The ascent proved exceptionally arduous. Her palms were scraped raw by the coarse rock, and perspiration drenched her garments. Clenching her jaw, she persevered in her climb. Whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm her, she sought a safe spot to rest before resuming her ascent. This journey was a veritable torment for Bing Liuli, each day stretching into an eternity as she continually urged herself to endure. Nevertheless, she resolutely persevered, for she understood that this was the only way to return to the surface. Finally, after an arduous 10 days, Bing Liuli emerged from the underworld to the world above. Upon witnessing the familiar sunlight and breathing the fresh air, she could scarcely contain her tears of joy. She had successfully escaped that dreadful place and reclaimed her freedom. As the crowd gathered to welcome her back, expressions of concern were evident on their faces. Elizabeth exclaimed with palpable excitement, "After such a long time, we were all so worried about you." Bing Liuli smiled and reassured them, "I am unharmed. There is no need for concern. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and security. Chu Qingyao enthusiastically declared, "At last, we can practice swordsmanship together." Mu Lingxi smiled in response, saying, "Welcome back." However, Bing Lioli remained haunted by her experiences in the underworld. She spoke gravely to the assembly, "I have procured the magical stones we require, obsidian, from the underworld. Now, let us pull up the ropes and seal that place." Soon after, it was thoroughly sealed, and Bing Lioli took the additional precaution of setting up a magical array to ensure no one could enter again. With lingering trepidation, she addressed the crowd. "Had it not been for the relic attire I wore, I would have surely perished within." The others were filled with dread upon hearing this, for they were merely at the martial spirit level, while Bing Lioli was a formidable presence at the 5th level of the martial king realm. Before long, Bing Lioli announced to the group, "Those above the great martial master rank should capture living beings and assault the villages of the Phoenix Dynasty. The remaining 7 martial masters will assist me in constructing a castle using the obsidian." Not long after, the preliminary construction of the obsidian castle was completed. This unique mineral absorbed moonlight and transformed it into energy, making it remarkably suitable for vampires. The interior of the castle was exquisitely adorned, suffused with an aura of mystery. The basement housed a vast blood pool, providing ample sustenance for the vampires. Bing Lioli utilized her magic to envelop the castle's walls and ceiling in a thick layer of ice, fortifying it into an impenetrable fortress. Inside the castle, she created a grand ice lake, its waters crystal clear, surrounded by intricate ice sculptures and flowers, a breathtaking sight. Each room within the castle was designed with a distinct style, some adorned with lavish ice sculptures, while others were arranged to be warm and inviting. The basement served as an expansive wine cellar, stocked with a variety of exquisite wines. The castle boasted a magnificent library, though it was currently devoid of any volumes. Atop the castle was an observation deck that overlooked the entire forest and served as a place for Bing Lioli to study celestial phenomena and hone her skills. The dungeon held captives who had been taken during raids. These individuals were often bled to satisfy the vampire's cravings. Bing Lioli lived a relatively comfortable life here, but such tranquility was not destined to last long. 20 vampires attempted to challenge the authority of the Phoenix Dynasty, their overconfidence and arrogance evident. Soon after, the Phoenix Dynasty learned of the vampire's stronghold within the castle and swiftly mobilized a formidable force of cultivators to besiege it. Mu Lingxi led her beast-riding troops as the first line of defense, yet they ultimately perished against the overwhelming assault of the cultivators. The cultivators of the Phoenix Dynasty surged toward the castle gates like a relentless tide, unleashing countless fireballs and massive hammers of holy light upon the doors. Bing Lioli joined the fray alongside the other vampires, but against such a multitude of foes, her strength seemed insignificant. Tragically, Chu Qingyao also fell in battle. Realizing the dire circumstances, Bing Lioli was compelled to retreat. Without her martial king prowess and the array of magical defenses within the castle, the 20 vampires would have quickly been overwhelmed by the martial spirit cultivators of the Phoenix Dynasty. Before long, the captives in the dungeon were liberated, and nearly all the vampires had perished, including Elizabeth. Bing Lioli was engulfed in despair and sorrow, yet she recalled the mines from her earlier experiences. Consequently, she withdrew from the castle, pursued relentlessly by dozens of martial spirit cultivators from the Phoenix Dynasty. Bing Lioli unsealed the passage leading to the underworld and leaped into the abyss. The Phoenix Dynasty, seeing the depths unfathomable, abandoned their pursuit. At that moment, Bing Lioli regretted not surrendering to Hunhua alongside Yuhan. She dared not provoke the lurking creatures nearby, and with no ropes remaining, she found herself unable to ascend, condemned to endure the passage of time in this chasm. Days turned into an eternity, extinguishing her once fervent spirit and bravery, leaving her yearning only for Hunhua's presence. Perhaps a month later, Hunhua finally discovered her whereabouts. She appeared ethereal, with spectral hair and a body that shimmered, clad in a cloak of invisibility. Silently, she dispatched the guards of the Phoenix Dynasty stationed at the cave, then leapt down. "Sister Hunhua, you have finally come to rescue me," Bing Lioli cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hunhua gazed at the pitiful figure before her, a wave of compassion swelling within her heart. She gently caressed Bing Lioli's hair and comforted her. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Upon hearing those words, Bing Liuli felt an unparalleled warmth envelop her. She embraced Han Hua tightly and wept aloud. Subsequently, Bing Liuli relaxed her spiritual defenses, and a satisfied smile graced Han Hua's face. She extended her hand and lightly brushed Bing Liuli's forehead, a mysterious energy flowing from her fingertips, gradually infusing into Bing Liuli's very soul. As time passed, a clear and distinct spiritual imprint emerged within the depths of Bing Liuli's soul. Once the imprint was complete, Bing Liuli nestled in Han Hua's embrace, relishing the warmth of her presence. Han Hua smiled gently, unfurling a pair of enormous wings of spiritual energy, lifting Bing Liuli into the sky. They soared through the air, the martial ancestor's realm surpassing the martial king by 2 great tiers. Their speed astounding, swiftly leaving the endless abyss behind. They returned to a place that had once served as a stronghold for the undead clan, now a fortress jointly held by the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan, but was now exclusively claimed by the Soul Clan and renamed the Soul King Fortress. As Han Hua and Bing Liuli descended upon the fortress, the surrounding Soul Clan members erupted in cheers, celebrating Han Hua's victory and welcoming her return. Bing Liuli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her gaze. At that moment, she spotted Yuhan and Luli Shui, who immediately approached with respect, saying, "Welcome back, Mistress Bing Liuli." At this juncture, both Yuhan and Luli Shui wore necklaces that ensnared their minds, their gazes becoming obsequious and submissive, utterly obedient to Han Hua's commands. Nevertheless, it was evident that they still cherished their bond with Bing Liuli, their eyes reflecting affection. Of course, Yuhan felt a twinge of disappointment regarding Bing Liuli's surrender to Han Hua, though she did not express it outwardly. Before long, Han Hua became preoccupied with attending to various matters within the fortress and had to depart. Despite her reluctance, she took Yuhan along with her. Prior to her departure, she activated the spiritual imprint, instructing Luli Shui to guide Bing Liuli in acclimating to her new surroundings. Luli Shui accepted the task eagerly, beginning to teach Bing Liuli how to please Han Hua step by step. Throughout this process, Luli Shui exhibited her unique teaching style, enabling Bing Liuli to quickly grasp the essence of the lessons. Upon witnessing Bing Liuli's rapid mastery of these techniques, Luli Shui couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "It seems I was perhaps too thorough in my previous training of you, to the point where Han Hua need not even activate the spiritual imprint to control you." Hearing this, Bing Liuli's face flushed with embarrassment, though she did not deny it, merely nodding slightly. Following that, Bing Liuli and Luli Shui engaged in playful banter, the atmosphere between them growing ever sweeter. Bing Liuli gradually forgot the hardships she had endured, her heart filled with hopes for a brighter future. As night fell, Han Hua and Yuhan returned to their chambers. Han Hua produced a delicate ring that radiated mesmerizing colors, revealing different patterns with each glance. They adorned the ring upon the ring fingers of Bing Liuli, Luli Shui, and Yuhan. Upon donning the ring, the trio felt a sense of disorientation, their hearts racing. Shortly thereafter, Han Hua presented a beautiful necklace named Heart Enchantment, a mysterious and powerful artifact, which he placed around Bing Liuli's neck. Under its influence, Bing Liuli's gaze transformed, emanating absolute loyalty and profound affection for Han Hua. Following this, they exchanged a cup of special blood wine, completing a unique ritual. Soon after, Han Hua meticulously explained the rules and regulations of Soul King City to Bing Liuli. Although she furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing of the Soul Clan's enslavement of the Blood Clan, deep within her heart, joy blossomed. For she understood that this signified her integration into this city, granting her greater power and status. However, Han Hua keenly sensed the conflicting emotions within Bing Liuli. She recognized that Bing Liuli's submission could not fully satisfy her desire for conquest and sense of achievement. Instead, she felt as though she were merely toying with a plaything once wielded by Yuhan. Chapter 26. The release from submission. Before long, Han Hua, Yuhan, and Luli Shui convened to perform an important ceremony for Bing Liuli, aimed at helping her regain her original state. A brilliant light shone down. Bing Liuli gradually reclaimed the courage and adventurous spirit she had lost. At that moment, she suddenly acquired a new memory. While many of her previous recollections had been cleverly concealed by Han Huodin, this new memory, she realized she had been imprisoned by the trio of Luli Shui, Yuhan, and Han Hua all along. Convinced that everything was merely a dream that would dissipate upon waking, Bing Liuli hastily sought out a coffin to lie in. Time to get up. Suddenly, Luli Shui lifted the coffin lid, exclaiming, "Huh? This? No. Upon witnessing that Lu Lixue had already attained the martial emperor realm, Bing Liuli found herself utterly trapped, with Han Hua and Yu Han standing nearby, rendering her escape impossible. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Adorning Lu Lixue's arms were delicate ice lotus flowers, serving as embellishments. Her visage was graced with exquisite makeup, her attire flamboyant and eye-catching. While the resemblance between her and Bing Liuli was still notable, there was an undeniable distinction that made it clear they were two separate individuals. Noticing the hesitation on Lu Lixue's face, Bing Liuli took a moment to gather her composure and forced herself to speak in a somewhat endearing tone. "Sister Lixue, could you possibly spare me? I promise I will no longer harbor any hostility towards you." Instantly, Lu Lixue retorted with anger. "Humph! We have expended our time and effort to ensure your safety. Yet you wish to distance yourself from us." Her voice was laced with fury and disappointment, as if she were profoundly discontented with Bing Liuli's actions. Startled by Lu Lixue's reprimand, Bing Liuli hurriedly clarified. "Sister Lixue, that was not my intention. I merely feel that I have caused you too much trouble and do not wish to burden you further." She endeavored to convey her thoughts to Lu Lixue, but it seemed her words fell on deaf ears. Lu Lixue regarded Bing Liuli with a frosty stare, asserting, "Do you think we are oblivious to your thoughts? You are merely afraid that we might harm you, which is why you wish to flee. But have you ever considered that without our protection, you would have perished at the hands of those enemies long ago?" Her words were sharp and direct, leaving Bing Liuli speechless. Lowering her gaze, Bing Liuli pondered for a moment before lifting her head with determination, stating, "Sister Lixue, I recognize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I am willing to accompany you and will no longer attempt to escape. Nor will I harbor any animosity towards you." Her eyes reflected sincerity and resolve, hoping to earn Lu Lixue's forgiveness. Lu Lixue gazed quietly at Bing Liuli, and the fiery anger within her heart gradually subsided. With a gentle sigh, she responded in a calm tone, "That will not do. We intend to control you." What is happening?" Bing Liuli was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense fear, realizing she could not move her body at all. As if ensnared by an invisible force, her voice trembled with shock and panic. "Why is this happening? My soul possesses no strength to resist." Lu Lixue smiled slightly, her voice soft yet tinged with triumph. "It is because I have tampered with your soul, rendering you incapable of resisting." A glimmer of pride shone in her eyes, as though everything was within her grasp. Indeed, this was all part of Han Hua's meticulously orchestrated scheme, designed to plunge Bing Liuli into despair and helplessness. Tears cascaded down Bing Liuli's cheeks like a dam that had burst, her voice heavy with sorrow and despair. "Please, not that. If only I had 10 more years. All my hard work in cultivating would not amount to nothing." Her cries echoed in the air, evoking a sense of pity in those who heard her. Upon witnessing Bing Liuli's despondency, Yu Han's mood brightened instantaneously. Seizing the moment, he added with a hint of mockery, "Once you become our loyal and reliable companion. Oh, I mean partner, you will come to understand that the four of us are, in fact, all on the same side." His words dripped with sarcasm, as if he reveled in the victory of the moment. Seeing this, Lu Lixue stepped forward to comfort. "Do not cry. The path of cultivation will be much easier from now on. You can trust me. I will treat you well." At that moment, Bing Liuli felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her, and she promptly fell into a deep slumber. When she gradually awakened, she felt a profound sense of comfort. As though enveloped by a warm force, she slowly opened her eyes. She discovered herself in a resplendent palace, surrounded by a faint fragrance. Just as she was filled with confusion, she suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the door. Bing Liuli's heart raced, and she quickly rose to her feet, scanning her surroundings for a hiding place. Ultimately, she resolved to conceal herself within a coffin, hoping to evade the gaze of the approaching person. However, shortly after she entered the coffin, she was astonished to find that she could not control her body at all. It was as if an unseen force compelled her to emerge from the coffin against her will. "What do you want?" Bing Liuli frowned, regarding the figure ahead warily. "I merely wish to read your memories and practice our techniques together," the voice replied, calm and gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. "No, do not invade my privacy," Bing Liuli vehemently opposed. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her body seemed to act of its own accord, moving towards Lu Lixue, with a lightness in her step, as if devoid of self-awareness. She found herself beside Lu Lixue, gently resting her head beneath Lu Lixue's hand. In that case, let us engage in a spar. If you can defeat me, I may consider granting you your freedom. Lu Lixue proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, a spark of determination flickered in Bing Liuli's eyes. Though she recognized the disparity in their realms, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Thus, she followed Lu Lixue without hesitation as they exited the palace and arrived at an open expanse. The atmosphere grew tense as they faced each other. Bing Liuli took a deep breath, channeling her inner spiritual energy, ready to give her all. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not breach Lu Lixue's formidable defenses. Before long, Bing Liuli was left panting, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, while Lu Lixue remained composed, effortlessly countering her attacks. Eventually, Bing Liuli collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Lu Lixue in dismay. She understood that with her current strength, she could not hope to overcome Lu Lixue. Yet, she refused to surrender, silently vowing to become stronger and escape this predicament. Since you have lost, you must comply with my demands, Lu Lixue declared with a victorious smile, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Bing Liuli bit her lip, her expression one of reluctance. However, bound by the constraints of the soul imprint, she could only acquiesce, addressing Lu Lixue as sister, and adopting an endearing tone towards Hanhua and Yuhan. At this moment, Hanhua activated the soul imprint, and Bing Liuli felt compelled to concede, shamefully nodding in agreement. Soon after, under Lu Lixue's direction, Bing Liuli found herself kneeling before Hanhua and Yuhan. Apologizing, her voice was low and filled with remorse. I apologize for disregarding your kindness and affection, acting stubbornly. Please allow me to atone for my transgressions. Lu Lixue observed Bing Liuli's demeanor with satisfaction before gently stating, that will suffice. You may go outside, but do not wander too far. Though Bing Liuli was exceedingly reluctant, she understood that if she wished to leave this place, she would have to inform Lu Lixue. After all, she had now assumed the identity of a dependent. Very well, Sister Lixue, Bing Liuli whispered, then slowly exited the palace. All the while, her heart was heavy with bitterness. She had initially believed that becoming a dependent would merely afford her additional protection, yet she had not anticipated losing so much freedom. Now, she was not only obligated to follow Lu Lixue's commands, but also had to maintain an affectionate demeanor towards Hanhua and Yuhan. This reality weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling utterly oppressed. Nevertheless, she had no alternative. She recognized that to escape this predicament, she must seek an opportunity. For the time being, she could only endure and await the right moment. Just then, she encountered Hanhua and Yuhan. Her heart tightened as she recalled Lu Lixue's orders and, out of necessity, she politely greeted them. Lord Hanhua, Lord Yuhan, I pay my respects. In that moment, Bing Liuli truly grasped the lack of freedom that accompanied her new status as a dependent. She couldn't help but ponder, is this what they call fate? As Bing Liuli strolled through the streets, snow began to fall heavily from the sky like down feathers. Her agitation intensified, and she yearned to vent her emotions through violence. Before long, an unremarkable member of the Blood Clan became the victim of her scythe. However, it wasn't long before Lu Lixue arrived in a hurry, requesting Bing Liuli to craft a snowball to throw at her. Thus, the two began hurling snowballs at one another, reveling in this joyous moment. Instantly, Bing Liuli felt her spirits lift considerably. Simultaneously, due to the profound connection between the ring and her soul, her fondness for Lu Lixue surged dramatically. Hanhua mused to himself, it seems the time has come to lift the control over her speech. Observing Bing Liuli's cheerful demeanor, Lu Lixue proposed they sit on a nearby rooftop, their legs hanging freely as they savor the snowy landscape. I am beginning to believe that you are indeed another version of myself, Bing Liuli confessed to Lu Lixue. Lu Lixue simply gazed silently at Bing Liuli's exquisitely beautiful face, one strikingly similar to her own. Do not misunderstand. I am not trying to flatter you, Bing Liuli asserted. Feeling her cheeks flush under Lu Lixue's intense gaze. Chapter 27. Are you only dating me because of your master's orders? Bing Liuli occasionally found herself brought to the grand hall of the royal palace, where there were seldom court meetings, mainly performances and dances, accompanied by delicacies considered gourmet by the Blood Clan. One night, numerous cultivators released their spiritual energy into the sky, creating a dazzling array of patterns. It appeared to be a meticulously planned performance, and Lu Lixue and Bing Lieli watched together from the rooftop. "I like you," Lu Lixue declared as a heart-shaped pattern appeared in the sky. Marking her official confession, in truth, this was already her second confession. Souls bear imprints, and only now do you confess. Bing Lieli thought to herself that, of course, she knew Lu Lixue would likely perceive her thoughts. But generally, without Hanhua's assistance, Lu Lixue would not be able to uncover them. In reality, it was Hanhua who had instructed Lu Lixue to act this way. Lu Lixue heard Bing Lieli's inner musings but did not mind. Rather, she found her adorable. Liu Lixue gazed at her with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Before long, Bing Lieli, her eyes glistening with emotion, shyly nodded in acceptance of Liu Lixue's feelings. Overwhelmed with joy, Liu Lixue embraced Bing Lieli tightly, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Subsequently, the two shared a cup of wine, symbolizing that their love would remain eternal. After finishing their drink, they began to pour out their hearts to one another, exchanging sweet nothings that filled the air with warmth and happiness. "I love you, Liu Lixue," Bing Lieli whispered softly. "I love you too, Bing Lieli," Liu Lixue replied. They held each other close, savoring the beauty of the moment. The ethereal patterns in the sky continued to bloom, as if bestowing blessings upon them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed, deepening their bond to an inseparable intimacy akin to honey and oil. However, Liu Lixue's time to accompany her was limited, as she still needed to spend some moments with Yuhan and Hanhue. Although the other two could also keep her company, they preferred to frolic alongside Liu Lixue and Bing Lieli. "Can you spend more time with me?" Bing Lieli, now no longer shy, boldly expressed her desire to Liu Lixue. With a hint of resignation, Liu Lixue responded, "I must attend to them. As your other self? Could you help alleviate some of the pressure?" Without hesitation, Bing Lieli nodded. "Of course, you are my beloved, and I am willing to help you through your troubles. Then I shall seek out Sister Hanhua first." "Will you feel jealous?" Liu Lixue smiled gently, assuring her, "Not at all. We have long practiced the heart unity technique together, and there are no secrets between us." Bing Lieli playfully pouted, "You dare to put a green hat on me." Humph. With that, she turned and made her way to a garden within the palace, quickly reaching Hanhua's side. "Sister Hanhua, let me accompany you today," Bing Lieli exclaimed joyfully. Hanhua smiled in response. "Indeed, we are in a safe place now, so let us revel in this joy." Bing Lieli nodded in agreement. "That is true. I was so foolish before, but thanks to your guidance, I have grown immensely." They began to sing and dance, their laughter and joy filling the air. While they enjoyed a boat ride, Hanhua conjured a beautiful lotus flower with her magical abilities and placed it delicately upon Bing Lieli, transforming it into a unique adornment. Additionally, Hanhua gifted Bing Lieli some frost-themed accessories, and since arriving in this realm, the icy mist ripple could now be adjusted with a certain token, preventing these items from being devoured or frozen. Bing Lieli nodded slightly, then closed her eyes, smiling sweetly at Han Huoda. As day approached, it was time to rest. After a period of adjustment, Bing Lieli had become accustomed to the rhythm of sleeping during the day and being active at night. Soon after, she and Hanhua entered a fragrant chamber within the palace. She lay in a soft water coffin, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. When night fell, Bing Lieli discovered a high-quality blood stone had appeared on her leg ring. Surprised, she nonetheless stored it in her storage ring. The next challenge was to face Yuhan, and Bing Lieli felt uncertain, wondering if she could harmoniously coexist with her. However, as she approached Yuhan, she was obstructed by a cluster of peculiar plants. These plants seemed to consciously guard 5 paths, each teeming with numerous sentinels. Just as Bing Lieli was perplexed, a voice echoed in her mind. "Use zombies to devour these plants, and then you shall enter Yuhan's chamber to claim victory." She sensed the voice repeatedly, ultimately confirming it emanated from the very plants before her. Thus, she inquired of them, "If I break through any one of these 5 roads, does that mean I win?" The plants replied, "Absolutely. If you can allow the zombies to breach our defenses and enter my abode, I shall reward you. Yet even if you fail, I shall still bestow a reward." Bing Lieli suspected that their promise of a reward upon failure was not sincere. Why Yuhan spoke through the plants. "Nearby is a staff that can summon zombies. Take it and summon your undead minions. Should it fail to summon more, or if time elapses, you will lose." After a careful assessment, Bing Lieli discovered that the strongest of the central plants was merely at the martial master level. "This will be my decisive battle. I shall invest everything into the center," she proclaimed with a sweet yet powerful voice, perhaps driven by the last remnants of her courage. After all, this was the bravery she had regained following the ritual. Previously, she had been reduced to a mere compliant toy, but Hunhua had deemed her existence dull, prompting the ritual. To her astonishment, the zombie staff could summon undead of the grand martial level. As the zombies surged towards the center, the flanking plants unleashed a barrage of firepower, catching Bing Lieli off guard. The plants on paths 2 and 4 continually spewed thick purple mist, hindering the zombies' advance. Despite the abundance of zombies on the third path, they found themselves stymied by the formidable 8th-tier plants. These plants were not only remarkably resilient, but also difficult for the zombies to consume, making breaching the defenses arduous. As time wore on, the zombies eventually fell in their entirety. Bing Lieli stood frozen in shock, for the obliteration of the zombies meant her defeat was sealed. After all, if the zombies were all vanquished and the staff could no longer summon more, she would inevitably fail. "I was merely trying for the first time. Might I have another chance?" Bing Lieli implored, her voice laced with desperation. Wei Yuhan smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, but should you lose again, you must accept the consequences willingly." "All right, I shall not lose this time," Bing Lieli asserted with determination. Thus, she resolved to gamble everything on the second path. This time, her zombies would only have to endure the onslaught from one side, significantly alleviating their pressure. Gradually, Bing Lieli's zombies succeeded in breaching the defenses of the second path. "You didn't leave a reserve squad?" Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you know? An additional person on the front line means greater strength. What use is a reserve?" Bing Lieli retorted without hesitation. However, after the last plant on the second path was devoured, flames erupted throughout, and all the zombies perished. The corners of Yuhan's mouth curled into a mischievous smirk. "Now, if you send in another zombie, you can enter to claim your reward. Or do you wish to forfeit your reward because you lack any zombies?" Her tone was laced with teasing, her gaze filled with mockery. Bing Lieli bit her lip, letting out a resigned sigh, and ultimately murmured, "I concede." Do as you wish. Deep down, she understood that this failure could not exempt her from punishment. With a gentle sigh, she slowly stepped into Yuhan's chamber. Once inside, the two quickly settled into the water coffin to cultivate together. During this process, Bing Lieli felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through her being. Overwhelming her senses, she fought to endure, but as time passed, she could no longer hold on and ultimately lost consciousness. When Bing Lieli awoke again, she found herself still in the water coffin, while Yuhan had already departed. She noticed a storage bag had appeared on her leg ring, stirring a wave of curiosity within her. Upon opening the bag, she discovered it brimming with various items, including numerous high-quality bloodstones, some unfamiliar elixirs, and a beautifully crafted scythe emanating a mysterious aura. Bing Lieli was ecstatic, eager to transfer these precious items into her storage ring. However, when she attempted to lift the storage bag, she was astonished to find herself unable to budge it even slightly. Her eyes widened in confusion as she stared at the bag in her hands, contemplating whether it was simply too heavy. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not move it an inch. At that moment, with Yuhan not nearby, she could not seek assistance from anyone. Bing Lieli found herself in a quandary. Unsure of how to resolve the issue, she anxiously pondered potential solutions, hoping to find a way out of her predicament. She was also hindered by a force that restricted her mobility, seemingly stemming from the elixir she had consumed. Thus, Bing Lieli could only shuffle along awkwardly. Upon exiting Jenny's residence, a maid approached to assist her in flying back to the palace. Noticing the desolate garden and her encumbered state, with the storage bag on her leg ring, Lieli Shui felt a twinge of jealousy. What a clever Yuhan! She truly understands these matters. Jealousy surged within Lieli Shui. Meanwhile, Bing Lieli's gaze flickered, unable to meet Lieli Shui's eyes, fearing she might draw conclusions regarding her escapades with Yuhan and Hunhua. Observing this, Lieli Shui quickly sought to divert Bing Lieli's embarrassment by sharing, "Today, our master intends to take all three of us out." Despite their current enslavement as bloodkin, Lieli Shui suggested, "If we three work together to charm Hunhua, perhaps we can change our fate." However, these words only served to deepen Bing Lieli's embarrassment. With a hint of reluctance, She replied, I am not yet prepared to assume the role of a harem concubine. Lu Li Shui then remarked, there is no choice. Our soul imprints are firmly in the hands of Han Hu. If we do not obey her commands, she can alter our personalities, effectively rendering us as good as dead. My previous romantic involvement with you was mandated by her. Now, I must suppress these thoughts. Otherwise, she could read my mind. Bing Lu Li, upon hearing this, responded in silence, was your love for me merely a consequence of the master's orders? Lu Li Shui hurriedly clarified, I apologize, but I truly have feelings for you, as does Yuhan towards Han Hua. Let us embrace our roles and pretend to be genuine lovers. Seeing Lu Li Shui's sincerity, Bing Lu Li nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they ventured together to the resplendent imperial palace in search of Yuhan and Han Hua. Upon entering the palace, they beheld Han Hua seated upon a lofty dragon throne, adorned in imperial robes, exuding an aura of formidable authority. The other members of the Soul Clan stood orderly in parallel lines at the foot of the steps, and among them was Han Liao. Han Liao often showcased her absolute control over her slave partner, Su Li Yu and Luo Zining, to the other members of the Soul Clan, leading to a trend where many others boasted about how obedient and docile their blood partner was. In certain instances, these unfortunate slave blood clans were compelled to labor for sustenance, toiling through the night while dutifully serving their Soul Clan masters by day. Even worse, the blood stones they rightfully deserved were mercilessly withheld. However, due to the Soul Clan's stringent control over their spirits, the blood clans were forced to wear ingratiating smiles, uttering flattering words to appease their Soul Clan masters, such as claiming they did not require so many blood stones. Ultimately, all of this led them gradually towards the brink of death. The merciless Soul Clan, eager to witness Yuhan, Bing Lu Li, and Lu Li Shui, who had been meticulously trained by Han Hua, awaited their performance. After a careful adornment, the three indeed showcased a regal demeanor akin to that of a queen and imperial concubines. They gracefully ascended to the court and began to present a captivating dance performance to the numerous members of the Soul Clan. As the spectators beheld their entrance, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Wei Yuhan donned a magnificent phoenix robe, intricately embroidered with lifelike phoenix patterns and golden threads, each phoenix seemingly in motion, radiating an air of majesty. The collar and cuffs of the robe were adorned with a delicate array of pearls, shimmering softly, adding an essence of nobility. She wore a resplendent phoenix crown, encrusted with countless gemstones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, intertwining in a dazzling display. A cascade of translucent pearl tassels hung from the center of the crown, swaying gently with her movements, evoking a dreamlike quality. Bing Lu Li and Lu Li Shui were clad in exquisite palace garments, in shades of light blue and soft pink, respectively, exuding a fresh and elegant charm. Bing Lu Li's ensemble featured delicate plum blossom embroidery at the collar, with white fur lining the cuffs, imparting a sense of cool detachment. A light blue ribbon cinched her waist, adorned with a string of petite bells that chimed sweetly with her every step. Lu Li Shui's attire, embellished with layers of pink blossoms, appeared vividly lifelike, while her skirt was dotted with sparkling crystals resembling twinkling stars, enchanting to behold. After their dance concluded, the three women commenced playing musical instruments. Bing Lu Li picked up a flute, her sole expertise. As she played, the melodious notes filled the air, stirring memories of her youth in the Phoenix Dynasty, a wave of melancholy washing over her. The flute's sound was both enchanting and sorrowful, as if recounting tales of the past. Lu Li Shui drew forth a two-stringed instrument, its strings resonating with a deep, mournful tone, harmonizing with Bing Lu Li's flute. Wei Yuhan played the organ, its notes cascading like a gentle stream, imbuing the atmosphere with tranquility and grace. The performance of Queen Yuhan and her two imperial concubines, Bing Lu Li and Lu Li Shui, was nothing short of extraordinary, Han Liao exclaimed, seated with rapt attention to the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the performance concluded, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Seizing the moment, Yuhan implored them, I hope you can show leniency towards the blood clan. Bing Lu Li and Lu Li Shui nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Han Hua mused inwardly. These three women, emboldened by her affection, dared to speak so candidly. However, since they had made this request, let the inexperienced Soul Clan ministers decide how to treat the blood clan. Perhaps this incident would soften their stance towards the blood clan. Currently, the Soul Clan ministers were divided into two factions, the Dove faction, led by Han Liao, advocating for peace, and the Hawk faction, led by Han Sha, favoring a more aggressive approach. Both Lu Li Shui and Bing Luli had just recently broken through to the Martial King realm, with Bing Luli already established in that realm, while Lu Li Shui had reached the Martial Emperor stage, and Yuhan was at the early stage of the Martial Zone realm. Tio maintained her dominance over Yuhan. Hanhua had deliberately siphoned some of her power. Hanhua herself was in the mid-stage of the Martial Zone realm, a rapid ascent facilitated by the opportunities and relics revealed by Lu Li Shui. I suggest we adopt a more lenient approach towards the Blood Clan. Relying solely on soul imprints for control is not a sustainable strategy, Han Liao reiterated her stance. However, Han Sha immediately countered, our secret weapon is nearing completion. Why should we be courteous to the Blood Clan? Moreover, while the Queen and her 2 imperial concubines are indeed of the Blood Clan, they possess privileges and need not concern themselves with the others. Hearing Han Sha's words, Bing Luli, Yuhan, and Lu Li Shui were taken aback, turning their gazes towards Hanhua. Observing their expressions, Hanhua could only respond with resignation, very well, I shall reconsider this matter. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of disappointment welled up within the 3. Before long, the trio followed Hanhua back to her chambers. Hanhua tossed 3 small wooden tokens engraved with their likenesses into a box, then gently shook it. After a moment, she drew forth one of the tokens, which depicted Bing Luli. Bing Luli hesitated. Having just undergone a ritual that rekindled her courage and spirit of adventure, she now faced the prospect of servitude. Nevertheless, cultivating alongside Hanhua could enhance her own power and provide her with precious blood stones. Aware of the imprint already marked upon her spirit, she understood the necessity of not offending Hanhua, reluctantly following her into a water coffin. Wei Yuhan and Lu Li Shui exchanged glances and shared a subtle smile before entering another coffin to endure the oppressive heat of the day together. At Yuhan's behest, Bing Luli endeavored to please Hanhua, yearning to secure greater freedoms for the Blood Clan. Yet Hanhua's interest waned, knowing that Yuhan also relished the winds of such moments, prompting her to activate the soul imprint and suppress Bing Luli from further discourse on these matters. Disappointment washed over Bing Luli, her limbs unwittingly stiffening. Noticing her change, Hanhua expressed dissatisfaction with her demeanor and once again activated the soul imprint, controlling Bing Luli's movements. During their dual cultivation, Hanhua seized a considerable amount of Bing Luli's strength. Upon exiting the coffin, Hanhua remained dissatisfied with the current state, but nonetheless affixed a pouch of bloodstones to Bing Luli's leg ring. However, having lost a significant portion of her power, Bing Luli's cultivation remained stagnant at the 5th layer of the Martial King realm. Stepping out of the coffin, she bowed her head in silence, supporting herself against a table, her legs feeling weak and powerless. Soon after, Hanhua summoned Lu Li Shui, and they departed together. In truth, Hanhua needed to venture into the external relics with Lu Li Shui, who was knowledgeable about various methods to swiftly enhance strength, some of which were rather nefarious, while others required entering relics or places of inheritance to acquire power. With Hanhua gone, Yuhan located Bing Luli within the chamber and began to strategize their uprising. Seeing Bing Luli's current state of incapacitation, Yuhan hurriedly assisted her. Bing Luli, blushing with embarrassment, confessed, the recent encounter with Hanhua has left my legs weak and immobile. I apologize for this spectacle. She added, moreover, she did not grant me power. Instead, she extracted a considerable amount from me. Noticing Bing Luli's despondency, Yuhan quickly offered words of comfort. In truth, Hanhua only imparts strength during her dual cultivation with Lu Li Shui, which is why Lu Li Shui's cultivation has surged so swiftly, nearing a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Martial Emperor realm. You both started on equal footing. With that, Yuhan began to sow discord. Do not hold Lu Li Shui in too high regard. She may not care for the Blood Clan at all. Hanhua's significant elevation is entirely due to her. This, Bing Luli silently nodded in agreement. Yuhan continued, I know of a herb that can isolate the soul imprint surveillance and remote manipulation, but the prerequisite is that Hanhua must not be too close. Otherwise, the herb would be rendered useless, and we would remain under her control. Curiously, Bing Luli inquired, since Hanhua is currently exploring relics with Lu Li Shui, should we seize this opportunity to utilize the herbs for our uprising? Yuhan's gaze deepened, as if envisioning the future plan. She replied, in due time, she will take Lu Li Shui to the battlefield against the Phoenix Dynasty. That will be our prime opportunity. Until then, we must curry favor with her. while simultaneously undermining Lu Li Shui and feigning indifference towards the other blood clans. Bing Liuli's face displayed a troubled expression, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. She spoke slowly, but Lu Li Shui shares a close relationship with us. We have even shared intimate moments. How can we treat her in such a manner? Yu Han's demeanor turned grave. She recognized that this decision was fraught with difficulty, yet they must confront the harsh realities before them. She elucidated, in order for Hanhua to divert its suspicion onto her, we must successfully resist the imprint of the divine soul. Moreover, Hanhua's mind control tower is nearing completion. At that point, even without the divine soul imprint, we will find ourselves as loyal wives to Hanhua. The most arduous challenge to achieving freedom lies in resisting our inner affections for Hanhua, followed by the divine soul imprint and her martial prowess. Upon hearing this, Bing Liuli's mouth fell agape, her eyes widened in astonishment. However, she swiftly regained her composure, restoring her calm and rationality. She fixed her gaze upon Yu Han and asserted firmly, "Now you understand the torment of being a consort, do you not? Therefore, you must never become my master. We ought to maintain an equal standing." Yu Han's expression was laden with guilt as she replied in a subdued tone, "I apologize for having previously imposed the divine soul imprint upon you, causing you discomfort. Now I too have felt the bitter taste of being controlled by the imprint, often forced to act against my own will. Only through personal experience can one truly comprehend the anguish you endured." Bing Liuli frowned, pouting slightly, and playfully chided, "Oh dear, must you mention that thrice?" Witnessing her adorable demeanor, Yu Han could not suppress a wry smile. Succumbing to a silent chuckle, before long, the two engaged in a sweet bout of playful banter, their laughter echoing through the chamber, as if casting aside all their troubles. Hand in hand, they exited the chamber, embarking on a new adventure. At that very moment, Hanhua and Lu Li Shui had already departed, setting forth on a distant journey to seek out relics and opportunities. The power of the Soul King Fortress had temporarily fallen into the hands of Hun Ji and Hun Sha. The surrounding members of the Soul Clan watched in silent dread as Hanhua left, a wave of inexplicable fear surging within them. Presently, within the Soul King Fortress, only Yu Han, a martial sovereign, remained, while Bing Liuli stood at the mid-level of martial kings, and Hun Ji and Hun Sha had only just attained the initial level of martial kings. Confronted with the formidable presence of Yu Han and Bing Liuli, the members of the Soul Clan were acutely aware of their own inferiority. They could not help but recall their past enslavement of the Blood Clan. Had it not been for Yu Han, Bing Liuli, and Lu Li Shui being under Hanhua's control, the Soul Clan would likely have fled this place long ago. At that moment, Yu Han and Bing Liuli entered the court, their eyes ablaze with fury, fixed intently upon those who had once held dominion over them. The members of the Soul Clan, sensing their authority, hastily knelt and bowed, not daring to show even a hint of negligence. In a state of panic, Hun Sha quickly amended her words, "Your Highness, the Queen, Your Highness, the Imperial Concubine. I have spoken out of turn and have offended you. If Her Majesty Hanhua permits, I am willing to immediately lift the divine soul imprint placed upon the Blood Clan partners." Her voice trembled with fear and unease, clearly aware of the threat to her position. Han Liao quickly echoed, "You must understand. I have always been exceedingly kind to Her Highness Luo Zining and Su Li Yu." Those absurd regulations were all proposed by Hun Sha, who also transformed Blood Shadow into a female vampire slave. Hearing this, Hun Sha inwardly lamented her misfortune. She never anticipated that Hanhua would depart at such a critical moment to seek out relics for greater resources to enhance her power. Now, as the one most hostile towards the Blood Clan, she had lost her former influence and prestige. Yu Han chuckled with satisfaction, fully aware that, with her formidable prowess as a martial sovereign, as long as Hanhua was absent, no one could control her any longer. This realization filled her with an overwhelming sense of confidence and fulfillment. Standing there, Yu Han surveyed her surroundings, her gaze radiating authority and self-assurance. She understood that no one could rival her now. She had become the sovereign of this court. Yet, despite this, she remained bound by the rules imposed upon her by Hanhua's divine soul imprint, unable to deliver fatal blows to the members of the Soul Clan. However, she knew that minor retribution was still within her reach. A sly smile crept across Yu Han's face as she commanded loudly, "You all, quickly fetch the soul nails and firmly pin Hun Sha against the wall." Her voice carried a hint of mockery and triumph. She was acutely aware that ordinary wooden boards held no power over the Soul Clan, for they possessed unique abilities to easily penetrate wood. Thus, it was essential to employ the Soul Clan's distinctive methods of punishment to ensure Han Sha received her due retribution. Upon hearing Yuhan's directive, the members of the Soul Clan sprang into action. They swiftly seized the soul nails and drove them into Han Sha's body, securing her firmly against the wall. Han Sha emitted a series of agonized cries, her complexion paling, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Yet, beneath the veneer of her suffering, her mind was secretly scheming. She recalled the disgraceful behavior of Queen Yuhan and concubine Bing Liuli when they fawned over Han Hua, a flicker of disdain welling up within her. This disdain momentarily eclipsed her pain, leading her to believe herself superior to them. Wai Yuhan observed Han Sha's expression of torment, a flicker of schadenfreude igniting within her. She knew that this punishment, while not truly harmful to Han Sha, would at least afford her a modicum of satisfaction. Moreover, this display would serve to illustrate her authority to the other members of the Soul Clan. Deterring any challenge to her position, as time elapsed, Han Sha's cries gradually diminished, her body slowly acclimatizing to the pain inflicted by the soul nails. Meanwhile, Yuhan maintained her imposing demeanor, aware that this victory was merely the beginning, with more challenges awaiting her in the future. Although Yuhan and Bing Liuli were filled with resentment over their bondage to the divine soul imprint, compelled to serve Han Hua as if they were slaves, the thought of Han Hua potentially seeking retribution kept them from voicing their discontent. Bing Liuli noticed that despite Han Sha's immense suffering, she seemed to be contemplating something. A sense of alarm gripped Bing Liuli as she realized Han Sha must be plotting something nefarious. Consequently, she instructed the members of the Soul Clan to drive a few more soul nails into Han Sha. Chapter 29. Return to familiar grounds. Yuhan paid no heed to Han Sha's cries, leaving her for Bing Liuli to deal with, then engaged in a brief conversation with Han Liao. Subsequently, Bing Liuli ventured out alone to shop, where many members of the Soul Clan regarded this Blood Clan member. Unaccompanied by a Soul Clan master, with strange glances, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bing Liuli deliberately concealed her cultivation and carefully selected a stunning outfit that obfuscated her identity. Clad in a gray pearl dress adorned with countless shimmering pearls, the ensemble glimmered in harmony with the ring and necklace gifted to her by Han Hua, radiating a brilliance akin to the stars twinkling in the night sky. This extravagant attire drew the attention of numerous lecherous members of the Soul Clan, who lingered in the streets with gluttonous eyes, eager to claim Bing Liuli for themselves. Yet, Bing Liuli remained undaunted, the corners of her mouth lifting in a barely perceptible smile. She was acutely aware that should these members of the Soul Clan dare to make a move, she would seize the opportunity to break free from Han Hua's control and unleash her wrath upon these nefarious individuals. Of course, bound by the restrictions of the divine soul imprint, she could not strike against those members of the Soul Clan who harbored no ill intentions towards her. But she would show no mercy to those attempting to infringe upon her, as she wielded her scythe with grace, akin to a celestial being dancing through the air. The self-proclaimed elites of the Soul Clan were swiftly vanquished beneath her blade. This brought her immense exhilaration, as if she had simultaneously vanquished Han Huo. In her imagination, she envisioned these members of the Soul Clan as Han Hua, indulging in her long-repressed fury. The surrounding members of the Soul Clan watched in panic, some like ants on a hot stove, hastily activating the divine soul imprint in a desperate attempt to control their Blood Clan slaves. Soon after, many Blood Clan members fell under the influence of the divine soul imprint, appearing soulless as they poured into the streets, surrounding Bing Liuli, pointing fingers at her, accusing her of defying the proper conduct of women, of rebellion and disloyalty, while simultaneously lavishing praise and flattery upon the members of the Soul Clan. A profound sadness welled up within Bing Liuli, yet she also observed that among these Blood Clan members, some bore expressions of struggle. Then, like a masterful magician, she swiftly conjured water and ice elements, instantly freezing those controlled Blood Clan members into solid ice. In a flash, she darted through the encirclement of the bewitched Blood Clan members like a nimble rabbit. Immediately after, she glared fiercely at the other members of the Soul Clan on the street, her indignation palpable. After a while, Bing Liuli returned once more to the site of the former Blood Clan stronghold. This place appeared largely unchanged, yet all the shopkeepers had transformed into members of the Soul Clan. While the Blood Clan had been relegated to mere employees, as for the zombies, their status had plummeted even further. They who once could serve as shop staff were now reduced to being made into soap or dragged to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Strolling through this familiar territory, Lily felt a complex array of emotions stir within her. She resolved to revisit her former memories, seeking out the tailor shop, the dance hall, and the arena. Upon entering the tailor shop, she found a new seamstress had taken over. The seamstress is a beautiful spirit, akin to a pristine white cloud, gracefully floating in the air. Though she possesses no feet, her large eyes, as lovely as gemstones, shine brightly, complemented by two adorable little fangs. Upon witnessing a solitary Blood Clan member enter, she panicked like a startled fawn, colliding with the ceiling in a flurry of distress. It was evident that this place was no longer engaged in the macabre task of stitching corpses. However, such an action would likely diminish the combat prowess of the undead. Lily casually glanced around, her gaze quickly drifting away as she continued towards the dance hall. That moment, the shopkeeper had changed. No longer was it the previous enchanting Blood Clan lady, but rather a swirling mass of green flames. This green fire represented a Soul Clan member who had not transformed into human form, but remained in their ethereal state, resting in the most energy-efficient manner. As a member of the undead, Lily could distinctly hear the snoring emanating from this Soul Clan member. The dance hall before her appeared dilapidated, with dust and bloodstains covering the floor and the walls marred by deep and shallow scratches. Once a vibrant and passionate place, it now exuded an air of desolation and decay, in stark contrast to its former glory. The present dance hall seemed to have lost its vitality, evoking a poignant reflection on the relentless passage of time. Without lingering in the dance hall, Lily traversed through it, pressing onward until she arrived at the arena. The atmosphere within the arena was thick with tension and excitement, as the Soul Clan compelled the Blood Clan members to engage in brutal combat, vying for glory and wealth. Upon noticing Lily's entrance, expressions of astonishment crossed their faces, for it was customary for Blood Clan members to seldom venture into the arena alone. After all, the arena was a perilous locale, ill-suited for the vulnerable Blood Clan. However, there existed a few rule-bending Soul Clan members who permitted Blood Clan individuals to enter solo, with the intent of profiting from their endeavors. Lily approached the arena's entrance, paying a sum of bloodstones as her ticket, and without hesitation, stepped into the arena. Her gaze was resolute and calm, brimming with anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the arena like a wraith, a Blood Clan member whose eyes glimmered with ferocity and determination. For she had once been a male Blood Clan member, forcibly transformed into a female by the Soul Clan. She charged directly at Lily. Yet, Lily merely furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly taken aback by the appearance of this Blood Clan member. With a gentle wave of her hand, a frigid aura surged forth, instantly encasing the Blood Clan member in ice, rendering her immobile. Without casting a second glance at the frozen figure, Lily turned away, leaving only a graceful silhouette in her wake. Of course, with the acute perception of a martial king, Lily discerned that beneath the arena lay numerous buried bodies of Blood Clan members. She pondered silently. In the past, this place had predominantly housed the corpses of humans and anomalies, rarely featuring the remains of the undead. Now, the presence of so many Blood Clan corpses indicated that matters had grown increasingly intricate. In truth, Lily had always been a relatively indifferent person, unlike Yuhan, who was rich in emotion. After all, these Blood Clan members were predominantly Yuhan's subordinates, some of whom might have shared a close bond with her. Thus, when Yuhan learned that the soul enchantment was controlling and enslaving her and the Blood Clan through soul imprints, she felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion and fury. Such actions severely infringed upon their freedom and dignity, reducing them to mere tools and slaves. Yuhan resolved to find a way to break free from this bondage and reclaim her liberty. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, Lily found herself back within the royal palace. This time, she did not don ordinary attire as before. Instead, she skillfully employed the transformative abilities of the relic garment, adorning herself in a stunning and unique ensemble of crystalline water mist ripples. The outfit shimmered with a translucent glow, as if composed of countless ice crystals, imparting an aura of refreshing elegance. In truth, all of this was meticulously orchestrated by Yuhan. She had divided the relic garment's transformation talisman into two parts, seamlessly integrating them into the garments of Ice Lioli and Lioli Shui. This allowed both to freely change into various styles of clothing, showcasing their own charm and individuality. When Ice Lioli emerged in the crystalline water mist ripples ensemble, she immediately captured the attention of the surrounding Soul Clan members, who respectfully bowed to her, expressing their reverence for this noble woman. Ice Lioli smiled in response to their greetings, feeling a swell of pride within her. Shortly thereafter, Ice Lioli sought out Yuhan once more. That moment, Yuhan was seated on a chair within the palace, engrossed in a book, seemingly absorbed in her reading. Upon noticing Ice Lioli's approach, she continued to read without looking up. As Ice Lioli strolled into a garden within the palace, she was struck with awe at the sight before her. Yuhan stood there, her attire exuding regal elegance, reminiscent of a queen, making it difficult to look away. Adorned with a phoenix crown that sparkled brilliantly, it resembled a shining star, embedded with countless gemstones radiating dazzling light, akin to the twinkling stars in the night sky. The crown's design was exquisite and unique, with every detail showcasing exceptional craftsmanship and ingenuity. Draped in a sheer golden feathered garment, she appeared ethereal, as if enveloped in a veil of golden mist. The fabric was soft and smooth, exuding a captivating luster under the light. Golden threads interwove into magnificent patterns, enhancing the luxurious and mysterious ambience. Her legs were clad in gray stockings adorned with golden pearls, drawing even more attention. The delicate stockings hugged her skin, shimmering with a subtle luster. Her golden sand high-heeled shoes were exquisitely crafted, with the surface embedded with golden sand grains that sparkled brilliantly, as if fine gold had been scattered upon them. The clever design of the heels not only elevated her stature, but also lent her movements an air of lightness and grace. Brimming with confidence, Yuhan's hair was dyed a silvery white, flowing like strands of silver silk, gently brushing against her fair skin. This silver hue contrasted beautifully with her deep-set eyes, emanating an aura of mystery and allure. In juxtaposition to the lavender locks of soul enchantment, the colors harmonized yet possessed layers of complexity that captivated the eye. Dressed in a purple gown that resembled a work of art, every detail was meticulously crafted. The gown's cut was impeccable, elegantly outlining her graceful curves, accentuating her elongated figure. The fabric flowed like silk, hugging her skin like a delicate veil, revealing her elegance effortlessly. The neckline was ingeniously designed to showcase her delicate collarbone and graceful neck, enhancing her allure and sensuality. The skirt cascaded down to the ground in flowing lines, swaying gently with her steps, reminiscent of a waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. Its width was perfectly balanced, neither overly ostentatious nor lacking in grandeur, gracefully moving with her actions like a blooming violet dancing in the breeze. Her petite shoes sparkled subtly, akin to stars in the night sky, harmonizing beautifully with her overall ensemble. Yuhan's meticulous preparation was solely to complement soul enchantment, and together they appeared as a match made in heaven. Yuhan sat gracefully in a rattan chair, her legs together and slightly inclined, hands resting elegantly on her knees, her posture exuding poise and dignity, as if she were a beautiful painting. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and the slight upturn of her lips revealed a hint of confidence and composure, rendering her utterly captivating. Ice Lioli gazed at Yuhan's attire, curiosity peaking within her as she asked, "Now that soul enchantment is absent, why do you still dress so much like a queen? Do you truly intend to become soul enchantment's wife? After all, you were once the strong and independent leader of the Blood Clan." Upon hearing this, Yuhan's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, yet she replied, "This outfit is simply too beautiful. Although it is a design borrowed from the Phoenix Dynasty, she has added many exquisite elements to the original concept. I simply couldn't resist wearing it. Perhaps it's also because the soul imprint requires me to don this attire in public." Ice Lioli nodded, responding, "I have yet to feel any control from the soul imprint, so I still choose to transform into my old crystalline water mist ripples ensemble, swapping my high heels for petite shoes. However, I must admit, you do look exceptionally beautiful now." Ice Lioli had intended to remark on how soul enchantment's attention towards Yuhan exceeded her own, but the words caught in her throat. After all, she did not want Yuhan to cease resisting the soul imprint, as it was only through such defiance that she could aid herself in breaking free and regaining her freedom. Thus, she remained silent, awaiting Yuhan's next words. Why Yuhan continued, in fact, she has prepared a special imperial concubine's gown for you. However, should you catch sight of that garment, the soul imprint may compel you to wear it involuntarily. So I am diligently preparing items like the reverse soul pearl, tranquil heart pill, and awakening herb to mitigate the influence of the soul imprint. Ice Lioli appeared speechless, finding Yuhan's concerns somewhat exaggerated, and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it just a piece of clothing? What impact could it possibly have?" Yuhan replied with a bitter smile, "I have no desire to change out of this garment I currently wear, for I feel its influence has already taken hold of me. You should wait for Huanhua to return and dress you herself. By that time, you will surely be enchanted. Attempting to do so now will only hasten your descent into the control of the soul imprint. Do you wish to spend a delightful evening with me?" Upon hearing this, Bing Lieli felt an indescribable shyness welling up within her, and she gently shook her head, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. She then shifted the conversation, continuing to chat with Yuhan. "What are you watching now?" Yuhan responded. "Although our undead clan retreated victoriously, the Phoenix Dynasty pursued us in disarray. Yet I believe Sister Huanhua is orchestrating a grand scheme." After speaking, Yuhan could not help but slap her own palm, as Huanhua forbade them from damaging their own beauty by striking their faces. Witnessing this, Bing Lieli couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Hee hee, the influence of the soul imprint must be quite unpleasant." The two continued their cheerful conversation, while Yuhan secretly prepared items that could liberate them from control. Over the past few days, they had intentionally flaunted their strength before the Soul Clan, compelling the Soul Clan to treat the Blood Clan with greater respect. Before long, Huanhua and Liuxue returned to the Grand Hall. Everyone turned to them, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Upon seeing the adornment atop Liuxue's head, all were left in a wet was an exquisitely ornate phoenix crown, dazzling and resplendent, as if woven from stars and moonlight. The crown was embedded with countless pearls and gemstones, each sparkling with brilliant radiance, making it impossible to look away. The pearls were round and delicate, emitting a soft glow reminiscent of the bright moon, imparting a sense of tranquility and mystery. The gemstones, vibrant in hue, resembled the myriad stars in the night sky, embellishing the crown with even more splendor. The interplay of these pearls and gemstones formed a beautiful tableau, evoking a sense of boundless luxury and nobility. The crown's design was meticulously crafted, with every detail showcasing the artisan's exceptional skill. Its shape resembled a phoenix poised for flight, lifelike, as if it were about to soar into the heavens. The phoenix's feathers were woven from strands of gold and silver, glimmering with golden light, complementing the pearls and gemstones. The crown's edge was adorned with a ring of rubies, burning like flames, adding an element of fervor and passion. The entire crown was not merely a decorative item but a work of art, eliciting admiration for its exquisite beauty. Her hair, once imbued with blue elements, gradually diminished, giving way to an abundance of white strands that cascaded down her shoulders like silken threads. This waterfall of white hair emitted a subtle luster, contrasting starkly with her fair complexion. The sheer white feathered garment billowed gently, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth, imparting an ethereal and dreamlike quality. The fabric was as delicate as a cicada's wing, intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, each stitch exemplifying masterful craftsmanship. These motifs were akin to art pieces, captivating all who beheld them. Her legs were clad in black stockings adorned with golden shimmer, the fabric smooth and refined, glinting faintly. The interplay of black and gold was both mysterious and noble. The stockings clung closely to her legs, accentuating their elegant lines. She wore silver high-heeled shoes, their surfaces embedded with silvery granules, resembling a scattering of stars. The design of the heels was exquisite and graceful, enhancing her confidence and allured. A layer of black mist enveloped her, swirling like smoke, augmenting her aura of mystery. This dark essence seemed to possess a certain power, rendering it irresistible. Overall, Liuxue's attire was a harmonious blend of colors. She donned a white feathered garment, the purity of its hue akin to freshly fallen snow, evoking a sense of refreshing elegance. In contrast, she wore black stockings on her lower half, the stark black and white combination rendering her legs even more elongated and slender. Moreover, her clothing was embellished with an array of pearls and gemstones, these translucent ornaments shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, bestowing a sense of opulence upon her ensemble. However, the number of pearls and gemstones was just right, neither excessive nor gaudy, instead highlighting her refined taste. In summary, Liushua's attire was both resplendent and graceful, leaving a striking impression. Upon seeing Liushua and the others adorned in such finery, Hunsha felt a stirring in her heart, eager to seize an opportunity to converse with Huanhua. Yet she found no suitable moment. At last, the morning assembly concluded, and Huanhua instructed Liushua, Yuhan, and Bing Lieli to remain in the grand hall while she approached Hunsha. The two began a conversation, with Hunsha seizing the chance to report on Yuhan and Bing Lieli's behavior. "Can you believe they treated you this way? Rest assured, I shall properly educate them." Huanhua replied with a chuckle, "Then I shall rely on you, my lord." Subsequently, Huanhua had Bing Lieli change into an imperial concubine's attire. The overall hue of this ensemble was predominantly ice blue, slightly differing from Liushua's palette. The ice blue dress resembled a glacier, exuding an aura of noble chill. It too was adorned with numerous pearls and gemstones, which made the entire outfit even more radiant. The crown sparkled with countless gems, each pearl round and lustrous, emanating a gentle glow. Each gemstone was vividly colored and dazzling. The intermingling of these pearls and gemstones formed intricate and opulent patterns, as if narrating the imperial concubine's grandeur and glory. Although the blue elements in Bing Lieli's hair had diminished, the white strands had increased. The white hair flowed lightly like snowflakes, contrasting beautifully with the ice-blue gauzy garment. That gauzy attire was as ephemeral as mist, as though it could be whisked away by the wind at any moment. The garment was embroidered with exquisite ice flower patterns, the delicate stitches rendering these blossoms lifelike. As if blooming in the cold of winter, Bing Lieli moved. The garment swayed gently, resembling a fairy dancing in a world of ice and snow. Her beauty transcended mere external splendor, embodying an inner grace and charm. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, akin to twinkling stars, captivating all who gazed upon her. Her smile was warm and inviting, capable of melting hearts. Bing Lieli's presence transformed the entire scene into one of tranquility and harmony, drawing appreciative glances from all who beheld her. Her legs were encased in white stockings adorned with golden shimmer, the golden threads glimmering like distant stars, echoing the brilliance of her ice flower high heels. The shoes appeared to be carved from ice, each flower exquisitely crafted, emanating a chill. The heels were fashioned from pure gold, radiating a dazzling light, exuding nobility and elegance. A faint mist of water encircled Bing Lieli, rendering her figure ethereal and elusive, enhancing her enchanting beauty. This mist seemed to emanate from her very essence, intoxicating all who beheld her. However, this peculiar attire of the imperial concubine was not genuine court garb, but rather a transformation of enslavement garments unearthed from ancient ruins by Huanhua. After all, the world of the undead clan did not possess such precious pearls and gemstones to craft such lavish garments. Originally, these enslavement garments were mere decorations from ancient ruins, but in Huanhua's hands, they morphed into beautiful and mysterious finery. Their unique style and elaborate embellishments captivated onlookers, allowing Bing Lieli to exhibit a distinctive charm and allure. These relic garments seemed to possess a mystical power, harmonizing perfectly with the heart-confounding necklace, the soul-bewitching ring, and the soul imprint, causing Bing Lieli's eyes to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her once clear gaze, akin to a pure spring, instantaneously became filled with deep affection. Locking onto Huanhua with intensity, her eyes shimmering with profound desire and obsession. Her pupils dilated slightly, as if drawn inextricably by an invisible force, ensnared within its depths. Simultaneously, Bing Lieli, Yuhan, and Liushua's eyes shifted from the Blood Clan's characteristic crimson to a bewitching shade of purple. Their gazes exuded an enchanting allure, irresistibly captivating those around them. Yuhan's once sharp and resolute eyes now appeared tender and passionate, brimming with an undercurrent of desire. Though her gaze clearly revealed her resistance to this transformation, it simultaneously conveyed a sense of flirtatious invitation, seemingly expressing her inner conflict and struggle to Huanhua. Liushua's eyes sparkled like two radiant purple gemstones, gleaming with captivating brilliance. Her expression betrayed a complex blend of emotions, both obedience to Huanhua and an indescribable anticipation. Her gaze was like a gentle breeze, caressing Huanhua's face, as if it could sweep away the weariness deep within her soul. In the grand hall, Huanhua continued to address the Soul Clan with fervor. Soon, I shall personally lead our forces against the Phoenix Dynasty to assert the might and authority of our Soul Clan. However, Yuhan and Bing Lieli will accompany me on this campaign, lest you take advantage of my absence to bully Hunsha. Yuhan and Liushua's faces revealed a bitter expression, indicating that their plans for rebellion had effectively been dashed. The Soul Healer would never venture forth alone to assist them, observing the morning assembly gradually grow tiresome. Soul Slayer once again engaged in mental communication with Soul Temptation. The latter smirked mischievously, feeling a sense of private satisfaction, and then returned to the sleeping quarters with Yuhan, preparing to indulge in a sweet interlude. Shortly thereafter, Soul Temptation summoned Bing Luli to the chambers. Chapter 31. Preparations before the assault. Bing Luli descended gracefully before the entrance of Soul Temptation's quarters, like a butterfly alighting upon a flower. Upon entering, her gaze swiftly swept the surroundings, ultimately resting upon Yuhan at that moment. Yuhan appeared to have lost all her strength, languidly leaning against the embrace of her maid's one hand gently rested on her slightly protruding abdomen. Her enchanting eyes occasionally casting alluring glances at Bing Luli, her face radiating an expression of satisfaction. This sight caused Bing Luli to feel a dryness in her throat, prompting her to swallow involuntarily. Upon noticing Bing Luli's gaze fixed upon her, a delicate blush spread across Yuhan's cheeks, reminiscent of the enchanting hues of a sunset. Her eyes began to dart away, unable to meet Bing Luli's direct gaze, as if fearing that her secrets were laid bare. Yet, the corners of her mouth betrayed a playful, sly smile, tinged with a hint of elusive shyness. Witnessing Yuhan's bashful demeanor stirred an unusual sensation within Bing Luli. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath became somewhat hurried. She endeavored to compose herself, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with a smile. However, her eyes remained inexorably drawn to Yuhan, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Yuhan was acutely aware that once she completed her duty of service, it would be Bing Luli's turn next. Soul Temptation, utilizing the imprint of the soul, firmly bound both Yuhan and Bing Luli to her will. Under her influence, the violet glow in Yuhan's eyes intensified, brimming with allure and temptation as she gazed at Bing Luli and Soul Temptation. Her posture became increasingly graceful, as though she were showcasing her own charms. Yuhan's heart was filled with conflict. She knew she could not resist Soul Temptation's control, yet she was unwilling to be so easily manipulated. She struggled against the binding, but the soul imprint acted like a tightening noose. Rendering her immobile, resigned, she silently endured it all, awaiting the unfolding of her fate. Subsequently, Bing Luli stepped lightly into the water coffin, standing shoulder to shoulder with Soul Temptation. Her figure was enchanting, reminiscent of a blooming ice flower. Exuding a chilling aura, her gaze was infused with tenderness, the violet glow seeming to be the flame of her inner passion, burning with endless fervor. Soul Temptation tenderly caressed Bing Luli's jade-like visage, her fingers seeming to possess magical power. Each touch sent Bing Luli's heart racing. Her voice, as soft as a gentle spring breeze, inquired, "Can you make me utterly entranced?" A blush colored Bing Luli's cheeks. Akin to a ripe apple, her eyes sparkled with determination and shyness as she responded softly, "I shall do my utmost to please you." Her voice rang like a celestial melody, sweet and resonant. Seemingly capable of piercing the soul, Soul Temptation smiled faintly, her warmth illuminating Bing Luli's heart. She gently embraced Bing Luli, savoring her warmth and softness. Bing Luli's heartbeat quickened further, her hands clutching Soul Temptation's garment as if fearing the loss of her. Within the water coffin, the clear waters flowed like soft silk, gently caressing their skin. The atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly enchanting, enveloped in a gauzy veil that intoxicated the senses. Yet, at that moment, Soul Temptation suddenly halted, her gaze revealing a mysterious glimmer, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Bing Luli regarded her with suspicion, her heart brimming with curiosity, uncertain of the intentions of this enigmatic woman. Soul Temptation elegantly raised her hand, a subtle wave invoking an invisible force that enveloped the entire chamber like a delicate veil. This force was gentle and subtle, devoid of any threatening aura, yet imbued with an irresistible allure. In an instant, Bing Luli felt her body become as light as a feather, as though floating among the clouds, lost in a dreamlike state. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle before her, Soul Temptation whispered, "This is the extraordinary ability I bestow upon you. Meditate upon it." Her voice, akin to a heavenly chorus, reverberated through the air. Bing Luli listened intently, a surge of inexplicable emotion and reverence swelling within her. She understood that her mistress was granting her a precious gift. As time elapsed, Bing Luli's form began to emanate a peculiar radiance. This glow was soft and warm, reminiscent of the sun's embrace in spring, casting its light throughout the chamber. Her skin became increasingly delicate as silk, smooth as jade, radiating an alluring charm that captivated the heart. Once already breathtakingly beautiful, she now exuded an air of nobility and elegance, akin to a resplendent pearl shining brilliantly in the darkness. They held each other tightly, their bodies entwined, savoring the warmth and breath of one another. As if the world had shrunk to encompass only the two of them. Immersed in this blissful moment, time seemed to stand still in the lingering afterglow of passion. Soul Temptation gently stroked Bing Luli's silken hair. Her gaze filled with deep affection. Her voice, low and tender, carried an undertone of endearment and devotion as she murmured, "You are my beloved wife, my imperial consort." Bing Luli softly closed her eyes. Relishing the caress, her face aglow with a smile of happiness, she parted her lips slightly, exhaling a breath of fragrant air, responding with bashful determination, "I am your beloved wife, your imperial consort." Their exchange resembled the sweetest of vows, affirming their identities and statuses while simultaneously expressing the profound bond between them. In this serene space, their emotional connection deepened, becoming more intimate. Wei Yuhan stood quietly to the side, listening intently, her exquisite features gradually flushing with a tempting rosy hue. Akin to a ripe apple, before long, the three returned to the court. At that moment, Bing Luli and Yuhan appeared to have lost all their energy, their bodies languidly leaning against their maids. One hand gently resting upon their abdomens, their eyes shimmering with dreamy light, faces radiating satisfaction. Bing Luli and Yuhan sat on either side of the throne, snugly embraced by the outstretched arm of Soul Temptation. As though cradling two precious treasures, the members of the Soul Clan beheld this scene, their hearts blooming with joy and excitement. They gazed upon the submissive postures of the three vampire queens and the imperial consort, filled with a sense of fulfillment. Yet, at that moment, the Soul Clan seized the opportunity to propose some conditions exceedingly unfavorable to the Blood Clan. However, at this juncture, both Bing Luli and Yuhan remained ensnared in the lingering aftereffects. Unable to extricate themselves, their bodies continued to tremble gently, the blush on their cheeks still unyielding. Moreover, they were under the control of the soul imprint, utterly powerless to resist. Despite their hearts brimming with shyness and anger, they were compelled to nod in agreement. From that moment on, Bing Luli, Yuhan, and Luli Shui would be required to exhibit absolute obedience to the Soul Clan before Soul Slayer and Soul Governance. They could no longer live freely as they once did, becoming mere puppets in the hands of the Soul Clan, subject to their whims. This outcome was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Blood Clan. While for the Soul Clan, it marked a triumphant revelry. Thus, Luli Shui swayed her form, akin to a delicate butterfly, feigning demureness as she drew near to Soul Temptation. Her steps were light and elegant, each footfall seemingly treading upon clouds. She spoke softly, "Your Majesty, I too wish to experience that wondrous ability." Her voice was gentle and melodic, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, as if it could draw forth tears, enchanting all who heard it. Soul Temptation cast a glance at her, her eyes brimming with affection, as if Luli Shui were her most treasured possession. Soul Temptation extended her hand, lightly caressing Luli Shui's face. The touch is smooth as silk, evoking an irresistible desire to linger, though not rush. "Opportunities will come in due time," she replied. Luli Shui, relieved by Soul Temptation's lack of rejection, obediently returned to her place. However, her gaze remained fixated upon Soul Temptation, filled with longing and determination. She silently vowed to earn more of Soul Temptation's affection, striving to become the most important person in her heart. Soul Temptation's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gently waved her hand, signaling everyone to depart. Subsequently, she turned, embracing Bing Luli and Yuhan, leading them away from the court. In the inner palace, Soul Temptation reclined gracefully upon a couch, toying with a strand of hair. its silken texture entwining around her fingertips. Her gaze was gentle and dreamy, as if reminiscing about something beautiful. Bing Luli and Yuhan languidly leaned beside her, their faces still tinged with a blush. The remnants of their recent ecstasy, their skin, as fair as snow, exuded a captivating fragrance. "Your Majesty, I am so weary," Bing Luli pouted, her voice tinged with fatigue. Her eyes reflected a deep dependence and affection for Soul Temptation. Soul Temptation chuckled softly, reaching out to caress her face with a touch as delicate as silk. "You have worked hard," she replied, her voice imbued with care and love. "Why?" Yuhan interjected. "As long as I can serve your Majesty. I have no regrets." Her tone resonated with loyalty, her eyes steadfast and resolute, as if expressing her unwavering determination to Soul Temptation. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Huanhua's eyes. "You are all my cherished consorts. I shall not treat you unjustly." Yet, her words suddenly faltered, as if she grappled with unspeakable matters. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, revealing a hint of concern in her gaze. "But what is it?" "Your Majesty?" Bing Liuli and Yuhan inquired in unison, their eyes brimming with care. They tightly grasped Huanhua's hand, as if to offer her strength and support. Chapter 32. The Expedition with a Grave Expression. Huanhua declared, "The Phoenix Dynasty now boasts numerous martial spirits, and the number of martial kings is not insignificant. However, we remain unaware of the exact count of those above the martial king realm. Thus, we must act swiftly. I implore each of you to give your utmost effort." Yuhan responded delicately, "The soul imprint rests in your hands. How could I dare to disobey?" Bing Liuli nodded in agreement. During this time, under the influence of the soul imprint, the relic attire, the Huaxin necklace, and the mesmerizing rings, Bing Liuli, Yuhan, and Luli Shui showcased their affection for Huanhua, much to the delight of the Hun clan. However, as the moment for the expedition drew near, Yuhan felt a twinge of disappointment regarding their plans, yet the thought of wreaking havoc on the battlefield somewhat eased her spirits. Soon, the relic attire transformed once more, morphing into 3 distinct styles of combat outfits. This time, Huanhua, fully aware of the gravity of their mission, did not request the 3 to don high-heeled shoes. Bing Liuli appeared resplendent in a form-fitting icy blue combat suit. Radiant like a crystal of ice, the outfit shimmered with sparkling ice crystals, and with each of her steps, one could hear the crisp sound of ice colliding. The battle suit clung closely to her silhouette, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. The fabric seemed to harbor some mysterious power, faintly emanating a cold glowed eye in her grasp. She held the frost morning bone scythe bestowed by Huanhua, its blade keen and glinting with a chilly luminescence. The handle was adorned with a blue gemstone, exuding a subtle chill, as if merging with the surrounding air. This scythe was not merely a weapon. It symbolized Bing Liuli's strength and resolve. Upon her head rested a water-inspired hairpin, resembling a blooming snowflake, translucent and exquisite. The droplets upon the pin seemed alive, gently rolling through her hair, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. These water droplets shimmered with a blue hue, echoing the color of her eyes, rendering her even more captivating. Luli Shui donned a pristine white combat suit, pure as freshly fallen snow, resembling a fairy amidst the ice. The fabric was soft and light, akin to a delicate veil draped over her form, revealing her graceful figure as it fluttered in the wind. The white attire was embroidered with intricate patterns, as if snowflakes were gently cascading, delicate and animated. Each flower seemed meticulously crafted, vibrant and alive, as if narrating a beautiful tale. The details of her outfit were exquisite, with silver threads weaving elegant designs, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, enhancing her noble elegance. A white belt encircled her waist, featuring a glimmering blue gemstone at its center, resembling the brightest star in the night. Hanging from the belt was a finely crafted short sword, its sheath adorned with pearls and gemstones, emanating a soft glow, akin to a dazzling gem that caught the Yuhan, on the other hand, wore a gray combat suit, understated yet mysterious. The color complemented her austere demeanor, resembling the depths of night, imbued with endless secrets. The collar and cuffs of her outfit bore black trim, adding an air of authority and solemnity. The patterns on her attire flowed like rippling water, gracefully shifting with her movements, showcasing her unique personality and composure. A beautifully crafted rune sword rested upon her back, glimmering with cold light, sharp and frigid. The blade was inscribed with ancient runes that shimmered faintly, hinting at immense power. Each rune was a mysterious symbol, harboring boundless magic and wisdom. This rune sword was not merely a weapon. It represented her strength and courage. Seeing the trio fully attired, Huanhua's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with a mischievous light. She turned to address the gathered Hun clan, proclaiming, "This mission bears profound significance, pivotal to our clan's future. Everyone must give their all and show no signs of complacency. Should we succeed in obliterating the Phoenix Dynasty, our clan shall ascend to be the sovereign of this land." Upon hearing Huanhua's words, the Hun clan erupted in fervent cheers, expressing their willingness to follow her into battle for the clan's grand ambitions. Amidst the fervor of their applause, Huanhua led the throng towards the Phoenix Dynasty, their hearts brimming with confidence and resolve, vowing to conquer this formidable nation and realize the Hun clan's grand aspirations. The strength of the Hun clan was formidable, consisting not only of the enslaved Blood clan but also various other powerful races. Among their main forces, Huanhua possessed the prowess of a martial sect master. Yuhan was similarly a formidable martial sect expert. Luli Shui was a martial emperor, Bing Lili stood as a martial king, while Hun Sha and Hun Liao commanded as martial kings. In addition, the Hun clan boasted several martial king-level bone dragons and mourners, integral components of their combat prowess. With such a formidable lineup, the Hun clan believed they could undoubtedly triumph over the Phoenix Dynasty and achieve their ambitions. As a dominant power, the Phoenix Dynasty naturally harbored its share of strong adversaries. The most renowned among them was the Phoenix Emperor Yu, who wielded fire attribute spiritual power, reaching the pinnacle of martial emperor realm. His fiery might was intensely scorching, capable of igniting foes in an instant, rendering them defenseless. The High Priestess, Mingyu, excelled in healing arts and light magic, safeguarding the dynasty's tranquility with her martial emperor strength. Her healing spells swiftly restored the injured, while her light magic dispelled darkness, instilling hope in the hearts of the people. General Luo Tian, possessing formidable military strategies and combat skills, was also a martial emperor. His cunning and valor rendered the Phoenix Dynasty's army invincible, conquering all foes. Additionally, lurking in the shadows were the mysterious assassin, Ying, and the skilled dragon knight, Long Quan, among other experts. These formidable warriors each played their part in upholding the glory and dignity of the Phoenix Dynasty. However, the Phoenix Dynasty did not solely rely on its internal strength. It had also enlisted two foreign powers, Lin Lang. Hailing from a distant island, she bore extraordinary abilities, capable of manipulating water in myriad ways. Excelling in both offense and defense, her ethereal beauty resembled that of a water nymph, wielding a crystalline spear that glimmered with a cold light on the battlefield. Her presence often imposed tremendous pressure on adversaries, making her an indispensable asset for the Phoenix Dynasty. The other foreign power was He Yao, a man shrouded in a dark cloak from a mysterious land, seemingly one with the shadows. He adeptly wielded shadow powers, a mysterious force that allowed him to thrive in combat. His weapons of choice were a pair of razor-sharp daggers, moving with ghostly swiftness and lethal precision. Whenever he struck, foes often found themselves caught off guard, meeting their demise before they could react. Yet, the Phoenix Dynasty was not solely reliant on foreign strengths. Its indigenous martial sects also housed numerous experts. The most illustrious among them was Hua Rui, the leader of the 100 Flowers Palace, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary martial prowess. Tai Wuhan, the master of the Iron Blood Manor, was famed for his ferocious sword techniques, each cut imbued with a chilling ferocity. Li Yifeng, the leader of the Carefree sect, wielded a sword style that was ethereal and unpredictable, often leading foes to despair. Yu Ruo, the master of the Phantom Valley, excelled in the use of hidden weapons and poisons, employing methods that were both bizarre and unpredictable, leaving adversaries defenseless. Murong Shui, the leader of the Xiannu sect, was well versed in formations and illusions, trapping enemies in an invisible snare, rendering escape impossible. Ouyang Lai, the leader of the Nine Suns sect, possessed profound internal strength and a masculine aura, his fists formidable and domineering, daring anyone to confront him directly. These local sect experts each possessed their unique strengths, collectively safeguarding the honor and dignity of the Phoenix Dynasty alongside the foreign powers. However, not all sects within the martial world were virtuous. Among them was the Fragrant Pavilion, infiltrated by the Hun and Blood clans. The pavilion's master, Lu Ruyan, appeared delicate and charming, yet she was a ruthless individual. She specialized in various poisons, capable of manipulating toxins to assail her enemies. Additionally, she possessed a unique charm technique capable of ensnaring the minds of others, turning them into her puppets. Lu Ruyan established a cooperative relationship with the Blood and Hun clans, transforming the fragrant pavilion into a covert stronghold for them within the Phoenix Dynasty. Many wandering souls fell victim to her traps. Suffering dire fates, the Grand Army set forth, Bing Lieli led a legion of the undead to confront one of the formidable foes. According to the intelligence provided by Lu Ruyan, this adversary was none other than Morong Shui. Bing Lieli understood that Huanhua, Yuhan, Lu Li Shui, and the others needed to maintain the entire front line and could not come to her aid, while Huanhua had to keep a watchful eye on the martial emperor-level foes ahead. Soon, Bing Lieli's forces engaged in fierce combat with the enemy, yet Morong Shui taunted from the front lines, "Shouldn't the eyes of the Blood clan be uniformly red? Yet yours are purple, brimming with allure. Could it be that you are a favored one?" Upon hearing this statement, Bing Lieli's countenance instantaneously flushed crimson. Recollections of her encounters with Han Hua flooded her mind, awakening a tinge of shyness within her heart. Distracted by these thoughts, her performance in battle became increasingly inattentive. Seizing the opportunity, Morong Shui swiftly unleashed her formations and illusions. Due to her unsettled mind, Bing Lieli failed to evade in time and soon found herself ensnared by the illusions. Within the illusory array, she felt as though she were caught in a ghostly maze, unable to find her way out. Moreover, the illusion periodically summoned human troops to besiege her. However, these soldiers posed little threat to Bing Lieli, who was at the mid-stage of the martial king realm. Meanwhile, through the soul imprint deep within her being, she established contact with Han Hua, reporting her current predicament. "Master, what should I do now?" Bing Lieli inquired remotely. Han Hua calmly replied, "Illusion arrays often have a focal point. Once you locate it, you can dismantle the array. Simply channel the ice scythe and water hairpin I bestowed upon you to freeze the surroundings entirely." Upon hearing this, Bing Lieli felt a surge of relief, grateful that she had refrained from rash actions. She marveled at Han Hua's wisdom and understanding of the illusion, simultaneously developing a deeper sense of reliance on him. However, when Bing Lieli considered the two pieces of equipment bestowed upon her by Han Hua, she could not help but feel astonished. She had initially expected Han Hua to provide her with items that could control or bind her. But instead, she received such treasures. With wide eyes, she exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You actually gave me equipment that doesn't control me?" Han Hua chuckled, "Hee. Don't think too poorly of your sister Han Hua," Bing Lieli pouted playfully. "You even changed my crimson eyes to purple, master." Han Hua replied with a mischievous grin, "Focus on the battle. After we win this war, I shall grant your wishes." Hearing this, Bing Lieli swallowed hard, shyly murmuring, "You're so naughty, master." With these words, their mental connection was momentarily severed. Bing Lieli summoned her water elemental power, collaborating with the water hairpin. Soon, a massive water curtain enveloped the illusory space, and then she exerted her full strength, channeling her ice elemental power along with the cold scythe, freezing the entire water curtain. The formation shattered as a result, and Morong Shui, witnessing this, was taken aback. She attempted to cast her illusions once more. Yet being only at the initial stage of the martial king realm, she found it difficult to contend with Bing Lieli, who was at the mid-stage. Bing Lieli unleashed her full power again, and Morong Shui was encased within a large block of ice. "You dared to toy with me. Now you are merely a captive." Bing Lieli commanded several members of the Soul Clan and Blood Clan to transport her to the rear and confine her in prison. With their commander captured, the Phoenix Dynasty's forces were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Lieli led her troops in a frenzied slaughter. Yet, not long after, a formidable figure appeared. General Luo Tian. In the early stage of the martial emperor realm, General Luo Tian's armor shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if forged from countless shards of stars. The lines of the armor were sleek and resilient, fitting snugly around his robust physique, with every detail showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The weapon he wielded was even more striking, a colossal spear whose tip glinted with a cold light, seemingly capable of piercing through enemy lines with ease. The spear's shaft was inscribed with mysterious runes, emanating a powerful energy wave that resonated with Luo Tian's strength. In battle, Luo Tian exhibited a unique prowess. His form moved like a specter, swiftly traversing the battlefield, as he wielded his spear. It whirled like a tempest, and wherever it struck, enemies fell like autumn leaves. His combat skills were both adept and precise, with each attack imbued with boundless power and wisdom. When he unleashed his finishing move, the entire battlefield trembled. His body radiated a dazzling light, merging with the spear. His strength erupted instantaneously, akin to a blazing meteor hurtling towards the enemy camp. Before him, the enemy's defenses crumbled like paper. Unable to withstand a single blow, Bing Liuli's heart raced in fear, prompting her to seek a strategy from Hunhua. No, I cannot abandon my troops. They need me, Bing Liuli resolutely declared. Hunhua smiled gently, reassuring her, do not worry. I shall protect you. Now, let your troops cover your retreat while I deal with this martial emperor powerhouse. At that moment, General Luo Tian swung his massive sword, mercilessly slaughtering the undead army. Yet, it was not long before Hunhua appeared on the battlefield like a wraith. General Luo Tian suddenly felt an overwhelming force constraining him, rendering his body rigid and unable to move freely. He gazed at Hunhua in terror, an endless dread surging within him. Hunhua once more unleashed a soul-piercing shriek, a potent mental force crashing against General Luo Tian's very essence in agony. General Luo Tian contorted, ultimately unable to withstand the torment. His soul was obliterated in an instant, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth, lifeless on the ground. Bing Liuli witnessed this scene, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She understood the unfathomable strength of Hunhua, filling her with profound respect. Under the leadership of Hunhua and Bing Liuli, the undead army displayed unparalleled combat prowess, effectively annihilating the Phoenix Dynasty's forces. Subsequently, Hunhua swiftly departed the battlefield to assist other undead troops. Reluctantly, Bing Liuli diverted her gaze from Hunhua and rejoined the fray. She led her troops to resurrect numerous corpses and continued the assault. Soon, Bing Liuli encountered another unit from the Phoenix Dynasty, this time a group of monks from the Zhiyang sect, led by their master, Ouyang Lai, accompanied by the 4 great Vajras and 18 bronze men. Exuding an intimidating aura, although the 4 great Vajras and 18 bronze men were all at the martial spirit realm, their coordination was impeccable, balancing offense and defense. The towering corpse and bone dragon struggled to withstand their relentless onslaught. Bing Liuli had originally possessed 4 formidable allies, but had lost 2 during her previous encounter with General Luo Tian. Now, the remaining 2 were evidently insufficient to withstand the ferocious assault of the 4 great Vajras and 18 bronze men. Aware that time was of the essence, Bing Liuli resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Her gaze hardened, the ice scythe in her hand gleaming with a chilling light. She moved with ghostly swiftness, deftly weaving through the foes, each swing of her ice scythe radiating a fierce cold, as if capable of freezing the very air. Ouyang Lai, not to be outdone, emanated a searing heat. Each punch contained tremendous power. When Bing Liuli attempted to maneuver behind him for a lethal strike, he always managed to sense her presence in time, blocking her attacks with his fiery energy and fists in an instant. The forces of ice and fire clashed in the air, producing resounding booms. The ground itself was torn apart under the strain of their might, deep fissures appearing. The battle between Bing Liuli and Ouyang Lai intensified, their figures flickering between ice and fire, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. The surrounding Zhiyang sect monks unleashed their unique skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against the undead army. Ouyang Lai's moves were fierce and powerful, contrasting sharply with Bing Liuli's agility. Throughout the battle, Bing Liuli ceaselessly sought openings in her adversary's defenses, her speed and technique allowing her to navigate the onslaught with ease. Yet, Ouyang Lai and his subordinates were no ordinary foes. They worked in tandem, denying Bing Liuli even a moment's respite. This confrontation was exceedingly fierce, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts to vanquish the other, as the Bone Dragon and Corpse King fell. Bing Liuli's expression grew grave. She recognized the dire circumstances and understood the necessity to withdraw swiftly. She quickly issued commands, and her subordinates sprang into action. The undead army began to retreat, laying traps as they moved. Blood traps spread across the ground like a crimson web, exuding a nauseating stench that instilled fear in the hearts of many. plague traps released green toxic mists, enveloping the air as if seeking to consume all life. Frost traps formed thick layers of ice around them, rendering the ground slippery and hazardous. During the retreat, enemies occasionally attempted to pursue, but they were thwarted by the traps. Blood stained the earth, while plague and frost intertwined, creating a bizarre and terrifying tableau. Ultimately, Bing Lioli and her subordinates successfully returned to the site of General Luo Tian's demise. The undead continued their labors, resurrecting and stitching together the shattered corpses. Utilizing elements of blood, frost, and plague, they constructed formidable defensive fortifications. The blood defenses emanated a sharp, acrid scent, resembling an insurmountable wall of blood that instilled dread in onlookers. The frost defenses shimmered with a cold light, a chilling aura permeating the surroundings, freezing any approaching enemies. The plague defenses released a noxious odor containing lethal pathogens. Any creature daring to intrude would succumb to the plague's assault. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai and the 18 bronze men, along with the 4 great Vajras, were not idle. Ouyang Lai fixed his determined gaze upon the undead's defenses, silently strategizing his offensive. The 18 bronze men flexed their muscles, their forms gleaming with metallic luster, prepared to breach the enemy's lines with overwhelming force. The 4 great Vajras conferred in hushed tones, devising ways to coordinate with other warriors to maximize their combat effectiveness. Ouyang Lai was acutely aware of the challenges ahead. Yet he remained undaunted. He rallied the morale of his troops, inspiring them to press onward. Under his leadership, they readied themselves for a fierce assault against the undead's defenses. Soon, the monks of the Zhiyang sect launched another attack. But they suffered heavy casualties before the blood traps, frost traps, and plague traps, only to crash against the blood, plague, and frost defenses. At present, the 4 great kings and the 18 copper men are once again unable to assist Ouyang Lai. And Bing Lioli can now engage him in a one-on-one duel. With an icy gaze, Bing Lioli wields her frostbone scythe, which emanates a piercing chill. She dances gracefully, swinging the scythe, and in an instant, a wave of ice-blue energy surges toward Ouyang Lai with a deafening roar. Ouyang Lai bellows in fury, flames erupting from his entire being as he strikes with a fiery fist, colliding with Bing Lioli's sword energy. The clash of ice and fire produces a cacophony of crackling sounds, with sparks flying in all directions. Ouyang Lai glares, his eyes wide with rage, and curses, "You despicable she-devil." Bing Lioli smirks slightly, her lips curling into a cold smile. "Humph, mere words. If you have the capability, come and defeat me." The two engage in a fierce back and forth, neither yielding. Bing Lioli strikes with lethal precision, her movements ghostly and deadly. Ouyang Lai's fire-based techniques are formidable and imposing. Exuding immense power, the battlefield becomes enveloped in a breathtaking spectacle of ice and fire. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Ouyang Lai unleashes his ultimate technique. Blazing Dragon, a colossal fire dragon soars into the air, claws bared as it lunges at Bing Lioli. Seeing this, Bing Lioli swiftly evades, but the fire dragon relentlessly pursues. Just as it seems she will be struck, Bing Lioli cleverly conjures a blizzard, ensnaring the fire dragon within its storm. However, Ouyang Lai's strength is not to be underestimated. He quickly casts a spell, augmenting the fire dragon's power, enabling it to break free from the blizzard's grasp. The fire dragon charges once more at Bing Lioli, with Ouyang Lai in hot pursuit. At that moment, Bing Lioli unleashes her finishing move, Silver Ice Needle. Countless sharp ice needles rain down upon Ouyang Lai and the fire dragon, instantly freezing them in place. The atmosphere on the battlefield becomes unbearably tense. As both sides exert their utmost effort to prevail, panting, Bing Lioli gazes at Ouyang Lai, now encased in ice, and breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, she remains vigilant, fully aware that Ouyang Lai will not be so easily vanquished. Suddenly, the ice begins to crack, and Ouyang Lai breaks free, flames burning even more fiercely around him. As if intent on reducing everything to ashes, he glares at Bing Lioli, his eyes filled with fury and determination. Raising his hands, flames coalesce into a massive fireball. "Prepare yourself, Bing Lioli. This is my final strike." Ouyang Lai roars, hurling the fireball with all his might. Bing Lioli's eyes widen as she summons every ounce of strength to manifest an ice shield, attempting to withstand the fireball's assault. However, the fireball's power far exceeds her expectations, melting the ice shield in an instant. As the fireball draws nearer, Bing Liuli resolves to take a desperate gamble. Concentrating her spirit, she gathers all her magical energy, bracing for Ouyang Lai's ultimate blow. Gritting her teeth, she confronts the oncoming fireball. With both hands forming a seal, she softly recites an incantation, and a radiant blue light surges from within her, forming an impenetrable layer of ice before her. The fireball collides with the ice layer, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Bing Liuli's body trembles, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet she persists, refusing to yield. Ouyang Lai's eyes widen in disbelief, unable to fathom that his full-force attack has been thwarted. Breathing heavily, he locks his gaze onto Bing Liuli. At that moment, she seizes the opportunity to counterattack, swinging her ice scythe and unleashing a powerful cold wave. The icy torrent surges toward Ouyang Lai like a great dragon. He attempts to evade, but it's too late. The cold wave wraps around him, gradually encasing his body in ice. Ouyang Lai struggles, but as the ice thickens, his movements slow. Ultimately, he becomes completely frozen, immobile. Bing Liuli exhales in relief, a fatigued yet satisfied smile gracing her face. The battle has finally reached its conclusion. Subsequently, Bing Liuli turns her attention to the 4 great kings and the 18 copper men. Descending like a goddess of frost, her figure agile as she weaves through her foes. Her ice scythe carves chilling arcs, freezing all enemies in its wake. The 4 great kings exert every ounce of strength. Yet they find it impossible to withstand Bing Liuli's merciless onslaught. The united attacks of the 18 copper men crumble under the weight of her absolute prowess. Snow and ice swirl around the battlefield. As enemies fall one after another, the juxtaposition of Bing Liuli's beauty and her lethal intent creates a unique allure that captivates all. Behind her lies a path of icy victory. Bing Liuli delivers the frozen Ouyang Lai a fatal blow with an ice spike, sending his lifeless body to the rear, before leading her legion onward. Ahead lies a city of the Phoenix Dynasty, guarded by the Flower Palace's master, Hua Rui. Chapter 34. The Battle with the Flower Palace. Bing Liuli is acutely aware that the soul enchantment is providing support, continuously slaying the strong of the Phoenix Dynasty. Now, if they successfully capture this city, overseen by the Flower Palace's master, Hua Rui, the territory of the Phoenix Dynasty will significantly diminish, subsequently depleting vast resources to resurrect the previously defeated General Luo Tian, Ouyang Lai, and to transform Morong Shui into a vampire. In doing so, all will submit to death. The Flower Palace excels in cultivating various plants, their trump cards being the carnivorous plants and sunflowers. The light concentrated by the sunflowers can inflict immense damage on the undead, while the pea shooters are their weakest plants. However, the carnivorous plants possess formidable abilities, capable of devouring zombies whole. After careful consideration, Bing Liuli believes she still holds the advantage and resolutely decides to initiate the siege. With a command from Bing Liuli, countless undead creatures surge toward the city walls like a tidal wave. Hua Rui leads the disciples of the Flower Palace in a valiant defense, but faced with the overwhelming numbers of the undead, they soon find it difficult to withstand. The undead successfully scale the walls. The carnivorous plants open their jaws wide, consuming the advancing undead. Yet, the undead flow is unending, and the carnivorous plants begin to falter. Observing this, Bing Liuli takes action herself. With a flash, she appears atop the city walls, unleashing a wave of black energy that shatters a line of pea shooters. Hua Rui is taken aback, hastily commanding her disciples to concentrate their fire on Bing Liuli. However, Bing Liuli's strength is too overwhelming, effortlessly dodging their attacks. As the city gate teeters on the brink of collapse, Hua Rui resolves to unleash her final trump card, the light of the sunflower. Many of the sunflowers begin channeling their light to Hua Rui, who chants incantations while forming seals with her hands. A dazzling golden radiance erupts from her, growing ever more intense until it culminates in a massive beam that shoots into the sky. Bing Liuli senses this powerful force and feels a twinge of caution. She attempts to counter it with dark magic, but the might of the sunflower light far exceeds her expectations, instantly shattering her dark spells. As the sunflower light descends, the undead emit anguished wails, their bodies beginning to dissolve. Bing Liuli's expression shifts dramatically as she realizes the grave situation and turns to flee the battlefield. Hua Rui watches the retreating figure of Bing Liuli, a weary yet satisfied smile playing upon her lips. Though the battle was arduous, they successfully defended the city and safeguarded the citizens. Soon after, Bing Lieli leads her undead army in another assault. This time, she digs tunnels, severing the roots of the plants and infiltrating the city. Hua Rui senses the tremors beneath her feet. Alarmed, she quickly dispatches someone to investigate. The disciple reports that Bing Lieli has somehow excavated a tunnel directly into the city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hua Rui immediately organizes her disciples to establish a defense at the tunnel's entrance. However, the undead army advances too rapidly, breaking through the defenses in no time. Hua Rui leads her followers into fierce combat, but they are overwhelmed by sheer numbers, slowly falling into despair. In a critical moment, Hua Rui devises a plan. She casts a spell, hardening the surrounding earth to iron, attempting to halt the undead's advance. Yet, Bing Lieli counters with an even more potent magic, freezing the ground into ice, allowing the undead to continue their relentless march. Bing Lieli commands the undead army to unleash blood magic, frost magic, and death magic, filling the city with cries of despair. Some soul races join the fray, possessing several disciples of the Flower Palace, who then ambush Hua Rui and the remaining disciples. Anxiety grips Hua Rui as she perceives the dire situation escalating. She resolves to take matters into her own hands. Focusing her energy, she unleashes a powerful purification spell, and wherever the light shines, the undead dissipate. However, Bing Lieli does not relent. She executes her ultimate move, sending a massive wave of frost crashing toward Hua Rui. Caught off guard, Hua Rui is struck and collapses to the ground. Bing Lieli approaches and encases her in crystal ice. Now, among the fallen and captured warriors of the Phoenix Dynasty are Hua Rui, Ouyang Lai, Murong Shui, and Luo Tian. Additionally, 3 others fell on different fronts, including 2 unknown new martial kings, while Yu Ruo has been captured by Yu Han. Thus, the Phoenix Dynasty retains only 6 warriors of martial king level or above. Yu, at the peak of martial emperor, Mingyu, in the mid-stage of martial emperor, and others being martial kings Lin Lang, He Yao, Tai Wu Hin, and Li Yifeng. At this moment, Bing Lieli stands upon a desolate land, a mysterious light flickering in her hands. Her gaze is cold and resolute, as if wielding the power over life and death. The lifeless bodies of Ouyang Lai and Luo Tian lie still upon the ground. Devoid of vitality, Bing Lieli gently waves her hands, reciting an ancient incantation. As her voice resonates, the air around begins to warp, a formidable energy gradually coalescing in her grasp. She injects this energy into the bodies of Ouyang Lai and Luo Tian, their skin beginning to shimmer with an eerie glow. Immediately, their bodies trembled slightly, as if a flicker of life had been ignited within them. Bing Lieli continued to cast her spells, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet her gaze remained unwavering. At last, Ouyang Lai and Luo Tian slowly opened their eyes, their expressions hollow and indifferent, suffused with an aura of death. They had been resurrected as the kings of corpses, becoming loyal followers of Bing Lieli. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Rui and Murong Shui found themselves enveloped by Bing Lieli's dark powers. Their bodies underwent a gradual transformation, their once fair skin turning as pale as paper, their lips becoming a vivid crimson, their teeth sharpened into daggers, and an eerie red glimmer flickered in their eyes. Bing Lieli approached them, gently caressing their faces, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, Hua Rui and Murong Shui were engaged in a fierce struggle, their eyes alternating between fury and fear, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Yet, before Bing Lieli's formidable soul imprint and her ability to control her minions, their resistance appeared utterly futile. Bing Lieli's gaze was cold and resolute as she whispered strange incantations, resembling a mysterious spell. With her voice, the power of the soul imprint and minion control gradually seeped into Hua Rui and Murong Shui's bodies, their eyes beginning to glaze over as their will to resist was slowly eroded. Satisfied, Bing Lieli recalled how Hanhua and Yu Han had once trained her. She resolved to employ the same methods on Hua Rui and Murong Shui, rendering them her absolute slaves. She commanded them to don specially crafted bondage gear, radiating an eerie glow, tightly restraining their bodies. The expressions of Hua Rui and Murong Shui grew increasingly bewildered, their eyes losing focus, as if they had been stripped of their very essence. Soon, their bodies began to obey Bing Lieli's commands involuntarily, each movement appearing mechanical and submissive. Observing this, Bing Lieli could not suppress her triumphant smile. She knew that from this moment forth, Hua Rui and Murong Shui would forever be her most devoted servants. As days turned into weeks, the embers of defiance within Hua Rui and Murong Shui were gradually extinguished. They no longer harbored their own thoughts, merely executing Bing Lieli's every command, thoroughly reduced to her puppets. Before long, Hanhua conveyed through mental transmission that reinforcements had arrived, and Bing Lieli had acquired several bone dragons and the kings of the undead, including a frost giant dragon at the peak of the Martial King realm. Additionally, Bing Lieli had amassed a wealth of cultivation resources from plundering the Phoenix Dynasty cities. Elevating herself to the pinnacle of the Martial King realm. It was time to continue the offensive against the Phoenix Dynasty. Lin Lang led the troops stationed atop the perilous city, bracing for Bing Lieli's impending assault. In the distance, Bing Lieli commanded a formidable army, drawing nearer. She rode the frost giant dragon, flanked by 6 bone dragons and the kings of the undead. Exuding an overwhelming presence, Lin Lang, capable of manipulating water into myriad forms, prepared for both offense and defense. Her appearance was ethereal, resembling a water nymph, wielding a crystal spear that glimmered with a chilling light. However, Bing Lieli's strength was overwhelming. The icy breath emitted by her frost giant dragon intensified the pressure on Yi Yu and the others. Yet, they stood resolute, defending the city with unwavering determination, vowing to resist to the death for the sake of the Phoenix Dynasty. Soon, Lin Lang beheld the 2 kings of the undead, Luo Tian and Ouying Lai, under Bing Lieli's control, alongside Murong Shui and Hua Rui. Now transformed into vampires, a wave of sorrow surged within Lin Lang as her eyes widened. Glaring fiercely at Bing Lieli, exclaiming, "You shameless fiend! Release them at once!" She called out the names of Luo Tian, Ouying Lai, Murong Shui, and Hua Rui, filled with hope that they could break free from their shackles, reclaim their free will, and rise up in defiance. Alas, this was but a wishful fantasy. Bing Lieli let out a cold laugh, disdainfully retorting, "Cease your futile efforts. They have become my slaves, forever incapable of betraying me. And you shall soon join their ranks at that time. We will revel in all the world's delights together." Lin Lang gritted her teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. She understood that against such a formidable foe, she could not remain passive. She silently vowed to defeat Bing Lieli and rescue her imprisoned companions. Yet, at that moment, Bing Lieli's martial king strength far surpassed Lin Lang's, rendering it a battle she could not win. She could only rely on the city to buy time and await reinforcements. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lang concentrated, channeling her entire spiritual energy into the crystal spear. She swung the spear, launching a fierce attack against the frost giant dragon. Under her command, the water formed enormous walls, attempting to impede the dragon's advance. However, the frost giant dragon's might was too great. The water walls were instantly frozen into solid ice. Undeterred, Lin Lang deftly evaded the dragon's assault while unleashing an even more potent water spell. She summoned the power of the underground river, a colossal column of water shooting skyward, aimed squarely at the frost giant dragon. Yet, Lin Lang's attack failed to inflict significant harm. The dragon flapped its wings, unleashing a frigid gale that dispersed the water column on the battlefield. Murong Shui and Bing Lieli launched a combined assault against Lin Lang, their strikes fierce and relentless, causing Lin Lang to struggle increasingly. Meanwhile, at the city gates, Hua Rui manipulated plants to relentlessly batter the gates, causing the walls to tremble ominously. Lin Lang knew she could not allow the gates to fall. She exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate struggle against her foes. However, the opponents were overwhelmingly powerful, and ultimately Lin Lang sustained grave injuries. Just as she believed all was lost, a mysterious light descended from above, not a savior, but rather Bing Lieli's necromantic spell, rendering her immobile. As Lin Lang was besieged, blood flowed continuously from her wounds, her complexion paling to that of a ghost, yet her resolve remained unyielding, her eyes shining with defiance. Bing Lieli observed Lin Lang's plight with a triumphant smirk, her gaze filled with mockery and scorn, as if relishing Lin Lang's folly. Lin Lang spat defiantly, her voice imbued with conviction, "You are delusional. Even in death, I shall never submit to a wicked being like you." Her eyes blazed with the fire of indignation. Bing Lieli's expression darkened, her gaze transforming into one of ferocity and coldness. "Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. Seize her and confine her." I shall take my time to torment her once I am done with other matters. Her voice was ice-cold, instilling dread in all who heard it. Lin Lang was roughly dragged away and imprisoned in a dark, damp cell. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the walls adorned with moss and cobwebs. Lin Lang's wounds continued to bleed, her body trembling from pain, yet her spirit remained steadfast. I cannot simply give up. I must find a way to escape and summon aid, Lin Lang thought to herself. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, as if seeking strength from the pain. Chapter 35. The return to darkness in the shadowy confines of her cell. Lin Lang's body gradually began to mend. Her wounds healed, yet her heart grew colder with each passing day. Daily, Bing Lieli sent minions to subject her to brutal interrogations, torturing both her body and spirit with various cruel methods. Lin Lang's body became a canvas of scars, blood staining her garments. Yet, she did not yield. Silently, she endured the agony, bolstered by her indomitable will. She understood that only she could save herself. Thus, she began to meticulously observe her surroundings, searching for an opportunity to escape at last. During a meal delivery, Lin Lang seized the chance when the guard was momentarily distracted, stealthily acquiring a dagger. She carefully concealed the dagger within her clothing, feigning nonchalance. One fateful night, Lin Lang awaited her moment. She used the dagger to pry open the door lock, quietly slipping out of her cell. However, the prison was rife with guards and traps, necessitating utmost caution. She crept along the walls, striving to make no sound. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching and quickly concealed herself in a shadowy corner. Holding her breath, her heart raced wildly. The footsteps drew nearer, and Lin Lang's heart pounded in tandem. Gripping the dagger tightly, she prepared to face any potential threat. At last, the footsteps receded, and Lin Lang exhaled in relief. She pressed on, finally reaching the prison's exit. Yet, two guards stood watch at the threshold. Taking a deep breath, Lin Lang charged forward without hesitation. She brandished the dagger, engaging in a fierce struggle with the guards' eye in the heat of battle. Lin Lang moved like a specter among her foes. Gripping the sharp dagger, each swing emitted a glimmering flash that sent shivers through the vampire guards. However, the sheer number of enemies began to overwhelm her, and fatigue set in. New wounds appeared upon her body, blood seeping from the fresh lacerations, yet she gritted her teeth and fought on. Ultimately, Lin Lang, weakened and deprived of proper sustenance, found herself encircled. She fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed, dragged back to her cell. Lin Lang gradually regained consciousness, feeling as though something was tightly binding her. Upon closer inspection, she realized she was bound to a wooden horse. Looking up, she was met with the enchanting visage of Bing Lieli. Still thinking you could escape? How naive! Bing Lieli's voice danced like a gentle breeze, igniting a flutter of unease within Lin Lang. Ellen glared at her with indignation, huffing, "You wicked woman! I shall not let you off easily." Bing Liel's lips curled into a smirk as she brandished a small whip, which she flicked with a swift motion, striking Ellen lightly. With a gasp, Ellen body quivered involuntarily, yet she resolutely clenched her teeth, refusing to bow to Bing Liel. At that moment, Ellen suddenly perceived a fleeting opportunity to escape. Summoning all her strength, she broke free from the bonds that restrained her and darted towards the door like a nimble rabbit. However, Bing Li had anticipated this move. She softly intoned an incantation, conjuring a formidable barrier that instantly materialized at the entrance, obstructing Ellen's path. Ellen fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes aflame with fury and despair. "Hee, you cannot escape, Ellen," Bing Liel proclaimed triumphantly. "This prison is meticulously crafted by me. No one shall evade it." Ellen clenched her tiny fists, striving to gather a bit more strength. Her body was utterly exhausted, nearing its limits, yet she could not resign herself to confinement here. Abruptly, a brilliant radiance emanated from her, repelling Bing Liel a few steps back. This luminescence was the manifestation of the powerful force released from her inheritance. How is this possible? Bing Liel stared at Ellen in astonishment, disbelief etched on her face. Seizing this ephemeral chance, Ellen charged once more towards the entrance. With every ounce of her being, she broke through Bing Liel's magical barrier and successfully fled the prison. However, at that moment, the ensnaring garments upon her began to take effect, constraining her movements. Unbeknownst to her, a blindfold obscured her vision, and this apparatus was incessantly brainwashing her. Her eyes gradually morphed into a bewitching shade of purple, and before long, she appeared to have lost her autonomy, turning back towards Liel and returning to that ominous prison. Ing bit her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly, her heart rife with conflict and struggle. She understood clearly that succumbing to the bloodline meant eternally forfeiting her freedom and humanity, yet she could scarcely bear the torment of confinement. Under Liel's frigid gaze, Ing's knees gradually buckled, slowly kneeling. She lowered her head, her eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. "Master, please take me in." Ing's voice quivered. "I am willing to become your bloodkin, to serve you." Her voice grew softer, as if surrendering to fate. Liel regarded Ing in silence, her smile becoming increasingly sinister, akin to a blooming poppy, replete with allure and danger. She approached Ing slowly, each step imbued with an air of elegance and mystery. Extending her hand, she gently caressed Ing's hair, her fingers exuding an icy chill. "Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my bloodkin," Liel remarked with a disdainful amusement, before invoking a necromantic spell. Ing's body convulsed violently, her pained groans escaping her lips. Dark luminescence entwined around her, like a venomous serpent, tightly binding her form. Her skin gradually turned pale, devoid of its natural hue, resembling a blank canvas. Her teeth elongated and sharpened, glinting like daggers. Her eyes sparkled with a crimson glow, emanating an aura of cold ruthlessness. Amidst this agony, Ing's inner self began to twist. All her prior resistance and struggle were cast aside. Her current thoughts were solely fixated on becoming powerful, on acquiring greater strength. She yearned for power and status, desiring to become the center of attention. This insatiable hunger drove her to madness, making her forget her original intentions. When the transformation ceased, Ing had entirely become a bloodkin. She raised her head, gazing at Liel, her eyes devoid of defiance, filled instead with boundless loyalty and servility. Her lips curled into a seductive smile. "Master, I shall forever heed your commands, serving you faithfully. Grant me strength, that I may become your most devoted servant." Liel nodded approvingly, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "Excellent, Ing. You have performed splendidly. From this moment on, you are my bloodkin. I shall bestow upon you formidable power, but in return, I require you to undertake certain tasks for me. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal, I shall not treat you poorly." Ing lowered her head, respectfully replying, "Thank you, Master. I shall strive to fulfill the tasks, living up to your expectations." Her heart brimmed with joy and anticipation, aware that she was about to embark on new challenges and opportunities. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this decision would irrevocably alter the course of her life, leading her down a path of no return. "Master, I shall do anything for you," Ing said cautiously, her voice laced with flattery and servility. Liel nodded in satisfaction, knowing that from this moment forth, Ing was entirely hers. Liel's lips curled slightly, her eyes glinting with a sly light as she gently caressed Ing's cheek, whispering, "Did you not proclaim that you would never submit to a being as nefarious as I?" Her tone bore a hint of mockery and triumph, as if ridiculing Ing's naivety and childishness. Ing's complexion flushed crimson, her head bowed, her gaze wavering, her heart laden with conflict and struggle. Once, she had staunchly believed she would yield to no one, yet now she was compelled to confront reality. Her voice trembled, tinged with reluctance and humiliation. "Master, you are so wicked." Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within her, Ing chose to comply with Liel's commands, for she understood that failure to do so would invite even harsher repercussions. Thus, she commenced executing Liel's directives, each movement exuding obedience and docility. Meanwhile, Liel sat nearby, quietly observing Ing's performance, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Upon hearing this remark, Liel could not suppress a laugh, her laughter bright and melodious, as if mocking Ing's weakness. Her eyes shimmered with disdain and pride as she regarded Ing, saying, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. However, do not presume that this will endear you to me. You must continue to obey my every word. Now, divulge all intelligence regarding the Phoenix Dynasty. Lil Ing's heart sank deeper in shame. She wished for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. Her lips quivered slightly as she spoke in a hushed, raspy tone. The Phoenix Dynasty. Their troops are dispersed across various border regions. Her gaze fluctuated between confusion and determination, as if she were battling against the control of the soul imprint. Liel's expression turned serious, her gaze fixed intently on Ing as she inquired. What else? What are their military strategies? Ing's complexion turned ashen, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Her voice grew even more subdued. Their military strategy primarily revolves around defense, yet they are secretly preparing for a large-scale offensive. A hint of despair and helplessness flickered in her eyes. Liel nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well, continue." Greed sparkled in her gaze, as though she could already envision the immense rewards awaiting her. Ing inhaled deeply before continuing. Emperor Yfeng's command center is located within a secret chamber in the palace, equipped with the most advanced communication devices and strategic maps. A flicker of excitement crossed Liel's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, fully aware that the success of this operation hinged on acquiring accurate intelligence. Ing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to divulge more information to Liel. Accessing the secret chamber requires a special password and identity verification. Along with formidable guard forces, Liel furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating how to breach this defense. She turned to Ing, her eyes glinting with cunning. "Surely, you know the way to enter. Do you not?" Ing lowered her head in silence, understanding that escape was no longer an option. She could only silently comply with Liel's commands. Liel approached Ing, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet her gaze. "If you assist me in obtaining the intelligence, I shall grant you your freedom." A glimmer of hope flickered in Ing's eyes, only to be swiftly eclipsed by fear. "Can I truly trust you?" "You have no choice." Liel's voice was cold and unyielding. Ing clenched her teeth, ultimately nodding. "I will guide you into the secret chamber." Liel smiled, a chilling smile. "Then let us act swiftly." Ing led Liel to the entrance of the palace, and with her special pass, they smoothly navigated through layer upon layer of security. However, just as they were nearing the secret chamber, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 36. Information interruption. The formidable warriors of the martial sovereign realm could not remain holed up in the rear. After all, the Soul Enchantment and Yn, both martial sovereigns, were nearly invincible on the battlefield. Only those at the martial emperor level, in conjunction with powerful formations and fortifications, could temporarily impede their advance. Yet, Li was unsatisfied with perpetually relying on the protection of these two. She yearned to earn her own accolades. Thus, she utilized the soul imprint to ensure that all of Ing's secrets were laid bare, even altering some of Ing's memories to secure her loyalty. This way, she felt more at ease keeping Ing by her side. Furthermore, Ing's affinity for water complemented Liel's control over ice, creating a perfect counterbalance within their partnership. Additionally, the garments and adornments Ing wore further reinforced her allegiance. As they approached the secret chamber, they unexpectedly caught the attention of the Phoenix Dynasty's guards. The guards are predominantly at the martial spirit realm, with the guard captain, Qin Yun, unexpectedly revealed to be a concealed martial king. He approaches with a battalion of Xuanjia soldiers, clad in heavy armor that glistens with a chilling radiance, seemingly merging with the surrounding ice and snow. Their movements are synchronized and agile, the disciplined silhouettes exuding an aura of authority. Captain Qin Yun, tall and statuesque like a pine tree, dons dark armor adorned with intricate patterns resembling enigmatic runes that emit a faint glow. His countenance is resolute, and his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seem capable of piercing through all veils of deception. In his grasp, he wields a razor-sharp long sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light that sends shivers down one's spine. The Xuanjia soldiers behind him wear solemn expressions, forming an unassailable line around Qin Yun, their diverse weaponry, spears, battle axes, shields, radiating a menacing aura. In this frigid environment, the presence of Qin Yun and his soldiers imposes an immense pressure on Bing Liuli and Lin Lang. Their momentum crashes upon the two like a surging tide. Though Bing Liuli stands at the pinnacle of the martial king realm and Lin Lang is in the mid-level, facing a multitude of martial spirits without any cover proves to be a formidable challenge. Qin Yun's eyes widen in fury as he points at Lin Lang, his voice brimming with rage. Lin Lang, you have betrayed the Phoenix Dynasty and become a female vampire. Do you believe you are worthy of our trust? Tears glimmer in Lin Lang's eyes as she responds, her tone tinged with grievance. Qin Yun, I never wished for this. I have my reasons. Reasons? Qin Yun interrupts sharply. What justification could possibly lead you to betray your own country and faith? Ah, I forgot. You're a mercenary, not one of us at this moment. Bing Liali strides forward, her gaze cold and profound. She looks at Qin Yun and states calmly, do not blame Lin Lang. This was all my decision. Seeing this, Qin Yun ceases his words and charges at them with his Xuanjia soldiers. Aware of the grave situation, Bing Liali swiftly regains her composure, contemplating her countermeasures. She glances at Lin Lang, her eyes conveying determination and decisiveness. Lin Lang, we cannot falter. We must find a way to breach their defenses, Bing Liali whispers. Lin Lang nods firmly, gripping her spear tightly, prepared to face the enemy alongside Bing Liali. Qin Yun leads the Xuanjia soldiers in a relentless advance, their battle cries echoing in the air, amplifying the pressure on Bing Liali and Lin Lang. Taking a deep breath, Bing Liali moves her hands gracefully, instantly conjuring a powerful ice spell. Countless ice spikes shoot from her palms, akin to a ferocious swarm of ice dragons, charging towards the Xuanjia soldiers. The soldiers quickly raise their shields to fend off the ice spikes' onslaught. Yet, the might of Bing Liali's spell is immense. Some spikes breach the shield's defenses, striking the soldiers and causing them to collapse in agony. Lin Lang, unwilling to be outdone, brandishes her water spear and unleashes a torrent of water magic. Waves surge from her spear, forming a colossal wall of water that crashes toward the Xuanjia soldiers. Qin Yun, witnessing this, is momentarily taken aback. He swings his long sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that cleaves through the water wall. Mere parlor tricks, Qin Yun scoffs. Bing Liali and Lin Lang remain undeterred by Qin Yun's taunts, continuing to unleash potent spells as they engage in fierce combat with the Xuanjia soldiers. Through their synchronized efforts, the soldiers gradually find themselves in a precarious position. However, Qin Yun's prowess is formidable. His swordsmanship strikes like a tempest, making it difficult for Bing Liali and Lin Lang to withstand in a sudden moment. Bing Liali discerns a flaw in Qin Yun's defense. Without hesitation, she casts a powerful ice spell aimed at his vulnerability. Qin Yun senses the impending danger and attempts to evade, but it is too late. The spell strikes him, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Liali and Lin Lang swiftly break through the Xuanjia soldiers' line, racing toward the communication chamber. Furious, Qin Yun bellows, "Pursue! We cannot allow them to escape." The Xuanjia soldiers follow Qin Yun in relentless pursuit of Bing Liali and Lin Lang. However, the two women manage to enter the communication room, slamming the door shut behind them. They begin to meticulously search for the communication device within the chamber, their eyes filled with resolve and determination. No corner is overlooked, and every item is scrutinized. Their movements are swift and forceful, as if racing against time. During their search, they discover hidden mechanisms and passages. But these do not deter their advance. Rather, they invigorate their exploration, yearning for more clues. As time passes, their efforts are finally rewarded. They uncover the communication device, but simultaneously stumble upon other secrets that leave them shocked and enraged. In their fury, they resolve to wreak havoc within the chamber to vent their frustrations. With all their might, they wield their weapons, nearly obliterating the room. Walls crumble, furniture splinters, and chaos reigns in the once secure chamber. Their destructive actions attract the attention of palace guards, who rush to intervene. Yet, this does not dissuade them. They fearlessly engage in a fierce battle with the guards, their agility and fierce techniques swiftly overwhelming their opponents. Ultimately, they successfully break free from the Phoenix Dynasty Palace, departing with the communication device and their indignation. Their silhouettes fade into the darkness, leaving behind ruins and countless enigmas. However, as they leave the capital en route to the captured Flower City, a swordsman obstructs their path. The newcomer is none other than Li Yifeng, the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, renowned for his ethereal and carefree swordplay, which is as elusive as a dream. His strength ranks at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. On par with Bing Liali, Bing Liali unleashes ice crystals from her scythe, hurtling towards him like shooting stars. Li Yifeng counters with his long sword, the sword aura clashing with the ice crystals, producing a series of crisp sounds. In an instant, the clash of ice and sword ignites a dazzling display, leaving onlookers awestruck. The two figures intertwine in fierce combat, alternating between close-quarters grappling and ranged assaults, neither yielding an inch. Bing Liuli's ice crystals exude an oppressive chill, each strike imbued with biting cold. In contrast, Li Yifeng's sword energy strikes with the ferocity of a tempest. Their battle generates violent disturbances in the surrounding air, as if the very fabric of space quakes under the weight of their power. Bing Liuli marvels at Li Yifeng's strength, fully aware that she faces a formidable adversary. Yet, she does not flinch, her eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Li Yifeng, too, is taken aback by Bing Liuli's prowess. He never anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman possessed such formidable strength. As the battle wages on, both their stamina begins to wane, yet their fighting spirit remains undiminished. At last, Bing Liuli channels her ultimate technique, gathering all her energy into her hands to unleash a colossal ice crystal shockwave. Seeing this, Li Yifeng responds with his own signature move, his sword energy transforming into a mighty dragon that collides head-on with the ice shockwave. In this breathtaking moment, their powers reach a climax, and everything around them seems to freeze in time. Ultimately, the ice shockwave and sword energy dissipate simultaneously, forcing both combatants to retreat a few steps. They exchange glances, each recognizing the admiration reflected in the other's eyes. This fierce confrontation has unveiled their mutual strength, deepening their understanding of one another's capabilities. Aware that the battle with Li Yifeng has reached a stalemate, Bing Liuli ponders her next move. She understands that to achieve a swift resolution, strategic measures are required. She turns her gaze to Linlang beside her and whispers, "Linlang, use your water spear from behind him to assist me in freezing him." Linlang nods in response, her water spear shimmering with a blue glow. With a flicker of her form, she stealthily positions herself behind Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng remains focused on his duel with Bing Liuli. He remains oblivious to Linlang's maneuver. In an instant, Linlang swings her water spear, unleashing a frigid curtain of water that sweeps toward Li Yifeng. Sensing the chilling aura behind him, Li Yifeng is taken aback. He attempts to turn and evade, but it is too late. The water curtain envelopes him. While Bing Liuli channels the power of ice, the biting cold rapidly infiltrating his body. Seizing the moment, Bing Liuli strikes, her scythe glinting with frost as she lunges toward the immobilized Li Yifeng. Yet, just as the icy scythe is about to pierce him, a surge of black light erupts from Li Yifeng, resembling a roaring torrent that shatters the encasing ice. Ice shards scatter like a flurry of glistening diamonds in the air. Li Yifeng breaks free, retreating a few paces, his eyes ablaze with fury and vigilance. His breath quickens, and beads of sweat form on his brow. "You dare employ such despicable tactics, but Black Yao, I thank you for your assistance." Li Yifeng bellows, his voice laced with a chilling malice. Bing Liuli and Linlang exchange glances, both understanding that the ensuing battle will be even more arduous. Black Yao, hailing from a mysterious realm of darkness, excels in shadow manipulation. Cloaked in a dark shroud, he resembles a specter of the night, radiating an unsettling presence. His weapons are a pair of razor-sharp daggers that gleam with a cold light, moving with a swift and lethal grace. Another peak martial king has emerged, and the disparity in strength is evident, placing Bing Liuli and Linlang at a distinct disadvantage. The obsidian dagger struck like a venomous serpent, relentlessly assaulting Bing Liuli and Linlang. His movements were swift and enigmatic, each strike imbued with a lethal menace. Li Yifeng's long sword sliced through the air with the ferocity of a lightning bolt, carving sharp arcs that harmonized with the dagger's assault, weaving an impenetrable web of attack. Confronted with the formidable onslaught from He Yao and Li Yifeng, Bing Liuli and Linlang resolved to employ a tactical counterattack. Suddenly, Bing Liuli unleashed a powerful wave of frigid air, which surged forth like a tidal wave. Linlang, in turn, summoned the full might of the water spear, the elemental water cascading from it like an unceasing spring. In no time, the surrounding air crystallized into ice, forming a colossal ice wall, clear as crystal and radiating an excruciating chill. He Yao and Li Yifeng found themselves ensnared within, their movements growing sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Liuli and Linlang swiftly departed the battleground, their figures appearing particularly agile against the backdrop of the ice wall. A hint of fatigue flickered across Bing Liuli's face, yet her gaze remained resolute. Lin Lang, gripping her water spear tightly, remained vigilant, casting wary glances behind them to prevent He Yao and Li Yifeng from pursuing. Chapter 37. Return to Shuexian City. The city that had previously captured Lin Lang was known as Shuexian City. Nestled amidst verdant hills and clear waters, a picturesque landscape. Now, Bing Liuli and Lin Lang embarked on their journey back to Shuexian City. Murong Shui and the Lord of Baihua City, Hua Rui, had now become Bing Liuli's vampire thralls. Surrounding her as if she were the moon embraced by stars, their affectionate calls of mistress resonating with warmth and fervor, brimming with unwavering loyalty and admiration. Meanwhile, the corpse kings, Luo Tian and Ouyang Lai, stood guard at the city gates like loyal sentinels, dutifully preventing any potential mishaps. Observing Murong Shui's demeanor, Bing Liuli couldn't help but feel a playful urge, her lips curling into a teasing smile as she remarked, "Did you not once say my eyes were purple? Now, the four of us share the same hue." Upon hearing this, Murong Shui instantly donned a flattering expression, her voice sweet as she replied, "Mistress is marvelous. I am entirely yours now." Standing beside them, Lin Lang's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Bing Liuli, her voice tinged with urgency as she inquired, "Bing Liuli, why are our eyes purple while other vampires possess blood-red ones?" Bing Liuli pondered internally, realizing that the purple irises were a sign of being enchanted, typically seen only in those adorned with servant insignia, such as the enchantment ring, bewitching necklace, or the garb of ancient relics. Her expression suddenly shifted, her eyes darting as if contemplating how to respond. After a brief pause, she softly explained, "Lin Lang, you are my thrall, but I am also a subject of His Majesty the Soul Enchanter. Thus we must cultivate together." Lin Lang's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of astonishment. She had never anticipated Bing Liuli bore such an identity and limitation, a surge of complex emotions welling within her. However, Lin Lang quickly regained her composure, a mischievous smile curving her lips as she teased, "No wonder, mistress, though you remain untouched by me. Your every move is so captivating, hardly the demeanor of one unacquainted with joy." Bing Liuli's face flushed crimson, a glimmer of irritation flashing in her eyes as she retorted loudly, "You are merely my little follower, daring to be so impertinent." As her words echoed, she summoned the soul imprint, a surge of potent energy instantly enveloping Lin Lang. Lin Lang was struck by a wave of agony, her body collapsing to the ground as she pleaded, "Mistress, I was wrong. Please spare me." A flicker of compassion crossed Bing Liuli's gaze. Yet she maintained her icy demeanor, stating coldly, "I shall let you off this time, but the matter of your freedom must not be mentioned again." With that, she turned to leave. Meanwhile, Murong Shui and Hua Rui exchanged hushed whispers, their glances occasionally meeting, revealing a tangle of emotions. Murong Shui sighed softly, "In truth, we possess numerous memories from our past lives. Those once cherished moments now lie beyond reach, like fleeting phantoms. Despite our efforts to resist fate, we ultimately succumb to the shadow of death, becoming the very vampires despised by the world." Hua Rui nodded slightly, a wistful expression crossing her face. "Indeed, though we are now under the control of the soul imprint and stripped of our freedom, deep within, we still yearn to break free from these chains. Furthermore, we are acutely aware that as vampires, we are loathed by the Phoenix Dynasty. This transformation of identity fills us with profound helplessness and anguish." Murong Shui sighed again, continuing, "Yet, witnessing Lin Lang tease Bing Liuli brings a flicker of joy to my heart. Perhaps this is the only semblance of joy we can find in this dark world." Hua Rui's lips curved into a faint smile. "Indeed, Lin Lang's antics allow us to momentarily forget our plight. However, we cannot remain ensnared in this fleeting happiness. We must devise a means to escape the grip of the soul imprint and reclaim our freedom." Before long, the envoys of Soul Kill arrived at Shuexian City, advancing with measured steps directly into the Lord's manor. Within the grand hall, Bing Liuli sat regally upon the Lord's throne, her posture elegant and dignified. Her legs were crossed, feet slightly angled, exuding an air of nobility. She had donned the resplendent attire of a royal consort, a magnificent garment that complemented the hues of her hair, which shimmered in shades of white and blue. Her purple eyes sparkled like precious gems, emanating a mysterious and enchanting glow. This attire not only signified her status, but also represented her allegiance to the Soul Clan, having ascended to the position of royal consort. It symbolized her obedience to the Soul Clan and her unique standing within the vampire lineage. Her beauty and authority captured the attention of all, making the entire hall feel more solemn in her presence. The envoys of Soul Kill approached Bing Liuli, bowing in unison before her. One of them raised their gaze, addressing her with a tone that was both cold and resolute. "We have heard of your three beautiful vampire thralls, Murong Shui, Hua Rui, and Lin Lang. According to the regulations of our Soul Clan, both vampires and their thralls may be claimed as slaves and companions. As the royal consort of His Majesty, we certainly do not dare to seize His Majesty's women. However, those three ladies should rightfully be allocated to those within the Soul Clan who require their services." Bing Liuli's complexion drained of color, as if all the blood had been siphoned away in an instant. Her eyes blazed with a mix of rage and helplessness, an indescribable agony and humiliation washing over her. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a time when she had once felt content beneath the shoulder of His Majesty the Soul Enchanter. Blushing as she had acquiesced to this very decree, now, confronted with the merciless demands of the envoys, she felt as though she were trapped in an icy prison, the chill penetrating to her bones. She bit her lip, struggling to contain the tempest of emotions within, and coldly declared, "You are forcing my hand." Yet the envoys remained unmoved, their expressions still devoid of warmth, continuing, "Esteemed royal consort, this is the decree of the Soul Clan. We are merely executing our orders. We kindly urge you to comply swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications." Bing Liuli inhaled deeply, understanding that resistance to the Soul Clan's regulations was futile. However, how could she bear to relinquish her thralls to others? Her heart was a battlefield of contradictions and turmoil. As two voices clashed within her, one urged her to adhere to the regulations to uphold the order of her master, the Soul Enchanter. The other screamed to protect her kin and thralls, vowing not to allow them to come to harm. Murong Shui and Hua Rui had initially contemplated resisting Bing Liuli's control through the Soul Imprint, but now found themselves at a loss for words. They realized that Bing Liuli had been safeguarding the three of them all along. In that moment, their resentment towards her dissipated, replaced by profound gratitude and admiration. Bing Liuli yearned to resist, yet the Soul Imprint embedded deep within her soul, along with the enchantment ring, bewitching necklace, and garb of relics, compelled her to obey. A glimmer of unwillingness and helplessness flickered in her eyes, silently lamenting her plight. Nevertheless, Bing Liuli mustered her courage to plead with the Soul Clan envoys. Requesting that they spare two of her thralls, her voice trembled slightly, as if she were battling her inner fears. The envoys regarded her with expressionless faces, their gazes cold and unwavering. They understood her predicament. Yet duty bound them, leaving no room for compassion. Their stares were like icy blades, ruthlessly piercing Bing Liuli's very soul. Thus, the envoys departed with Hua Rui, Murong Shui, and Lin Lang in tow. Bing Liuli watched helplessly as her thralls were taken away. A profound sense of resignation enveloping her. "Royal consort, we shall report this matter to His Majesty the Soul Enchanter, who will decide the course of action. In the meantime, we kindly ask for your cooperation." With that, the envoys turned to leave, leaving Bing Liuli alone in the chamber, contemplating the fate that awaited her. Her heart weighed heavy with the knowledge that she stood at a crossroads of difficult choices. On one hand, she was bound to adhere to the regulations of the Soul Clan and obey the commands of His Majesty the Soul Enchanter. On the other hand, she felt the profound obligation to protect her kin, striving to live up to their trust and loyalty. She resolved to await the decision of His Majesty the Soul Enchanter, while silently vowing to devise every possible means to safeguard her blood relatives and friends. Regardless of the outcome, she understood that this would be a formidable struggle, yet she was resolute in her determination not to yield easily. Before long, a telepathic communication transpired between the Soul Enchanter and Bing Liuli. With a soft voice, Bing Liuli expressed, "Master, I have captured the enemy general and transformed her into a vampire as my subordinate. How can one simply take her away? I shall remain virtuous." Her tone was laced with grievance and reluctance, as though she were confiding her woes to the Soul Enchanter. The voice of the Soul Enchanter resonated in her mind. "Bing Liuli, this is the decree of the Soul Clan, but rest assured, I will consider your request." Upon hearing this, Bing Liuli felt a slight sense of calmness. She was aware of the Soul Enchanter's penchant for her, and perhaps she would receive a satisfactory response. However, the process of waiting was arduous and tormenting. Bing Lieli paced restlessly within her chamber, her heart laden with anxiety. She was uncertain of the decision His Majesty the Soul Enchanter would render or whether her subordinates would return safely. As time ticked away, her mood grew increasingly heavy. She sat quietly, her brow furrowed, lost in deep contemplation. She began to scrutinize her previous actions, pondering whether she had been too impulsive and whether she ought to treat her subordinates with greater caution. Just then, the telepathic conversation resumed. The familiar voice of the Soul Enchanter echoed, "Bing Lieli, I have made a decision. Hua Rui and Murong Shui may remain, but Lin Lang must be surrendered to the Soul Clan. This is the greatest concession I can secure for you." Upon hearing this decree, Bing Lieli was engulfed by a complex wave of emotions. She felt grateful for the Soul Enchanter's efforts to retain Hua Rui and Murong Shui, yet resigned to the reality of Lin Lang's impending departure. She recognized that this was the utmost the Soul Enchanter could do. Although Lin Lang was to be taken away, at least Hua Rui and Murong Shui could stay by her side, which offered some consolation. However, unbeknownst to Bing Lieli, the Soul Enchanter wielded absolute power, as everyone in the Soul Clan obeyed her commands, and with her mid-stage martial sovereign strength, she had also exerted control over the early-stage martial sovereign Yuhan. No one could contend with her. While these regulations could superficially be attributed to the scheming of the court's villain, Han Sha, at their core, the enslavement of the Blood Clan and the coercion of Yuhan. Bing Lieli and Lieli Shui to become her subordinates and consorts were the true malevolences of the Soul Enchanter. "Thank you, Master, I shall remember your kindness," Bing Lieli said sweetly, her face adorned with a charming demeanor. Subsequently, the telepathic connection was severed. Soon after, Hua Rui and Murong Shui returned hand in hand, their faces flushed like ripe apples, exuding a captivating allure. They appeared breathless, as if they had just emerged from an intense ordeal. With beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, their eyes shone with a look of satisfaction, a palpable joy and happiness that was impossible to conceal. Witnessing their demeanor, Bing Lieli felt a mix of shame and anger. Her complexion turned a vibrant shade of crimson, reminiscent of a glowing sunset. Unable to contain her agitation, she stamped her foot, the golden-embellished ice flower heels producing a crisp sound against the ground. Biting her lip to suppress her inner fury, she could no longer restrain herself and demanded, "With whom have you two been entangled?" Her voice trembled, clearly shaken by the scene before her. Murong Shui and Hua Rui exchanged furtive glances, hesitating to respond. Seeing this, Bing Lieli's anger intensified, and she activated the soul imprint controlling the two, seeking to unearth the truth. Ultimately, she discovered that it was all the doing of Han Sha. Despicable, Bing Lieli seethed through gritted teeth. Vowing, "I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance," she then commanded her maid, "Take these two useless wretches away for a thorough cleansing." Once the two were taken away, Bing Lieli's gaze grew increasingly frigid. She silently resolved to ensure that Han Sha would pay dearly for today's transgressions. Shortly thereafter, He Yao, the enigmatic assassin Ying, alongside the skilled dragon knight Long Quan and Li Yifeng, prepared their forces for a coordinated assault to reclaim Water Fairy City, advancing towards Bing Lieli with deadly intent. Chapter 38. The Battle of Water Fairy City. He Yao and Ying infiltrated Water Fairy City like phantoms, their forms barely discernible in the darkness. Utilizing exceptional stealth, Ying stealthily approached Bing Lieli, clad in the resplendent garments of the royal consort. Bing Lieli found her high heels slightly cumbersome as she moved. Nevertheless, her reflexes were swift, and she conjured an ice shield in a bid to thwart the enemy's assault. Despite her efforts, the force of the ambush still sent her reeling. The relic attire swiftly morphed into battle gear, enhancing Bing Lieli's agility. She brandished her icy scythe and fought alongside Murong Shui, who wielded a similar weapon with fierce precision. Hua Rui, meanwhile, summoned zombie plants, their tendrils extending like grasping appendages, attempting to ensnare He Yao and Ying. The formidable power of the zombie plants forced the two adversaries to divert their focus. Outside the city, Luo Tian and Ouying Lai led the undead and bone dragons, clashing violently with Long Quan and Li Yifeng. Long Quan, atop his mighty dragon, unleashed torrents of fiery breath, shattering the undead's formation. Li Yifeng, with his exceptional archery skills, rained arrows upon the foe, each shot imbued with tremendous force. The undead warriors pressed forward fearlessly, charging towards Long Quan and Li Yifeng without hesitation. Bone dragons circled overhead, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the great dragon. The Undertaker's corpse king swung his colossal fists, while the frost dragon exhaled icy breath, striving to freeze the enemy. The battlefield descended into chaos, with warriors from both sides exerting their utmost in combat. Every strike resonated with the clash of power, and every defense revealed unwavering resolve. Luo Tian and Ouyang Lai exchanged glances, unleashing a surge of necromantic energy. In an instant, the heavens shifted, lightning flashed, and it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. Undeterred, Long Quan and Li Yifeng joined forces, demonstrating unparalleled skills. Amidst the dragon flames, Li Yifeng's sword energy sliced through the air like lightning. Long Quan's rain of arrows fell like a torrential downpour upon the enemy. The synergy between Bing Lioli and Murong Shui grew increasingly harmonious, their assaults resembling a magnificent symphony echoing across the battlefield. The water hairpin in Bing Lioli's hand shimmered with mysterious light, conjuring a massive curtain of water that served as a transparent barrier, obstructing He Yao and Yi Ying's retreat. Murong Shui's icy scythe howled through the frigid air, each swing releasing biting cold, harmonizing with Bing Lioli's water curtain to forge an unyielding defense. Standing nearby, Hua Rui's eyes sparkled with resolute determination as she continuously formed seals with her hands, unleashing even more powerful zombie plants. These menacing flora writhed and clawed, ensnaring He Yao and Yi Ying, rendering them immobile. He Yao and Yi Ying struggled desperately, their strength gradually sapped by the terrifying bindings. Yet they refused to concede. The flames of fury gleamed in He Yao's eyes, while Yi Ying's form flickered in the cold winds, seeking an opportunity to break free. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Luo Tian and Ouyang Lai, the two corpse kings against 6 bone dragons and a frost dragon, had reached a fever pitch. The bone dragons unfurled their massive wings, spewing forth torrents of malevolent black flames that distorted the surrounding air. The frost dragon exhaled frigid breaths, colliding with the black flames, creating a surreal spectacle of opposing forces. Under this tremendous assault, Long Quan's dragon began to falter, its scales scorched by the flames, wings frozen by the frost. Ultimately, the great dragon let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. The necromantic spells wielded by Luo Tian and Ouyang Lai also impeded the nimble swordplay of Li Yifeng and the archery of Long Quan. Slowing their attacks, however, neither Li Yifeng nor Long Quan faltered. They exchanged a resolute glance, their eyes brimming with determination and courage. Li Yifeng wielded his sword, the shadows flickering like meteors streaking across the night sky. Long Quan drew back his bowstring, the arrowhead shimmering with cold light, targeting the enemy's vital points. Through their combined efforts, the tide of battle began to shift. Li Yifeng's swordplay grew increasingly rapid, and Long Quan's arrows found their mark with greater precision. Their relentless assaults finally breached the defenses of Luo Tian and Ouyang Lai, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy. Bing Lioli and Murong Shui poured their all into the fray, intensifying their attacks. The water curtain glimmered with crystalline brilliance, and the icy scythe swept through the air, its power escalating. Meanwhile, the zombie plants voraciously siphoned the life force from the two assassins, as if to drain their very essence. Ultimately, He Yao and Yi Ying could bear no more under the might of the onslaught. Their bodies were instantaneously encased in solid ice, crashing to the ground. With the fall of He Yao and Yi Ying, Luo Tian and Ouyang Lai also met their demise under the relentless assault of Li Yifeng and Long Quan. Without hesitation, Li Yifeng and Long Quan swiftly obliterated all corpses, including those of He Yao and Yi Ying. Their eyes reflected coldness and resolve as they advanced unflinchingly towards the exhausted Bing Lioli, Hua Rui, and Murong Xu. Li Yifeng and Long Quan lunged at the three with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Bing Lioli gritted her teeth, summoning her strength to rise, her hands swiftly forming seals to conjure a formidable ice wall. The ice wall abruptly rose, temporarily thwarting the fierce assault of the two assailants. Hua Rui, perceiving the situation, hastily assisted Murong Shui to her feet, preparing to lead her away from this perilous locale. However, Long Quan reacted swiftly, drawing his bow and loosing an arrow that pierced through the ice barrier. Upon witnessing this, Li Yifeng surged forward like a whirlwind, brandishing his longsword with lethal intent, aiming a devastating strike at Bing Lioli. Despite having exhausted her last ounce of strength, Bing Lioli refused to yield. She summoned every ounce of her remaining power, casting the ice shield technique in a desperate bid to withstand Li Yifeng's fatal blow. Yet, Li Yifeng's swordsmanship was formidable. His blade cleaved through the ice shield like lightning, its tip threateningly directed at Bing Lioli's heart. In that critical moment, Hua Rui decisively threw a seed. Instantly, the seed took root and sprouted, rapidly transforming into a colossal treant. The treant used its sturdy trunk to intercept Li Yifeng's sword, granting Bing Lioli a fleeting chance of survival. Concurrently, Long Quan released another fiery arrow, striking the treant with deadly accuracy. The treant was engulfed in flames, illuminating the battlefield and casting a stark light upon the savage faces of Li Yifeng and Long Quan. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bing Lioli, Hua Rui, and Murong Shui fled from Shuixian City, fully aware that this battle was far from over. Exhausted, the trio faced relentless pursuit from numerous adept warriors of the martial spirit realm. Long Quan and Li Yifeng led a cadre of pursuers, closing the gap with alarming speed. Together, Bing Lioli, Hua Rui, and Murong Shui supported one another in their flight, their hearts heavy with fear and despair. Yet, they refused to surrender, continually seeking an opportunity for escape. Suddenly, a dense forest appeared ahead. An idea sparked in Bing Lioli's mind. She resolved to lead them into the forest, leveraging the complex terrain to elude their pursuers. The three dashed into the woods, running with all their might. The trees and thorns of the forest hindered the speed of their pursuers, affording them precious moments. However, Long Quan and Li Yifeng were not easily deterred. They relied on their keen senses to track the trio's movements through the forest. Just as they were about to break free from the woods, a gigantic, venomous serpent emerged, blocking their path. The serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, hissing ominously and instilling terror in their hearts. The three recoiled in fear, realizing this serpent posed a greater threat than their relentless pursuers. At that moment, the serpent lunged, aiming to bite Bing Lioli. Hua Rui quickly conjured plant magic, causing flora to burgeon into a verdant barrier in an attempt to thwart the serpent's advance. Yet, the serpent's might was overwhelming, rendering Hua Rui's magic nearly ineffective. The situation grew increasingly dire, leaving the three in a precarious predicament. Understanding that inaction was not an option, Murong Shui resolved to take matters into her own hands. She concentrated her energy, channeling the power of the ice scythe to its fullest potential. The ice scythe emitted an aura of frigidness, as if the surrounding air had been frozen. With a forceful swing, the scythe released a beam of icy light, aiming for the serpent. The serpent, sensing the threat, deftly evaded Murong Shui's onslaught. Undeterred, she engaged the serpent in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Bing Lioli and Hua Rui anxiously watched from the sidelines, unable to intervene. Just as Murong Shui found herself locked in a stalemate with the serpent, Bing Lioli suddenly discerned the serpent's weakness. She called out to Murong Shui, who immediately grasped the implication and swiftly adjusted her attack. At last, with their synchronized efforts, Murong Shui successfully struck the serpent's vulnerable point. The serpent let out a pained hiss and collapsed to the ground. The three exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to continue their escape. However, at that moment, Long Quan and Li Yifeng caught up to them. Upon seeing Murong Shui and Bing Lioli, a glint of surprise flickered in their eyes. "You cannot escape," Long Quan sneered. Murong Shui and Bing Lioli exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. Hua Rui stood nervously to the side, intently observing both sides. Without hesitation, Murong Shui and Bing Lioli charged towards Long Quan and Li Yifeng. Igniting an exhilarating clash, Murong Shui wielded the ice scythe, which gleamed with a cold radiance, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Bing Lioli invoked her ice and water magic, summoning a tempest of frost and sharp ice shards under her control. The combined onslaught of Murong Shui's ice scythe and Bing Lioli's magic surged towards Long Quan and Li Yifeng like an unrelenting tide. Though powerful, Long Quan and Li Yifeng began to feel the strain under the relentless assault. They fought valiantly, their garments torn by ice blades, blood seeping from their wounds. Both Murong Shui and Bing Lioli sustained injuries, crimson staining their clothes, yet their eyes reflected unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. Then, they executed a cooperative skill. Ice curtain heavenly splendored in an instant. The world seemed to freeze, a massive ice dome descending from above, ensnaring Long Quan and Li Yifeng. Seizing the opportunity, the trio continued their flight. But just then, a cold arrow shot forth like lightning. Murong Shui had no time to evade. The arrow struck her back directly. Her body jolted violently, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through her. Almost immediately, she was engulfed in flames, the fire coiling around her like a venomous serpent, her anguished cries echoing in the air. Bing Liuli watched in horror, tears blurring her vision. She yearned to rescue Murong Shui. But it was too late. Struggling amidst the flames, Murong Shui ultimately disintegrated into ashes. Bing Liuli was consumed by grief, her heart filled with hatred and fury. She vowed to avenge Murong Shui. Soon, the two returned to Baihua City, where Hua Rui was formerly the lord. Chapter 39. A respite in Baihua City. In this world, dominated by the Undying clan, Baihua City had become a realm of mystery and terror. Here, societal hierarchies were rigid, with stark disparities among different races. The Soul Clan, as the elite of the Undying clan, held an unparalleled status. Their soul power was so potent that it could manipulate life and death, wielding the core authority over Baihua City. The Soul Clan resided at the city's epicenter, where opulent palaces and vigilant guards created an impregnable fortress. They reveled in boundless wealth, living lives of luxury. However, beneath their seemingly noble and graceful exterior lay their true essence as pure undead. Lacking physical substance, they existed initially as ghostly mists or flames, evoking an eerie and foreboding aura. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their fervent desires. They yearned to corrupt the souls of others, imprinting their marks deep within. Such acts not only plunged their victims into anguish and torment, but also satisfied the Soul Clan's twisted cravings. In addition to corrupting other souls, the Soul Clan possessed the capabilities of possession and body snatching. They could effortlessly infiltrate the bodies of others, commandeering their actions. Those unfortunate enough to be possessed lost their self-awareness, becoming mere puppets of the Soul Clan. Even more terrifying, powerful members of the Soul Clan could expend their own energy to coalesce temporary or permanent corporeal forms. Thus, they transcended their ghostly, ethereal nature, manifesting as tangible entities capable of exercising their power and desires more effectively. Unlike other beings, the Soul Clan required neither food nor water for sustenance, as long as they had a sufficient supply of magical energy. They could exist eternally. This rendered the Soul Clan a mysterious and formidable race, with both low and high thresholds. Whether in combat or governance, the Soul Clan was a force to be reckoned with. The Blood Clan subsisted on blood, their skin pale as snow, lips crimson as blood, and their eyes glinting with an eerie light. They moved with the swiftness of lightning, their strength surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Seemingly capable of effortlessly rending steel, within Baihua City, the Blood Clan occupied significant positions. Their generals donned resplendent armor, commanding their armies with an imposing presence, while officials, clad in exquisite robes, strategized within the court. Residing in the city's opulent districts, their estates shimmered with gold and jade, breathtakingly beautiful in their spacious courtyards. An array of exotic flowers bloomed, saturating the air with fragrance. Numerous servants bustled about, diligently attending to their Blood Clan masters. Although the Blood Clan served as subordinates to the Soul Clan, their status remained exalted. As a type of undying, their bodies were originally cold corpses. Yet, through the nourishment of blood and rare treasures, their lives were rendered eternal. However, after Yuhan surrendered to the Soul Clan, the Blood Clan of Prison Star began to pledge allegiance to the Soul Clan led by Han Hua. Meanwhile, battles between the Blood Clan and Soul Clan of the Underworld continued unabated. On the battlefield, Blood Clan warriors flitted like phantoms, their weapons glinting ominously as they engaged in fierce combat with the Soul Clan. Yet, the portal between Prison Star and the Underworld had been obliterated, complicating communication between the two factions. As for the Human Clan, they languished at the bottom of the societal hierarchy. Subjugated by the Undying Clan, they endured a life of torment and hardship. Their abodes were woefully inadequate, mere dilapidated huts barely shielding them from the elements. Food was scarce, forcing them to scramble daily to satiate their hunger. Engaged in grueling labor, they received meager compensation, living in abject poverty and suffering. Many disciples of Baihua Gate, like Hua Rui, were tragically transformed into vampires, compelled to serve the Soul Clan. They lost their humanity, becoming mere instruments for the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan and the Blood Clan require minimal resources to sustain their eternal existence. However, this does not curb their insatiable greed and extravagant wastefulness. They pour milk wantonly, showing no appreciation for these precious resources. Upon returning to the City of Hundred Flowers, Bing Liuli was engulfed by a whirlwind of complex emotions as she beheld this scene. A tide of envy surged within her for the Soul Clan. The opulent palaces, the vigilant guards, and the endless wealth all ignited a yearning in her heart. She was acutely aware that, as a member of the Blood Clan, though her status surpassed that of the Human Clan, there remained an insurmountable chasm when compared to the Soul Clan. This envy fueled her desire to one day wield the core power of the City of Hundred Flowers, basking in supreme reverence akin to the Soul Clan. Simultaneously, as the imperial concubine, her heart brimmed with boundless admiration for her master and partner, Huanhua. Huanhua, the leader of the Soul Clan, possessed formidable spiritual strength that dazzled like brilliant stars, rendering Bing Liuli utterly captivated. She understood profoundly that it was Huanhua's presence that allowed the City of Hundred Flowers to flourish so resplendently under the dominion of the Undying Clan. This adoration stemmed not merely from Huanhua's power and exalted status, but also from her awe-inspiring prowess. Whenever they engaged in dual cultivation, Bing Liuli experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Huanhua's strength caressed her soul like a warm spring breeze, enveloping her in endless joy. In those moments, she forgot all worries and anxieties, surrendering herself entirely to the communion with Huanhua. This sense of satisfaction arose not just from physical pleasure, but from a profound spiritual connection. It was as if she could perceive the inner world of Huanhua, sharing in her joys and sorrows. This emotional intertwining deepened her reverence for Huanhua, steadfast as a towering mountain, unshakable, as she strolled back towards the Lord's residence in the City of Hundred Flowers. The sunlight illuminated her figure, yet it failed to dispel the aura of indifference that enveloped her. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, causing Bing Liuli to halt, her cold, numb gaze directed towards the commotion. She witnessed a group of Soul Clan members forcibly dragging several Blood Clan women, their faces etched with fear and despair, tears streaming continuously. However, Bing Liuli's heart remained unperturbed, as if this spectacle were the most ordinary occurrence. She observed the scene silently, her eyes as still as frigid lake water. Devoid of any ripples, the cries of the Blood Clan women echoed in her ears, yet her heart felt as if it were encased in ice, lacking any compassion. She perceived this as their fate, an inescapable destiny. Likewise, when the Blood Clan forcibly assimilated beautiful human women into their ranks, Bing Liuli merely watched, even feeling a hint of approval. Deep within her, she was already ensnared by the rules imposed by Huanhua, rendering her incapable of questioning or resisting these atrocities. Before long, Huanhua established a mental connection with her. Bing Liuli, with an air of self-reproach, spoke softly to Huanhua, "Master, I have lost the City of Water Narcissus in battle." Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her fear of Huanhua's potential wrath. Huanhua's voice resonated in her mind. "I have heard of your defeat at the City of Water Narcissus, yet you succeeded in slaying 2 enemy martial kings. As a reward, we have decided to return the already trained Linlang to you. However, as punishment for your loss, the flower Rui will be taken from you." Upon hearing Huanhua's words, Bing Liuli's complexion turned even paler. She bit her lip, whispering, "Thank you for your reward, Master." A flicker of anguish crossed her eyes, quickly masked by indifference. She understood that in this world, power and rules reigned supreme, and she was but a bound slave. However, her heart felt as though it were being gnawed by countless ants, pain and helplessness surging like a tide. She recognized that this so-called reward was merely a cruel mockery and punishment. Having lost the City of Water Narcissus, she received a woman who had already been trained, shattering her dignity into fragments, scattered and irretrievable. Soon, the Soul Clan emissaries approached Bing Liuli, their steps cold and indifferent, their eyes betraying a hint of contempt. Linlang, filled with eager anticipation, followed the emissaries as if brimming with hope for the future. Bing Liuli found herself speechless, perplexed as to why Linlang held such expectations. Had she truly forgotten the pain and humiliation of the past? Yet, powerless against Huanhua's commands, Bing Liuli could only silently acquiesce, as if the shackles of fate had tightly bound her. Transforming once more into the guise of the imperial concubine, she sat gracefully upon the throne of the City of 100 Flowers. The resplendent attire and dazzling jewels could not conceal the weariness and desolation within her heart. Meanwhile, the sole clan lord, Junxi, occupied a guest seat, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with cunning. At this moment, Linlang returned. Upon seeing her, Bing Lieli's gaze flickered with a mix of indignation and embarrassment. She noticed a unique aura emanating from Linlang, one that exuded both allure and maturity compared to when she had departed. Linlang's eyes radiated confidence and determination, as if she had endured much and emerged stronger. Approaching Bing Lieli, Linlang slightly bowed, her eyes reflecting respect and submission. A wave of complex emotions surged within Bing Lieli, leading her to reminisce about her own past, when she, too, had humbly obeyed Huanhua's commands. Yet, the present Bing Lieli was no longer the helpless woman she once was. She resolved to break free from Huanhua's control and reclaim her dignity and freedom. Thus, she smiled at Linlang, saying, "Welcome back, Linlang. From today onward, you shall be my personal maid, assisting me in the governance of the City of 100 Flowers." Her voice was firm and resolute, as if declaring war upon destiny. Linlang raised her head slightly to meet Bing Lieli's gaze, surprise and gratitude flickering in her eyes. She understood this was a trust and opportunity bestowed upon her by Bing Lieli, and she resolved to seize it. Working together to forge their future, however, upon hearing Bing Lieli's words, Linlang's expression faltered. She lowered her head slowly, her voice barely above a whisper, "Master, I am no longer innocent. I am unworthy to serve you any longer." As she spoke, crystalline tears cascaded down her porcelain-like cheeks, resembling a string of broken pearls. Bing Lieli's heart jolted. She had never anticipated that Linlang would feel such profound self-doubt. Gently reaching out, she took Linlang. Her eyes shimmered with a resolute light, as if she had discovered a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Linlang clenched her fists, a flicker of determination crossing her gaze. "Yes, I believe my sister can accomplish this." Her voice, though soft, resonated with strength, as if she were cheering on Bing Lieli. Chapter 40. Preparing for rebellion. During this period, Bing Lieli had not received authorization from His Majesty the Soul Enchanter's army, yet she remained undaunted. Fully aware that she must await the Queen Yuhan's directives before launching her resistance against the Soul Enchanter. At this moment, she strolled leisurely through the bustling streets of the Flower City. Her heart heavy yet resolute in this vibrant and lively metropolis, she pondered the path her future should take. She understood clearly that her current patience was merely a prelude to a more formidable counterattack in the days to come. Suddenly, her gaze was captivated by an ancient and elegant structure, a tea house named the Ethereal Pavilion. As she stepped inside, a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere enveloped her instantly. Bing Lieli found a quiet corner to sit. Savoring the aroma of tea, her thoughts gradually calming. At that moment, the conversation from the adjacent table reached her ears. "Have you heard? There have been new discoveries at the mysterious ruins outside the city." One person whispered. The other inquired with curiosity, "Is that true?" "It is said to hide endless treasures and powerful secrets." At this revelation, Bing Lieli's heart jolted, a spark of excitement igniting within her. She realized this could be an exceptional opportunity to enhance her own strength. Thus, she resolved to investigate the mysterious ruins further. Perhaps there, she could uncover a method to combat His Majesty the Soul Enchanter and prepare for the impending battle. After leaving the tea house, Bing Lieli began to inquire about the mysterious ruins. After much effort, she finally gathered some clues. It was said that entry into the ruins required a special key, which resided within the Lord's Manor. Bing Lieli firmly resolved to obtain that key and unveil the secrets of the ruins. However, with time still on her side, she chose to continue wandering through the Flower City. Bing Lieli entered a weapons shop. Greeted warmly by the shopkeeper, she browsed through the various weapons, contemplating whether any would suit her. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a sword gleaming with a chilling light. The shopkeeper, noticing her interest, eagerly introduced, "This is a legendary sword, remarkably sharp, capable of ensuring your victory in battle." Bing Lieli gently grasped the hilt, feeling the power contained within. Enchanted, she decided to purchase the sword. After completing the transaction, she secured the weapon in her bag and continued to navigate the city. Searching for other useful items, as day began to wane, Bing Lieli entered an inn. She settled down and ordered an array of delectable dishes, planning to treat herself. During her meal, she overheard patrons at the next table discussing various intriguing tales from the martial world. She listened intently, occasionally contributing to the conversation. Thus, Bing Liuli spent a fulfilling day, preparing for the adventures that lay ahead. With light steps, Bing Liuli returned to the Lord's manor, each stride infused with unwavering conviction. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, as if ignited by an inner flame. She approached Junxi without hesitation, her gaze resolute. Her voice was cold yet firm. "I am the imperial concubine. Should you not grant me the key out of respect for the Soul Clan?" Junxi's lips curled slightly, revealing a cryptic smile. His gaze pierced through Bing Liuli like a sharp sword, seemingly delving into her very soul. He spoke slowly. "I do not believe you possess such profound loyalty to the Soul Clan. Your every action is largely influenced by the garments of servitude, the imprint of the divine soul, the illusion ring, and the heart-mesmerizing necklace that bind you. Only when you demonstrate sufficient loyalty will I hand over the key." Bing Liuli's gaze intensified, unwavering as she stared at Junxi. Her voice brimmed with confidence and determination. "I am wholeheartedly devoted to the Soul Clan, without any ulterior motives. If I obtain the key, I will undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Soul Clan." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Junxi scrutinized Bing Liuli, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Very well, considering your sincerity, I shall grant you the key. But remember, should you betray the Soul Clan, your fate will be far worse than death." With that, he tossed a key shimmering with mysterious light, which landed accurately in Bing Liuli's hand. Bing Liuli grasped the key tightly, elated at her fortune. She rose and solemnly thanked Junxi before turning to leave, her steps light as if she could hardly contain her eagerness to reach the mysterious ruins. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, a subtle smile crept onto Junxi's face, tinged with a hint of cunning. Excitedly, Bing Liuli exited the Lord's manor, her heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the ruins. She envisioned the treasures and secrets that might be concealed within, her steps quickening. Upon arriving at the entrance to the ruins, she unhesitatingly inserted the key into the lock. As the key turned, the ancient and heavy door creaked open, releasing a wave of archaic and enigmatic energy that washed over her. This aura seemed to embody countless years and the weight of history, evoking an instinctive reverence. Crossing the threshold into the ruins, Bing Liuli was awestruck by the spectacle before her. The walls glimmered with peculiar lights, and the floor was etched with intricate runes and patterns. She tread carefully forward, each step filled with anticipation. The ruins were enveloped in a mysterious ambience, as if time had come to a standstill. Bing Liuli's heart raced as she sensed she was drawing closer to a monumental secret. Her eyes darted around, seeking more clues. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a whisper of sound. Bing Liuli paused, straining to listen. The sound seemed to emanate from a distant place, yet it felt as if it were right beside her. A chill coursed through her, stirring a sense of unease. Nevertheless, she did not falter. Taking a deep breath, she ventured deeper into the ruins. She understood that only through courageously confronting the unknown could she unveil the mysteries concealed within. However, she soon found herself ensnared in a labyrinth. The walls shimmered with strange lights, and the pathways twisted and turned, disorienting her. Bing Liuli began to feel anxious, realizing this was a trap, yet retreat was no longer an option. Before long, the attire of the ruins began to shift. The vibrant dress adorned with colorful lotus flowers she wore shimmered with mysterious light, as if woven from countless blooming lotus blossoms. Each flower was vividly lifelike, the petals delicate as silk, and the colors transitioned from soft pink to deep purple, the edges adorned with golden threads, making the dress even more resplendent. Her white shoes were embroidered with exquisite patterns, harmonizing beautifully with the lotus designs on her white stockings. The shoe surface was adorned with tiny lotus flowers stitched in pale blue silk, complementing the larger lotus flowers on her dress. The patterns on her white stockings were even more intricate, resembling real lotus flowers blooming upon her legs, exuding a fresh and elegant aura. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, strands of white and blue dancing in the breeze, emanating an ethereal essence. Small crystal lotus flowers adorned her hair, reflecting the blossoms on her dress, accentuating her noble demeanor. In her hand, she wielded the sword, its hilt embedded with a blue gemstone, the blade glinting with a chilling light. The The scabbard was also intricately embroidered with lotus patterns, perfectly coordinating with her attire, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Both beautiful and mysterious at that moment, the mechanical guardians and stone statues of the ruins surged towards Bing Liuli like a tidal wave, their assaults as fierce as a tempest. The metallic exteriors of the guardians glimmered with an icy sheen, their heavy footsteps leaving deep impressions on the ground, while their massive mechanical arms swung with a whooshing sound, each strike infused with tremendous force, aiming to topple Bing Liuli in a single blow. The stone statues, shrouded in mystery, bore ancient and enigmatic runes, seemingly brimming with boundless power. The eyes of the statues glimmered with an eerie light, sending shivers down one's spine. Facing this onslaught, Bing Liuli exhibited no sign of fear. She gripped her sword tightly, infusing it with her blood to augment its power. The sword danced in her hands like a resplendent rainbow, cutting through the air with dazzling arcs of sword energy. With each swing, she unleashed unparalleled strength, leaving deep gashes in the metallic shells of the guardians, sparks flying. Her movements were as graceful as a swallow, deftly evading the strikes of the stone statues. Simultaneously, she utilized her speed and skill to exploit the enemy's weaknesses, delivering lethal blows. In the heat of battle, Bing Liuli gradually discerned the weaknesses of the mechanical guardians and stone statues. She concentrated her efforts, targeting the joints and power cores of the mechanical guardians, causing their movements to slow. Against the stone statues, she focused on dismantling the runes upon them, disrupting the source of their power. As time passed, Bing Liuli's advantage became increasingly apparent. Her assaults grew fiercer, like a torrential storm, leaving her enemies no opportunity to breathe. The mechanical guardians and stone statues fell one by one beneath her relentless strikes, reduced to mere wreckage scattered upon the ground. Standing amidst the ruins, panting yet filled with resolve and confidence, Bing Liuli's spirit soared. She seemed to proclaim to the world that she was an invincible entity. Shortly thereafter, Bing Liuli stumbled upon a hidden treasure chest amidst the ruins. As she laid eyes upon this chest, a flicker of curiosity and hesitation danced in her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, under the influence of the soul enchantment, she was ignorant of the fact that the items contained within the chest, along with the ensnaring garment she wore, the mesmerizing ring, and the heart-confounding necklace, were all cursed artifacts of the same ilk. At that moment, a fierce internal struggle raged within Bing Liuli. On one hand, she was acutely aware that these items could bring her immense peril. On the other, a powerful force deep within her relentlessly beckoned her toward them. Ultimately, after a painful deliberation, Bing Liuli resolutely chose to don the cursed accessory. The bewitching earrings. In that instant, an irresistible surge of potent energy flooded her heart, further strengthening the soul enchantment's grip over her. Simultaneously, her subconscious began to undergo an unperceived transformation, solidifying her allegiance to the soul enchantment. Her eyes, now under its control, gradually softened, the once sharp glint replaced by a gaze filled with affection. The violet glow within her eyes intensified, seemingly whispering that she had completely succumbed to the soul enchantment's dominion. Before long, Yuhan arrived at Baihua City, successfully locating Bing Liuli. She gazed quietly at Bing Liuli, a hint of barely perceptible astonishment flickering in her eyes. Yuhan gently spoke, "Bing Liuli, what has transpired? I have come to invite you to join me in rebellion, to collectively overthrow the tyrannical rule of the soul enchantment. Although all our prior preparations may have gone to waste, time is of the essence. We can no longer delay. Otherwise, my heart will be utterly ensnared by the soul enchantment." Yet, Bing Liuli's expression remained cold and resolute as she regarded Yuhan, her voice laced with disdain. "Yuhan, as the queen, you should wholeheartedly serve His Majesty the soul enchantment, obeying her commands, flattering her, and ingratiating yourself to her." Why? Yuhan scrutinized Bing Liuli closely, only to discover that the violet glow in her eyes was even more pronounced than in her own. A heavy sense of foreboding sank in her heart, realizing that the soul enchantment's control over Bing Liuli had reached an unassailable level. With newfound determination, Yuhan declared, "Bing Liuli, you are under the control of the soul enchantment. You are not your true self. Join me in resisting. We can break free from her grasp." Bing Liuli's complexion paled, her brow furrowing, her lips trembling as if enduring immense torment. Yet, she soon regained her icy and resolute demeanor. a steadfast light gleaming in her eyes as she replied, "No, I am loyal to His Majesty the Soul Enchantment. Do not attempt to persuade me further." Wei Yuhan sighed in resignation, fully aware that she could not alter Bing Liuli's sentiments. However, she could not remain passive. She had to take action to protect herself and Lin Lang. Thus, she determinedly engaged Bing Liuli in a fierce battle. In the heat of the confrontation, Yuhan exhibited formidable prowess. Her attacks came crashing down like a tempest, while Bing Liuli valiantly resisted with her unyielding defense. Yet, as Yuhan possessed two realms of superiority over Bing Liuli, she gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the moment, she delivered a heavy blow that struck at Bing Liuli's vital point, rendering her unconscious. Swiftly, Yuhan scooped up the fainted Bing Liuli and fled with Lin Lang from Baihua City. Before long, they arrived at a secluded cave. Wei Yuhan gently laid Bing Liuli on the ground and retrieved some precious elixirs from her bosom, cautiously administering them to her. As time passed, Bing Liuli slowly began to awaken. Her gaze remained dazed, as though still ensconced in a dream. However, her body began to move involuntarily, as if driven by an intense desire needing release. Her voice, low and hoarse, brimmed with seduction. "I want to cultivate dual cultivation. With Sister Soul Enchantment, with you, dual cultivation cannot satisfy me. I want to surrender. Yuhan's heart tightened sharply, fully aware of the grave danger Bing Liuli was in at that moment. She hastily produced some tranquil heart pills from her bosom and urgently presented them to Bing Liuli, exclaiming, "These are tranquil heart pills. Take them quickly." However, Bing Liuli exhibited strong resistance, refusing to consume them. Yet, Yuhan did not relent, forcibly placing the pills into Bing Liuli's mouth. Soon, the effects of the pills began to take hold, and Bing Liuli's body gradually calmed, her once muddled gaze slowly regaining clarity. Witnessing this scene, Yuhan finally breathed a sigh of relief, her anxieties easing somewhat. Next, she carefully retrieved a mysterious necklace, the reverse soul pearl, and an exquisite anti-desire ring, delicately presenting them to Bing Liuli while softly saying, "These are the reverse soul pearl necklace and the anti-desire ring. They possess great power and can aid you in resisting the soul enchantment's mental control." Bing Liuli's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the necklace and ring before her, clearly unprepared for Yuhan to possess such precious treasures. Trembling hands accepted the necklace and ring, and she examined them closely, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes as she sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Yuhan. Were it not for your timely assistance, I fear I would have fallen into an endless abyss." Unable to extricate myself, Wei Yuhan smiled gently, replying, "There is no need for thanks, Bing Liuli. Now, we must unite our efforts to seek a way to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the soul enchantment." Her voice resonated with unwavering determination, imbued with an irresistible force that moved the heart. Bing Liuli nodded, yet her gaze remained tender, infused with profound affection for the soul enchantment. Wei Yuhan observed Bing Liuli. Internally sighing, she understood that liberating Bing Liuli from the soul enchantment's influence would require time. "Let us rest for a moment and contemplate our next course of action," Yuhan proposed, a trace of undeniable fatigue evident in her eyes. Bing Liuli's complexion gradually flushed, her breathing quickening, eyes sparkling with fervent desire. Wei Yuhan sighed in exasperation, then retrieved a water coffin from her storage ring. This water coffin exuded a mysterious aura, as if harboring boundless power. Together, Bing Liuli and Yuhan entered the water coffin, which offered a spacious and comfortable interior. Their breaths intertwined, creating a wondrous resonance. Bing Liuli's body began to relax, her eyes gently closing as she savored the fleeting tranquility and ease. "How long has it been since we last engaged in dual cultivation?" Bing Liuli inquired softly, her voice tinged with anticipation and nostalgia. Wei Yuhan playfully replied, "Isn't it because the soul enchantment transformed us into her queen and imperial concubine, trapping us in her grasp?" Bing Liuli responded, "Indeed, back then, we were so satisfied before our master." "Oh, I mean Sister Soul Enchantment, iti this." Both their cheeks flushed once more, memories of the past flooding their minds, hearts brimming with sentiment. After a period of cultivation within the water coffin, Yuhan and Bing Liuli slowly opened their eyes, their gazes filled with resolve and determination. "We need to distribute the Tranquil Heart pills, Tranquil Heart grass, reverse soul pearls, and anti-desire rings to the other blood clans. Our master. No, not his majesty, but Sister Soul Enchantment is attacking the capital of the Phoenix Dynasty. We cannot miss this opportunity. Yuhan said gravely. Agreed. I believe we will succeed, Bing Liuli affirmed with steadfast eyes. Subsequently, the two women darted towards Baihua City like bolts of lightning. Along the way, they sensed the changes in their surroundings. The air thick with tension. As they approached Baihua City, they realized the city was already besieged, with soldiers on high alert. Exchanging glances, they resolved to take action. Employing their agility, they stealthily infiltrated the city. Within, they encountered some resistance, but utilizing their formidable strength and nimble skills, they successfully breached the defenses. Ultimately, they located the cache containing tranquil heart pills, tranquil heart grass, reverse soul pearls, and anti-desire rings. Faced with a plethora of treasures, they unhesitatingly began distributing these items to the other blood clans. Chapter 41. A minor rebellion. The city lord, Junxia, was taken aback by their arrival. He quickly organized a defense, but before Yuhan's formidable strength, all efforts appeared futile. Soon, the Soul Clan members here were captured en masse. Bing Liuli observed the captured Soul Clan members with a twinge of compassion, urging Yuhan not to kill them. Deep down, she harbored concerns about facing retribution from the Soul Enchantment in the event of defeat. However, Yuhan did not entirely heed her counsel. They ended up slaying some of the more nefarious Soul Clan members, such as Junxia. Subsequently, Bing Liuli suggested they return to the Undying Clan stronghold to eliminate Soul Kill. Through their efforts, the blood clans here were liberated. Yet, in the face of the Soul Clan, they were compelled to intensify their exploitation of the human and alien races. Wai Yuhan possessed the formidable strength of an early martial sovereign, her aura as steady as a mountain, while Bing Liuli, at her peak as a martial king, appeared comparatively weaker. While flying through the air, Yuhan had to hold Bing Liuli tightly to ensure her safety. Thank you, Yuhan. Bing Liuli's voice carried a hint of gratitude, her eyes sparkling with trust and reliance on Yuhan. No need for such words. We are all in the same boat now. Yuhan gently comforted, her gaze resolute and filled with determination. Soon, the two arrived at the fortress of the Undying, now known as the Soul King's Fortress. This stronghold had once been the bastion of the Undying, but it was now under the dominion of the Soul Enchantment. Hunkil and Soul Heal had also sensed their arrival. Without hesitation, Soul Heal allied herself with Yuhan and Bing Liuli, her eyes shimmering with righteous fervor as she addressed Hunkil, saying, Hunkil, cease your delusions. We can no longer. Upon hearing these words, Huanhua's countenance also revealed a faint smile, which appeared gentle yet concealed boundless profundity and a desire for control. He slowly uttered, Bring them all back to my chambers, and ensure they are well attended to. Upon hearing this, Lilixu, Bing Liuli, and Yuhan felt their cheeks flush crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples, exuding a captivating allure. Although they displayed a demeanor of shyness, their hearts were already brimming with anticipation. After issuing the command, Hunsha unhesitatingly turned and led the three enchanting women away, their figures gradually fading from sight until they vanished from the court. Meanwhile, Huanhua stood alone in silence, his eyes gently closed, seemingly contemplating some significant matter. It was no simple task to make these three women, each possessing distinct personalities, completely yield to him. It would require substantial time and effort to devise the appropriate strategies and means to achieve his goals. Nevertheless, with his formidable strength and wisdom, Huanhua firmly believed that one day, they would become his most loyal and devoted servants. Chapter 43. Imprisoned in the cold palace on a sunny day, an impulse surged within Huanhua, compelling him to once again test his partner's loyalty. However, he felt remarkably assured regarding Lilixu, as she had always been by his side, akin to a caged bird, firmly under his control. Thus, he issued a command for Bing Liuli and Yuhan to undergo a unique trial. He demanded that they find a rare herb, the yomewa, within a single night. This herb grew in perilous valleys, surrounded by formidable beasts, where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Bing Liuli was acutely aware of the trial's difficulty, yet she understood that she had to compete against Yuhan. After all, Yuhan's prowess far surpassed her own, being a mid-stage Wuzong, while she herself was merely at the initial stage of Wuhuang. As night descended, Bing Liuli and Yuhan embarked on their quest for the yomewa. Bing Liuli cautiously navigated the forest, her heart laden with tension and unease. She remained vigilant of her surroundings, terrified of encountering a beast. Meanwhile, Yuhan, leveraging her formidable strength, maneuvered effortlessly through the valley, easily evading the attacks of the beasts, and soon located the habitat of the Yomewa. When the dawn's light illuminated the earth, Yuhan successfully presented the Yomewa before Huanhua. Huanhua gazed at Yuhan with satisfaction, admiration flickering in his eyes. In contrast, Binglialai, having failed to complete the task, was cast into the cold palace by Huanhua. Within the cold palace, Binglialai bore the weight of solitude and despair. She reminisced about her past interactions with Huanhua, her heart aching with pain and resentment. She yearned for Huanhua's affection, yet found herself weeping silently in the frigid palace. Meanwhile, Huanhua observed from a distance. Secretly reveling in Binglialai's unfulfilled desires, he understood that such torment would only deepen her reliance on him and solidify her loyalty. Soon after, Huanhua released Binglialai from the cold palace. A flame of ambition ignited within her, prompting a second round of competition with Yuhan. This time, the contest was not a battle of cultivation but a strategic game of chess. Shingong E. Both contestants contended for dominance over the Shingong through their moves on the board. Binglialai sat before the chessboard, her gaze calm and resolute, as if she could foresee each move's trajectory. The match commenced, and Binglialai, utilizing her composed mind and unique strategies, gradually gained the upper hand. She skillfully positioned her pieces, ensnaring Yuhan in a predicament. However, Yuhan did not yield easily. At a critical juncture, she executed a reversal move, dramatically altering the course of the game. Binglialai felt unprecedented pressure, yet she was not consumed by fear. She understood that in this duel, the one who maintained composure would emerge victorious. She scrutinized the chessboard, her mind racing to formulate a counter-strategy. Suddenly, Binglialai discerned a flaw in Yuhan's play. Without hesitation, she made her move. Employing a star radiance tactic to secure victory in that moment, the arena erupted with applause, Binglialai's name resonating in the hearts of the spectators once more. This duel not only showcased Binglialai's intellect but also complicated the dynamic between her and Yuhan. Huanhua, observing Binglialai's triumph, briefly revealed a glimmer of unnoticeable appreciation. Meanwhile, Yuhan, having been relegated to the cold palace, felt enveloped by an overwhelming darkness, her eyes reflecting bitterness and helplessness, as if trapped in an unfathomable mire from which she could not escape. In that desolate cold palace, her desires burned like an unquenchable flame, yet she found no outlet for release. She began to realize that she could no longer extricate herself from Huanhua's grasp. Akin to a butterfly ensnared in a web, her struggles proving futile. Her resistance paled in comparison to Huanhua's immense power, and the last flicker of defiance gradually extinguished during her days in the cold palace. Yuhan's spirit grew increasingly fragile. Each night, she would sit alone by the window, gazing into the pitch-black sky. However, soon the people of the Han clan and Huanhua also realized that Empress Yuhan and noble consort Binglialai had utterly succumbed. Before long, Yuhan emerged from the cold palace, and alongside Binglialai and Lilixu, they conspired against the Blood Clan in a bid to flatter Huanhua. Time flowed by, and during their missions, Binglialai and Yuhan ruthlessly extinguished several minor kingdoms. Their methods were brutal and merciless, deliberately transforming the princesses and princes of these nations into beautiful female vampires, commanding them to engage in slaughter. A playful smile graced Binglialai's face, one tinged with cruelty and indifference. She recorded these acts, which would please Huanhua, using a shadow stone, and presented them for Huanhua's perusal. Simultaneously, Huanhua expressed immense satisfaction with Yuhan and Binglialai's performances. This was, in truth, her twisted pleasure. She reveled in witnessing the transformation of young princes into female vampires, then sending them to assassinate their own kings. The Han clan also lauded such actions, relishing the sight of their enemies' suffering and despair. When Huanhua ventured out, Yuhan and Binglialai diligently assuaged the concerns of the Han clan. They subjected prisoners to cruel displays through necromancy, showcasing their loyalty and submission in the arena. Yuhan transformed a foreign princess into a vampire before commanding her to attack the king, who was bound to a column. The princess's eyes brimmed with fear and despair, yet she could not defy Yuhan's orders. The Han clan cast admiring glances at Empress Yuhan, applauding her decisiveness and ruthlessness. Binglialai similarly converted a prince into a female vampire. instructing her to ingratiate herself with the Hun clan and eliminate a group of foreigners. The Hun clan praised Bingliali's performance in equal measure. Yuhan and Bingliali's actions earned them deeper trust from Huanhua, solidifying their positions within the Hun clan. During a perilous mission, Yuhan encountered a benevolent sea tribe woman. Utilizing her Wuzong prowess, she successfully suppressed the vampire's bloodlust towards the living. The woman's innocent smile and kind heart pierced through the gloom within Yuhan's soul like a warm ray of sunlight. Simultaneously, Huanhua keenly detected a shift in Yuhan. Frowning slightly, a glint of cunning flickered in her eyes, prompting her to employ her control techniques once more to ensure Yuhan's absolute loyalty. Before Huanhua's overwhelming power, Yuhan found herself powerless to resist, obediently transforming the sea tribe woman into a vampire and subsequently delivering her to the Hun clan for their amusement. Under Huanhua's watchful gaze, Yuhan's heart ached. Yet she dared not show any defiance. Silently, she cast necromantic spells upon the girl, and in that instant, the girl's eyes became hollow, her once warm body gradually turning cold. Yuhan held the girl tightly, tears cascading from her eyes like a torrent, blurring her vision. Nevertheless, Yuhan understood that her fate was irrevocably entwined with Huanhua's. She could no longer entertain any rebellious thoughts. She recognized that she would forever be Huanhua's wife. And each day apart from Huanhua left her feeling insatiably yearning. Through this series of events, Bingliali had also become thoroughly ensnared, every corner of her soul occupied by Huanhua. Days passed in this manner, and Yuhan gazed at Huanhua with a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. Meanwhile, the sea tribe woman had long lost herself in the world of the Blood Clan, reduced to a mere tool for the Hun clan's whims. Such a life, filled with disgrace and twisted pleasure, flowed by silently, like a gentle stream. The bond between Bingliali, Yuhan, Lilixu, and Huanhua gradually revealed a semblance of marital intimacy and understanding. They embodied the essence of gentle ladies, submissively enacting the roles of Huanhua's wives, day in and day out, seemingly without end. However, the turning point of fate often arrives unexpectedly. On that fateful day, the portal to the underworld once again emanated a mysterious and brilliant light, as if signaling a cosmic event. This radiance pierced through the endless darkness, re-establishing a connection with the caged celestial body. After prolonged and arduous negotiations, the Blood Clan and the Hun clan finally reached a fragile peace agreement. This news struck like lightning, shattering the tranquility of the world and filling hearts with anticipation and trepidation. Uncertain whether this delicate peace could endure, and what transformations it would bring to the realm. Before long, several Blood Clan martial sovereigns and Soul Clan martial sovereigns descended upon this place like shooting stars. Their tall and imposing figures emanated a suffocating aura. Under the weight of their formidable presence, Huanhua was compelled to release the Blood Clan members who had been under his control. After all, in the ruthless world of the underworld, where the strong prey upon the weak, those with power inferior to that of a martial sovereign had little say. Liuli Shui, and Yuhan sensed the binding force that had shackled their souls gradually dissipating, and their consciousness began to awaken. Recalling the scenes of their previous sycophancy toward Huanhua in a bid for favor, a flush of shame suddenly graced their faces. Why, you queen? No, Yuhan elder sister. Let us change out of these imperial concubine outfits at once. Liuli spoke, her tone laced with embarrassment and urgency. Ice concubine? How infuriating. I claim to have grown accustomed to it while under control. Liuli lamented. Liuli Shui. Liuli x Uida. Why, Yuhan shook her head helplessly, striving to rid herself of the habits formed during their subjugation. The three of them fought desperately against their past constraints, attempting to break free from the disgraceful memories. However, those experiences lingered in their souls like an indelible brand, difficult to erase. The past humiliation was merely a memory. Given enough time, it would become trivial. Liuli Shui smiled faintly, as if those painful pasts had never transpired. Her smile revealed a strength and sense of relief that moved the onlookers. Huanhua was soon to return to the underworld, her figure gradually blurring within the radiance. As they parted ways, the four exchanged farewells. I shall conquer you once more. Huanhua's voice was imbued with confidence and provocation. Though Liuli Shui, and Yuhan's eyes still reflected affection and covert allure towards Huanhua, they replied in unison, if you can, then do try. Meanwhile, The elder Yueying Hunzhen beside Huanhua looked on with pride, feeling an immense sense of pride for Hunhua de as martial sovereign-level elders of the Blood Clan. You three truly bring shame upon us, the Blood Sovereign Fanine began, her voice slow and deliberate. Her control over you has been lifted. Thereafter, you must not engage in dual cultivation and recite scriptures daily. Bing Lioli immediately inquired, why must the Blood Clan recite scriptures? Yuhan responded, the Blood Buddha is also of the Blood Clan. Although Bing Lioli, Lioli Shui, and Yuhan appeared reluctant, they nodded in acknowledgement towards Fanine. The journey to the underworld officially commenced, and the three would study and cultivate together at the Sacred Blood Academy. However, Yuhan understood that they needed to be confined in the Detoxification Center for a period to shed the shadows of their past and rediscover themselves. Chapter 44. Detoxification Center. Bing Lioli, Yuhan, and Lioli Shui stepped into the underworld, their eyes captivated by the scene before them. The sky of the underworld was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, with dark clouds hanging low as if pressing down upon them. Surrounding them was a dimness, with only faint rays of light filtering through the clouds, bestowing the entire realm with a sense of mysterious oppression. From afar, they beheld peculiar structures rising within the underworld. These edifices soared into the clouds or twisted in serpentine forms, exuding an air of solemnity and majesty. The buildings were interconnected by shadowy pathways. Resembling a complex labyrinth in this silent land, there were no vibrant flowers or trees, only withered flora and cold rocks. A chilling wind howled past, carrying a scent of decay that sent shivers down their spines. Yet, despite the eerie nature of the underworld scenery, it possessed a unique beauty, a beauty that existed in stark contrast to the splendor of the mortal realm, evoking a sense of reverence. Blood Sovereign Fanine darted ahead like a streak of red lightning toward the academy. Before long, Bing Lioli, Yuhan, and Lioli Shui arrived at the Sacred Blood Academy. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, resembling an insurmountable fortress, surrounded by a faint crimson glow that imparted an aura of mystery and authority. Two guards clad in black robes stood sentinel before the door, their expressions stern and statue-like. Yet their eyes were sharp and vigilant, watching for any sign of disturbance. As Bing Lioli and the others approached the entrance, the guards immediately extended their arms to bar their path. Halt! This is the Sacred Blood Academy. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. The guard's voice was cold and grave, imbued with an undeniable authority. Yuhan stepped forward, presenting a token that glimmered with a faint light, seemingly harboring some arcane power. We come at the behest of the Blood Sovereign, she stated. The guard took the token, scrutinizing it before his demeanor softened slightly, though he remained vigilant. What business do you have here? Lioli Shui smiled gently, revealing her sharp fangs, her expression a blend of allure and confidence as she replied, We are new students here to register. Upon hearing this, the guard nodded and slowly opened the door. As the entrance creaked open, a strong scent of blood surged forth, instilling a sense of dread. Entering the academy, they were met with a magnificent teaching building. Before it lay a vast plaza, its ground paved with red stones, resembling a surface stained with blood. Exuding an aura of solemnity, in the center of the plaza stood a colossal fountain, its water a dark crimson, gushing forth like a stream of blood, casting an eerie glow that sent chills down their spines. Bing Lioli and her companions walked along the path toward the teaching building, encountering numerous vampires clad in diverse attire along the way. Some congregated in small groups, whispering in hushed, sinister tones as if plotting something. Others strolled alone, their expressions impassive, eyes gleaming with a cold light that deterred any approach. However, it wasn't long before Blood Sovereign Fanine found them. Her figure materialized before them like a wraith. With a serious countenance, Fanine regarded the trio and slowly declared, You must now go to the Detoxification Center. The three exchanged glances, their faces revealing reluctance. Yet they nodded in acquiescence. Soon, they arrived at the tranquil peak. Towering into the clouds, the peak's summit was veiled in mist. The winding mountain path was silent, occasionally pierced by the calls of birds. The mountains were lush with trees and verdant grass, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of nature, refreshing the spirit. Midway up the mountain stood an ancient temple known as the Tranquil Heart Temple. The temple's architecture was elegant and dignified, with a flourishing incense offering. The monks within wore tranquil expressions, deeply engrossed in their practices. Bing Lioli, Yuhan, and Ying approached the temple, feeling enveloped in a serene and peaceful atmosphere. They entered the temple, guided by the monks, and stepped into a spacious chamber. The chamber was simply adorned, with only a single Buddha statue enshrined in the center. Upon entering the Detoxification Center, the trio was swiftly led by Fanine into small, confined rooms. The air within was thick with an ancient scent, surrounded by towering piles of scriptures, resembling a fortress of knowledge. Fanine, with a solemn expression, informed them that these scriptures contained boundless wisdom and power. Should they memorize them thoroughly, they could break free from Huanhua shackles upon their souls and bodies and regain their freedom. As time slipped by quietly, the three endured long and tormenting days in the Detoxification Center. Fanine strictly forbade them from wearing revealing attire, prompting them to don black robes, resembling phantoms of the night, their faces veiled, revealing only pairs of confused yet resolute eyes. Simultaneously, they adorned themselves with soul-cleansing pearls, which emitted a faint glow, as if safeguarding their souls. On their hands were desire-extinguishing rings, attempting to suppress their inner impulses. The enchanting rings they had once worn on their ring fingers were now removed. Those once pleasurable adornments now mere memories of the past. Unable to indulge in delightful moments with Huanhua, Bing Liuli's inner turmoil surged like a tidal wave. She writhed on the ground in anguish, her body contorting as if battling invisible demons. Wei Yuhan fared somewhat better, yet she too struggled to contain her desires, instinctively reaching for the table's edge in search of solace. Fortunately, Fanine promptly noticed and halted her actions, guiding her back onto the path of restraint. In contrast, Liuli Shui appeared more resilient. She closed her eyes tightly, taking deep breaths as she valiantly fought against her inner cravings. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her lips quivering slightly, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to succumb to the vortex of desire. As time wore on, Fanine regularly administered heart-purifying pills and cast spells to eliminate their desires. These spells acted like warm sunlight, penetrating the gloom within their hearts and gradually dispelling the shadows of desire. Finally, after a lengthy and arduous struggle, the three successfully liberated themselves from the cravings imposed by Huanhua, reclaiming their true selves. Fanine expressed her satisfaction, and soon the trio began their studies at the Sacred Blood Academy. Wei Yuhan was already a student of the Sacred Blood Academy, having ventured out for training, while Huanhua was a student of the Sacred Soul Academy, tasked with the mission to assault the prison star 114 alongside Yuha. Wei Yuhan took on the role of a senior, meticulously informing Bing Liuli and Liuli Shui about the nuances to be mindful of within the Vampire Academy. She patiently explained the Academy's stringent hierarchy, advising them that juniors often needed to curry favor with seniors to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, with Yuhan's assistance, the two felt reassured. Bing Liuli and Liuli Shui attentively absorbed Yuhan's explanations, their hearts brimming with anticipation and a hint of nervousness for the future. During their time at the Sacred Blood Academy, Bing Liuli and Liuli Shui wholeheartedly endeavored to adapt to their new environment. They immersed themselves in their studies, diligently mastering the knowledge and skills pertinent to vampires. In the course of their interactions with other trainees, they gradually unveiled the veil shrouding this enigmatic world. Yuhan became a mentor and close ally to Bing Liuli, patiently instructing her in necromancy, blood magic, and frost spells. Liuli Shui, possessing exceptional talent, swiftly mastered these skills, while Bing Liuli's progress was rather sluggish. However, time was of the essence, as the bell signaling the commencement of the simulated match rang out. Liuli Shui and Yuhan stood by, cheering for Bing Liuli, their eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. Soon, the match began. This was Bing Liuli's ranking match, a battle of paramount importance. A stellar performance here would free her from the relentless pursuit of grades in the future. Bing Liuli anxiously awaited her turn, and at last, she was paired with a teammate. This teammate, adorned in a flashy manner, looked at Bing Liuli's modest attire with disdain, scoffing. "Which rural town did you crawl out from, you drab vampire? Your outfit is utterly unbearable." Bing Liuli's expression darkened slightly, yet she remained unfazed by the taunt. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself to focus on the competition. Soon, the examiner's voice resonated. "Bing Liuli, you will face off against Xiaoyu and the duo of Dark Blade and Cold Shadow." The four swiftly slipped into combat mode. This simulated match utilized specific apparatus within the academy, allowing participants to rely solely on their combat skills, without the need to consider discrepancies in levels. However, prior to the battle, they could select several spells to augment their strength. This apparatus underwent regular updates to ensure balance in gameplay. Gripping her blood sword tightly, Bing Lioli silently recalled the spells she had learned. She knew this was her opportunity to prove herself. She could not disappoint Lieli Shui and Yuhan. With determination in her eyes, she swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, casting blood magic and frost spells in an instant. However, Dark Blade and Cold Shadow moved like shadows, effortlessly evading her attacks as if performing a graceful dance. The enemies, witnessing this, smirked coldly, swiftly unleashing shadow magic, their forms becoming ghostly apparitions, easily dodging Bing Lioli's onslaught and launching a surprise assault on Xiaoyu. Caught off guard, Xiaoyu cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, eliminated. Seeing the situation take a dire turn, Bing Lioli's heart tightened. She inhaled deeply, focused her energy, and unleashed a glacier burst. A torrent of powerful energy surged forth like a crashing wave, attempting to halt the oncoming assault. Yet, Dark Blade and Cold Shadow executed their maneuvers flawlessly. One sidestepped while the other leaped, evading Bing Lioli's strike with ease. At that moment, Dark Blade seized the opportunity. Launching a barrage of dark strikes, a chilling aura enveloped Bing Lioli like a venomous serpent. She agilely dodged, but still felt the residual impact of the dark strikes, leaving several wounds across her body. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Bing Lioli resolved to alter her strategy. She closed her eyes, summoning the dormant power of her bloodline within, preparing to cast a more formidable spell. However, just as she was about to unleash her skill, Cold Shadow suddenly struck with a fierce attack, hitting her like a bolt of lightning. Bing Lioli's body jolted, her skill interrupted, and a wave of frustration washed over her. Yet, she did not surrender. She deftly leaped, evading her opponent's strikes while seeking an opening to counterattack. At last, she keenly identified a flaw in Dark Blade's defense and charged forward without hesitation. However, this apparent vulnerability was, in fact, a trap set by Dark Blade. Bing Lioli thrust her blood sword towards him, only to have it blocked at the critical moment by Cold Shadow's shield. Straining to withdraw her sword, she realized she had become ensnared by their coordinated assault. Dark Blade chuckled coldly, unleashing a dark spiral dance. The swirling black wind roared like a demon, ensnaring Bing Lioli tightly. She struggled to maintain her footing against the onslaught of the tempest. Just as despair began to creep in, she noticed the bloodstains on the ground. Inspiration struck her. Focusing her energy, she manipulated the surrounding ice and snow, condensing the blood into sharp ice spikes. Capitalizing on Dark Blade and Cold Shadow's moment of inattention, Bing Lioli channeled all her strength and hurled the ice spikes towards them. The spikes shot forth with blinding speed, their frigid aura piercing the air, one striking Cold Shadow in the leg, momentarily slowing his movements. Like a bolt of lightning, Bing Lioli charged at Dark Blade, her gaze filled with determination and resolve. She unleashed her skill, Blood Feast, as crimson light erupted forth like a volcano. Imbued with boundless power and murderous intent, Dark Blade and Cold Shadow felt the overwhelming force, their expressions shifting dramatically as they attempted to defend against it. However, the might of Blood Feast was too staggering, forcing them to retreat several steps. Bing Lioli's onslaught came like a tempest, leaving no opportunity for Dark Blade and Cold Shadow to catch their breath. Each of her strikes bore tremendous strength, leaving them struggling to respond. Yet, the prolonged intensity of battle began to wear on Bing Lioli's stamina. Her breaths grew labored, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Dark Blade and Cold Shadow seized the moment, launching a fierce counterattack. Their strikes came like a violent storm, and Bing Lioli fought valiantly to withstand them, but her strength was waning against their combined might. Ultimately, a blow from Dark Blade struck her, sending her body flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Her consciousness began to fade, and the world around her blurred. The referee's voice rang out, "Bing Lioli and Xiaoyu have been defeated." Bing Lioli lay powerless on the ground, her eyes filled with unwillingness and dismay. Yet, she understood that she had given her all in this battle. Dark Blade and Cold Shadow regarded the fallen Bing Lioli, a hint of respect blossoming in their hearts. They recognized that this opponent was formidable, and had it not been for their combined efforts, it would have been a daunting challenge to overcome her. In Chapter 45, 2v2, 3 against 1, Liu Shui and Yuhan approached, softly comforting Bing Li. Why, Yuhan gently remarked, the ranking matches consist of 5 rounds. You still have opportunities ahead, so do not lose heart. Liu Shui quickly added, though we have endured the trials of the Addiction Rehabilitation Center at Changjing Peak, where many emotions were suppressed, we still consider you family. Rest assured, even if we were to lose all, we would take care of you. Hearing their words, Bing Li felt a warm surge of emotion. She nodded slightly, the spark of determination reigniting in her eyes as she re-entered the fray. However, participating in this simulated match indeed took a toll on her energy. Before long, Bing Li successfully matched with a new teammate. To her astonishment, this teammate was a male vampire named Lin Yuxian. In the Sacred Blood Academy, it was well known that he harbored a deep affection for the renowned blood fairy, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan hailed not from the 114th planet, which was Bing Li's original homeland. At that moment, their opponents were Lu Ruyan and Ao Shui. Upon seeing Bing Li, Lin Yuxian couldn't help but smirk, displaying a look of disdain. Such a drab teammate, wrapped tightly in a black cloak with a veil. Oh, isn't that Lu Fairy? Let her win this round. Bing Li was taken aback by his words, quickly retorting, are you saying that just because I do not wish to reveal my true self, and the enemy dresses more beautifully than I am destined to lose this exam? Lin Yuxian, Lu Ruyan, and Ao Shui all exchanged mischievous smiles upon hearing her words. They then brazenly launched their assault on Bing Li. This was clearly an overt act of cheating. Without hesitation, Bing Li lodged a strong protest with the referee. Unfortunately, Lu Ruyan was a star among the bloodline, and the referee chose to remain silent. Realizing her protest was futile, Bing Li understood that she could only rely on herself to face the enemy's onslaught with her utmost effort. She nimbly dodged to the side, skillfully evading Lu Ruyan's fierce attack. Simultaneously, she quickly cast the freezing spell, temporarily immobilizing Ao Shui. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuxian smirked with contempt, sneering, do you think this will allow you to escape your fate of failure? You're utterly deluded. Before he finished speaking, he surged forward like a gust of wind towards Bing Li. However, she was undeterred by his aggressive demeanor. With unwavering focus and determination, she concentrated all her energy on her skill. Ice crystal stormed. In an instant, countless crystalline ice shards rained down upon Lin Yuxian like a barrage of arrows. Caught off guard, he was struck by the sudden onslaught of ice crystals, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. At that moment, Lu Ruyan and Ao Shui found their constraints lifted as well. Bing Li seized the opportunity to mount a fierce counterattack. Her moves became increasingly ferocious, akin to a tempest, overwhelming Lu Ruyan and Ao Shui. Leaving them scrambling to keep up, however, Lu Ruyan was no slouch. She refused to be outdone, employing shadow techniques in conjunction with the surrounding smoke. The mist enveloped the arena, causing Bing Li's speed to diminish and her movements to feel sluggish. As if she were ensnared in AFOG, Ao Shui took advantage of this moment, executing a flurry of 6 snowflake strikes, her sharp blade darting like lightning to inflict multiple deep wounds upon Bing Li. Lin Yuxian was equally relentless, wielding his spear to conjure a blood-red whirlwind. This tempest roared forth like a ferocious beast, bearing down on Bing Li with overwhelming force. In this moment, Bing Li found herself under immense pressure. Facing the daunting challenge of contending with 3 powerful vampires simultaneously, moreover, the configuration of this simulated competition is exceedingly balanced. A 1-on-2 scenario poses an immensely arduous challenge, let alone a 1-on-3. Despite being ensnared in such perilous circumstances, Bing Li gritted her teeth and valiantly persevered. She summoned every ounce of her strength in an attempt to withstand the ferocious onslaught from all 3 adversaries. However, the might of her opponents proved insurmountably formidable, and she ultimately found herself unable to withstand their assault, spitting forth a mouthful of blood as her body was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string in midair. She endeavored to adjust her posture, staggering several steps upon landing before barely regaining her footing. Yet, before she could catch her breath, she was once again swept into the air by a swirling vortex of blood. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruyan swiftly retrieved her whip and unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon the airborne Bing Li. The anguished cries of Bing Li echoed through the air, resounding with a haunting intensity. It was not long before she succumbed to the excruciating pain and lost consciousness. Shortly thereafter, the referee announced the defeat of Bing Lieli and Lin Yuxian. At that moment, Lieli Shui and Yuhan commenced their own match. After emerging from her own bout, Bing Lieli stood quietly to the side, intently observing their competition. A twinge of envy surged within her heart, as these two individuals not only possessed good fortune in their exceptional teammates, but also adeptly vanquished one opponent after another. Time flew swiftly, and the results of Lieli Shui and Yuhan's match were soon revealed. To Bing Lieli's astonishment, Lieli Shui had achieved an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories in the ranking matches, while Yuhan had only suffered a single defeat. Upon witnessing this outcome, Bing Lieli felt an immense pressure weigh down upon her. After all, she had just completed 2 matches and had lost both. In comparison to Lieli Shui and Yuhan, she felt her performance was dismally inadequate. Bing Lieli understood all too well that if she continued in such a state, she would be unable to cultivate alongside Lieli Shui and Yuhan. Growing together in strength, as their companion, she ought to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, providing mutual support. Yet, at present, she found herself feeling somewhat powerless, her heart brimming with anxiety and unease. She knew that only by continually enhancing her own abilities could she truly become a valuable ally to them. Thus, Bing Lieli resolved to double her efforts, striving to elevate her own level and endeavoring to catch up to Lieli Shui and Yuhan as soon as possible. Chapter 46. The Third Master with Determination. Bing Lieli decisively initiated another match, and soon encountered an elderly Blood Clan member. This marked yet another teammate. Observing her silent companion, Bing Lieli approached with steadfast steps and gently inquired, "This is my 3rd time participating in this simulated battle. May I ask, what should I call you?" Bing Lieli momentarily faltered, uncertain of how to address this Blood Clan member. "As a novice, could you refrain from bothering someone of my age? You will prioritize attacking whoever I instruct you to," the elder Blood Clan member replied impatiently, his tone laced with disdain. Before long, the enemy designated as number 1, a towering werewolf, leaped forward with lightning speed. Bing Lieli swiftly raised her sword to block, yet the werewolf's sharp claws easily breached her defenses. In haste, she summoned the water and ice elements, coalescing them into a formidable ice shield. Subsequently, she launched a series of counterattacks, her sword flashing like a tempestuous storm as it struck at the werewolf, yet she failed to inflict any damage. 4. The elder Blood Clan member coldly uttered a single word. Bing Lieli was at a loss. Continuing to swing her sword at the werewolf. With each slash, the werewolf's wounds deepened, yet it remained ferociously relentless. "I told you to attack for. Do you not understand human language, you rustic woman?" The elder Blood Clan member's fury erupted. His eyes filled with anger and contempt. A surge of resentment welled within Bing Lieli. She had never been so belittled before. Just as she was about to retort, the elder Blood Clan member unexpectedly launched an assault on her. His speed was akin to lightning as he struck her abdomen with a powerful punch. Blood erupted from her delicate lips, and her body felt as though it had been struck heavily, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Although Bing Lieli wished to exclaim that they were supposed to be teammates and he should not strike her, she understood that arguing at this moment was futile. The second enemy was a bloodthirsty tiger, its jaws seemingly stained with the remnants of its recent feast, exuding a particularly menacing aura. Indeed, the Blood Clan was an eclectic assembly. Anyone who had tasted blood and fallen prey to the curse of special blood was deemed a member. The tiger lunged, accurately striking the sword in Bing Lieli's hand. She felt a searing pain shoot through her hands, as if she had lost all strength, her limbs growing numb and unresponsive. Following this, the tiger swatted her weapon from her grasp and unleashed another powerful punch toward Bing Lieli. Caught off guard, she was struck and fell heavily to the ground, once more spitting forth blood. Seeing the precarious situation, the elder Blood Clan member opted to surrender. The match concluded, and the referee announced the defeat of both Bing Lieli and the elder Blood Clan member. Unwilling to accept defeat, Bing Lieli resolved to initiate another match, this time teaming up with a healer and a Blood Clan maiden. The healer, the Blood Clan maiden, greeted her calmly. "Greetings, I am Shueji. I will handle the healing during combat." Bing Lieli nodded slightly, inwardly relieved to finally encounter a reliable teammate. As the match commenced, Bing Lieli rapidly displayed formidable combat prowess. Despite her myriad injuries, the two opposing vampires were gradually pushed to the brink of defeat. However, just then, as one enemy vampire was on the verge of being eliminated, Shueji suddenly felt a pang of compassion. She raised her delicate hand and cast a healing spell, instantly reviving the enemy. Bing Lioli gasped in shock, incredulously shouting, "But that is the enemy. How can you save her?" Not long after, Bing Lioli was felled by the enemy, while Shueji, realizing the match was unwinnable, reluctantly chose to concede. Gritting her teeth, Bing Lioli made up her mind to embark on her fifth matchmaking attempt. At this point, she had completely lost her composure, her mentality utterly shattered. Upon entering the game, she remained silent, not even exchanging a word with her teammates, recklessly charging at the two enemy vampires. Yet, fate seemed to revel in her misfortune, and she had unwittingly selected a vampire renowned for its defensive prowess as her target. Witnessing her impulsive actions, her teammates had no choice but to follow suit in attacking the massive, blazing blood creature. Meanwhile, another enemy, though lacking in melee capabilities, excelled in manipulating shadow powers from a distance. He swiftly unleashed shadow cannons, powerful beams of light piercing through Bing Lioli and her teammates. Faced with such overwhelming attacks, they were powerless to defend themselves and soon collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise again, at this moment, Bing Lioli's spirits plummeted, as she had endured a dismal defeat in the ranking matches, with not a single victory to her name. She knew all too well that in this brutal world of Blood Clan, as a low-performing individual, she would inevitably face severe consequences. Lioli Shui and Yuhan quickly found Bing Lioli, their expressions grave as they advised, "If you lose all 5 matches, you must inform us." Originally reluctant to voice her failures, as it was a source of great embarrassment, Bing Lioli softened upon seeing their serious demeanor and finally spoke. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to ripe apples. As she shyly confessed, I lost all 5 matches." Upon hearing this, Yuhan's brow furrowed, and she spoke gravely. "Those who lose all 5 matches will face exceedingly harsh punishments, potentially viewed as a wasteful parasite of resources. In such circumstances, unless someone is willing to assist you and become your companion, you will be exiled to a place filled with suffering." Bing Lioli was taken aback. She never imagined she would fall to such depths, even having to play a role akin to a bed warmer. Observing her distress, Lioli Shui hurriedly consoled her, "Fear not. The 3 of us wear veils and black robes, so no one has noticed you. Now, let me take you to process your visa." Bing Lioli couldn't help but murmur, "Why does it feel like a marriage?" Yuhan, with a mischievous smile, teased, "Lioli Shui is your 3rd master. You truly are a servant to 3 families." Bing Lioli's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she shot a reproachful glare at Yuhan, seemingly chastising him for his jest. However, she understood that the most pressing matter was to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Thus, under Lioli Shui's guidance, the 3 of them made their way to the processing office. The procedure went remarkably smoothly. The staff did not ask many questions, merely completing all the necessary steps in silence. However, the Blood Clan employee witnessed Lioli Shui marking Bing Lioli's soul with a seal. This sight made Bing Lioli feel somewhat uneasy, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. After receiving the freshly issued visa, she felt the tension in her nerves finally begin to ease, her mood lightening just a bit. Curiously, she turned to Lioli Shui and inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Without hesitation, Lioli Shui replied, "Of course. We are headed to my dormitory, as I have the privilege of choosing my own room due to my flawless record." At that moment, Yuhan chimed in, "Both she and I share a dormitory." Upon hearing this, Bing Lioli felt a surge of anticipation and nervousness. With mixed emotions, she followed Lioli Shui to their dormitory. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately met with the sight of Yuhan's coffin, a swaying and soft water coffin. At this sight, Bing Lioli's face flushed bright red, her heart racing, her mind in disarray. In contrast, Lioli Shui's coffin was a sturdy and durable ice coffin, forming a striking juxtaposition. Bing Lioli gazed at Lioli Shui's coffin. Admiration welled within her heart, marveling at her dedication and resolve in her cultivation. The sun gradually ascended, heralding the dawn of a new day. However, for Bing Lioli, this morning was far from effortless. As a learning companion, she essentially resembled a pet. Despite her unique abilities and charm, she confronted numerous challenges. Lioli Shui and Yuhan sat within the confines of the room, exchanging thoughts with one another. They deliberated whether to lift their vow of abstinence in order to better manage their desires. Lioli Shui spoke first. "I believe I can control my desires quite well, though Yuhan may find it somewhat challenging." and Bing Lieli even more so. Lieli Shui continued, "Thus, it is perhaps best for Bing Lieli to remain within my icy coffin. I assure you, I shall not act inappropriately towards her. We require time to completely overcome our desires and learn to master them." Upon hearing this, a twinge of jealousy stirred within Yuhan. Yet, she was acutely aware that this moment necessitated focus on cultivation and the enhancement of her abilities, rather than indulging in pleasures. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement with Lieli Shui's suggestion. During the daylight hours, they lay quietly in the coffin, as if immersed in a realm of slumber. The darkness and silence of the coffin became their sanctuary, allowing them to rest and recuperate their strength. When night fell, they stealthily emerged from the coffin, embarking on a journey to learn the myriad abilities of vampires. They traversed the city under the cover of night, basking in the moonlight and exploring their potential. Each night presented a new challenge and opportunity for growth, as they diligently sought to master the distinctive skills and powers of vampires. Throughout this endeavor, Bing Lieli remained quietly by Lieli Shui's side. Learning alongside her, Lieli Shui sat beside Bing Lieli, intently observing her practice, occasionally offering guidance and suggestions. The rapport and trust between them deepened as they collectively pursued a higher realm. In this process, Bing Lieli also continually enhanced her strength. Through observation and study, she gradually grasped the essence of many vampire techniques. Her gaze became sharper, her movements more agile, and her heart brimming with confidence and determination. As time progressed, Bing Lieli successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Martial Emperor realm, while Lieli Shui smoothly ascended to the mid-stage of the Martial Zone realm. However, Yuhan remained stagnant in the mid-stage of the Martial Zone realm, unable to make further progress. One day, Bing Lieli resolved to accompany Lieli Shui to the Blood Adventurers Guild. This guild was affiliated with the Sacred Blood Academy, notable for its grand scale and opulent architecture, even employing precious gems from the demon realm to adorn its floors and walls. Many had previously attempted to excavate these gems, only to be ensnared by the magical formations guarding them. "Wow, how magnificent!" exclaimed Bing Lieli and Lieli Shui, both awestruck by the luxury of the Blood Adventurers Guild, while Yuhan remained indifferent. Here, everything was automated. Before them stood a blood apparatus that provided tasks, resembling a grotesque iron head. Yet those who came to accept tasks paid it no mind, deeming such design practical and convenient. The tasks were varied, ranging from assimilating a world in any lower realm, gathering herbs, acquiring inner Dan from beasts, eliminating specific targets, to serving as maids. Bing Lieli quickly discerned that the rewards for the task of assimilating a world in any lower realm were the most bountiful, prompting her to eagerly click to view the details. Soon, Bing Lieli discovered a task pertaining to her own world, classified as C-level difficulty, which had already been completed. The Prison Star, codename 114, the description indicated that it was a picturesque locale with a pleasant climate, just beginning its journey into martial cultivation, with the strongest nation being the Phoenix Dynasty. This task had been undertaken by a newcomer of Prince Caliber, the Blood Prince Yuhan, and the Soul Prince Hunhua, symbolizing the friendship between their two clans. B-level difficulty. The icebound planet 514, known for its extremely harsh environment, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. The humans and elves residing there were exceedingly frail, with their strongest merely achieving the Martial King level. Thus, the number of valuable targets eligible for assimilation into the Blood Clan was relatively scarce. Furthermore, the natural order of this world operated under peculiar rhythms, with the heavenly path awakening only every 4 days, remaining dormant the rest of the time. Therefore, they had to carefully control their strength and strive to avoid revealing any might beyond the Martial King level, lest they awaken the heavenly path and be perceived as invaders. Should they successfully assimilate this planet without drawing attention, even the heavenly path would have to accept the established reality. After all, this heavenly path was relatively blind and foolish, incapable of sensing their presence. A-level difficulty. The Chaos Planet 1919, teeming with diverse races, including elves, beastmen, dwarves, lizardmen, tiger tribes, canine tribes, gremlins, equines, and dragons. Each race possessed its unique culture and societal structure. Yet conflicts and wars frequently erupted among them. In this world, the Martial Zone was the most formidable existence, marking it as a Martial Zone realm. S-level difficulty. The Immortal Realm, designated as 810. In this vast realm, a powerful celestial dynasty dominated the majority of the territory, while the Blood Clan, having endured countless hardships, had only just managed to establish a foothold, albeit at the cost of numerous martial zone Blood Clan members. The Blood Moon Demon Emperor personally intervened, employing his formidable powers to seal a martial saint from this realm. Yet, it remained uncertain whether other potential martial saints lurked in the shadows, posing a significant threat to the Blood Clan. S-level difficulty. The Gray Planet, Extraordinary World, codename Alpha.in. This enigmatic realm, individuals possess the ability to awaken extraordinary talents, and those exceedingly rare talents, once transformed into Blood Clan members, would yield tremendous benefits for the clan. Despite the Blood Moon Demon Emperor having unleashed a bloody deluge here, the Heavenly Path reacted with remarkable sensitivity, instantly responding with fierce opposition. Presently, this planet was enveloped by a powerful Heavenly Path star soul barrier, rendering the Blood Clan incapable of interference. This barrier served as an unassailable bulwark, obstructing the Blood Clan's advance and plunging them into unprecedented adversity. Chapter 47. Teleportation to a lower-level world for easy victories. Next, we shall proceed to Icebound Planet 514, Yuhan remarked, turning to Lieli Shui and Bing Luli.as. The three navigated through the Blood Adventurers Guild. They soon arrived at a basement. Before them loomed a teleportation portal. Forged from the magical powers of the Blood Clan, it emanated an eerie crimson glow, resembling a mysterious passage to an unknown world, fraught with endless allure and peril. The portal's frame was adorned with ancient Blood Clan runes, which flickered with a faint light, seemingly whispering the secrets and strength of the Blood Clan. The material of the frame appeared to be a rare Blood Clan gemstone, radiating a profound and captivating luminescence that drew the eye. As Yuhan, Lieli Shui, and Bing Lieli gradually approached the portal, they could distinctly feel a powerful energy wave pulsating from within, both mysterious and dangerous, as if issuing a stern warning of the immense challenges that lay ahead. The surface of the portal shimmered with strange lights, akin to flowing blood, vibrant and striking. These lights intertwined, forming a complex and beautiful pattern that dazzled the senses. In the glow, the figures of Yuhan, Lieli Shui, and Bing Lieli appeared somewhat blurred, as if they were on the verge of merging with this enigmatic world, becoming part of it. Yuhan, being quite affluent, readily paid the entrance fee. Before long, the three successfully entered the teleportation portal opened by the martial saint. With a flash of light, they instantaneously arrived at Planet 514. This planet was bone-chillingly cold, covered in a thick layer of ice. Resembling a frigid realm, at this moment, the three were clad in transformation garments, distinct from the relic attire provided by Han Hua, as the transformation garments did not exert control over individuals and were merely ordinary gear. Lieli Shui playfully admonished, "You two should be mindful, don't dress too provocatively." Bing Lieli sighed in resignation, yet with the soul seal still in Lieli Shui's possession, she had no choice but to comply. However, it seemed Lieli Shui had never once activated the soul seal to control her actions. Yuhan frowned slightly, revealing a hint of discontent towards Lieli Shui's behavior. In truth, the reason Han Hua manifested a female form was due to their acquaintance since their days as great martial masters. Akin to childhood friends. At that time, they had made a 3-year pact, yet Han Hua unfortunately suffered defeat and was compelled to accept the constraints of the contract. This contract was stored in the contract repository, stipulating that regardless of which party lost, the terms could not be violated. The contract explicitly stated that if Han Hua were to lose, her material body henceforth must take a female form. Thus, it was only natural for her to favor beautiful garments and women. In no time, as their thoughts aligned, their garments began to transform. The black robes vanished, replaced by winter attire. Bing Lieli's outfit morphed into a snug, thick down jacket enveloping her from head to toe, complemented by knee-high boots. Yuhan donned a similar ensemble. Suddenly, a colossal ice crystal creature loomed ahead. Towering several dozen meters high, it resembled a majestic ice mountain, exuding a chilling aura. This formidable creature was of the Martial King realm. However, for Bing Lieli, who had attained the Martial Emperor level, vanquishing it posed little difficulty. Lieli Shui and Yuhan could effortlessly contend with the beast. Yuhan continued to remind the two, do not exert strength exceeding the peak of the Martial King. Nevertheless, despite the combined might of the blood sword in the hands of Ice Lieli, the water-ice element, Rain Han's sword rain, and Lieli Shui's scythe dance, The crystalline beast was swiftly vanquished. The blood sword wielded by Ice Lieli shimmered with a chilling light, each stroke infused with a fierce sword aura that effortlessly cleaved through the beast's formidable exterior. Under her command, the water-ice element surged forth like a tumultuous tide, encasing the creature in frost. Rain Han's sword rain fell like a torrential downpour, each drop imbued with tremendous force, inflicting grievous wounds upon the monster. Liuli Shue's scythe dance was a breathtaking spectacle. Her weapon twirled gracefully like petals in the breeze, elegant yet lethal, leaving deep gashes upon the beast's body. With their seamless coordination, the crystalline creature ultimately succumbed. Crashing to the ground, Liuli Shue proposed, "Let us split up in this area. It would be beneficial for you to hone your skills." Rain Han furrowed her brow, defiantly addressing Liuli Shue and Ice Liuli. "These are enchanted runes. You can affix them to your weapons, allowing any living foes you slay to rise as zombies to fight for you." Ice Liuli responded with excitement, "Sister Rain Han, your items are exceedingly useful. I can practice my swordsmanship well after conquering the next city." Liuli Shue nodded in satisfaction, as if Rain Han were the leader among the three. Liuli Shue and Rain Han established a special contact ritual, enabling them to communicate over distances. However, this ritual required a certain expenditure of spiritual energy, which Ice Liuli did not need, as she had suffered a complete defeat in the ranking matches. According to the Blood Clan's punishment for losers, she could no longer exist as an independent vampire and must have a master, who was now Liuli Shue. Through a soul imprint, Liuli Shue could easily reach out to Ice Liuli. Subsequently, the trio separated to undertake their respective missions. After all, the strength of this place was relatively weak. Even if they suppressed their own powers to the peak of martial kings, the abundance of equipment at their disposal rendered failure nearly impossible. Ice Liuli ventured alone onto the pristine snowfield. The pure white snow was adorned with beautiful amber, mirroring her own essence, both pure and enigmatic. With a light-hearted gait, she approached a human village. The terrain was steep and rugged. Yet her combat prowess was constrained to the martial king realm, so she felt no urgency. She leisurely admired the surrounding scenery, as though she were immersed in a fantastical realm. The land was enveloped in a frozen expanse, with endless snowflakes swirling in the air. The white desert stretched infinitely, while the auroras flickered with mysterious brilliance in the deep blue sky. Everything here resonated perfectly with Ice Liuli's current form, the ice crystal. However, as a vampire, she felt no chill as she drew near to the village. The inhabitants remained blissfully unaware of her presence. Shortly thereafter, she swung her blood sword, and in an instant, the villagers either transformed into zombies or became blood thralls. This was, in truth, due to the feeble nature of these mortals, who were even devoid of martial prowess. Before long, the area turned into a desolate wasteland, teeming with the undead. Ice Liuli intentionally spared some villagers, eagerly anticipating the arrival of extraordinary beings. She yearned for a genuine challenge to prove her strength. In this frigid realm, she awaited silently, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Beyond the medieval walls and towers, a prosperous city unfolded before her, at the heart of which stood a magnificent royal castle. At that moment, a figure galloped towards them on horseback, his form appearing particularly vigorous against the wind. "Your Majesty, some refugees from the North Peak have come to report a disaster." A knight quickly dismounted to inform the king of the northern realm. The king rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied impatiently, "Blood Clan? What is that? Zombies, blood thralls. Who can comprehend such nonsense? I was trying to sleep." For a commoner, it was naturally difficult to believe in the unknown. This king, after all, was just an ordinary man. The capital of this kingdom was encircled by 4 great cities: Polar Light City, Sky City, Navia City, and Dark Valley City, along with numerous villages serving as barriers. Hence, it was only natural for the king to disbelieve the ramblings of some savages from a border village near the extreme north. Ice Liuli resolved to diligently practice her swordsmanship and combat techniques, suppressing the attack of the blood sword gifted by Rain Han, which possessed the peak sword aura of a martial king. However, should she be slain by this sword, she would still rise as an active undead. Having attracted little attention thus far, she pressed onward. Soon after, she arrived once more at Sky City. This city was established upon a towering ice mountain, its architectural style uniquely showcasing a level of sophistication that transcended their medieval era. The citizens walked with smiles, leisurely strolling through the prosperous and breathtaking city. Yet, clad in her transformative attire, Lioli appeared to others as a resolute swordswoman wearing a conical hat and bearing a long sword. Thus, she effortlessly entered the city. At this moment, Sky City resembled a colossal fortress, standing proudly upon the vast continent. The city was home to 3 Grand Masters, 2 martial spirits, and 2 martial kings, representing the pinnacle of the Northern Wind Kingdom's military might and its elite forces. As Lioli ambled through the streets, she intended to savor the beauty of the city but unknowingly found herself at the Sky Guild. This guild exuded a solemn and mysterious aura. Before long, thanks to her extraordinary hearing honed in the mid-stage of the martial emperor realm, Lioli sensed that a crucial meeting was underway in this city. Have you heard? The Radiant Kingdom is nearly submerged by a sea of skeletons. The voice of the Aurora City president betrayed a hint of concern. Our western side is no different. The Bonfire Kingdom is still reveling in song and dance, yet it is overwhelmed by swarms of bats. Now facing the brink of annihilation, the Navia City president's words were heavy and urgent. Evidently, Lioli Shui and Rain Han, both formidable entities, had commenced a game of national extermination in this lower realm. The 2 strongest figures of the Northern Wind Kingdom, the mighty Huaku and the agile Yisala, who possessed exceptional archery skills, were discussed. What are your thoughts, esteemed heroes? Despite being powerful martial spirits, the 2 presidents resolved to seek counsel from these legendary adventurers in light of such significant events. Naturally, we shall confront any challenges that arise. I will protect everyone, Huaku declared without hesitation, his voice resonant and steadfast, as if capable of dispelling all fears. My instincts tell me there is an illusion present in this guild. Yisala suddenly exclaimed, her gaze sharp as an eagle, capable of piercing through all mists. Before long, the 4 began to meticulously search the guild, ultimately setting their sights upon Lioli. She is but an unremarkable adventurer. The 2 presidents exchanged puzzled glances, their minds filled with confusion. Yet, Yisala continued, this presence is not human. Her eyes are blood-red, akin to flames. Her skin is as frosty as snow, resembling exquisite jade. Her hair is a blend of white and blue, reminiscent of clouds drifting in the sky. Everything about her is too perfect, devoid of any human flaw. Clearly, as a martial king, Yisala had already seen through the transformative attire, uncovering Lioli's true identity. Huaku had never encountered such a beautiful woman. His eyes were fixed upon Lioli, as if enchanted by her beauty. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap from his chest. Though her transformative attire appeared to be an ordinary down jacket, it was secretly bestowed upon Lioli by Rain Han, beneath which she wore a vibrant ice lotus dress that perfectly showcased her figure. This dress was exquisitely designed, each ice lotus intricately carved from ice, lifelike in appearance, with petals as delicate as silk and colors as vibrant as the evening glow. The color of the lotus transitioned from soft pink to deep purple, with golden threads adorning the edges of the petals, rendering the entire dress splendidly captivating. Beneath her feet, Lioli wore a pair of white cloth shoes, embroidered with exquisite patterns that harmonized beautifully with the ice lotus motifs on her white stockings. The shoes featured small lotus flowers stitched in light blue thread, echoing the larger lotuses on her dress. The lotus patterns on her white stockings were even more intricate, resembling real ice lotuses in bloom upon her legs, imparting a refreshing and elegant aura. Lioli's attire not only showcased her beauty and nobility but also reflected her pursuit of artistry and attention to detail. Every movement she made exuded grace and confidence, captivating all who beheld her. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, the white and blue strands dancing gently in the wind, radiating a sense of tranquility. Adorned with a few delicate crystal lotuses, her hair complemented the flowers on her dress, further enhancing her noble elegance. She held a sword, its hilt embedded with a blood-blue gemstone, glimmering with a chilling light. The scabbard of the sword was also embroidered with ice lotus patterns, perfectly matching her attire, making her appear as a fairy emerging from a realm of dreams, beautiful and mysterious. Chapter 48. Capturing the elven archer. Observing Huaku's reaction, the 2 presidents gradually dispelled their doubts, beginning to believe Yisala's words. Just then, Yisala suddenly released 6 feathered arrows, which soared through the air like guided missiles at incredible speed. However, Lioli was unwilling to abandon her sword practice, deftly using her blade to deflect the strikes. Nevertheless, she ultimately found herself struck by one of the arrows. She realized that she must make some changes, and thus decided to feign an injury to confuse her enemies. Alas, how could one bear to harm such a beautiful being? Upon witnessing this, Haoku could not help but feel a surge of discontent within him. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Isela to shield her from the attack aimed at Bing Luli. Do you not know that she is an immortal being, a vampire? Are you unaware that the neighboring kingdoms are currently suffering at their hands? Isela exclaimed loudly, attempting to make Haoku comprehend the gravity of the situation. Bing Luli's supple form, akin to a nimble serpent, combined with her own suppressed cultivation, allowed her to stealthily approach the two and set up restrictions on the two martial kings before them. Huh? What is happening? Haoku suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to investigate, only to find a blood sword striking towards him like a bolt of lightning. Panic-stricken, he swung his fist to defend himself, but was still pierced by the blood sword. Though belittle one's opponent in battle is truly a path to self-destruction, Bing Luli remarked with a cold smirk. Haoku felt an unusual blood coursing through his body. In truth, it was his own blood that had been tainted upon contact with the blood sword forged from bloodstone. Cursed undead, I shall fight you to the death. Haoku roared, leaping upwards with the weight of a mountain. Attempting to launch an attack, however, Bing Luli had anticipated his actions, waiting for him with her blood sword at the spot where he would land. Without hesitation, she hurled the sword, then swiftly sidestepped, successfully evading Haoku's descent and the spells cast by the two guild leaders from the side. Yet, Isela could not mount an attack, as her target was obscured by her ally. To force an attack would risk injuring her teammate. Thus, she resolved to summon her companion. A great gray bear, a massive bear of martial spirit realm, charged into the guild, instantly destroying the facilities and equipment within. With a roar, the gray bear lunged at the desolate courtyard. Faced with such a pincer attack, Bing Luli, being a mid-stage martial emperor, easily dodged. However, Haoku collided with the bear, and both sustained injuries. Haoku was wounded once more, his blood boiling, as he felt himself on the verge of becoming one of the undead. I feel terribly unwell. Summon a doctor at once. Fortunately, there were 3 grand martial masters among the guild members, one of whom possessed healing abilities. Soon, a priestess arrived on the scene and began to treat Haoku. Some of the cursed blood on Haoku was gradually being purified. The guild members, amidst the fierce battle, fought while retreating, gradually withdrawing from this perilous place. The city of Tianji swiftly entered a state of high alert, with a multitude of soldiers surging forth, their objective being to capture Bing Luli. However, these soldiers were utterly powerless against her sword, each one pierced in succession, subsequently transforming into blood slaves, ghouls, skeletons, and other undead creatures. Bing Luli was perplexed by this bizarre phenomenon, unable to comprehend why these individuals were turning into the undead. Amidst such a deluge of attacks, Bing Luli too found herself ensnared in a spear formation. Although she was immune to these attacks, the relentless rain of arrows upon her still proved to be an annoyance. Thus, she unleashed the sword energy of her blood sword once more, a powerful wave of energy sweeping through and instantly obliterating a horde of enemies. Those living beings struck by the sword energy were transformed into undead, who then frantically clawed and bit at the living. Once the living were infected, it further swelled the ranks of the undead army, just as the 2 guild leaders and the 2 legendary adventurers prepared to depart. The restrictions suddenly activated. The moment the 2 legendary adventurers attempted to step out of the area, they felt an immense weight pressing down upon them, rendering them immobile. You 2 go ahead. We will hold the rear. Haoku shouted that we will catch up shortly, Isela added. The 2 guild leaders, witnessing this, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to leave. At this juncture, Haoku and Isela no longer cared about their own exhaustion. They launched a frenzied assault, attempting to breach Bing Luli's defenses. Yet, Bing Luli did not evade. Her body seemed indestructible, impervious to any harm. How is it that none of my attacks can touch her? Was she merely pretending to be injured earlier? Haoku's heart brimmed with confusion and fury. The only course left is self-detonation. With a resolute heart, Haoku charged forth, intending to unleash his power. However, the restrictions stood as an insurmountable barrier, thwarting his self-detonation and causing the unique spiritual energy within him to react abnormally. The cursed blood, not yet fully purified, began to expand wildly upon stimulation from the spiritual energy, swiftly invading his brain. The immune cells and clean blood that had been combating the cursed blood turned traitor, and before long, his brain was completely overtaken by the cursed blood, transforming him into a walking corpse. Isela also rushed over, wishing to self-detonate, but as she had not been injured previously, she could not succeed and did not undergo the transformation. Would you care to become one of the Blood Clan? Bing Luli inquired with a hint of mockery. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Grant me a swift end? Isela retorted angrily. Bing Luli expressed mild disappointment. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to convert you into a lesser undead, like that large brute beside you. Upon hearing this, Isela fell into utter despair, losing all desire to resist. Ultimately, she resigned herself and said, Very well, I am willing to join. Bing Luli gently bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into Isela's mouth. Soon after, Isela felt her blood growing increasingly cold. Evidently, the infection brought on by this drop of ice crystal magic blood was far more gentle than that from the inferior blood sword forged from substandard bloodstone. As time passed, Isela gradually lost her sense of body temperature. As though shrouded in a veil of icy cold, she was astonished to find her skin becoming exceptionally pale, pure as snowflakes. Yet, aside from these subtle changes, she perceived no other significant alterations. Simultaneously, she began to sense an intangible hierarchical difference between herself and Bing Luli, a disparity that instilled in her a sense of awe and submission. As a reward, or perhaps encouragement, Bing Luli generously bestowed upon Isela dozens of precious bloodstones. These bloodstones contained immense power, causing her beloved Bao and pet bear to undergo miraculous transformations, becoming fearsome blood weapons. These blood weapons not only enhanced her combat prowess, but also made her feel the trust and expectations Bing Luli had for her. Following this, Bing Luli issued a crucial command. Accelerate the conquest of this kingdom. Isela, well aware of the urgency of the task, immediately set to work, organizing her forces and preparing to launch a new wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Bing Luli chose to leave the battlefield, opting to admire the majestic scenery of this icy realm. She strolled across the snow-covered ground, feeling the cold wind caress her, her heart brimming with anticipation and longing for the future. Chapter 49. The speech before the Great War. Isela led wave after wave of undead and blood slaves, advancing fiercely towards the royal city. In her mind, she calculated that if they did not first attack other cities, but instead directly assaulted the most fortified royal city, then the other cities would send reinforcements, and more professionals would arrive to defend the magically protected royal stronghold. As long as they could hold their ground, there would still be hope. Although she had reluctantly chosen to ally with the dark forces, she still hoped to save her country through this means. After all, Bing Luli had entrusted her with the command over these undead beings. However, unbeknownst to her, as time passed, her disdain for the living was gradually deepening. Whether as a subordinate or due to the restrictions placed upon her, she found herself unable to betray Bing Luli. At this moment, the undead army was already closing in on the royal city. Please, Your Majesty, temporarily relocate to Aurora City, our kingdom's second largest city, where you will not be affected by the cold winds. A minister was knocking at the door, anxiously urging the king to leave the palace. I am sleeping, the king responded impatiently. Many ministers began to whisper among themselves, exchanging opinions. Minister A said to Minister B, His Majesty spends all day sleeping. Once he leaves the harem, he can hardly move. I think we should make a quick escape. After speaking, Ministers A and B immediately fled. Seeing them run, the other ministers followed suit, and soon, all the ministers had abandoned the palace. The generals, seeing the ministers fleeing, began to escape as well. The captains, upon witnessing the generals flee, followed suit. After the sergeants ran away, the centurions and decurions of various ranks also began to make their escape. The mass flight of these individuals signified that reinforcements would undoubtedly not arrive. Even if reinforcements did come, they would be affected by the morale collapse of these fleeing soldiers, ultimately choosing to flee together. The king awoke from his stupor, realizing that the situation was beyond salvage. Clearly, this was due to the palace guards also beginning to flee. Having decided to leave, the king felt the need to say something to stabilize the hearts of the people. Thus, he stepped onto the square and addressed the crowd. If the royal city were to fall one day, I must sacrifice myself, dying beneath this palace to report to the late king and to the citizens. I must leave the capital and cease the protection of the burial site of the 24 generations of former kings. Do you think I speak these words with a heart full of sorrow? No, that is not the case. My feelings are not as heavy and mournful as you might imagine. In truth, I feel a profound sense of helplessness and regret. I express these words not out of a personal sentiment, but rather as a reflection of pragmatic considerations. I am acutely aware that this departure may signify an irrevocable farewell to this land, and I may even face the specter of death. Yet, I find myself with no alternative but to shoulder my responsibilities and venture into the unknown. You may misinterpret my intentions, but I implore you to trust that my heart is fraught with conflict and turmoil. My concerns extend beyond my own fate. They encompass the future of our entire nation. I dread that upon my departure, chaos will ensue, leaving me with nowhere to return. Betrayed by my compatriots, betrayed by my compatriots. Upon hearing the king's lamentations, the populace swiftly redirected their ire towards those who had fled. Their hearts brimmed with indignation as they condemned the cowardice and irresponsibility of these individuals. After all, the king remained steadfast, while these others chose to abandon the city first, evoking profound disappointment and rage among the people. Soon after, the king took his leave. The remaining citizens realized that their collective strength was insufficient to defend the vast fortifications and majestic structures of the royal city. Nevertheless, they were unwilling to surrender easily, for all their possessions lay within this place. To depart would condemn them to the status of destitute beggars. Shortly after the king's departure, Gisela led her army of the undead to the enormous tower constructed beside the kingdom's walls. The two leaders of the undead bore striking resemblances to Hauke, one in stature and the other in essence. Gisela herself. A soldier cried out in terror, his voice echoing through the air and capturing the attention of the crowd. All eyes turned toward the two figures, a tide of fear and despair surging within them. They beheld the kingdom's mightiest warriors, once celebrated heroes, now traitors in league with the enemy. This sight shattered the confidence of all, inciting a frenzied flight as they abandoned the walls and enchantments established by 24 generations of kings. These wretches dare disregard my nation and flee. Gisela stood amidst her undead legion, her heart ablaze with fury and disappointment. Initially, she harbored doubts about her choices, yet the chaos before her and the cowardice of the people only solidified her conviction that aligning with the Blood Clan was perhaps a prudent decision. "Surround the walls swiftly," commanded the undead King Hauke, his voice cold and authoritative. The undead army sprang into action, encircling the city with impenetrable force. The inhabitants found themselves ensnared in despair, becoming mournful soldiers who fought desperately. But with the majority having fled, how could they withstand the overwhelming numbers of the undead legion? Before long, the remaining survivors were encircled, hands clasped atop their heads, their eyes betraying hopelessness and terror. Consumed by rage, Gisela longed to personally slay these people and utterly obliterate this feeble kingdom. However, Bing Liali would not permit such an act. Bing Liali believed it necessary to retain some individuals for sustenance, ensuring a continuous supply of blood for the clan. The Blood Clan. The blood of those of higher rank held greater value. Gisela remained oblivious to these considerations. Her disdain for the living only deepened. Influenced by the cursed blood within her body, Gisela had become one of the Blood Clan. She instinctively disregarded the fact that the city's flight was precipitated by her arrival. In this moment, her heart was consumed solely by anger and hatred towards the survivors. Shortly thereafter, the king arrived at the Aurora City. At this juncture, the entire kingdom had been severed, with the royal city and the horizon firmly occupied. Only Aurora City, Dark Valley City, and Navia City held their ground. However, Dark Valley City had been isolated, cut off from assistance. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" The leaders of the martial spirit realms from Navia and Aurora City stood before the king. Bowing respectfully, "I am deeply concerned for the plight of the people and have come to assess their condition," the king replied gravely to the report. Suddenly, a messenger raced in, kneeling on one knee as he proclaimed loudly, "The royal capital has fallen. The undead are utilizing the bones of dragons to create bone dragons and corpse dragons, and the kingdom's two strongest heroes, Hauke and Gisela, have defected." Initially, upon hearing of the capital's fall, the king's countenance soured, embarrassment washing over him. However, upon learning of the two heroes' betrayal, he immediately began to mock the guild leaders. I knew adventurers could not be relied upon. Yet, the two leaders paid him no heed, their faces etched with sorrow and grief. They sacrificed themselves to ensure our leader's escape, the leader of Navia said, his voice tinged with emotion. Now, those two are but resurrected corpses. How can one claim they have defected? The Navia leader continued, confusion and disbelief evident in his gaze. Miss Yisela appears not to have lost her beauty. In fact, she has grown more exquisite. Every arrow from her bow can transform our soldiers into members of the undead horde. The messenger, who also served as an informant, added, "Could it be that she truly has betrayed us?" The Navia leader pondered, his brows furrowed in contemplation. "Very well, you may withdraw. Let us have a moment of silence." The leader of Aurora City commanded, promptly dismissing the messenger. Before long, Bing Lieli learned of Yisela's breach of the royal capital, prompting her to send a letter urging surrender. Soon, a flying bird arrived at Aurora City, delivering a letter that landed directly on the grand table of the king and the two guild leaders. The king picked up the letter, glanced at it, and then angrily hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, "To disarm ourselves and accept the rule of the Blood Clan. Is this from Yisela? Absurd. Since time immemorial, how could a ruler surrender without a fight?" The two guild leaders also picked up the letter, their expressions growing increasingly grave. "Your Majesty, we cannot simply sit idly by," the Navia leader insisted. "Indeed, we must devise a means to counterattack," the leader of Aurora City concurred. The king rose, his gaze resolute. "We must unify all forces at our disposal to jointly confront the undead and the Blood Clan. We cannot allow the kingdom to fall nor the populace to suffer." The two guild leaders nodded, aware that a formidable battle loomed on the horizon. Both being grand martial mages, why should they acquiesce to such a treaty? "Moreover, I have a rough estimate of the vampires' numbers," the king asserted with unwavering determination. "The three grand martial masters can also assist us in repelling these undead." At that moment, the priestess arrived on the scene, adding, "Yes, but your Majesty, could you possibly grant me the weapon passed down through the kingdom?" The king furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding. "There is no rush. I shall deliberate on this matter. Currently, the troops from the royal city have largely arrived at Aurora City, and the undead are merely the corpses from the horizon and the royal city transformed into their ranks, their numbers limited. All in all, we currently possess the military strength of 3 cities against a single city of the undead. Furthermore, we have neighboring nations and Dark Valley City to serve as a counterbalance. The advantage lies with us." The king analyzed the situation confidently. "Your Majesty speaks wisely," the two guild leaders remarked in astonishment, secretly bewildered by the king's newfound sagacity. The king seemed to perceive their thoughts. Smiling as he remarked, "Do not feign surprise. I have studied more military tomes than you have consumed meals. Additionally, we can demolish the dam, flooding the undead that are poised to assault the 2 cities." The king continued, "That would lead to a famine. We must preserve the dam for the sake of the common folk." One minister interjected hastily, fearing the king's intentions might disrupt the territories of himself and another minister. "Furthermore, we cannot acknowledge that as Yisela. We must declare it a creature masquerading as her to prevent our morale from collapsing," the king decisively resolved. Soon, the king arrived near the military camp of Aurora City, ascending a platform to address the spirited soldiers, rallying them with his voice. "In years past, as I slumbered in the royal city, the former king led the royal army along 3 routes to converge at Aurora City, advancing westward, and on the following day, the Southern Empire, recognizing the tide had turned, declared their return and ceded lands. Now, we face yet another challenge, but we possess formidable military strength and unwavering conviction. We shall undoubtedly triumph over our foes." I fail to comprehend why there is such discourse surrounding the great emperor's entrapment in Aurora City, as if this ancient battlefield of Aurora is destined to spell our doom. 20 years ago, I personally led a vast army on the Second Western Expedition, sweeping forth with unstoppable momentum and achieving grand victories. The North Wind Triangle was thus unified. Wherever I and my army went, the people welcomed us with open arms, offering sustenance and hospitality. That scene was truly one of seizing the opportune moment, a vibrant flourishing of life that remains vivid in my memory. Merely 20 years later, has this place transformed into my burial ground? Regardless, the The comparative strength of our forces is 3 cities against a single city of the undead. The advantage unmistakably lies with me. Applaud. At this moment, the Lord of Navia City gazed upon the king with deep admiration for his strategic insight and decision-making prowess. Chapter 50. Yisala's darkening soon. Yisala also led her undead army to Aurora City. Her thoughts were to refrain from assaulting Dark Valley City to prevent a decline in morale should news of its fall reach here. Deep within her heart, she still harbored hopes for the kingdom's victory, which would ultimately liberate her. Moreover, Aurora City boasted not only sturdy walls and dense magical formations, but also formidable defensive capabilities, second only to the royal city. First, we shall launch an assault on this most formidable city, facilitating the kingdom's forces to reposition from less defensible areas, where they can inflict casualties upon the undead army from atop the walls, ultimately securing victory for the realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, ice-laden Yeli strolls leisurely across the icy expanse, reveling in her own tranquility. The more frigid the surroundings, the more at ease she feels. With her keen sensory perception, she discerns the fluctuations in temperature around her. Uncovering a path that is even more frigid, as she continues her journey, she encounters a cluster of ice elemental beings. Upon witnessing someone absorbing the essence of ice, these creatures immediately unleash a barrage of ice spikes at Lioli. Initially, she attempts to deflect these spikes with her sword, yet as time progresses, her swordsmanship grows increasingly adept. Ultimately, she triumphs over these ice elementals, which pose no threat to her, and secures the ice essence they guarded. A refreshing chill envelopes her, invigorating her senses, and she perceives a subtle enhancement of her strength. For mere mortals and practitioners of fire attributes, this ice essence would undoubtedly be lethal. However, its effects are only potent against vampires who thrive in dark, cold environments, and Lioli's icy bloodline amplifies her affinity for the ice essence, allowing her to absorb and wield its power more effectively. As Izira and the undead army arrive at Aurora City. The city is well prepared, and a breathtaking large-scale battle erupts like a tempest. Nevertheless, Izira opts for a strategy of attrition, dispatching only small contingents of magical creatures at a time, utilizing a tactic of gradual escalation. A pack of bloodhounds is the first to charge forth as cannon fodder in a fierce assault. However, the kingdom's forces are already primed, equipped with flame-fueled catapults blessed by priests. The stones hurled from these catapults descend like burning meteors, striking the bloodhounds with devastating effect. In an instant, the hounds are engulfed by roaring flames, enhanced by the light attribute, swiftly annihilating this batch of bloodhounds. Subsequently, Izira sends forth the terrifying flesh giants. These massive creatures, seemingly stitched together from countless corpses, pose a significant threat, rendering the catapults ineffective against them. Soon, the flesh giants approach the infantry camp. The soldiers hastily form a shield wall, yet their defenses crumble under the might of the flesh giants, their shields splintering under a single blow. Why do the other divisions merely stand by, watching the infantry get crushed? When allies are in peril, why do they not come to their aid? The king, witnessing his elite forces being decimated, angrily interrogates the two leaders. The enemy only deploys one group at a time, clearly attempting to bait our forces into a full-scale assault. We must conserve our strength and await the undead's grand offensive. Responds President Navia. Enough! Bring forth the spears and polearms. At the king's command, a throng of soldiers armed with spears and polearms swiftly advance to obstruct the flesh giants' path. Should they charge recklessly, the flesh giants will surely be impaled. However, Izira unhesitatingly orders the flesh giants to advance, and soon they all fall. Before long, powerful adversaries such as bone dragons and corpse dragons approach. Yet, when they attack the infantry unable to counter aerial threats, the archers and mages on the walls refuse to descend to assist. Let your ranged units strike the bone dragons and corpse dragons, the king shouts in desperation. The soldiers scurry about, and if the enemies are not vanquished, they themselves will perish from exhaustion. Though you are the king, you should not command others' troops beyond their level. Navia and the leader of Aurora City assert in unison. Do I have the authority to command you? The king muses inwardly, yet he is already cowed by the authority of these two former kings. The bone dragon exhales a frigid breath, while the corpse dragon spews forth repugnant, decaying liquid. The king finds this scene unbearable. Poised to order a retreat, only to be shocked to see the soldiers unable to strike the bone dragons and corpse dragons already scattering in panic. Soon, the bone dragons and corpse dragons reach the walls. The archers and mages unleash their formidable magic, launching a fierce onslaught. However, against the exceptionally sturdy defense of Aurora City's magic formation and walls, these attacks yield little effect. Before long, the bone dragons and corpse dragons begin to suffer significant losses. Observing the demise of the flesh giants, bone dragons, and corpse dragons, Izira believes the time has come and sends forth necromancers, death priests, and numerous blood thralls and corpse ghouls to attack. Yet, the defensive structures of Aurora City are remarkably robust, and the entire undead army soon suffers heavy casualties. Realizing her forces are on the brink of annihilation, Izira is compelled to cease the offensive. At this moment, only the Corpse King and a handful of ordinary blood thralls remain by her side. Her commands stem from a subconscious desire to aid the kingdom, though her conscious mind has largely assimilated into the bloodline's thinking. As the undead army outside is largely obliterated, cheers erupt from the king's forces. We have achieved a great victory. Oh. Soon, the king and the other two generals unanimously decide to launch an offensive. Let us proactively attack the remaining blood kin. In no time, a multitude of soldiers, mages, archers, and catapults form 4 columns, encircling Izira. However, for the martial kings, dealing with these mortals is a trivial matter. The martial king can nearly disregard any weapon wielded by mere mortals. The battle swiftly devolves into a one-sided massacre, with the mortals being transformed into blood thralls, ghouls, and skeletons. At that moment, 2 martial spirit mage leaders, a high martial priest, a high martial archer, and a high martial warrior emerge together. They are acutely aware of the martial king's might, and the outcome of this battle is exceedingly uncertain. The power of the martial king is indeed insurmountable. It seems I must bestow upon you the royal heirloom staff, Aurora, the king laments. Aurora finally receives the coveted equipment she has long desired, her heart brimming with joy and anticipation. She understands that this will be the key to her triumph over the martial king. Thereafter, Priest Aurora swiftly casts a spell of holy light. In that moment, the darkness of night recedes like a tide, gradually revealing the dawn's first light. Izira instantly feels a searing sensation, as if her entire being is engulfed in flames. The other bloodkin suffer even more acutely. Despite the desperate struggles of the 2 martial bloodkin, their powers gradually wane under the purifying light, on the verge of complete eradication. As these living beings inflict immense agony upon Izira, she begins to wholly abandon her past self, fully immersing herself in the bloodkin's mindset. She swiftly unleashes cursed arrows, each imbued with dark power, causing more soldiers to transform into living corpses in an instant. However, surrounded by the kingdom's formidable forces, her predicament grows increasingly dire, her life ebbing away. Just then, Leoli successfully completes her task of gathering the ice essence. She keenly senses that Izira has sustained severe injuries and resolutely makes her way towards her. Before long, the Corpse King collapses, leaving Izira alone on the battlefield. Traitorous succubus, XXX, Izira endures the onslaught while being berated by the masses. Her mood shifts from initial despair to burgeoning delight, marking her complete assimilation into the bloodkin's mentality. Soon, Leoli arrives at the battlefield. With a mere flick of her sword, the surrounding mortals swiftly transform into ghouls, rapidly coalescing into a massive tide of corpses. Priest, quickly, the king exclaims anxiously. Aurora raises the staff once more, and the power of holy light surges forth, temporarily suppressing the tide of corpses. However, this has little effect on Leoli. With a single stroke of her sword, she cleaves the priest's body from its head, resulting in the priest's immediate demise. Witnessing such a powerful priest, capable of effortlessly exterminating the tide of corpses, fall so easily, the morale of the troops plummets, and they scatter in panic. Yet, as they retreat, they are met with a barrage of attacks, leading to further casualties and forming an even larger tide of corpses. Before long, Izira finally catches her breath. Leoli then corrupts the sacred staff with a plethora of blood stones, temporarily entrusting it to Izira, and no longer utilizing a bow and arrow. Izira wields the dark staff instead. As the dark staff unleashes a formidable AoE attack, Aurora City quickly succumbs to chaos. This time, Izira can fully obey commands, transforming into a true bloodkin warrior. Chapter 51. I laugh at their lack of strategy and wisdom now. Only a small remnant of unarmed humans and elves remains in Aurora City, left behind to provide blood. The rest of the city has been thoroughly seized by the blood kin. Azira becomes nearly entirely assimilated. The cursed blood magnifies her vulnerabilities felt during the kingdom's assault, while simultaneously intensifying the emotions brought forth by Liuli's arrival to rescue her. Even the prior act of forcibly transforming her into a bloodkin now appears as a boon. After all this time, she has finally achieved complete assimilation. This represents a significant challenge in retaining memories while transforming into a bloodkin. Azira immediately showers Liuli with a series of flattery. I apologize for intentionally sending the troops out earlier. She then promptly admits to her previous concealments and acts of disloyalty. Though such admissions may be detrimental to her, she does not hesitate to confess. However, Bing Liuli quickly lost interest after listening for a while. She commanded Ysila to swiftly conquer the remaining 2 cities, as she intended to become a hands-off manager, seeking to challenge the local wild ice elementals and explore the possibility of ancient ruins. Before long, the king and the 2 chairpersons arrived at the city of Navia. They hastily entered the recently completed bunker, preparing to convene an emergency meeting. The king, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Now, we are essentially surrounded by the enemy." However, to be honest, I believe the 2 chairpersons have been overly harsh on Ysela. It seems she did not attack us with full force. Rather, she first sent a batch of elite troops to their doom, followed by another elite group, and only then did she deploy a ragtag army without elite support. The king realized that, in this dire situation, he had become exceptionally clear-headed and calm. The chairperson of Navia immediately expressed doubt, saying, "According to your statement, is it possible she is deliberately holding back, wishing to save us? How could that be?" The king shook his head helplessly and sighed, "The situation is lost. I have decided to abdicate and seek refuge in the southern realm." With that, he disregarded the chairperson of Navia and turned to leave the meeting room, leaving the chairperson in a state of shock and confusion. Let us attempt to break through first, taking the swamp forest route to avoid detection by the undead. The king mused after a moment of contemplation. However, just as he was about to leave, a soldier rushed in, reporting. The kingdom's archers have all fled, as a profession and military unit monopolized by the elves. The archers possessed remarkable agility and familiarity with the forest. Now, they had lost faith in the kingdom, believing it could not defend the city. Leveraging their advantages, they chose to escape and rely on hunting for sustenance in the ancient forest. No longer willing to defend a city fated to fall, upon hearing this news, the chairperson of Navia shouted in anger, "Traitors! King, Aurelius, you 2 remain. The rest, leave." His expression darkened, filled with disappointment and fury. These archers had once been his trusted aides, but now they had betrayed him. The king was taken aback, feeling surprised and bewildered. He never expected that these archers would so easily abandon their duties and loyalty. He recalled previous events. Perhaps those incidents had driven them away. "Ah?" The king was astonished by the chairperson of Navia's tone. "I fed them X. These elves have consumed too much X. Just this week, I paid the elves gold as wages. Without my resources, Ysila would have no chance to become the martial king. Cowards, traitors, good-for-nothings. They are the scum that hinders me." The king interjected again. "I will not allow you to insult the soldiers in such a manner. These elves are the dregs of the Icewind Kingdom. They infuriate me." As he spoke, the chairperson of Navia slammed his pen down. "You 2 can go wherever you please. If you think I will retreat from Navia City like you, you are mistaken. The last elite knights will escort you out." The chairperson of Navia roared in fury, his eyes blazing with anger. He was filled with disappointment and rage towards these elves, deeming them useless. The king attempted to defend the elves, but the chairperson of Navia was unwilling to listen. In the end, the chairperson decided to have the remaining elite knights escort them away, indicating he would not easily abandon the city like them. The king and Aurelius sensed danger and swiftly turned to flee the scene. Meanwhile, Bing Liuli faced the challenge of evading the detection of the heavenly Tao. She recalled the magic array given to her by Yuhan and decided to utilize it to conceal her presence. Ysila suddenly realized she had lost her sense of Bing Liuli, plunging her into panic. She hurriedly dispatched numerous bloodkin to search for her master, completely disregarding the siege orders previously issued by Bing Liuli. In fact, The heavenly Tao of this world had awakened according to its cycle of slumbering once every 4 days. At that moment, Bing Liuli had activated the array to conceal her own aura. With the cooperation of internal personnel, this array could suppress her aura to the level of a martial king, even rendering those weaker than herself incapable of perceiving her presence. Additionally, there were some blood kin with intelligence but lower levels than Yisela, who had either been transformed by Yisela or had voluntarily surrendered and been non-violently converted into undead. These beings also possessed intelligence but were relatively weak. Yisela insisted that Bing Liuli hasten the conquest of the remaining 2 cities. But she responded with a grave expression, saying, "I can no longer sense her aura. I am filled with panic. You all handle these matters. I must focus on finding my master." It is worth noting that bloodkin possess a powerful control over those who have been marked by their blood or have a connection with blood artifacts. However, their control is relatively weaker over the kin of such kin. Therefore, these intelligent blood kin, when faced with the commands of Bing Liuli and the directives of Yisela, were more inclined to heed Yisela's arrangements. Yisela did not neglect to follow Bing Liuli's orders to attack the 2 cities. She merely made some strategic adjustments. She understood that the main forces should concentrate on the siege, while dispatching several bloodkin for harassment attacks could also achieve siege effects. Thus, she chose to send the majority of the bloodkin to search for Bing Liuli's whereabouts while allocating some small units to assault the cities. However, even with this strategy, due to a severe lack of fresh troops, when the bloodkin arrived, the chairperson of Navia resolutely chose to set fire to himself, ultimately leading to the fall of Navia. Nevertheless, Dark Valley City remained unyielding, entirely unaware that the West had already fallen. At this time, a group of knights rode forth. At the forefront were the king and Aurelius. The king suddenly erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Aurelius, puzzled, inquired, "Your Majesty, why do you laugh?" The king disdainfully replied, "I laugh at the blood swordsman's lack of cunning and Yisela's lack of wisdom. If I were in their position, I would surely ambush a troop here to capture us all." Just then, a rustling sound emerged, followed by a furious roar. "Roar! It's the bloodhounds! Run!" Aurelius, in a panic, cast his magic, but the consumption of ice stones was rapid, and in this world, storage rings had yet to appear. Hiya, hiya, hiya! Many knights were startled, causing chaos among them. The king and Aurelius continued to flee desperately. Finally reaching a forest, "Ha ha ha!" The king's laughter echoed throughout the forest, as if to dispel all fear and unease. "The bloodkin are devoid of cunning and wisdom. Why not laugh?" His voice was filled with disdain and mockery. "If we were to set up some elves transformed into bloodkin in this forest, just like Yisela, who can shoot arrows, wouldn't we be trapped?" A cunning glint flickered in the king's eyes. "Our master wants us to find our master's master." Some blood elves searched nearby, their figures flitting through the woods like phantoms. Upon discovering the king, "Open fire!" The blood elves shouted in a panic, their voices laced with fear. "Hiya, hiya, hiya!" The warhorses neighed, and the knights drew their long swords, preparing to confront the enemy. "I've been hit." Many knights fell, crying out in pain. Another batch of knights was lost. And the king and Aurelius had now reached the marsh. "Ha ha 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 ha! The bloodkin are truly foolish." The king laughed heartily once more, his laughter resonating over the marsh, sounding particularly grating. "It's over." The king laughed again. Aurelius's expression turned grave as he urged the knights to hurry the king away. "If the bloodkin have set up some blood sludge monsters or mud monsters here, we would be doomed." Just as Aurelius finished speaking, gurgling sounds emerged, and some blood sludge monsters suddenly appeared. These sludge monsters were covered in blood, exuding a foul odor, their bodies writhing as if to challenge the king and knights. "UVE caused me great suffering." Aurelius had no choice but to self-detonate. A look of determination crossed Aurelius's eyes as he took a deep breath and then forcefully detonated his own body. The icy power released during his self-detonation instantly froze the marsh, blocking the path of the blood sludge monsters. His decision to self-detonate was driven by the imminent threat posed by the massive blood sludge monsters, which possessed the strength of martial spirits. Without self-detonation, they would all face annihilation. The king and the remaining knights successfully circumvented the city of Aurelius, which had already fallen to the bloodkin, and galloped towards the southern kingdom. Chapter 52. Yisela's disobedience. A day passed, and the heavenly Tao fell into slumber. allowing Bing Lieli to resume her actions. When she discovered that Yisela had yet to complete the task assigned to her and had instead scattered her forces to search for herself, her fury ignited instantly. She understood that if she were discovered and the heavenly Tao took notice, the consequences would be dire. Not long after, at the royal city of the kingdom, aside from Yisela, no one possessed strength surpassing that of a martial king. They gazed in terror as Yisela knelt before a man wielding a blood sword, donning a hat and veiled. Bing Lieli first commanded a batch of humans, permitting them to attack Yisela. Though these humans were filled with fear, they had no choice but to obey under Bing Lieli's imposing presence. However, Yisela had been here for some time and harbored great malice towards humans. Who knows if the nameless blood swordsman will intervene when she seeks retribution in the autumn? The likelihood is slim, for after all, Yisela is merely one of his subordinates. Bing Lieli has also commanded the Blood Clan present to forge blood whips crafted from bloodstone. Some of these Blood Clan members are the vassals acquired by Yisela through blood or the Dark Scepter, yet Yisela insists they obey Bing Lieli's orders, forcing them to create weapons intended to harm their own mistress. This fills them with profound humiliation and fury. The humans wielding the whips are exceedingly cautious, attempting to temper their strength to mitigate the damage inflicted upon Yisela. However, amidst the chaos of multiple attackers, this proves to be no easy feat. Suddenly, a scream of anguish escapes Yisela, reverberating throughout the royal city, instilling dread in the hearts of the surrounding Blood Clan and humans alike. Subsequently, Bing Lieli commands that Yisela be hung upon the city wall, exposed to the harsh sunlight for 3 days as a form of punishment. While such a punishment is undoubtedly fatal for lower-tier vampires, for one of Yisela's caliber, it hardly qualifies as torture. Nevertheless, it will render her exceedingly weak, to the point where even a martial spirit could not conquer her. You may spread this news. Should anyone dare defy my orders, this shall be their fate. Bing Lieli declared coldly. Despite facing such a stern warning, Yisela continues to beam at Bing Lieli, ingratiating herself with flattery. However, at that moment, she suddenly whirls around, casting a fierce glare at the other Blood Clan members and humans, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating their very souls, causing them to tremble as if plunged into an icy abyss. Before long, Bing Lieli decides to personally lead her army to assault the resolute Dark Valley City. The environment surrounding this city is extremely harsh, characterized by steep cliffs and jagged rocks. Yet, the inhabitants here possess an exceptionally resilient spirit, rarely yielding to any adversary. Initially, Bing Lieli intended to cultivate more bread slices in this locale for her own use. However, she was taken aback by the unwavering tenacity of the city's denizens. Each time her blood sword swept through, a new wave of individuals would surge forth to continue the resistance. Regardless of the severity of the blows they endure, their morale shows no signs of crumbling. Instead, they remain steadfastly entangled with Bing Lieli's forces, striving to create an opportunity for their companions to retreat safely. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Bing Lieli understands that she can no longer afford to be complacent. Thus, she decisively summons a multitude of Blood Clan warriors and a terrifying undead army, completely encircling Dark Valley City. Ultimately, after a fierce and bloody battle, this once impregnable city succumbs to Bing Lieli's iron heel. All the residents within are either transformed into Blood Clan members stripped of their memories and minds, or reduced to mindless undead. From this point onward, Bing Lieli is no longer willing to tolerate the emergence of another like Yisela, who feigns compliance while harboring ulterior motives. Thus, the once complete and prosperous world is now left with only half its territory yet to be brought under the control of Bing Lieli and her kin. Coincidentally, within this remaining territory, 3 nations exist in the south. This conveniently alleviates the need for Bing Lieli, Yu Jiaohan, and Lieli Shui to contend with the complexities of territorial division. They merely need to besiege the southern neighbor closest to them. Before long, King Feng Wuyu of the kingdom hastily arrives at the Crystal Empire to meet its emperor. Upon their meeting, the emperor of the Crystal Empire, with a hint of sarcasm, questions, Feng Wuyu, "Have you truly abandoned your kingdom to seek refuge here?" Hearing this, King Feng Wuyu's expression darkens, and he quickly retorts, "Your Majesty, you are unaware. The enemy we face is overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond the level of an ordinary martial king. Although they appear casual in their assaults, their offensive prowess is still formidable. Each swing of their sword transforms dozens of brave soldiers into terrifying undead. instilling immense fear within our ranks. It is crucial to understand that even a martial king, when pooling all their strength, could easily annihilate dozens of soldiers. Yet, faced with such a dreadful foe, we cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon them. Our two strongest martial kings, for reasons unknown, have betrayed us. One has been slain, and the other grievously wounded. Were it not for the timely arrival of that blood swordsman, the traitor would have surely met his end. Only the mastermind remains, and it is nearly impossible to inflict any damage upon her. Sighing, he adds, I still wish to continue playing music and dancing. I initially had similar intentions, Jing Wunyan, but alas, I am merely a martial master, with limited insight into combat levels and systems. Humph, were it not for your family's bestowed legacy, you would have long since been usurped, retorts Jing Wunyan, a pinnacle-level 6-tier expert. King Feng Wuyu finds himself constrained, yet as a fallen monarch, he must maintain a low profile. Furthermore, the enemy, capable of swiftly overwhelming us, has been deliberately stalling for time. 5 days have passed since the initial incident. King Feng Wuyu calmly analyzes, during this interval, we may discover their weaknesses. What do you understand? You are merely a small king spouting empty rhetoric. Only the weak seek the weaknesses of their foes. They are currently reanimating the corpses of the north. This is an opportune moment for a northern expedition. The border between your northern wind kingdom and my crystal kingdom is rife with swamps and forests. I sense you wish to send my troops to their doom. The small king promptly abandons the notion of persuading the emperor of the Crystal Empire. On the 9th day, Bing Liuli again leads Yisela and numerous already forged flesh giants and skeletal dragons on her expedition. For those lower-tier troops struggling to traverse the swamps, Bing Liuli lightly channels her magic, instantly freezing the marshes. However, for safety's sake, the flesh giants must cross first, followed by the application of the freezing spell. Jing Wunyan also summons 2 other 6-tier powerhouses from the Crystal Empire, Yin Jingyun and Qi Ruba, who each govern a region within the empire. With 3 6-tier experts, the Crystal Empire stands as the foremost among the southern 3 nations. Arguably the most powerful entity on this frozen planet numbered 114. Bing Liuli decisively resolves to eliminate the opposing 6-tier expert first, allowing Yisela to mop up the remnants. Once the conflict with the Crystal Empire concludes, she plans to send someone to gather the essence of ice to strengthen herself. Soon, both armies are poised for battle, arranged in formation. However, Jing Wunyan, Qi Ruba, and Yin Jingyun stand firm at the forefront of their forces like 3 unyielding pillars. Should these martial kings possess any combination attack capabilities, it could potentially harm their own side. Bing Liuli contemplates this and issues a challenge for a duel. Oh? The opposing side dares to invite a duel? I must see this. Is she not a mere woman? Qi Ruba's voice drips with disdain. The battlefield is shrouded in hesitation, clearly a sign of insecurity, something only the small king fails to perceive. Jing Wunyan echoes, let me take her on. Yin Jingyun steps forward, no need. You two possess combination techniques, and engaging separately would be disadvantageous. Qi Ruba hastily interjects, I shall confront her. With that, Qi Ruba surges forth, exuding an aura like that of a resurrected overlord, harnessing the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity. These 3 energies can only be cultivated in the realm of Qi refinement, following the path of the demon emperor. Yet it can also encompass demonic, divine, annihilation, cosmic, mountain, and sea energies. Almost all forms of energy can be cultivated in the realm of Qi refinement, and Qi Ruba's innate talent allows him to preemptively acquire these 3 essences. As for his SSS talent, it involves time reversal, traversing to another parallel world, and annihilating an alternate self to take its place. However, aside from the absence of himself, the original world remains unchanged in an instant. Qi Ruba unleashes the 3 energies in a torrent towards Bing Liuli. Before even coming into contact with Qi Ruba, Bing Liuli feels an unbearable heat. Consequently, she commands Yisela to throw the dark scepter. And Bing Liuli, resembling a graceful maiden dancing, spins in the air and catches it steadily as she channels the dark scepter. The previously low-tier energies retreat in an instant. A dark magical shield forms around Bing Liuli. Feng Wuyu, you have given the enemy a pinnacle 6-tier ice artifact, a relic from your 24th generation ancestors. Upon witnessing the killing blow, Bing Liuli finds herself at a loss. With the utilization of the dark scepter, the energies that could have caused harm find themselves powerless. Unwilling to delay further, Bing Liuli thrusts her blood sword through Qi Ruba's heart, in the mortal realm. This heart is known as the spirit heart. While in this frozen world, it is termed the icy heart. He has fallen. Yin Ru Jing cries out. Once, we forged a bond on the ice plains, not seeking to be born together on the same day, but rather to die together on the same day, Jing Wenyan states. In a flash, they both dash towards Bing Liuli, intent on rescuing Qi Ruba's corpse. However, Bing Liuli stands firm, obstructing their path, and they unleash their most potent combination technique, Wind and Thunder Array. The land ignites. In an instant, elemental forces collide, and Qi Ruba's corpse is reduced to ash in the ensuing explosion. The shockwave from this detonation crashes down upon Bing Liuli's petite yet resilient form like a surging tidal wave. Despite the formidable force that propelled her backwards several steps, the attackers, constrained by their own inferior realms, could only muster attacks that merely scratched the surface, akin to a futile attempt to tickle through thick boots. Failing to inflict any substantial harm upon the robust physique of Bing Liuli, compounding the dire situation, Bing Liuli wielded a mysterious dark scepter, emanating a chilling aura of darkness that enveloped her in an impenetrable shield, safeguarding her from all assaults. Any attack that dared to breach this barrier would be instantaneously consumed, leaving no trace behind. In no time, the two individuals realized that should they allow Bing Liuli to resurrect them, they would be condemned to a fate of mindless existence, devoid of self-awareness. This dreadful prospect sent shivers down their spines, filling their hearts with despair and trepidation. After a harrowing struggle, they ultimately resolved to make a desperate choice, self-detonation to end their lives. With a shared glance, they recognized the unwavering determination reflected in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they summoned every ounce of energy within, concentrating it in their dantian. As the energy surged, their bodies radiated a brilliant light, reminiscent of two stars on the verge of explosion. Last, when the energy reached its zenith, a thunderous roar echoed, and their forms erupted into a myriad of fragments, scattering in all directions. The immense shockwave distorted the surrounding space, causing an upheaval that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. The grim fate that once loomed over them was obliterated in the wake of this valiant self-sacrifice. Chapter 53. Yisala watched as. With the fall of the three main commanders of the Crystal Empire, Bing Liuli, ensuring absolute certainty, engaged in battle for a brief while longer, in an instant, the morale of the Crystal Empire's forces crumbled like a dam bursting under floodwaters. Subsequently, Yisala led her troops with relentless momentum, sweeping through cities like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, heralding the demise of the Crystal Empire. However, at present, Yisala and Bing Liuli remained occupied with clearing the battlefield, eradicating any remaining survivors. At this moment, all kingdoms other than the Crystal Empire were akin to flickering candles in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinction. Yu Han and Lu Xiao exhibited an agility in their attacks that far surpassed that of Bing Liuli. Before long, the two ethereal maidens approached Yisala, who lifted her gaze to behold Lu Xiao, her white hair tinged with a hint of blue, while Yu Han sported strands of pink amidst her white locks. Both were adorned in resplendent attire, exuding an irresistible charm, akin to celestial maidens descending from the heavens. Upon noticing the unidentified vampires advancing toward Bing Liuli's tent, Yisala and several other vampires made a swift decision to block their path. Yisala's eyes widened in fury, akin to an enraged lion, as she bellowed. "Who are you?" Yu Han's lips curled into a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, as she replied. "I am the first master of Bing Liuli, and she is my consort." Lu Xiao followed suit with a light laugh, akin to a blooming flower, adding, "I am the third." Upon hearing this, Yisala's rage erupted like a volcano, as she roared, "How dare you slander my master?" With that, she swiftly drew her bow, aiming with the swiftness of lightning at the two. Yet Yu Han and Lu Xiao evaded the arrows with the grace of soaring swallows, effortlessly toppling Yisala to the ground in a mocking display. As Yisala lay there, she could only watch helplessly as they strode into Bing Liuli's tent, posturing like triumphant victors. Once inside the tent, Yu Han and Lu Xiao found Bing Liuli resting. Lu Xiao, like a gentle butterfly, gracefully approached her and softly roused her. Bing Liuli opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lu Xiao and Yu Han, a flicker of surprise crossed her features, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Lu Xiao beamed, saying, Long time no see, my dear. Bing Lieli sat up, her expression brightening as she gazed at them, like flowers blooming in spring, and asked, "What brings you here?" Yuhan replied with a smile. "We came to see you and to inform you that the Crystal Empire is all that remains." The others have been swept away like autumn leaves. With a mischievous grin, Yuhan teased Bing Lieli. "Hey, you used to crumble at the thought of wiping out a village, and now here you are, gleefully conquering 2 nations." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Bing Lieli's cheeks as she playfully retorted, "Stop it. It's not like I was influenced by you 3 rascals." Her eyes sparkled with mischief and affection. At that moment, Yisela struggled to enter the tent, pointing at Yuhan and Lu Xiaoa, saying, "Master, Bing Lieli raised her hand to interrupt. "I understand. You may leave." Yisela gritted her teeth and turned to exit the tent. Just then, Lu Xiaoa abruptly turned her head, her tone sharp as she questioned Bing Lieli. "What's with you? How can you be so fickle, taking in yet another consort?" In response to Lu Xiaoa's inquiry, Bing Lieli remained unflustered, calmly explaining, "I need to collect ice crystals to enhance my body, so it's more suitable for the natives to deal with their own." Hearing this, Yuhan could not suppress a laugh, adding, "She had already taken in 3 consorts when she attacked the Phoenix Dynasty at that time." Hunhua, fearing she might be taken advantage of, hastily snatched away her consorts. Upon finishing, both glared at Bing Lieli, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. To ease the tension, Bing Lieli hastily offered, "If you both wish to take Yisela, I can transfer her to you." However, unexpectedly, perhaps influenced by her prolonged interaction with Hunhua, Lu Xiaoa's eyes gleamed with mischief as she proposed, "I have a brilliant idea, and as for the lingering matters from our stay at Chanjing Peak, let us set them aside for now." Following this, under the guidance of Yuhan and Lu Xiaoa, Bing Lieli activated the soul imprint, and Yisela felt an intensifying possessiveness toward her master, Bing Lieli. After a while, the trio, having adorned themselves with care, emerged before everyone, their attire both stunning and alluring, resembling 3 beautiful heroines. Clad in gossamer garments that shimmered with ethereal grace, they wore sheer stockings in white, gray, and black, striding confidently in high heels that accentuated their elegance. Although Bing Lieli had previously donned the Ice Lotus ensemble before Yisela, it paled in comparison to the current seductive display. Soon, the 3 approached Yisela, their camaraderie evident as they engaged in intimate conversation, igniting a surge of jealousy within Yisela. Her heart brimmed with envy and resentment, yet she dared not reveal her emotions, instead forcing a respectful inquiry. "Master, are they truly your consorts?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bing Lieli nodded affirmatively and, with a sultry voice, replied, "Indeed, they are my most treasured masters. Furthermore, one is my first master and the other my third. More importantly, my soul has been deeply marked by Lady Lu Xiaoa." Upon uttering these words, Bing Lieli flashed a flattering smile at Yuhan and Lu Xiaoa, as if seeking their approval. Yisela, witnessing this, felt a pain akin to a dagger in her heart, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that Bing Lieli could evoke such profound emotional turmoil within her, leading her to shed tears. Yet, at that moment, she was unable to suppress her inner anguish and sense of loss. Yuhan and Lu Xiaoa, witnessing this scene, felt an immense satisfaction, undoubtedly influenced by their extended interactions with Hunhua. They exchanged knowing smiles before addressing Yisela. "What's the matter? Do you wish to join us as sisters?" "But we are not just anyone." With that, the 2 burst into laughter. Yisela, upon hearing this, felt her sorrow deepen, yet she mustered a forced smile, replying, "Master's jest." Yisela would never dare to harbor such aspirations. Seeing Yisela's despondent demeanor, Bing Lieli felt a pang of unease in her heart. She hurried forward, gently patting Yisela's shoulder, and soothingly said, "Yisela, don't be sad. There will surely be other opportunities." As she spoke, Bing Lieli activated the soul imprint, a wave of warmth enveloping Yisela, gradually calming her previously tumultuous emotions. Observing Yisela's return to tranquility, Bing Lieli continued with a smile, "Yisela, now go swiftly to eliminate the remnants of the Crystal Empire. If you succeed in your task, perhaps I shall grant you a taste of my affection." Upon hearing this, Yisela's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. She promptly rose, bowed to Bing Lieli, and swiftly turned to depart. Racing toward the location of the Crystal Empire's survivors, along her path, She fought valiantly against her foes, her spirit alight with exhilaration, for she recognized this as a rare opportunity. If she could successfully eradicate the remnants of the Crystal Empire, perhaps she would earn Bing Lieli's favor. As time passed, Gisela delved deeper into the ranks of the survivors, facing numerous feeble adversaries without faltering, charging forward and proving her worth through her strength and bravery. Meanwhile, from a distance, Bing Lioli engaged in sweet interactions with Yuhan and Luxioa, seemingly oblivious to Gisela's struggles. Bing Lioli playfully inquired, "Are we not indulging in desires?" Lioli Shui smiled and said, "So much time has passed. I believe that the control and influence of the soul bewitchment over us have nearly dissipated." Why Yuhan replied, "Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last engaged in dual cultivation. However, Lioli Shui, you are now her master, so you may proceed first." Lioli Shui nodded and approached the water coffin, addressing Bing Lioli, "My dear little one, come and attend to your sister." Lioli Shui gently removed Bing Lioli's garments, revealing skin as exquisite as mutton fat jade, radiating an enchanting sheen under the moonlight. The two embraced, entwined like glue, surrendering to the embrace of passion. At that moment, Gisela arrived after dispatching her enemies, and upon witnessing the scene before her, her heart shattered into countless fragments. She stood there in a daze, her gaze hollow, as if her soul had departed. She could not accept this cruel reality. All her efforts had merely been a jest. She had once sacrificed everything for Bing Lioli, even her dignity and freedom. Yet now, Bing Lioli was so intimately close to another, entirely oblivious to her existence. Before long, Lioli Shui emerged from the water coffin, her face aglow with a blissful smile. Shortly thereafter, Yuhan entered the coffin, while Gisela remained immobilized by the soul imprint of Bing Lioli. She could only watch helplessly as they continued to revel in joy, while she silently bore the weight of her anguish and sorrow. After a while, Yuhan slowly exited the room. Meanwhile, Bing Lioli was carefully supported by a nearby maid, her face adorned with a contented smile. Radiant and warm like flowers blooming in spring, however, her body still trembled slightly, as if she had just endured an intense battle. Why Yuhan and Lioli Shui also appeared somewhat weakened. Despite the blush on their cheeks and their gentle shivering, their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain towards Gisela. Bing Lioli tenderly caressed her slightly aching abdomen and legs, furrowing her brow as pain flickered across her face. She turned to Gisela and spoke in a soft, delicate voice, "I apologize, dear Gisela. I know this may come as a shock to you, but we must return to the underworld." Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "From today onward, you shall be the queen of planet 514. This is a significant responsibility, yet I trust in your ability to shoulder it. Henceforth, you need only to regularly supply resources to the Blood Clan in the underworld. I believe you are more than capable of fulfilling this important task." A note of determination and trust tinged Bing Lioli's voice, as if she held great expectations for Gisela. She gently patted Gisela's shoulder, smiling, "Do not worry. I will always be here to support you. Should you encounter any issues or difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." Gisela gazed at Bing Lioli, her eyes swirling with anger, jealousy, and subservience. Biting her lip, she struggled to contain her emotions and replied, "Rest assured, my master, I will do my utmost to fulfill this mission." A faint smile graced Bing Lioli's lips, warm and radiant like the spring breeze, as she softly said, "This is a memento stone as a reward for you. Although you can no longer touch me, you may still find solace in it." Upon hearing this, Gisela's face flushed a brilliant red, as if scorched by fire, akin to a ripe apple. Her eyes shimmered with surprise and shyness, blooming like flowers in the spring. She trembled as she extended her hands, cautiously accepting the memento stone as though it were the most precious treasure in the world. After the three departed, Gisela sat alone in her room on planet 514, tightly clutching the memento stone, a swirl of complex emotions welling within her. Through the stone, she beheld Bing Lioli's alluring demeanor, as well as the intimate bond she shared with her companions, Yuhan and Lioli Shui. Each scene stirred a tumult of excitement and jealousy within her, mingled with a sense of helplessness. Yet, she could not alter the status quo, for as Bing Lioli's retainer, she was destined to be the most vulnerable party. Thus, she could only vent her inner turmoil upon the other humans, elves, and blood kin on planet 514. Chapter 54, Peach Blossom Spring. Meanwhile, Bing Liuli Shui, and Yuhan departed from Planet 514 and returned to the underworld. The trio resumed their academy life, yet a lingering sense of guilt plagued Bing Liuli's heart. She could not help but question Yuhan and Liuli Shui. Isn't this a bit harsh on Yisela? Yuhan replied with a smile, after everything we've been through, I've come to appreciate the allure of soul bewitchment. Besides, this is ultimately for Yisela's own good, enabling her to become more independent and resilient. Liuli Shui nodded in agreement, asserting, I must admit, the taste of soul bewitchment is quite refined. This decision may indeed foster better growth for Yisela. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed above the Sacred Blood Academy, shattering the tranquility and igniting a sense of panic. What is happening? Bing Liuli inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Wai Yuhan furrowed her brow, her demeanor serious as she explained. It seems the Lich Clan is launching an attack on the Sacred Blood Academy. The Soul Clan and Blood Clan have maintained peace for this very reason. Liuli Shui concurred, we should be informed of these matters as swiftly as possible. The three immediately tensed, well aware of the Lich Clan's formidable and perilous nature. The alarm blared ominously, heralding an impending catastrophe. The Lich Clan was comprised of mages who, unwilling to fade away after decades of diligent cultivation, transformed themselves into the undead in pursuit of eternal power. Wai Yuhan's voice conveyed both knowledge and caution regarding the Lich Clan. Hearing this, the faces of Bing Liuli and her companions grew increasingly grave. They understood that an assault by the Lich Clan could spell devastating consequences for the Academy. We must act quickly, Bing Liuli declared resolutely. Without hesitation, Yuhan and Liuli Shui nodded in agreement, and the three hastened towards the Academy. Upon their arrival, the scene before them left them speechless. The magical assaults of the Lich Clan fell like rain, engulfing the campus in flames and billowing smoke. Students fled in terror, their screams and cries echoing in the chaos. At that moment, the Academy's martial experts emerged to confront the threat. Vanine shouted urgently, run, head to Blood City. Her voice brimmed with anxiety and concern. Just then, a skeletal demon appeared before the crowd, standing tall and menacing, exuding an aura of terror. Clad in a black robe adorned with mysterious runes that flickered faintly, he wielded a massive scythe glinting with a chilling light. The skeletal demon bellowed with a voice that seemed to originate from the depths of hell, Vanine, Yalo, Blood Heaven, Shadow Earth, meet your demise. His voice sent shivers down spines, and his eyes burned with a murderous crimson flame. Bing Liuli and her companions felt unprecedented pressure, their faces paling and hearts racing. They realized this foe was far too powerful for them to contend with. Thus, Liuli Shui, Yuhan, and Bing Liuli swiftly escaped from the Sacred Blood Academy, making their way towards Blood City. Their figures vanished like lightning against the backdrop of the ravaged battlefield. On the dark and deep roads of the underworld, the trio soared like meteors, their forms weaving through the shadows. Merging with the enigmatic realm around them, the wild earth resonated with an ancient and mysterious energy. Gale winds howled, whipping up clouds of dust as if recounting the passage of time. The three felt a reverence for the power of the land, their gazes sweeping across the desolate plains, where jagged rocks jutted forth like the spine of the earth in the distance. A colossal mountain rose abruptly, soaring into the clouds like an insurmountable barrier. Shrouded in swirling mists that lent it an aura of mystique, they continued their flight, traversing through a dense forest, where ancient trees towered, their branches entwined to form a verdant canopy above. Occasionally, the forlorn calls of birds pierced the air, amplifying the desolation. Their speed quickened, as if they sought to break free from the shackles of the underworld and soar towards the unknown horizon. On this protracted journey, they would confront countless challenges and trials. Yet their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction, propelling them forward. What should we be mindful of upon reaching Blood City? Bing Liuli inquired curiously of Yuhan. Wai Yuhan smiled slightly in response. The Blood Royal Court has many unspoken rules, and the slums can be quite perilous, with rampant addiction among the vampires there. However, you two may stay at my villa. I will teach you about the unspoken rules. With that, she flashed a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Bing Liuli and Liuli Shui's faces flushed with a subtle redness, and they nodded shyly. The three then continued their journey towards Blood City. Suddenly, Liuli Shui spoke up, as an incarnation of Bing Liuli from another timeline. I recall there is an opportunity along the way. The soul bewitchment can acquire a wealth of opportunities by reading my memories, and we must seize the chances within the ruins, Wai Han. Intrigued, asked, "What kind of opportunity?" Liu Shui responded, "It is of the peach blossom spring type, inhabited by numerous centaurs who have not been assimilated by the blood clan, along with peach trees." Bing Liu, perplexed, inquired further, "What do you mean by peach blossom spring type?" Liu Shui patiently explained, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. It would be better for you to see it for yourself." Thus, they hastened their pace, soaring towards that enigmatic ruin. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the site. A mysterious aura enveloped the area, surrounded by ancient stone pillars and peculiar runes. Upon entering the ruins, they were greeted by a breathtaking sea of vibrant flowers. A sight to behold. Yet, beneath this beautiful facade lay hidden dangers. The centaurs sensed the arrival of intruders and immediately became vigilant. An intense battle erupted. Liu Shui and Bing Liu unleashed their respective skills, engaging fiercely with the centaurs. Meanwhile, Yu Han, agile and swift, darted across the battlefield, providing support to her companions. Amidst the fierce combat, they gradually realized that these centaurs were not ordinary foes. They seemed to possess a unique ability to manipulate the forces of nature. Placing the trio in a precarious situation, Bing Liu and Liu Shui harnessed the powers of water and ice, coordinating their bloodsword and ice sickle in a thrilling confrontation. Wai Han, with her exquisite swordsmanship, unleashed a flurry of swift flying swords, dispatching enemies with precision. However, despite her formidable strength, Bing Liu was slightly outmatched. Throughout the skirmish, she was shielded by her two companions. The centaurs exhibited a clear hierarchy of power. From martial artists to martial sovereigns, their skin tones reflecting their ranks. The martial sovereign centaurs possessed resilient diamond skin. The martial emperor ones boasted radiant platinum skin, while the martial king centaurs were adorned with dazzling golden skin. Moreover, among these centaurs existed priests capable of summoning storms, earth, flames, and torrents of water, adding further unpredictability to the fray. To make matters worse, the peach trees themselves joined the battle, becoming formidable allies of the centaurs. United in their synchronized efforts, the trio gradually gained the upper hand against the centaurs. However, just as victory seemed within reach, a surge of powerful energy emanated from a nearby temple. A colossal centaur, shimmering with diamond radiance, emerged slowly. Its gaze emanated authority and dominance, as if it were the guardian of this land. This was a martial sovereign centaur. Liu Shui's heart raced, realizing they had encountered a true adversary. Accompanying it were 4 centaur priests, each summoning storms, earth, flames, and torrents, bolstering the martial sovereign centaur in battle. Chaos reigned, smoke billowed. Wai Han moved like lightning, her swordplay unparalleled, each strike slicing through the air with the sound of rushing wind. As if to tear through the void, her sword danced in her hand, radiating brilliant light, akin to a resplendent star. Liu Shui closed her eyes tightly, focusing her energy, as the power of ice surged relentlessly within her. Her hands moved gracefully, unleashing torrents of ice and snow that ensnared their foes. Bing Liu joined her hands in prayer, softly chanting, awakening the surrounding water elements, which began to surge vigorously, with a fierce roar. The martial sovereign centaur led the charge of other centaurs towards them like a relentless tide. The battle reignited. The 3 sisters exerted all their might, engaging in a breathtaking duel with their enemies. The glint of swords flashed like meteors streaking across the sky, intertwining with frost to form a vibrant tableau. Waters roiled like a dragon emerging from the sea, surging with boundless force towards the foes. Neither side yielded, each attack imbued with immense power, each defense showcasing indomitable will. In a critical moment, Yu Han unleashed a signature technique. Her sword emanated a radiant brilliance, akin to the sun, piercing through the centaur's defenses in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Shui unleashed her formidable ice power, a chilling aura enveloping the field, freezing the enemies in place. Bing Liu then gathered the water elements, forming a colossal shockwave, akin to a torrential flood, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the centaurs. Yet, the 4 priests were not idle. The earth trembled suddenly, as if an invisible force ran rampant. The trio struggled to maintain their footing, compelled to cease their assault and leap into the sky. At that moment, one of the priests beside the martial sovereign centaur launched an attack. Simultaneously, a storm brewed, a massive tornado howling and lifting Bing Liuli into the air. Flames blazed fiercely, countering Liuli Shue's icy onslaught. Turning to engulf the tornado, the waters swiftly healed the Centaur King. When the tornado met the flames, a fire tornado was born, powerful and majestic. As the trio remained airborne, they were quickly ensnared by the fiery vortex. Engulfed in flames, they had no choice but to summon ice and water elements, along with their spiritual energy, to withstand this overwhelming force. At this juncture, the initiative lay with the centaurs, and the battle's tension escalated. Under the formidable impact of the fire tornado, the three sisters gritted their teeth in determination. They coordinated, employing various techniques in a bid to break free from the impasse. Bing Liuli focused intently, manipulating the ice and water elements to form a solid ice barrier, shielding them from the fire tornado's searing heat. Liuli Shue wielded her long sword, slicing through the air with icy sword energy. Attempting to weaken the tornado's might, Wei Yuhan harnessed her spiritual energy, igniting her latent potential, exerting all her strength to break free from the constraints. After a grueling struggle, the sisters finally discerned the tornado's weakness. They united their efforts, launching a combined assault, ultimately breaking through the fiery vortex's encirclement. However, the centaurs were far from surrendering. They regrouped and continued their ferocious onslaught against the three sisters. The battle reached a fever pitch, both sides exhausting their energy. The Centaur King condensed elemental weaponry, with the four priests bestowing blessings upon his weapon. Wind enhanced its speed. Water allowed it to form a water shield. Earth endowed it with boundless strength. And fire enabled it to scorch foes. The Centaur King roared, his axe cleaving through the air with a fierce wind, striking down towards Yuhan. Gritting her teeth, Yuhan swung her sword with all her might. Colliding with the Centaur King's in that instant, sparks flew, the sound of metal clashing resonating through the skies. Wei Yuhan felt an immense force radiating from her sword, her hands tingling with numbness. Her grip faltered, the sword slipping from her grasp, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Liuli Shue immediately brandished her sickle, rushing forward to shield Yuhan. Her sickle gleamed with cold light, engaging in a fierce clash with the Centaur King's axe. Bing Liuli, meanwhile, summoned the power of water elements to heal Yuhan. Her hands moved gracefully, the water elements coalescing under her command into a gentle stream. Flowing into Yuhan's body, instantly, Yuhan felt a cool energy coursing through her, alleviating the numbness. Seeing the prolonged stalemate, the Centaur King grew increasingly frenzied. His axe swung faster and faster, each strike imbued with overwhelming power. Liuli Shue and Bing Liuli worked in perfect unison, defending against the Centaur King's assaults while seeking his vulnerabilities. Finally, Liuli Shue discerned a flaw in the Centaur King's stance. She swung her sickle with ferocity, targeting his leg. The Centaur King winced in pain, momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Liuli unleashed a torrent of water arrows directed at the Centaur King's eyes. The Centaur King, caught off guard, was struck in the eye by the water arrow. Howling in agony, his axe losing aim, Wei Yuhan swiftly retrieved her sword from the ground, rejoining the fray. The trio united, launching a final assault against the Centaur King. Wei Yuhan's sword glimmered with icy brilliance. Liuli Shue's sickle danced with the melody of death, and Bing Liuli's water elements surged like mighty waves, persistently battering the Centaur King. Under their relentless assault, the Centaur King finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. However, upon the Centaur King's demise, the four Centaur priests remained unfazed. An eerie cross materialized amidst the Centaur's remains. Soon, a radiant orange light spread forth, resurrecting the Centaur King, who charged anew at the trio. Faced with the resurrected Centaur King, Liuli Shue and her companions' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the Centaur King's revival, which was entirely beyond their expectations. "How is this possible?" Yuhan exclaimed in shock. "Do not despair. We shall surely overcome it," Liuli Shue declared through gritted teeth. Bing Liuli added, "Let us first deal with those four priests." Liuli Shue and Bing Liuli exchanged a knowing glance, intuitively racing towards the four priests. While Yuhan faced the Centaur King alone, Liuli Shue wielded her sickle like a spectral wraith, weaving through the priests, while Bing Liuli commanded the water elements, launching a series of fierce offensives. The four priests, realizing the threat, hastily began chanting spells to counterattack. Yet, the harmony between Liu Shui and Bing Liu proved too formidable. They swiftly interrupted the priest's incantations, forcing them into a dire predicament. Meanwhile, the battle between Yuhan and the Centaur King intensified. Despite the Centaur King's overwhelming strength, Yuhan's agility and tenacity allowed her to hold her ground. However, at a critical moment, the Centaur King unleashed a skill known as War Trample, plunging Yuhan into a state of extreme dizziness, nearly leading to her defeat. Upon successfully dispatching the four priests, Liu Shui and Bing Liu immediately turned to support Yuhan. Their arrival invigorated Yuhan, rekindling her strength. United in their efforts, the three sisters ultimately brought the Centaur King down once more, this time ensuring he would not rise again. Chapter 55. The eerie peach blossom spring. Subsequently, the peach trees surrounding the trio began to stir uneasily. Having lost the control of the centaur, these trees swiftly uprooted themselves, revealing their true might. Each peach tree became extraordinarily animated, their branches writhing like serpents, as if imbued with life. They launched sharp, leafed limbs at the three, attempting to ensnare or harm them. Faced with this sudden upheaval, the trio reacted promptly, brandishing their weapons to engage in a fierce battle against the peach trees. This confrontation was both protracted and exhausting, with each individual exerting their utmost. Unwilling to relent for even a moment, during the fray, Bing Liu found herself ensnared multiple times. The vines of the peach trees bound her tightly, rendering her immobile. Observing her plight, her companions were compelled to divide their attention to rescue her. They valiantly endeavored to sever the vines entwining Bing Liu, but each time they managed to free her, new vines would swiftly ensnare her once more, complicating their struggle further. As time wore on, fatigue began to take its toll on the three. Nevertheless, they persevered, refusing to yield. Just as they were on the brink of exhaustion, Liu Shui noticed the corpse of a centaur on the ground. A sudden inspiration struck her. She called out to Yuhan and Bing Liu, "Let us drag the centaur's body to the center of the peach trees. Perhaps it will halt their movements." Though the two recognized the peril of this course of action, they had no alternative and exerted themselves to haul the corpse into the grove. Indeed, upon the centaur's arrival, the peach trees recoiled as if confronted by something fearsome. Ceasing their assault and retracting their branches, seizing this opportunity, the trio hastily fled from this bizarre locale. Unbeknownst to them, a greater challenge awaited them ahead. At that moment, they noticed a mysterious portal emerging before them, adorned with peculiar runes. "Where does this door lead?" Liu Shui inquired, perplexed. "Perhaps it is the entrance to the next trial," Yuhan speculated. Exchanging glances, the three resolved to advance boldly. They pushed open the grand door, stepping into a realm of darkness. Suddenly, countless tendrils extended from all directions, seeking to ensnare them. Liu Shui swung her scythe to sever the tendrils. Bing Liu unleashed frost to freeze some, while Yuhan nimbly dodged the incoming assaults. Yet, the tendrils multiplied, overwhelming them as they began to feel the strain. In that critical moment, Liu Shui discerned a weakness among the tendrils: their eyes. She signaled her companions to concentrate their attacks on the eyes. And it proved effective. After a grueling struggle, the three finally extricated themselves from the tendrils' grasp. "It seems we are drawing closer to the truth," Yuhan remarked. They pressed onward, eager for the next adventure. Cautiously, they navigated the darkness, weapons firmly in hand, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a faintly glowing object caught their attention. As they approached, their breath caught in their throats. It was a grotesque mass of flesh, riddled with countless eyes. As if a demon had crawled forth from the abyss, the eyes glimmered with an eerie light, fixated on the trio, sending shivers down their spines. Despite the chill of fear that enveloped them, they stood their ground, gripping their weapons, prepared to confront this enigmatic creature. They attempted to strike the mass, but curiously, each blow merely fragmented it into smaller pieces, each new fragment sporting eyes that glared back at them malevolently. As time elapsed, the mass grew exponentially, seemingly endless, ensnaring the trio in dire straits. Just when they felt utterly helpless, the situation abruptly shifted. The pieces of flesh opened their mouths, emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. The screams echoed in the darkness, akin to a demon's roar, causing their heads to throb painfully. They clasped their ears, yet the sound penetrated their very beings, inflicting profound agony. Let us seal this grotesque mass with an ice barrier and hastily depart from the peach blossom spring. Lioli Shui exclaimed. Having already acquired some celestial treasures from this realm, it has been worth our while. Our cultivation speed will surely accelerate henceforth, Bing Lioli concurred. Thus, Yuhan and her companions swiftly retreated. The trio channeled their powers, enveloping the mass in a chilling barrier of ice, halting its movement and its screams momentarily. Seizing this chance, they turned and fled, the sound of cracking ice echoing behind them, indicating the mass's desperate struggle to break free. Hurry! We cannot allow it to pursue us, Yuhan urged. That instant, the entirety of the peach blossom spring was shrouded in an oppressive darkness. As though an endless chaos were in pursuit of the trio, they sprinted desperately through the darkness, their hearts heavy with trepidation and uncertainty. They were unaware if that eerie mass would follow them or what unknown dangers lay ahead. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before them, reminiscent of dawn's first light. A flicker of hope ignited within them, and they quickened their pace towards the illumination. As they drew near, they discovered it to be a door. Adorned with ancient runes, Lioli Shui gently pushed the door open, revealing a tranquil scene beyond, bathed in sunlight and shaded by verdant trees. This is, Yuhan gasped in astonishment at the sight before them. It appears to be a safe haven, Bing Lioli remarked. The trio stepped into this unfamiliar territory, hoping to evade the relentless pursuit of the flesh mass and find an exit. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the true challenge was only just beginning. They had entered the domain of the half-human deer, who had long sensed their arrival and commanded the treemen to attack. Towering and formidable, the treemen wielded stout branches, hurling them at the trio. Yuhan, Lioli Shui, and Bing Lioli dispersed with the agility of leopards, evading the torrential onslaught of the treemen. Each unleashed their unique and potent spells, engaging in an exhilarating clash with the treemen. Lioli Shui's ice sword gleamed with a chilling radiance, each swing radiating a fierce sword aura, as if capable of severing all in existence. She moved gracefully, like a dancing fairy, her ice sword transforming into a streak of light, ruthlessly cleaving through the treemen's branches. Yuhan conjured her myriad sword techniques, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that relentlessly assailed the treemen. Her swordsmanship flowed like clouds and water, elusive and unpredictable. Confounding the treemen's attempts to counter, Bing Lioli cleverly harnessed the power of water elements, summoning solid ice pillars that stood like impenetrable walls, thwarting the advance of the treemen. Despite their valiant resistance, the number of treemen swelled, surging forth like a relentless tide, gradually encroaching upon them. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, the leader of the half-human deer emerged, towering above the ordinary half-human deer. It possessed an imposing stature akin to a small mountain, emanating an aura of formidable authority. Intruders, you shall not escape this place. The half-human deer leader bellowed, its voice resonating like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The half-human deer swiftly raised its hand to channel its power, and a multitude of thick vines snaked forth like serpents, ensnaring the trio. Bing Lioli was quickly ensnared, immobilized, her mouth sealed by the vines, forcing her to emit muffled sounds, pleading for aid from Lioli Shui and Yuhan. Meanwhile, the treemen continued their merciless assault, their sharp branches mercilessly tearing at her exquisite, ice-like skin, causing blood to flow like a gushing spring. Seeing this, Yuhan was consumed by urgency. She hastily activated her sword formation, striving to sever the vines binding her companions. Without hesitation, Lioli Shui produced the ghostly torch, a magical artifact she had acquired during her previous exploration with Han Hua. The flame of the torch seemed alive, able to recognize its wielder's spirit energy, avoiding friendly fire while simultaneously unleashing formidable power against foes. With the emergence of the ghostly torch, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The flames blazed, extinguishing the treemen's assaults, granting the trio a precious moment to breathe. Upon witnessing this, the half-human deer waved its branch-like arms, unleashing waves of natural power to the burning treemen, swiftly dousing the flames and sending them charging at the trio once more. Lioli Shui, wielding the ghostly torch, stood resolutely alongside Yuhan, their gazes unwavering and resolute. Faced with the renewed onslaught of the treemen, they did not falter. Though Bing Lioli remained temporarily trapped, she did not surrender. Focusing her spirit, she summoned the power of water elements within her, As she exerted her will, the ice pillars began to grow larger and harder, striving to break free from their confines. Why Yuhan's sword formation surged in power, her sword slashing through the air, its energy intertwining and dismantling the treemen's attacks. Meanwhile, Liu Shui's ghostly torch unleashed powerful flames, forcing the treemen to retreat. The half-human deer leader, witnessing this turn of events, roared in fury. It summoned its magic once more, causing even more vines to erupt from the ground, surging towards the trio like a tidal wave. However, the trio was now thoroughly prepared. Liu Shui and Yuhan synchronized their efforts, their attacks complementing one another, neutralizing the treemen's advances. Bing Liu finally broke free of her restraints, conjuring ice pillars once more, joining Liu Shui and Yuhan in their stand against the half-human deer leader and the treemen. As the battle raged on, the trio began to gain the upper hand. Realizing the tide had turned against it, the half-human deer leader signaled for a retreat. Yet, Liu Shui and Yuhan did not grant them the luxury of escape. Pursuing relentlessly and eliminating the treemen one by one, ultimately, the half-human, half-deer leader succumbed to the onslaught of the trio. Its form collapsed onto the ground, transforming into a pile of ashes, with the demise of the half-deer leader. The treants lost their command and began to flee the scene. Subsequently, Bing Liu, Lu Shui, and Yuhan pressed onward, swiftly arriving at the verdant core. This place exuded an abundance of natural essence and boundless vitality. With several green dragons approaching the trio, Bing Liu pinched her nose, her brows furrowed, and remarked, "The stench here is unbearable. We should refrain from advancing any further." A hint of disgust and unease colored her voice. Yuhan, wearing a serious expression, warned, "Hurry. These 3 green dragons possess strength above that of martial masters. We cannot afford to be careless." His eyes glinted with vigilance as he gripped his weapon tightly. Lu Shui sighed helplessly, a trace of regret in her gaze. What a pity for that green vortex. It must have been an extraordinarily powerful treasure. However, we lack the time to investigate it now. Preserving our lives takes precedence. The trio quickened their pace, attempting to evade the looming green dragons. However, the dragons seemed intent on not letting them escape, unfurling their massive wings and unleashing deafening roars as they lunged towards the trio. In response, Bing Liu and Lu Shui summoned the powers of water and ice, conjuring a grand icy curtain that ensnared the 3 dragons. The green dragons exhaled emerald flames, striving to breach this formidable barrier. Yet the icy curtain rapidly melted within the green flames, still granting the trio a moment to flee. Seizing the opportunity while the dragons were ensnared, Yuhan and the others hastily made their escape. Nevertheless, they still could not locate the exit to the Peach Blossom Spring, instead finding themselves deeper in its clutches. The environment around them grew increasingly bizarre, resembling an endless labyrinth. Soon, they arrived at a realm interwoven with shades of red and black. Unlike the vibrant green area, this place was devoid of life, and the air was thick with an aura of decay. Bing Liu inhaled deeply and remarked, "This place is rather pleasant. The air is refreshingly crisp." Yuhan furrowed her brow, surveying the surroundings warily. She sensed an underlying danger hidden within this realm, while Bing Liu and Lu Shui appeared oblivious. Suddenly, a low, rumbling growl echoed from the darkness. The hearts of the 3 quickened, their expressions tense as they turned towards the source of the sound. A colossal black creature emerged slowly from the shadows, resembling a humanoid figure cloaked in black oil. Its immense size radiating a suffocating presence. Bing Liu and Lu Shui immediately harnessed their elemental powers, preparing to confront the monstrosity, while Yuhan tightened her grip on her weapon, bracing for the impending battle. Their attacks against the obsidian beast proved largely ineffective. It flowed like liquid and possessed the consistency of sludge. The only recourse was to encase the creature in an icy seal, as they pressed forward. The presence of these monsters intensified. However, Lu Shui seemed to understand the way through, skillfully guiding the others around the creatures. As they advanced, the atmosphere became increasingly unfathomable and terrifying. Lu Shui gradually broke into a wicked grin. "I understand now. This is the legacy of nightmares, and I shall acquire the power of nightmares." Bing Liu and Yuhan exchanged fearful glances, yet Bing Liu reassured Yuhan, saying, "Lu Shui has never used a soul imprint to control me. She is the most virtuous among us." Chapter 56. Do not worry, Yuhan. They continued onward, the environment growing ever more eerie and terrifying. Yet Lu Li Shui wore a malevolent smile, exclaiming with excitement, "I finally remember. This is where I once missed my chance. The rumors of the legacy of nightmares are indeed true. Ha ha, this must be the legacy of nightmares. Once I obtain it, I shall possess its immense power." Hearing Lu Li Shui's words sent a chill through Bing Liuli and Yu Han, a flicker of fear rising within them. Nevertheless, Bing Liuli continued to comfort Yu Han. "Fear not, Yu Han. Lu Li Shui has never wielded a soul imprint to control me. Thus, we should trust that she will not act excessively." Soon, Lu Li Shui began digging beneath a withered tree, and shortly, a series of crimson and black liquids gradually emerged from the ground. As Lu Li Shui continued to excavate, Bing Liuli and Yu Han were enveloped by a sweet, fragrant aroma that wafted into their nostrils, their expressions becoming dazed as their consciousness began to blur. "How delightful," Yu Han murmured, her gaze growing increasingly vacant, as though she had lost herself. Meanwhile, Bing Liuli succumbed entirely, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Lu Li Shui's eyes. She recognized that her opportunity had arrived. She continued to dig at the withered tree while casting her gaze upon the defenseless Bing Liuli and Yu Han. Lu Li Shui reveled in her own cleverness, realizing that if she could control these two, she would dominate the entire situation. She approached Bing Liuli and Yu Han, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. "You shall both become my puppets," Lu Li Shui whispered, her movements growing increasingly swift. At last, the two regained their senses, yet by then, Lu Li Shui had already acquired the legacy of nightmares. Her form was enveloped in a thick, dark red garment, which seemed to be woven from shadows and blood. The fabric billowed dramatically, exuding a chilling aura. The collar of the garment rose high, resembling the fangs of a demon, sharp and merciless. Surrounding the collar were embedded dark red gems that flickered with an eerie light, akin to the eyes of a demon eternally observing their surroundings. The sleeves were voluminous and elongated, moving gently like the wings of a bat in the night breeze. Intricate and mysterious runes adorned the fabric, emitting a faint glow as if whispering of ancient and sinister powers. The hem flowed like black flames, dancing and consuming all in its path. Sharp metallic shards adorned the hem, glimmering ominously like a demon's claws. Poised to rend flesh at any moment, a black belt encircled her waist, set with a massive red gem that radiated an otherworldly glow, pulsing with malevolent power. Her feet were clad in black boots, similarly embroidered with mysterious runes. The boots, rising high, tightly embraced her calves, revealing only a sliver of pale skin that contrasted starkly with the dark leather, enhancing her allure and mystique. Upon her head rested a crown of black blood, seemingly cursed by nightmares, its chilling essence pervading the air, sending shivers down one's spine. This crown, crafted from intertwined black and red nightmares, resembled a demonic masterpiece. It was adorned with vivid red gems that shimmered like fresh blood, casting an ominous hue that draped the surroundings in a crimson shadow. When light struck the crown, it refracted in strange and distorted patterns, instilling fear as if one were ensnared in an infinite nightmare. This black blood crown was not merely an ornament. It was a potent magical artifact imbued with unimaginable power. It symbolized the strength of the Nightmare Lord, embodying the terror contained within. As she donned the crown, she became enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Her eyes transformed into a deep crimson, glimmering with an uncanny light, as if capable of piercing through the very soul. Her voice deepened, resonating with authority and menace. In that moment, she transcended from an ordinary vampire girl into the Nightmare Lord, wielding boundless fear and despair. Her very presence was akin to a living nightmare, rendering escape impossible, leaving only trembling in her wake. She embodied the essence of a nefarious overlord. With a concentration of her power, she conjured two black-red blood spheres, lifting one to feed to Bing Liuli, and then the other to Yu Han. After acquiring the legacy of nightmares, Lu Li Shui developed an overwhelming desire to possess both of them. Bing Liuli felt as though she was consuming something that would severely impair her mind. Both she and Yu Han experienced an intense wave of nausea, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not expel the blood spheres. Before long, their eyes began to shift. The once clear crimson orbs morphed into deep, sinister gazes, imbued with rich darkness and a gradient of pink pupils. In that instant, Bing Lioli and Yuhan suddenly sensed a unique bond forming with Lu Li Shui, signifying their transformation into her loyal subjects. Lu Li Shui then commanded them to don garments of a malevolent practitioner, and as they adorned the darkened dresses, it appeared as though they were woven from the very fabric of night and evil. The black material resembled the profound night sky, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Deep red threads intricately danced across the dresses, creating patterns reminiscent of flames and flowing blood, delivering a striking visual impact. The dresses were exquisitely tailored, hugging their curves tightly and accentuating their graceful forms. The neckline was designed in a low-cut style, revealing their fair skin and alluring collarbones. The sleeves were long and loose, swaying gently with their movements like the wings of bats in the night wind. The hems were irregularly cut, varying in length, adding a touch of dynamism and freedom, while delicate black lace adorned the edges, twinkling like stars in the night sky, bestowing an exquisite detail to the overall attire. They donned their high heels once more, the stiletto heels towering and slender, akin to sharp daggers, exuding an aura of peril. The shoe upper, crafted from black leather, was adorned with deep crimson gemstones that flickered with an enchanting glow. Black stockings enveloped their elongated legs, the delicate texture as smooth as silk, embodying the essence of the night. The faint patterns visible on the stockings resembled mysterious runes, further enhancing the enigmatic atmosphere. Deep red markings emerged on their faces, reminiscent of ancient totems, winding intricately across their cheeks. These facial patterns radiated an aura of malevolence, rendering their visages even more mystifying and alluring. Bing Lioli and Yuhan's overall appearance was steeped in an aura of dark enchantment, both beautiful and dangerous, as if they were emissaries emerging from the shadows. Instilling a sense of awe and fascination, Bing Lioli, with a sorrowful countenance, inquired, "Lioli Shui, what troubles you? Why do you seek to control both me and Yuhan?" Yuhan, taken aback, found herself at a loss, never expecting that after the soul entrapment, she would still fall victim. However, Lioli Shui wholly disregarded Bing Lioli's query, directly invoking her soul imprint, causing Bing Lioli to instantly silence. Meanwhile, she turned to Yuhan and remarked, "Your name is quite unappealing. From now on, I shall call you Yuhan." Why Yuhan felt as if her memories were subtly being altered, as if she had always been known as Yuhan. "Let us depart. It is time to leave this place and head to the Blood King capital. This timeline you dwell in is but a trifle for me. With sufficient opportunities, I can effortlessly crush all adversaries," declared Lioli Shui with unwavering confidence, despite her mind being distorted by the nightmarish legacy. "Yes, master, you are invincible," responded Yuhan and Bing Lioli with a tone brimming with affectionate flattery. The black creatures surrounding them, upon witnessing this, were overwhelmed with fear, hastily parting to clear the path. Within the peach blossom spring, Lioli Shui navigated the endless darkness with remarkable precision. Before long, the trio successfully departed from that place and set forth once more towards the Blood King capital. Yet, Lioli Shui still felt the need to confirm with Yuhan, "Why Yuhan, my dear, must we truly venture to the Blood King capital dressed in such a manner? Although I feel capable of challenging a martial sovereign across a vast realm, an increase in adversaries may prove insurmountable." Lioli Shui furrowed her brow, inquiring of Yuhan. Why Yuhan remained engulfed in the realization of her control, while Bing Lioli had gradually acclimatized to the situation. After a moment, under Lioli Shui's repeated urgings, Yuhan finally spoke, "Master, if you find this attire inappropriate, we ought to refrain from presenting ourselves in such a demonic fashion. After all, no faction would favor such underlings. However, if we were to assume leadership of a faction, that would be an entirely different matter." Upon hearing this, Lioli Shui acquiesced to change their garb before entering the Blood King court, the capital of the Blood Clan. Soon, the strange patterns on Yuhan and Bing Lioli's bodies and faces vanished, and they donned normal vampire attire. As the three entered the Blood King court, the sights before them left them astounded. The city was permeated with a thick stench of blood. Towering edifices lined the streets, their walls shimmering with peculiar luminescence. In the bustling city center stood magnificent palaces and opulent mansions, while simultaneously, slums came into view. Dilapidated houses were crammed together, the inhabitants' faces pale, their eyes betraying despair and confusion. Lioli Shui observed it all, her mind racing with thoughts. This city concealed countless secrets and power struggles. She would need to tread carefully to survive. Why Yuhan spoke up. Master, Bing Liuli, you too may come to my villa. Liuli Shui nodded slightly, and she and Bing Liuli followed Yuhan through the throngs of bustling streets until they arrived at a secluded villa. The villa was encircled by high walls, exuding an air of solemnity. Upon entering, they found the interior lavishly and exquisitely furnished. Liuli Shui settled in the living room, yet her gaze remained fixed on the cityscape beyond the window. At that moment, a servant brought in tea, interrupting her reverie. Sipping the tea, Liuli Shui found its rich flavor brought her a sense of tranquility. Why Yuhan? Are there any other factions or figures of note here? Liuli Shui inquired, aware that understanding the dynamics of various powers in such a city was of utmost importance. Why Yuhan pondered for a moment before responding. There are several families wielding considerable influence in the Blood King court. Alongside some mysterious organizations operating covertly, however, I am not fully apprised of the specifics. Why Yuhan continued, Master, based on my analysis, the following events may transpire. Firstly, the reason the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan have maintained peace is due to the onslaught of the Lich Clan. In light of this, we must either find a way to evade conscription or choose to engage in battle. Secondly, while you are eager to acquire more opportunities, this requires you to meticulously recall past memories to unearth clues. Lastly, fierce conflicts exist between the various families within the Blood City. There are 4 factions in total, each led by a formidable martial sage. The intricate interplay of overt and covert battles among them creates a highly tense situation. At this juncture, Bing Liuli had donned a maid's outfit, a beautiful ensemble of black and white. The upper part featured a fitted white shirt, adorned with a charming black bow tie at the collar, accentuating her slender neck. The shirt's cuffs were embellished with delicate lace, adding a touch of sweetness and elegance. The lower half consisted of a black skirt, similarly adorned with lace, the length perfectly showcasing her long legs. A white apron, embroidered with exquisite patterns, graced her waist, complementing the overall attire. Her feet were adorned with white knee-high socks, edged with black stripes, harmonizing with the maid's outfit, completed with a pair of black high heels. She appeared both cute and dignified. Bing Liuli's hair was neatly styled into 2 ponytails, secured with black ribbons, swaying gently with her movements. A subtle makeup accentuated her natural beauty. She served tea and water to Liuli Shui, who continued her inquiry. Tell me about the 4 major factions within the Blood King court. Why Yuhan began. Certainly, Master. The 4 factions are as follows: the Nightshade family, the Blood Demon sect, the Holy Blood Knights, and the enigmatic Shadow Council. The Nightshade family wields powerful dark forces, specializing in assassination and stealth. The Blood Demon sect seeks the power of blood, their followers fervent and ruthless. The Holy Blood Knights uphold the honor of the Blood Clan, dedicated to protecting the Blood King court. While the Shadow Council is shrouded in mystery, their true motives and strength remain unknown. Conflicts and strife frequently arise among these 4 factions, resulting in a complex and intricate situation. Yuhan elaborated. Why Yuhan's brow furrowed slightly, her expression grave as she continued, furthermore, within the Netherworld exist many mysterious and perilous forbidden zones, one of which is known as the Pitch Black Land, also referred to as the Abyss. This area is perpetually shrouded in endless darkness, with no light penetrating its heavy gloom. It is said that anyone who steps into that realm will lose their sense of direction, forever unable to find their way out. Moreover, the Pitch Black Land harbors countless unknown terrors and formidable powers. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fate of no return. Therefore, under no circumstances should one approach those dreadful places. As Liuli Shui listened, she fell into contemplation. It seemed that establishing a foothold in the Blood King court would not be an easy task. She must proceed with caution. At that moment, Bing Liuli softly reminded. Master, the tea is getting cold. Liuli Shui returned to her senses, smiling as she nodded, continuing to absorb Yuhan's insights regarding the Blood King court. Why Yuhan went on. Given our current strength, we can barely contend with a single martial sovereign. Facing the 4 factions led by martial saints would be utterly futile. The pressing matter now is whether to evade conscription. Liuli Shui responded. We acquired ample cultivation resources in the Peach Blossom Spring, allowing us to temporarily avoid conscription. We should utilize this time to refine our skills and elevate our realms with these rare treasures. Turning to Bing Liuli, Liuli Shui declared, Bing Liuli, your strength is too weak. Merely at the martial emperor realm, I shall engage in dual cultivation with Yuhan, while you explore the Blood King Court. Upon this declaration, a blush of allure and shyness graced Yuhan's face. While Bing Liuli felt a sense of disbelief, realizing she was no longer required to serve in such a capacity. Shortly thereafter, Liuli Shui and Yuhan gathered the blood servants from the villa into their storage rings, then descended to the basement, where they enacted layers of magical arrays to sever their connection with the outside world. However, through the soul imprint, they could still sense Bing Liuli's condition. Before long, Liuli Shui and Yuhan began to entwine within a water coffin in the basement. In the watery embrace, their bodies were tightly intertwined, their breaths mingling. Their techniques resonated harmoniously, creating a wondrous symphony. Surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, which they absorbed and transformed. Chapter 57. Strolling in the Blood Clan capital. Meanwhile, Bing Liuli wandered through the Blood King Court. Although discontent brewed within her, she recognized the truth of her insufficient strength. Thus, she resolved to make the most of this time to explore this unfamiliar territory. Seeking opportunities for self-improvement, Bing Liuli spent 5.5 bloodstones to enter an ancient library filled with various precious tomes and scrolls. She meticulously perused the materials, hoping to uncover a cultivation method suitable for herself. Suddenly, an ancient tome caught her attention. Within its pages lay the account of a rare ice technique, purported to significantly enhance the practitioner's strength. A thrill of excitement surged through Bing Liuli as she resolved to attempt the cultivation of this mystical art. Following the instructions within the book, she began to channel her energy. However, fortune does not fall from the heavens, and soon Bing Liuli felt a backlash. It was evident that this was a counterfeit technique. She felt the cold energy within her spiraling chaotically, her meridians ablaze with pain. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, striving to guide the errant cold back on course. Yet, the backlash from the counterfeit technique intensified, causing her body to tremble, her complexion paling to that of a ghost. Just as Bing Liuli felt she could endure no longer, a mysterious voice whispered in her ear, "Control the cold with cold. Master the ice with it." Was as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she immediately adjusted her technique, condensing the cold energy into ice and using the power of ice to suppress the cold. Gradually, she regained control over the icy energy, and her body began to calm. Breathing heavily, her heart swelled with gratitude. "Who saved me in this critical moment?" She scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of anyone. No need to search, it was a man emerged from the shadows, donned in white robes, his handsome visage radiating a profound light. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Bing Liuli inquired warily. "I am a powerful entity of this Blood King Court, and the creator of the very technique you attempted to cultivate," the man replied with a smile. Bing Liuli's eyes widened in disbelief. You are the legendary powerhouse?" The man nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Upon witnessing you practice my technique, I could not help but lend my assistance. However, what you practiced was a counterfeit, missing crucial elements. If you wish, I can impart to you the complete technique." Bing Liuli retorted, "What is the price? Moreover, why is your aura only that of a martial emperor?" The man smiled slightly, stating, "The price is your allegiance as my disciple. As for my realm, it is merely a consequence of an injury I sustained long ago, from which I have yet to fully recover." Bing Liuli responded, "I am a vassal of another bloodline. Does that not concern you? If my master wishes to know my memories, she can access them directly, and your technique could potentially be disseminated, becoming common knowledge." The man regarded Bing Liuli with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "You are quite clever and cautious. However, I do not mind your affiliation with another bloodline. I value your potential and determination. As for the technique being spread, what of it? True strength does not fear imitation or challenges." Curiosity piqued, Bing Liuli wondered why this man persisted. Was it for his own allure or the bloodstones in his pocket? She initially intended to inquire about the tuition for becoming his disciple, but chose instead to ask, "If you are unconcerned about the technique being spread, why does this library contain counterfeits?" The man sighed softly. "The counterfeits in this library were not disseminated by me. Perhaps someone coveted my technique and illicitly copied and circulated it. But that is of little consequence. What matters is whether you are willing to become my disciple and accept the complete inheritance." Bing Liuli fell into contemplation, aware that this decision could alter the course of her life. Becoming the disciple of such a powerful entity would undoubtedly grant her greater strength, yet it also entailed carrying more responsibility and risk. I need time to consider, Bing Lieli finally declared. The man nodded. Of course, this is a significant decision. I shall grant you time, but do not take too long. Opportunities are fleeting. Though Bing Lieli was a vassal, she could still connect with her master, Lu Shui, through a soul imprint. At that moment, Lu Shui was engaged in dual cultivation with Yuhan, and her impatience led her to push Yuhan aside before utilizing the soul imprint to communicate with Bing Lieli. Her tone slightly hurried. What is it? Bing Lieli recounted her encounter in the library in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui seethed with rage. What audacity! He dares to take my precious one as a disciple. Tell him to leave, Bing Lieli respectfully replied. Yes, master. The connection between Bing Lieli and Lu Shui was severed. Turning to the so-called powerful man, Bing Lieli stated, My master forbids me from becoming your disciple. You may leave. The man's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. He chuckled softly. I did not expect you to have such a formidable master. Very well, perhaps this is fate. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. As Bing Lieli exited the library, she noticed several vendors selling techniques at street stalls. One vendor, despite having a different appearance, emanated an aura nearly identical to that of the earlier man. Filled with suspicion, Bing Lieli stealthily approached the vendor, feigning interest in the techniques on display. Little girl, I have many powerful techniques here. Would you care to take a look? The man said with a grin. How many bloodstones for this ice technique? Bing Lieli inquired. The man extended a finger, stating, 100 bloodstones. Furrowing her brow, Bing Lieli realized she lacked such wealth. The man, noticing her reaction, chuckled, seeing as we have fate. I shall sell it to you for 50 bloodstones. Now utterly convinced that this vendor was the same fraudulent powerhouse from before, Bing Lieli inwardly rejoiced while maintaining an outward facade of difficulty. She began to haggle with him. After a heated exchange of words, she successfully acquired the ice technique for 30 bloodstones. Once the vendor packed up to leave, Bing Lieli cautiously followed him until they reached a secluded alley. The man halted, slowly shedding his disguise to reveal his true form, confirming he was indeed the alleged powerhouse from earlier. Why are you following me? He suddenly turned, his gaze sharp with accusation. Bing Lieli scoffed. Unperturbed. Did you think your little tricks could deceive me? You are no powerhouse, merely a consummate charlatan. Rather than displaying any shame, the man burst into laughter. True, I am indeed a fraud. That ice technique is also a fake. But what of it? We are both at the martial emperor level, and in this Blood King court, do you think you dare to harm me? Although anger simmered within her, Bing Lieli understood the importance of restraint. Just as she prepared to depart, unbeknownst to her, she had stepped into the most perilous slum within the Blood King court. Here, the slaughter among vampires was not a crime. The charlatan, mistaking Bing Lieli's maid attire for a sign of powerful backing, refrained from attacking her immediately. However, they had ventured deep into the slum when the man suddenly shouted, There is a beautiful vampire lady here. What are you waiting for? His voice acted as a spark, igniting a swarm of filthy, disheveled vampires to converge upon them. Some lecherous individuals, unable to contain their desires, immediately began to advance on Bing Lieli. A fierce battle erupted in the slum. Surrounded, Bing Lieli remained calm. With agility, she darted between her foes, deftly evading their attacks. Frost rapidly coalesced in her hands as she wielded her blood sword, each strike casting a glimmer of cold light. Simultaneously, she summoned the power of nightmares, plunging some of the weaker vampires into endless terrors. Ultimately, she poured her full strength into conjuring water and ice elements, creating a massive ice barrier that resembled a glistening palace, freezing all the assailants within. After a few exchanges, the attackers realized that this seemingly delicate maid possessed extraordinary skills, causing them to reconsider their assault. Just as they prepared to retreat, a low, authoritative roar resounded. A towering, muscular vampire emerged from the shadows, exuding an oppressive aura that marked him as the strongest among them. Bing Lieli quickly sensed his martial sovereign presence. Although she had gained the power of nightmares from consuming the blood orb Lu Shui provided, she was still only at mid-level martial emperor and could not contend with a martial sovereign. Consequently, Bing Lieli summoned ice shields and barriers to freeze the formidable vampire. Yet, he shattered her defenses with a single punch. Even so, she swiftly retreated, taking to the air, nearing the edge of the slum. Just as she was about to escape, the martial sovereign vampire lunged after her like a bird taking flight, aiming directly for Bing Lioli. Alarmed, she summoned all her energy to withstand the impending strike. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered her defenses as fragile as paper before the martial sovereign. In a moment of desperation, Bing Lioli chose a risky maneuver, channeling all her magical energy into a singular point and launching it at the vampire. This final attack drained her remaining strength, yet it forced the vampire back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Lioli exerted every last ounce of energy to flee, disappearing into the night. Exhausted, Bing Lioli continued to wander within the Blood King court when she noticed a recruitment officer in the distance. Though he was not particularly strong, only at the Martial King level. Upon seeing Bing Lioli, he hastened towards her, eager to enlist her as a soldier. Ice Lioli, realizing the peril of her situation, could only flee. For she found herself in the city of the Blood Royal Court, not in a mere slum. A thrilling chase commenced as Ice Lioli swiftly turned into a narrow alleyway, skillfully maneuvering around the surrounding buildings and obstacles to evade the pursuit of the summoner. She deftly weaved through the constricted streets, silently grateful for her familiarity with the city. However, the summoner, a formidable figure of the Martial King realm, closed in rapidly on Ice Lioli at a critical moment. She stumbled upon an abandoned house and, without hesitation, slipped inside. Within the dwelling, Ice Lioli searched for a place to hide. She discovered a concealed entrance to a basement and quietly descended into its depths. The basement was thick with dust and dimly lit, yet sufficient for her to momentarily elude her pursuer. Ice Lioli crouched in the corner, listening as the footsteps of the summoner faded away, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall, she took a moment to rest while contemplating her next course of action. Chapter 58. Wandering too so, you are evading the conscription officer? Since you've entered my abode, you are now my property. Come and behold this exquisite pocket watch. A rotund vampire extracted a finely crafted pocket watch from his bosom, gently swinging it before Ice Lioli's eyes. The watch radiated an unusual glow, a magical object imbued with hypnotic powers. Ice Lioli felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She struggled to remain alert, but the allure of the hypnosis was overwhelming, and her consciousness began to blur. Her gaze turned hazy, and her body swayed involuntarily. Yet deep within, she recognized the urgency to break free from this state, lest the consequences be dire. The corpulent vampire observed as Ice Lioli gradually succumbed to his influence. A smug smile spreading across his face, he muttered to himself, "What a lovely little girl. Surely she will fetch a handsome price." As he spoke, he reached out, attempting to caress Ice Lioli's face, at that moment. However, Ice Lioli suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of icy resolve flashing within them. She rapidly summoned the water and ice elements, conjuring water magic with remarkable speed. A surge of frigid air erupted from her hands, instantly encasing the vampire in a crystalline prison of ice. Unbeknownst to her, Lioli Shui was observing everything through their soul imprint. Upon witnessing Ice Lioli's peril, she unhesitatingly activated their shared nightmare power, consuming the hypnotic influence. Then, she patiently awaited Ice Lioli's counterattack. Ice Lioli successfully broke free from the vampire's grasp, inhaling deeply to calm her racing heart. She understood that within the Blood Royal Court, slaying a vampire would lead to even greater troubles. Therefore, she resolved to leave this place in search of another escape route. Cautiously, she maneuvered around the frozen vampire, making her way towards the exit of the room. Ice Lioli continued to wander through the Blood Royal Court, contemplating the bloodstones she had in her possession. Deciding to indulge in some sanguine delicacies, she proceeded down a winding corridor, flanked by walls that flickered with eerie crimson light. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, quickening her heartbeat involuntarily. Eventually, she arrived at a spacious dining hall, adorned with an array of culinary creations crafted from blood. Taking a seat at a table, her gaze fell upon a plate of exquisite crimson pastries. She delicately picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, a rich, iron tang spread across her palate, tantalizing her taste buds. The pastry's texture was sublime, melting on her tongue. She savored a spoonful of the nearby blood soup, which offered a peculiar sensation. Closing her eyes, she immersed herself in the unique flavors, her thoughts drifting into the ether. Within the Blood Royal Court, The consumption of blood delicacies seemed to transform into an extraordinary experience. Ice Lily became enraptured, momentarily forgetting the world outside. Yet, she remained aware that everything here was steeped in mystery and danger. After finishing her meal and rising to leave the dining hall, she suddenly felt an unsettling gaze upon her. Warily, she glanced around but found no one else present. A sense of unease washed over her, and she quickened her pace towards the exit. However, at the very moment she stepped out of the dining hall, a shadow darted past her, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. "Would you care to visit the maid CAF?" A vampire maid, upon noticing Ice Lily clad in a maid outfit, immediately inquired. Ice Lily stared in astonishment at the vampire maid before her, named Lilith, one of the CAF's signature attendants. Lilith possessed lustrous, raven-black hair cascading over her shoulders and blood-red eyes that sparkled with an enigmatic allure, captivating all who beheld her. After a moment's hesitation, Ice Lily, though unfamiliar with the maid CAF, nodded in response to Lilith's enthusiastic invitation and followed her inside. The CAF was adorned with a cozy ambience, filled with charming dolls and exquisite decorations. Ice Lily curiously surveyed her surroundings as Lilith presented her with a menu brimming with an array of coffees and confections. Ice Lily ordered a latte and a slice of cake, then settled into a window-side seat, quietly appreciating the view beyond the glass. Meanwhile, Lilith busied herself attending to other patrons, her movements graceful and practiced, akin to a grand ballet. After a while, Lilith returned with Ice Lily's order, placing the coffee and pastry gently before her. Ice Lily smiled in gratitude, savoring the rich aroma of the coffee and the delightful taste of the cake. Becoming utterly entranced in this warm environment, she experienced an unparalleled sense of relaxation and joy. However, as Ice Lily prepared to leave, she was confronted with an unfathomable total of 10,086 bloodstones. "If you cannot afford this sum, you may sell yourself as a maid," Lilith exclaimed triumphantly, her eyes gleaming with greed and malice. It was evident that she had anticipated Ice Lily's inability to pay the exorbitant fee, thereby coercing her into servitude. Ice Lily's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lilith. This astronomical figure far exceeded her means, igniting within her an overwhelming fury. She had never imagined someone could stoop so low as to exploit the bill after a meal for extortion. Clenching her teeth, her gaze burned with indignation and defiance. She was consumed by rage, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. With fists clenched, she prepared to confront Lilith to the bitter end. "I already have a master. How can you be so brazen as to take me away?" Ice Lily's voice resonated with conviction and outrage. She glared fiercely at Lilith, striving to convey her determination. Lilith's lips curled into a sinister smile, her eyes glinting with cunning. She deliberately raised her voice, imbued with provocation and smugness, declaring, "Ha ha, I simply relish the thrill of stealing love. Is that not delightful?" Lilith's words dripped with taunts and derision. As if to flaunt her triumph over Ice Lily, aware of Ice Lily's animosity, she remained undeterred, intentionally inciting her further. Upon hearing this, a blaze of fury ignited within Ice Lily. She tightened her fists, her body trembling slightly. Yet, instead of erupting immediately, she restrained her anger, contemplating her next move. Ice Lily understood that Lilith was not to be trifled with. A direct confrontation could result in mutual destruction. Thus, she resolved to endure the humiliation and bide her time. Swiftly, she contacted Lily Shui, detailing the unfolding events. "Master, what should we do now?" she inquired anxiously. After listening, Lily Shui's expression darkened. She replied coldly, "The opponent is also at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. We cannot afford to take risks, for now. Concede to her demands and wait for me to handle them." Although Ice Lily felt a sense of reluctance, she acquiesced to Lily Shui's counsel. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions, then addressed Lilith. "Very well. I shall serve as your maid." Lilith's face radiated with triumph upon hearing Ice Lily's words. She nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent. From this moment on, you are my maid. Remember to obey." She then tossed a maid outfit toward Ice Lily. Reluctantly accepting the garment, Ice Lily donned it slowly, fully aware that it bore some sinister enchantment. She could sense a mysterious power emanating from the attire, seemingly intent on transforming her into a genuine maid. Thus, she deliberately took her time, Hoping to delay the inevitable, that moment, Liuli Xue appeared in the room. Upon seeing Ice Liuli gradually putting on the maid outfit, she quickly grasped the situation. Hastening to Ice Liuli's side, she whispered, "What is happening?" Ice Liuli offered a wry smile and shook her head, signaling for Liuli Xue to remain cautious. Liuli Xue nodded in understanding, quietly observing Lilith's actions. Lilith, noticing Ice Liuli's reluctance, felt a surge of anger. She shouted, "Hurry up and put it on. I lack the patience to wait." With no other choice, Ice Liuli quickened her pace in donning the maid outfit. As the garment enveloped her form, an intense sensation of confinement washed over her. She realized she had succumbed to the control of the maid outfit, becoming a true maid. Seeing this, Liuli Xue's eyes flared with anger. She resolved to take immediate action, engaging Lilith in a fierce battle. Liuli Xue swiftly unleashed a formidable power of nightmares, plunging Lilith into a realm of terror in an instant. In her fright, Lilith discovered that she was unable to break free from the shackles of this nightmare. Although her strength surpassed that of Liuli Xue, she was utterly powerless against the latter's nightmarish force. She struggled incessantly, attempting to shake off the nightmare's grip, yet her efforts proved futile. Seizing the opportunity, Liuli Xue launched an assault, her sword glinting with a chilling light as it thrust fiercely towards Lilith. In a desperate bid to evade the strike, Lilith was nonetheless grazed by the blade, causing blood to gush forth and stain her sleeve a deep crimson. Enraged, Lilith roared, "How dare you harm me? I will not let this go unpunished." Channeling all her strength, she endeavored to overcome Liuli Xue's nightmare power. However, the overwhelming might of Liuli Xue's force rendered her attempts futile. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Lilith gradually succumbed, eventually collapsing to the ground in a faint. Liuli Xue sheathed her weapon and cast a cold glance at Lilith before turning to Ice Liuli, saying, "Let us depart." Ice Liuli nodded and followed Liuli Xue out of the room. Once outside, Ice Liuli sighed deeply, expressing her relief. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do." Liuli Xue smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I shall ensure your safety in the future. Be sure to inform me promptly if you encounter danger." Grateful, Ice Liuli looked at Liuli Xue and nodded vigorously. The two then walked side by side, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Before long, they returned to Yuhan's villa, where Ice Liuli requested Liuli Xue's assistance in removing the cursed maid outfit, as she could no longer dispel the curse's power on her own. Liuli Xue nodded in understanding and support. She gently closed her eyes, concentrating her mind to summon the nightmarish energy within her. As she did so, a mysterious and potent force emanated from her, enveloping Ice Liuli. This energy swept over Ice Liuli like a refreshing breeze, gradually dissolving the restraints and control of the maid outfit. Ice Liuli felt a familiar sense of freedom return to her, a wave of gratitude swelling within her heart. Liuli Xue opened her eyes. Smiling at Ice Liuli now, "You should be able to move freely," she inquired with concern. Ice Liuli nodded gratefully, her eyes shimmering with tears as her voice trembled slightly. "Thank you, my mistress. Without your aid, I might never escape the grip of this curse." Forever imprisoned in the maid's safe, her tone was filled with profound gratitude and reverence towards Liuli Xue, as if Liuli Xue were her savior. Overcome with emotion, Ice Liuli instinctively embraced Liuli Xue tightly, pressing her body against her, savoring the warmth radiating from her. Tears glistened in her eyes, as if yearning to articulate deeper feelings, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Liuli Xue reached out, gently stroking Ice Liuli's hair, her gaze imbued with tenderness and care. "There is no need to thank me. I am your mistress," she softly declared. "We share a unique bond that tightly connects us. Thus, whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet carried an unwavering resolve, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. In that moment, the distance between them seemed to diminish significantly. Their breaths intertwined, creating a unique atmosphere. Ice Liuli felt moved by Liuli Xue's warmth, while Liuli Xue gazed at her with an affectionate glimmer in her eyes. Yuhan stood quietly to the side, observing the two. A light blush adorned her cheeks, and her body trembled slightly, as if stirred by some ineffable emotion. Yet, within her gaze lay a hint of comfort and joy. Clearly pleased with the closeness shared between them, Liuli Xue's lips curled into a subtle smile, a beguiling expression gracing her face as she leaned closer to Ice Liuli's ear. whispering in a voice that was both soft and teasing. I still need to practice with you, Han, for a while. This will aid us in successfully advancing to the late stage of martial sovereign. During this period, should you venture out, do exercise caution. Chapter 59. Strolling 3. Having spoken, Liuli Shui gently lifted Ice Liuli's chin, her eyes reflecting a playful allure as she continued. If you perform well, perhaps I shall allow you a taste of my affection, and in doing so, help you break through to the late stage of martial emperor. With that, Liuli Shui raised her hand once more, and Yu Han, understanding her intent, shyly followed her back into the basement, leaving Ice Liuli standing alone, swallowing hard before turning to leave the villa. Just then, a maid hurried after her, carrying a hefty package, which she presented to Ice Liuli. Curiously, Ice Liuli opened the package to reveal a dazzling array of bloodstones, hundreds of them. The maid smiled and explained, "This is the pocket money from your mistress." Ice Liuli wandered aimlessly through the blood royal court. Despite the beauty of her surroundings, a sense of unease filled her heart. She couldn't help but recall the four major factions of Blood City: the Nightshade Clan, the Blood Demon Sect, the Holy Blood Knights, and the enigmatic Shadow Council. These powerful organizations wielded immense influence over the fate of Blood City, and Ice Liuli understood that collaborating with them was essential to better confront the impending crisis. She resolved to visit one of these factions to ascertain the situation regarding the Holy Blood Academy's military engagements. Had Vanine and the three martial sovereigns successfully repelled the Lich forces? This question lingered in her mind. After careful consideration, Ice Liuli decided to first approach the Holy Blood Knights, renowned for their valiant warriors, who might provide her with valuable insights into the military affairs. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Holy Blood Knights, a grand edifice loomed before her. However, before she could step through the entrance, two guards barred her way. The guards, both at the martial sovereign level, looked down upon Ice Liuli with disdain. For them, a mere martial emperor was hardly worth their notice. Ice Liuli donned a black cloak and veiled her face, hoping to avoid unwanted attention. "Who goes there? What business do you have?" One guard coldly inquired, his voice stern and commanding, as though warning Ice Liuli not to challenge their authority lightly. Taking a deep breath, Ice Liuli endeavored to maintain her composure. Aware that her power was insignificant before such formidable beings, she mustered her courage to say, "I am Ice Liuli, here to inquire about the military situation of the Holy Blood Academy. Could you please provide me with the latest news?" The guards exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Humph, a mere martial emperor dares to inquire about our affairs. Begone, begone." One guard waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Ice Liuli to leave. Ice Liuli's complexion paled, humiliation washing over her. Yet, she recognized that with her current strength, she could not contend with these martial sovereigns. Reluctantly, she turned away in silence. After much contemplation, Ice Liuli resolved to head to a tavern. She knew that there might be some well-informed individuals there, but she was also aware that the drunken patrons could harbor ill intentions. Clutching her blood sword tightly, she regarded it as her only source of security. As she stepped into the tavern, a cacophony of noise engulfed her. People were drinking and laughing, utterly oblivious to her presence. Ice Liuli cautiously seated herself in a corner, quietly observing the crowd. After a while, a drunken man staggered up to her. He stared at Ice Liuli for a moment before breaking into a lecherous grin. "Hey there, little girl, enjoying a drink alone? Want me to keep you company?" He reached out, attempting to touch Ice Liuli's face. Ice Liuli sprang to her feet, her blood sword gleaming ominously. She glared at the man, her voice icy as she warned, "Stay away from me." Startled by her fierce demeanor, the man quickly regained his composure, sneering, "Humph, little girl, you have quite the spirit. But do you really think a broken sword can intimidate me?" Soon after, the tavern owner interjected, drink up, no fighting, I can buy you drinks." Noting that the two vampires only possessed the strength of martial spirit and martial king, Ice Liuli lowered her guard. She slowly sat down as the tavern owner brought her a drink. Gratefully, she acknowledged the owner with a nod and downed her drink in one go. At that moment, the drunken man and the tavern owner exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hidden, malicious scheme. "What a fine drink!" Ice Liuli exclaimed, completely unaware that her beverage had been laced with a drug. All of this stemmed from a sordid deal struck between the tavern owner and the drunken man. Just then, The man who had previously attempted to violate Ice Lioli approached her again, grinning mischievously. "Hey, little girl, why not share a few drinks with your big brother?" "No need," Ice Lioli replied coldly, a glimmer of indifference flashing in her eyes. "Oh, come on, don't be so cold that I promise I won't bite." The man spoke with a leering grin, his expression imbued with malevolent intent. Bing Lioli felt a growing warmth envelop her, her consciousness beginning to blur. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She had fallen into a trap. She silently admonished herself and fought to maintain her clarity. At that moment, the man's triumphant smile widened as he slowly approached Bing Lioli, his eyes gleaming with avarice. However, just as he was about to make contact, a flash of cold light sliced through the air. The blood sword in Bing Lioli's hand cut through like lightning, causing the man's throat to erupt with crimson. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly crumpled to the ground. The tavern owner, witnessing this, was seized by terror and turned to flee. Yet, Bing Lioli would not let him escape. Like a specter, she appeared behind him in a flash, the blood sword poised at his throat. "Why?" Her voice was as frigid as ice. Trembling, the owner replied, "Aren't you afraid of being captured by the enforcers for slaughtering vampires in the Blood King's territory? This was all orchestrated by the one who sold you the ice divine art. I was merely carrying out orders." A flicker of anger ignited in Bing Lioli's eyes as realization dawned upon her. With a cold snort, she struck with her sword, and the tavern owner collapsed lifelessly. To this moment, the heat within Bing Lioli surged, the effects of the drug intensifying. She fought against the discomfort, clinging to her last vestige of clarity, and fled the tavern in the dark alley. She eventually succumbed to her exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. Through her blurred vision, she saw a figure approaching her. "Is it you?" Bing Lioli managed to lift her head to gaze at the person before her. It was a maid from Yuhan, possessing the strength of a martial spirit. Yitong supported Bing Lioli, noticing the intense heat radiating from her body, and furrowed her brow. "What happened to you?" "I was drugged," Bing Lioli replied, her face flushed and breath rapid. Yitong's expression became complex. She understood the urgency of finding a remedy. She took Bing Lioli to a secluded spot, attempting to suppress the drug's influence with her internal energy. However, the potency of the drug was exceedingly formidable, and Yitong found it challenging to combat it alone. Thus, she carried Bing Lioli back to Yuhan's villa. Upon entering the villa, Yitong swiftly led Bing Lioli to the basement. When they pushed open the door, the sight before them made Yitong's eyes widen in shock. There stood Lioli Shui and Yuhan, entwined in an intimate embrace, their actions undeniably affectionate, enough to flush anyone's cheeks. Upon noticing Yitong and Bing Lioli's entrance, Lioli Shui and Yuhan did not cease their movements. Yitong awkwardly turned her gaze away, while Bing Lioli could no longer suppress her inner impulses and slowly approached Lioli Shui. Seeing this, Lioli Shui stepped forward, tenderly embracing Bing Lioli in that moment. Bing Lioli seemed to lose all self-awareness, wholly enveloped in Lioli Shui's embrace. Their lips gradually met, their bodies entwined as one. Yitong stood silently to the side, observing the scene unfold, a strange sensation bubbling within her. She bore witness to the unique emotional bond shared between the two women. Though somewhat perplexed, she could sense the genuine love that flowed between them. Hours later, Bing Lioli finally regained her clarity. She turned to Lioli Shui, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "Thank you, master," Bing Lioli murmured softly. Lioli Shui smiled and shook her head. "There is no need for such formality between us." Subsequently, Bing Lioli expressed her gratitude to Yuhan and Yitong before bidding them farewell. After leaving the villa, Bing Lioli returned to the vicinity of the hotel, where she noticed several vampire guards observing the deceased tavern owner and a drunkard. She realized they were searching for her. However, Bing Lioli also needed to devise a plan to eliminate the one who sold her the ice divine art, lest they continue to obstruct her. Not wanting to venture into the tavern to search for the owner and the con artist's transaction details, she opted to withdraw. Bing Lioli resolved to find a safe place to hide first. Utilizing her lightness skill, she leapt onto a tall building, observing the movements around the tavern from afar. Soon, she noticed a group of men in black hurriedly entering the tavern. Bing Lioli speculated they might be connected to the owner and the swindler. After the men in black departed, Bing Lioli stealthily infiltrated the tavern in the tavern's basement. She discovered a mysterious letter detailing secrets about the ice divine art and the next transaction location. After securing the letter, she prepared to follow the clues to her next destination. However, just as she was leaving the tavern, a vampire guard spotted her. Bing Lioli swiftly employed her agility, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, the vampire guards pursued her closely, like a pack of ravenous wolves, fixated on her trail. Bing Lioli darted between the rooftops and alleys of the city, her form a fleeting shadow as she evaded her relentless pursuers. Finally, she found a narrow alley and slipped inside without hesitation. Just when she believed she was safe, she suddenly heard faint footsteps. Her heart raced, and she immediately became alert, pressing herself against the wall to minimize any noise. As the footsteps drew nearer, her heart thudded in her chest. Fortunately, the vampire guards seemed to merely pass by, quickly moving on. Bing Lioli silently sighed in relief, realizing that her act of killing the hotel owner, a martial king in the initial stage, had not stirred up too much of a reaction. Shortly after, Bing Lioli stealthily returned to the hotel vicinity. She trailed the group of men in black, attempting to uncover the identity of the detestable swindler. However, to her surprise, the men in black were headed towards the slums. Bing Lioli halted, carefully contemplating her next move. She understood that the slums were rife with danger, and a rash intrusion could prove perilous. After weighing her options, she decided to wait for Lioli Shue's assistance before proceeding further. After all, once Lioli Shue emerged from her seclusion, she should possess the strength of a late martial sovereign, providing formidable support. Thus, Bing Lioli turned away and resumed her aimless wandering within the Blood King's territory to gather information about the Holy Blood Academy. This time, her aimless wandering led her to the Blood Arena. The arena was vast, teeming with spectators, the cacophony of noise rising and falling like a tide. Bing Lioli registered to compete, donning a black robe and veil, clearly participating anonymously. She stood quietly in the contestant area, observing the other competitors. These vampires varied in stature, some towering and muscular, others agile and swift, all emanating a powerful aura. The arena was protected by a formation that limited cultivation levels, ensuring no disparity in realms. Naturally, this formation was set up by a martial saint, effective only against martial sovereigns and below. However, martial emperors and martial saints were typically the leadership of the Blood Clan and would not participate in this arena. As the match commenced, Bing Lioli ascended the stage. Her opponent was a towering vampire wielding a massive axe, charging at her with ferocity. Bing Lioli deftly sidestepped the attack with ease. Her sword struck out like a venomous serpent, accurately targeting her opponent's vital spot. The opponent cried out in pain, howling in fury as he intensified his assault. Yet Bing Lioli remained unfazed. Her swordplay flowed like water, effortlessly countering each of his blows. Gradually, her opponent began to show signs of fatigue, while Bing Lioli grew stronger with each exchange. Then, Bing Lioli summoned the power of water and ice elements, swiftly freezing her opponent's limbs. With a decisive strike, she severed his arm. Determination and confidence gleamed in Bing Lioli's eyes, her swordsmanship becoming increasingly fierce. She danced like a celestial being, each movement exuding grace and power. Under her relentless assault, her opponent faltered. But he refused to yield, his eyes bloodshot with desperation for victory. However, Bing Lioli's combat skills far surpassed his, rendering his efforts futile. As time passed, her advantage became starkly evident. Her swordplay grew more intricate, each strike imbued with boundless might. Her opponent was now riddled with wounds, blood streaming from his body. Finally, Bing Lioli seized an opportune moment. With all her strength, she lunged at her opponent's heart. The strike was as swift as lightning. Leaving him no chance to evade, a scream pierced the air as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Bing Lioli slowly sheathed her sword, her expression devoid of triumph, replaced instead by a serene composure. Chapter 60. Arena 1. The anonymous female swordsman emerges victorious. Will she choose to continue fighting? The referee inquired from the elevated platform. Bing Lioli raised her gaze to the referee, her eyes resolute and confident. Internally, she deliberated that her current condition was adequate, and a series of matches might present a worthwhile challenge. At that moment, the audience below began to murmur, their discussions rife with speculation. Some praised Bing Lioli's prowess, while others questioned her ability to achieve 12 consecutive victories. Taking a deep breath, Bing Lioli resolved to accept the challenge of consecutive matches. She ascended the platform, firmly planting herself before surveying the crowd below. Suddenly, a figure caught her attention. It was a man clad in a black robe, his features obscured by shadows, rendering him unrecognizable. Yet, the aura he exuded hinted at his formidable nature. The referee announced the new opponent, a man in black known as Sha. A tightening sensation gripped Bing Liuli's heart. She understood that this would be a formidable battle. Sha stepped onto the stage, standing opposite Bing Liuli. His gaze was cold and piercing, as if capable of penetrating one's very soul. As the match commenced, Sha vanished in an instant, rushing towards Bing Liuli like a wraith. Bing Liuli sidestepped gracefully, her long sword slicing through the air, directing a beam of sword light straight at Sha. Sha effortlessly evaded the attack, countering with a flick of his wrist, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Bing Liuli. She, however, was not to be taken lightly. She swiftly executed her sword techniques, dissipating the energy wave. The two engaged in an intense exchange, neither yielding an inch. In the blink of an eye, the platform was filled with the clash of sword chi and the overflow of energy. Gradually, Bing Liuli discerned the unfathomable depth of Sha's strength. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth, resolutely resisting. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Bing Liuli suddenly spotted a flaw in Sha's defense. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she summoned all her strength, freezing him in place, and then thrust her sword towards his vital point. Sha sensed the impending danger, but there was no time to evade. In a swift motion, Bing Liuli's long sword pierced through his chest, prompting a muffled groan as Sha collapsed to the ground. The audience erupted into rapturous applause, celebrating Bing Liuli's victory. Panting heavily, she gazed at the fallen Sha, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. The referee ascended the platform, proclaiming Bing Liuli the victor. She smiled graciously at the audience, then turned to leave the stage. Ahead lay 10 more arduous challenges, and whether she would earn the legendary reward depended solely on her strength and perseverance. After vanquishing Sha, Bing Liuli took a brief respite before facing her next adversary. This time, she was pitted against a formidable warrior named Yin Lang. Yin Lang was a towering figure, muscular and radiating a fierce heat. Brandishing a massive flame battle axe, he glared at her with a provocative intensity. As the match commenced, Yin Lang launched the first assault, swinging his axe and igniting roaring flames, resembling a ferocious beast charging at Bing Liuli. Quick on her feet, she retreated, narrowly dodging his attack. She wielded her long sword, conjuring icy sword chi in an attempt to suppress Yin Lang's flames. Enraged, he roared, intensifying the flames on his axe. With a powerful swing, he sent a massive wave of fire crashing towards her. In response, Bing Liuli hastily summoned her ice magic, erecting an ice wall to block the fiery onslaught. Yet, Yin Lang's assault was relentless. He continued to swing his axe, flames raining down upon her like a torrential downpour. Bing Liuli weaved through the inferno, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. At last, she discovered a chink in Yin Lang's armor. She surged forward, her long sword aimed directly at his chest. Yin Lang quickly raised his axe to defend, but Bing Liuli's blade pierced through like an icicle. Breaching his defenses, he staggered back, pain etched on his face. Seizing the moment, Bing Liuli pressed the attack, her swordplay growing increasingly fierce. Yin Lang found himself on the back foot, sustaining multiple wounds. Yet, he refused to surrender, igniting the latent power within him, making the flames on his axe burn even hotter. With all his might, he engaged Bing Liuli in a final showdown. In the heat of battle, both champions unleashed their ultimate techniques. Bing Liuli's long sword shimmered with a bone-chilling cold, while Yin Lang's axe blazed with ferocious fire. Ultimately, through her exquisite swordsmanship and unwavering resolve, Bing Liuli triumphed over Yin Lang. Though she bore her own wounds, her eyes radiated determination and confidence. The audience erupted into cheers once more, eager to witness her continue to create miracles in the upcoming challenges. Bing Liuli was acutely aware that the battles ahead would only grow more formidable. Yet she was resolutely prepared to face the remaining 9 confrontations. After an arduous clash, she had successfully defeated Yin Lang, earning the audience's enthusiastic applause. However, there was no time for respite, as the next battle was already looming. Her new opponent was a mysterious figure known as Mo, cloaked in darkness, his features concealed, save for a pair of eyes glimmering with a cold light. As the fight commenced, Mo vanished in an instant. prompting Bing Lieli to scan her surroundings warily. Suddenly, she felt a powerful force approaching from behind. She swiftly turned and raised her sword to parry Ing Mo's attack. His strikes were lightning fast, akin to a wraith. Overwhelming Bing Lieli's defenses, she swung her sword repeatedly, striving to uncover a flaw in his technique. Yet Ing Mo's form evaded her grasp at critical moments. As the confrontation wore on, Bing Lieli's stamina began to wane. Ing Mo seemed to sense this, intensifying his assault and offering no respite in a fierce exchange. Bing Lieli's sword was knocked from her grasp, leaving her weaponless. Yet she did not relent. Summoning her ice magic, she conjured an ice sword in her hand, continuing the fight against Ing Mo. However, his power was insurmountable, and her ice sword began to shatter under his relentless onslaught. Cornered, her gaze remained steadfast and unyielding. In that moment, Bing Lieli recalled a past experience when she faced immense adversity but triumphed through sheer will and indomitable spirit. Drawing a deep breath, she awakened the last vestiges of her potential. A blue luminescence enveloped her, amplifying her ice magic's potency exponentially. She charged once more at Ing Mo, her ice sword radiating brilliance. This time, she finally exposed a weakness in Ing Mo's defense, plunging her sword deep into his vital point. Ing Mo let out a chilling scream before collapsing. Bing Lieli had successfully vanquished Ing Mo, emerging victorious from this grueling encounter. Following her victory over Ing Mo, 8 more battles awaited her, with little time to recover before a new foe emerged. This adversary was a massive plague vampire, its grotesque visage instilling dread. Its razor-sharp fangs glinted ominously, as if poised to rend flesh from bone. Gripping her ice sword tightly, Bing Lieli's gaze conveyed her determination and resolve. Aware of the battle's daunting nature, she nonetheless pressed forward, driven by a singular conviction. To conquer her enemy, as the battle began, Bing Lieli cast her ice magic in an effort to hinder the creature's movements. Yet, the monster's strength surpassed expectation, easily shattering her icy restraints and advancing towards her. Sweat beaded on her forehead, yet her resolve remained unshaken. In a pivotal moment, Bing Lieli resolved to summon the power of nightmares. Focusing her energy, she chanted an ancient incantation, channeling a mysterious force that enveloped the creature, slowing its movements and clouding its senses. Soon, the monster succumbed to a deep slumber. Bing Lieli exhaled in relief. Knowing she could not afford to let her guard down, she needed to recuperate swiftly for the challenges that lay ahead. Finding a relatively safe spot at the edge of the arena, she settled down, closed her eyes, and regulated her breathing to restore her strength and vitality. Meanwhile, the audience observed the 2 combatants in the arena, Bing Lieli, the frost vampire's hidden female swordsman, and the plague vampire. Both resting in slumber, discontent arose among the spectators, who clamored for Bing Lieli to resume her assault. Hearing their calls, she remained undeterred by the external noise, fully aware that only by maintaining her composure could she effectively face the challenges ahead. After a period of rest, Bing Lieli felt her strength and energy replenished. Rising to her feet, she gripped her ice sword once more, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. With purposeful strides, she approached the plague vampire, each step brimming with resolve. As she stood before the beast, she raised her ice sword without hesitation, launching her attack. The blade carved a graceful arc through the air, infused with Bing Lieli's power and fury. Striking down upon the creature, startled by the sudden offensive, the monster attempted to resist, but the lingering effects of Bing Lieli's nightmare power rendered its movements sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Her swordplay a tempest that left the monster defenseless. Under the relentless barrage, deep gashes marred the creature's body, blood flowing profusely. Ultimately, the monster could endure no longer, collapsing with a final, anguished roar. Standing beside the fallen beast, Bing Lieli, bloodied yet triumphant, basked in the sweet taste of victory. Nonetheless, she understood that this was merely the beginning of her trials. 7 battles loomed ahead, each potentially more challenging than the last. Wiping the blood from her ice sword, she prepared for the next assailant. Without a moment's respite, a new adversary struck. Bing Lieli swiftly evaded, discovering that her attacker was a mysterious figure cloaked in black. "Who are you?" Bing Lieli inquired cautiously. "I am Ing, your next opponent." The enigmatic figure replied coldly. In an instant, Ing launched his attack, his movements as swift as lightning, forcing Bing Lieli into a defensive stance. Yet, she did not falter, skillfully wielding her ice sword. She countered his relentless strikes. Amidst their fierce engagement, Bing Liuli gradually detected a flaw in Ying's technique. With a decisive swing of her ice sword, a glimmering cold light sliced through the air, tearing Ying's cloak and revealing his astonishment. "You managed to see through my technique?" Ying exclaimed. "You are nothing extraordinary," Bing Liuli retorted. Enraged, Ying unleashed a secret technique, conjuring invisible ropes that ensnared Bing Liuli. Gradually, her body succumbed to the binding force, a potent energy constricting her movements. Yet, she refused to surrender. Focusing her mind, she endeavored to break free from the intangible restraints. Her gaze sharpened, and the ice sword in her hand gleamed with renewed brilliance. Bing Liuli exerted every ounce of her strength in a fierce struggle against the enigmatic force that beset her. Her breath grew rapid, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. At last, an opportunity for breakthrough revealed itself. With a sudden, forceful swing of her ice sword, she severed the invisible bonds that restrained her. Freed once more, she witnessed the shadow suffer backlash from the dismantling of the secret technique that had ensnared her. Seizing the moment, Bing Liuli launched a counterattack, her ice sword darting towards the shadow like a swift gale. Although wounded, the shadow retained its agility, deftly evading Bing Liuli's relentless strikes. In a breathtaking clash, both combatants poured forth their utmost capabilities. Ultimately, with a masterfully executed swordplay, Bing Liuli struck a vital point on the shadow, causing it to collapse to the ground. Panting heavily, she gazed at her fallen foe, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. With 6 battles remaining, a vampire clad in maid attire entered the fray, her eyes mirroring those of Bing Liuli, suggesting she too was a favored of Liuli Shui. The opponent was Yitong. Though Liuli Shui was in the midst of dual cultivation with Yuhan, she had commanded Yuhan's maid, Yitong, to observe Bing Liuli. A brief exchange of glances between Bing Liuli and Yitong seemed to convey mutual understanding. With a smile, Bing Liuli remarked that this one-on-one duel was far more equitable than the 2-on-2 matches at the Holy Blood Academy. Naturally, Yitong was aware of Bing Liuli's complete defeats in the Academy's ranking matches, and she chuckled in agreement. Shortly after, Bing Liuli and Yitong pretended to engage in combat, though in truth, they were resting. Given the arena's demand for 12 consecutive victories without respite, this respite was essential. However, Yitong had already devised a plan to assist Bing Liuli in achieving victory. She subtly signaled Bing Liuli to pay attention to her movements. Suddenly, Yitong unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks. Her movements swift and strikes sharp, catching Bing Liuli slightly off guard. Yet, this was precisely Yitong's strategy. She aimed to mislead the audience into believing she was wholeheartedly assaulting Bing Liuli, thereby diverting their attention. Under Yitong's cover, Bing Liuli gradually regained her strength. Sensing the opportune moment, she gently encased Yitong in ice, her sword resting softly against her, causing Yitong to obediently collapse. Chapter 61. Arena 2 with 5 battles yet to be fought. A formidable vampire now approached. Bing Liuli stood gracefully in the center of the arena, facing a powerful adversary named Bloodwuhan. Prior to the commencement of battle, Bing Liuli and Bloodwuhan exchanged the customary vampire salutations. Bloodwuhan flitted through the air like a specter, his wings stirring up a whirlwind of crimson. In contrast, Bing Liuli leaped gracefully, her sword glimmering with a cold light, each swing releasing a piercing chill. Bing Liuli summoned a powerful ice magic that enveloped the entire arena in a wintry tempest. A thick layer of ice formed upon the ground, severely hampering Bloodwuhan's movements. However, Bloodwuhan was not to be underestimated. He chanted incantations, invoking blood magic to clash with Bing Liuli's ice spells. The intertwining of ice and blood created a breathtaking spectacle. The sword energy from Bing Liuli sliced through the air, colliding with Bloodwuhan's sanguine shadows, producing a cacophony of sound. As the battle intensified, the audience held their breath, captivated by this life-and-death confrontation. The two combatants exchanged blows in the arena, neither yielding an inch. Bing Liuli, invigorated, gained the upper hand, while her opponent, having fought several matches without resorting to deceit, appeared fatigued. Yet, Bloodwuhan was no easy prey. He suddenly unleashed a potent spell, ensnaring Bing Liuli within a colossal sphere of blood. Struggling within the sanguine orb, she desperately sought a means of escape. Just as despair threatened to consume her, an idea struck. Focusing her energy, she infused her ice magic into her sword and, with a powerful swing, unleashed a wave of chill that instantly froze the blood sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Liuli emerged from the confinement, re-engaging Blood Wuhan in fierce combat. Ultimately, she discerned a flaw in Blood Wuhan's defense, freezing him before plunging her sword into his heart. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Blood Wuhan exploded into 4 blood clumps that gradually coalesced toward his lifeless form. Unaware of the unfolding events, Bing Liuli raised her sword triumphantly for the audience. As the blood clumps converged, Blood Wuhan resurrected, taking advantage of Bing Liuli's momentary distraction to deliver a powerful punch to her abdomen. Bing Liuli felt an overwhelming force surge through her, propelling her backward. Struggling to maintain her balance, she drove her sword into the ground, attempting to steady herself, but the impact was so great that she left a long gash in the earth, barely preventing herself from being knocked away. Gritting her teeth, Bing Liuli rose once more, her gaze steely and resolute, fully aware that this battle was far from over. Drawing a deep breath, she unleashed her ice magic anew, preparing for the final showdown against Blood Wuhan. Bing Liuli swung her sword with fervor, launching an assault on Blood Wuhan. Her speed was remarkable, the blade shimmering with a frosty luminescence that sent shivers down the spine. Blood Wuhan sidestepped deftly, summoning a black whip that lashed toward Bing Liuli with ferocity. She leapt gracefully, evading the whip's strike, then pivoted in midair to thrust her sword at Blood Wuhan. In response, he conjured a blood-red shield before him. The clash of Bing Liuli's blade against the shield rang out with a sharp resonance. Startled, she quickly withdrew her sword and retreated a few paces, fully aware of Blood Wuhan's formidable prowess. She understood that only with her utmost effort could she hope for victory. A sly smile crept upon Blood Wuhan's lips as he wielded his whip with the agility of a striking serpent. Bing Liuli dodged and parried, evading his relentless assaults. Suddenly, she seized an opening, summoning all her strength to charge forward, her sword aimed at Blood Wuhan's chest. Caught off guard, he was pierced by her blade. Yet, he did not falter. His form began to shimmer and fade, as if on the brink of vanishing. A sense of urgency gripped Bing Liuli as she realized this might be a special skill of Blood Wuhan's. At that moment, his silhouette materialized behind her, hand raised to deliver a devastating blow. In a split second, Bing Liuli spun around, blocking his strike with her sword. They found themselves locked in a tense stalemate, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. With eyes wide and teeth clenched, Bing Liuli summoned every ounce of her strength to push Blood Wuhan's hand away. Seizing the moment, she leapt into the air, once again invoking her ice magic. Sending a flurry of ice shards cascading toward Blood Wuhan, he fought valiantly against the icy onslaught, yet gradually succumbed to fatigue. Finally, a massive ice shard struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground. Gasping for breath, he looked up at Bing Liuli, a glimmer of resignation and reluctance in his eyes. "I concede." Blood Wuhan breathed heavily. "Your strength is indeed impressive. I commend you," Bing Liuli replied. He smiled faintly. "You are no slouch either. I was careless this time. Next time, I shall emerge victorious. I am ever ready," Bing Liuli responded. They exchanged smiles, marking the conclusion of this fierce encounter. Yet, for battle still awaited Bing Liuli. Her opponents equally formidable, each having triumphed in 8 matches, their combat skills and abilities commendable. Soon, the next challenger ascended the stage. A beast tamer named Rex. With a flourish, Rex summoned forth a blood bear, blood eagle, blood pig, and blood lizard from his beast-taming pouch. The presence of these formidable creatures radiated a chilling aura, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Upon witnessing Rex's 4 contracted beasts, Bing Liuli's expression grew increasingly grave. She recognized that this would be an unprecedentedly arduous battle. Rex commanded his beasts to charge at Bing Liuli. The blood bear led the charge, its massive form exuding tremendous power, each step causing the ground to tremble. Bing Liuli sidestepped deftly, swinging her sword at the blood bear. However, its skin was as hard as iron, leaving only a shallow mark from her strike. Observing this, the blood eagle dove toward her with astonishing speed. Akin to a flash of lightning, Bing Liuli agilely leapt to evade the blood eagle's assault. Simultaneously, she chanted an incantation, conjuring an ice shield to protect against the onslaught from the blood pig and blood lizard. The ice shield formed a formidable barrier in front of her, safeguarding her from harm. Aware that passively absorbing damage was not an option, Bing Liuli resolved to take the initiative. Though her stamina had waned considerably, she summoned forth the elemental forces of water and ice. The water element coalesced into swirling pillars, enveloping the arena in their embrace. Bing Liuli skillfully manipulated the water columns, forming whirlpools that surged toward Rex and his beasts. Rex, realizing the threat, urgently directed his creatures to evade the incoming torrents. The blood bear, relying on its robust physique, withstood the force of the water whirlpools. The blood eagle soared high above, deftly avoiding the spiraling torrents. Meanwhile, the blood pig and blood lizard nimbly navigated through the water pillars, seeking an opportunity to strike. Seizing this moment, Bing Liuli unleashed her ice element, freezing the surroundings entirely. The ground was swiftly coated in ice, rendering it impossibly slick. The movements of Rex and his beasts were significantly hampered. Taking advantage of the situation, Bing Liuli launched her offensive, her sword glimmering with icy brilliance as she struck repeatedly at Rex and his contracted beasts. Rex, undeterred, rallied his beasts for a counterattack. The blood bear swiped at Bing Liuli with its massive claws, while the blood eagle lunged at her with its sharp talons. The ice crystal glided gracefully across the icy surface, skillfully evading repeated assaults. Amidst the fierce skirmish, she summoned the nightmarish power bestowed upon her by the crystal snow. This ethereal force manifested as invisible tendrils, reaching out towards the four contract beasts. Their eyes gradually dulled, and their movements became sluggish. They succumbed to a fleeting slumber, rendered incapable of combat. Witnessing this, Rex was taken aback. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from Ice Crystal. He endeavored to rouse the contract beasts, but to no avail. Seizing the opportunity, Ice Crystal launched a relentless offensive against Rex. Her sword struck like lightning, prompting Rex to hastily raise his staff in defense. However, the ferocity of her assaults intensified, and he found himself increasingly unable to withstand them. Ultimately, her blade pierced Rex's chest, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Ice Crystal had triumphed over Rex, emerging victorious from this arduous battle. Chapter 62. Arena 3. She stood upon the stage, breathless yet imbued with unwavering determination and confidence. She knew only 3 battles remained. Next to enter was a bloodthirsty cowboy, and as he appeared, a sandstorm engulfed the arena, leaving Ice Crystal astounded. She had never encountered such a powerful vampire. The cowboy unleashed natural bullets, and Ice Crystal soon felt herself ensnared by creeping vines. Her body tightly bound and immobile. Trapped, she struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the vine's grasp. However, the vampire's wicked energy bullets followed in rapid succession, detonating in deep green and toxic explosions beside her, filling the air with noxious fumes that made breathing laborious. Overwhelmed, she felt a surge of anxiety. At a critical moment, Ice Crystal focused her energy, harnessing the power of frost to freeze the surrounding sand into solid ice blocks. She stepped onto the ice, treading cautiously as she swiftly approached the vampire, preparing for close combat. The cowboy, sensing her intentions, smirked coldly. He unleashed another spell, causing sharp stone pillars to erupt from the ground, forming a stony forest that obstructed Ice Crystal's path. Undeterred, she flickered like a wraith, evading the stone pillars' assault. Simultaneously, she severed some of the vines with her sword, granting herself a modicum of mobility. Gradually, she closed in on the vampire, her eyes shimmering with resolute light. As she approached, the cowboy felt a palpable pressure. He recognized that this opponent was no ordinary foe. Yet, he did not retreat, instead continuing to channel magic in an attempt to thwart Ice Crystal's advance. Her pace quickened, and she darted like lightning between the stone pillars. Her sword traced icy arcs through the air, cleaving through pillar after pillar. Finally, she stood before the bloodthirsty cowboy, channeling the frost that could freeze him. A chilling aura enveloped the vampire, causing his body to stiffen and his movements to slow. Ice Crystal seized the opportunity to strike, her sword falling upon the vampire like a tempest. Just then, a swirling cloud of yellow sand obscured her vision, and she realized she had lost her proximity to the cowboy. Clearly, this was the result of the mage's teleportation and ice shield. The vampire utilized this skill to vanish from sight, reappearing elsewhere while using the ice shield to deflect Ice Crystal's attack. Surprised that Ice Crystal refused to concede, he declared, I am I-Chin. You may surrender. Unbeknownst to Ice Crystal, this was her first foray into the arena, and I-Chin was a seasoned competitor. Her gaze hardened, and she wielded her long sword with renewed ferocity. Aware of I-Chin's formidable strength, she had no intention of yielding. Seeing her resolve, I-Chin's lips curled into a slight smile, and he formed hand seals, intoning an incantation. In an instant, numerous blades of wind materialized, hurtling towards Ice Crystal like a tempest. She deftly sidestepped, her movements as agile as a leopard. Then, she leaped into the air, akin to a bird of prey, launching herself at I-Chin. Unperturbed, I-Chin encased himself in magic. A mysterious glow enveloped his form, creating an impenetrable shield. Ice Crystal's strikes rained down upon I-Chin's shield like a torrential downpour, producing a series of crisp impacts. Yet, the shield remained unscathed, and confidence gleamed in I-Chin's eyes. In response, Ice Crystal summoned the nightmarish power, her eyes glowing with an eerie light that seemed to penetrate the very soul. The swirling orb of black energy coalesced in her hand, hurtling towards I-Chin with ferocity. Sensing the overwhelming force, I-Chin acted swiftly, conjuring an even more potent spell. A radiant staff materialized in his grasp, and he swung it while reciting an intricate incantation. As his words echoed, a torrent of frosty water surged from his staff, resembling a roaring flood, surging towards Ice Crystal. Amidst the swirling sands, Ice Crystal strained to discern her adversary's location. The yellow haze blurred her vision, yet she relied on her keen intuition and combat experience to continually adjust her attacks. Meanwhile, I-Chin unleashed arcane bullets, streaking through the air like shooting stars, striking Ice Crystal with precision. The force of the impact sent her reeling, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet she refused to falter, gritting her teeth and launching another assault. Her form wove through the sand, elusive as a specter, making her difficult to pin down. I-Chin, equally relentless, altered his spells, engaging Ice Crystal in a breathtaking clash. As the battle raged, Ice Crystal gradually discerned I-Chin's weaknesses. Channeling her strength, she aimed a decisive blow at his vulnerable points. I-Chin sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Ice Crystal's long sword breached his shield, driving deep into his chest. I-Chin's body trembled slightly, astonishment and reluctance filling his gaze. Yet, he did not succumb. With his last vestige of strength, he unleashed a powerful spell. This magic radiated with blinding brilliance, illuminating the entire arena. Ice Crystal was forced back by the overwhelming force, her body tumbling through the air until she barely regained her composure. As the light faded, Ice Crystal felt ensnared by its brilliance, her movements wholly restricted, left to endure the onslaught passively. In that moment, I-Chin let out a low growl, and his staff began to emit an otherworldly glow. The light intensified, coalescing into a colossal cocoon that enveloped Ice Crystal. She struggled in vain, but the cocoon's power proved insurmountable. Gasping for breath, I-Chin gazed at the ensnared Ice Crystal, a triumphant smile gracing his features. "You have lost," he proclaimed, his voice echoing through the air. However, his smile faltered as he noticed that Ice Crystal had not surrendered. She was still striving to break free from her confinement. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes, and she summoned all her magical energy to coalesce around her sword. The blade shimmered with an icy radiance, echoing her resolve. "I will not be defeated," she cried, striking fiercely at the cocoon. The blade's light shattered the cocoon, and Ice Crystal emerged, free at last. Stunned, I-Chin watched in disbelief. He had not anticipated her ability to transcend his bindings. Now, Ice Crystal exuded an overwhelming aura, her sword radiating unfathomable might as she charged at I-Chin. Soaring through the air like a chilling gale, she harnessed her momentum to accelerate, channeling frost into her blood sword, which gleamed with a frigid luminescence. Yet, just as she was about to pierce I-Chin, he suddenly hurled a peculiar flash grenade. A blinding yellow light erupted, illuminating the battlefield. This brilliance, akin to the sun, overwhelmed Ice Crystal's senses, plunging her into a state of disorientation. Her body and sword grew heavy, the strength draining from her limbs until she collapsed before I-Chin. Grasping her head, she struggled to dispel the dizziness, but she was too weak to mount another attack. Seizing the opportunity, I-Chin produced his treasure, and a myriad of radiant lights enveloped him. This ethereal energy swiftly mended his wounds, restoring his full combat prowess. Observing the incapacitated ice crystal, a smirk crept across Ichin's face. Ultimately, I have the upper hand. Yet, your tenacity is commendable. He advanced toward Ice Crystal, his hands aglow with mysterious light. Upon reaching her, he paused, gazing intently without uttering a word. In that moment, her eyes reflected a blend of defiance and resignation. She clenched her teeth, striving to overcome her body's frailty with sheer will. However, despite her valiant struggle, her body betrayed her, lacking the strength to rise. Suddenly, Ichin raised his hand, murmuring incantations, and a billowing cloud of blood mist enveloped the arena. Summoning 3 diminutive blood giants, towering like small mountains, they exuded a nauseating stench. With mighty fists, they struck down upon the dazed ice crystal with the ferocity of a tempest. She had no time to react. Her eyes wide with terror and despair. All she could do was watch in horror as the colossal fists descended like raindrops. The first blow landed squarely on her abdomen, and she was immediately beset by excruciating pain. As though her very insides were being torn asunder, her body involuntarily bent downwards, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips. Immediately following, a second punch struck her head with tremendous force, causing her vision to darken and nearly rendering her unconscious. The final blow landed on her leg, causing her knees to buckle, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. Each devastating strike inflicted excruciating pain upon Bing Liuli, prompting her to emit a piercing scream. With each relentless impact of the fists, her body was propelled backward at an alarming speed. Akin to a kite severed from its string, a copious amount of blood gushed from her mouth, staining the entire arena in a crimson hue, resembling a sea of blood. Bing Liuli's body flew through the air. It seemed poised to exit the arena, threatening her chance of victory. In a moment of desperation, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to cast an ice magic spell. With a sweeping motion of her hands and an incantation upon her lips, thick ice walls surged upward in an instant, shielding her from the oncoming blows and the trajectory of her flight. The ice walls exuded an aura of frigidness, resembling an impregnable fortress that enveloped Bing Liuli in its protective embrace. She barely managed to stabilize herself, gasping for breath, her eyes reflecting an indomitable will. Ichin observed this spectacle, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had not anticipated Bing Liuli's resistance in such dire circumstances, which instilled within him a newfound respect for her. However, Ichin did not grant her much respite. With a mere thought, 3 blood giants resumed their assault, crashing violently against the ice walls. Cracks began to form, rendering the structure increasingly fragile. Bing Liuli gritted her teeth, focusing all her energy to maintain the integrity of the ice barrier. Yet, her strength was nearly depleted, and the ice walls ultimately succumbed to the ferocious onslaught of the blood giants. Collapsing with a resounding crash, a cold smirk crept across Ichin's lips as he advanced step by step toward Bing Liuli, his eyes glinting with cruelty. At that crucial moment, Bing Liuli invoked the power of nightmares, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light as she muttered incantations. Suddenly, Ichin felt an icy chill wash over him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, horrifying images flooded his vision. A torrent of nightmares assailing him, he struggled to break free from the invisible shackles that bound him, but found himself utterly immobilized, trapped within an endless abyss of terror. The nightmares gnawed at his psyche, inflicting unbearable torment. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like rain. Bing Liuli silently reveled in Ichin's suffering as he was tormented by the nightmares, a sense of vengeance swelling within her. She understood that while her nightmare power was formidable, it could not endure indefinitely. She needed to find a way out quickly. Otherwise, once Ichin awakened from his nightmare, she would face an even more daunting challenge. At that moment, with every ounce of her strength, Bing Liuli hurled a blood sword at Ichin, who was ensnared in slumber and nightmares. The sword found its mark, piercing his heart with unerring precision, and blood erupted forth in an instant. Having accomplished this feat, Bing Liuli could no longer sustain herself and collapsed to the ground. Despite 2 battles remaining, she had exhausted all her energy and could not continue fighting. Had she not declared a cessation of the consecutive battles before losing consciousness, she might have perished at the hands of her next opponent. At that moment, Yitong gently cradled Bing Lieli and slowly exited the battle arena. She carefully placed Bing Lieli onto the spectators' seats, concern etched across her face. After a while, Bing Lieli finally began to open her eyes. Though she appeared exceedingly weak, she managed to muster a faint smile. Following this fierce competition, Bing Lieli earned the honor of third place, as a reward. She received a precious platinum blood relic, which could aid her in enhancing her martial emperor realm. However, in comparison, the rewards for the second and first places were far more enticing. Not merely one-time treasures like the platinum blood relic, Bing Lieli did not immediately consume the relic. She resolved to wait until her condition improved before doing so. Soon after, Yitong cautiously carried her back to Yuhan's villa. Yet, along the way, Yitong sensed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, observing them. Instantly, she became alert, her heart racing as she endeavored to avoid any potential exposure of their whereabouts, skillfully using the environment to conceal both herself and Bing Lieli. Throughout the journey, Yitong remained wholly focused, ever vigilant, fearing that even the slightest misstep could lead to their discovery. She held Bing Lieli tightly, striving to merge their breaths into one, ensuring that the enemy would detect no trace of their presence. Ultimately, after a harrowing stealth operation, Yitong successfully brought Bing Lieli back to Yuhan's villa. She gently set Bing Lieli down, exhaling a long sigh of relief, though the unease in her heart had not entirely dissipated. Chapter 63. Entertainment with Lieli Shui gazed at Yitong as she returned with Bing Lieli, her heart tightening with concern. She rushed forward and gently caressed Bing Lieli's pale cheek. Feeling the cold emanating from her body, she is utterly exhausted. Lieli Shui murmured with empathy. Wai Yuhan approached as well, softly suggesting, "Let us place her in the ice coffin for rest. It will expedite her recovery." Lieli Shui nodded and, along with Yuhan, carefully laid Bing Lieli into the ice coffin. Days turned into weeks as Bing Lieli lay quietly within, resembling a slumbering princess. However, one day, she was stirred awake by an unusual sound. It was the intimate exchange between Lieli Shui and Yuhan, causing a blush to bloom on Bing Lieli's cheeks. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and everything around her came into sharp focus. Lieli Shui, noticing Bing Lieli's awakening, allowed a mischievous smile to grace her lips. Leaning closer, she teased, "You really ought to take better care of yourself. This only proves your strength. As a reward, I shall grant you a small wish. But there must be a corresponding punishment." Of course, hearing this, Bing Lieli's face flushed even deeper, leaving her at a loss for words as she looked at Lieli Shui. Lieli Shui offered a gentle smile, lightly patting Bing Lieli's hand in a comforting gesture. Taking a deep breath, Bing Lieli attempted to regain her composure. She understood that Lieli Shui was merely jesting, yet could not suppress her anticipation for the so-called reward. As she surveyed the scene before her, Bing Lieli felt a mix of shyness and eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, Lieli Shui and Yuhan began to channel their energy into Bing Lieli, aiding her in restoring her state. Through their efforts, Bing Lieli swiftly regained her optimal condition, radiating newfound vitality and vigor. Subsequently, Lieli Shui generously gifted Bing Lieli a precious item, the Dreamweaver garment. This garment was not ordinary. It had been meticulously transformed from a relic of enslavement by Lieli Shui. It possessed potent nightmare powers, capable of manifesting various enchanting appearances, showcasing boundless charm from head to toe. More importantly, it boasted exceptional defense and self-cleaning capabilities. However, the remote control governing this magical attire remained firmly in Lieli Shui's grasp. At this moment, Bing Lieli was filled with curiosity and desire regarding the unknown punishment, her emotions invigorating her spirit. Wai Yuhan exchanged a knowing glance with Lieli Shui, both eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Seemingly conspiring something nefarious, Wai Yuhan suddenly spoke, "Bing Lieli, I seem to have dropped my hairpin. Could you help me pick it up?" Her tone carried an air of undeniable authority. Bing Lieli paused momentarily but obediently replied, "Of course, Sister Yuhan." With that, she bent down to retrieve the fallen hairpin. In that instant, Lieli Shui stealthily circled behind Bing Lieli, her index and middle fingers pressed closely together before suddenly extending forward. "Here comes your move," Just as a computer might freeze, Bing Lioli felt her mind come to a standstill, and the subsequent content was omitted. Chapter 64. Preparing to venture into a new relic, Lioli Shui gently patted Bing Lioli's back and continued. Now, we need not rush to consume the platinum relic to elevate your realm. Previously, we amassed numerous precious resources in Peach Blossom Source and Icebound World number 514. Let us first enter seclusion for a period of cultivation. I will assist you in breaking through to the late stage of the Martial Emperor realm, and only then shall we consume the platinum relic to challenge the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm. Upon hearing Lioli Shui's words, Bing Lioli's heart swelled with gratitude and anticipation. She recognized that, with Lioli Shui's guidance, she would undoubtedly continue to break through and become an even more formidable being. Bing Lioli nodded vigorously, as if making a steadfast promise to both herself and Lioli Shui. She resolved to devote all her energy to her cultivation, leaving no room for retreat in the days that followed. The two of them sealed themselves within their room, isolating from the outside world, fully concentrating on their training. Lioli Shui, drawing from her rich experience and profound martial arts expertise, patiently and meticulously guided Bing Lioli in her practice. She conveyed complex martial techniques in an engaging and accessible manner, enabling Bing Lioli to progress steadily within a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and months passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this arduous yet fulfilling training process, Bing Lioli's strength surged dramatically, blossoming in both shyness and resilience. Finally, she successfully broke through to the late stage of the Martial Emperor realm, feeling an unprecedented surge of power wash over her like a tidal wave. This newfound strength bolstered her confidence, bringing her one step closer to her goals. At this moment, Bing Lioli and Lioli Shui exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They understood that the forthcoming moment was crucial, the consumption of the platinum relic, a pivotal step towards ascending to the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm. Taking a deep breath, Bing Lioli steadied herself and, without hesitation, ingested the platinum relic. Instantly, a powerful surge of medicinal energy surged within her, akin to a tidal wave of agony crashing upon her. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered, fully aware that only by enduring such pain could she attain greater strength. Standing beside her, Lioli Shui, a formidable expert at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, possessed strength that surpassed Bing Lioli by a significant margin. With unwavering focus, she channeled her own energy, continuously infusing it into Bing Lioli to assist her in breaking through her limitations. As the medicinal power gradually released, Bing Lioli's aura soared like a rocket, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards her like a magnet, creating a small vortex of spiritual energy enveloping the entire room. As the vortex subsided, Bing Lioli reached the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm. Now, with the resources they had sought, namely, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, nearly exhausted, it was time for the trio to seek new opportunities. Bing Lioli and Yuhan turned to Lioli Shui and inquired, "Master, do you still recall the ruins and the opportunities they hold?" Lioli Shui nodded slightly, a glimmer of reminiscence flickering in her eyes. "Of course I remembered. In the southwestern part of the continent lies an ancient ruin, said to conceal boundless treasures and mysterious opportunities. However, it is also an extremely perilous place, fraught with various unknown challenges and traps." Bing Lioli's gaze hardened as she replied, "If the ruins are guarded by martial sovereign-level sentinels, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to contend with them. After all, the martial sovereign realm is a formidable domain. Their power inscrutable. With our current capabilities, breaching their defenses to access the ruins seems nearly impossible." Her voice betrayed a hint of helplessness and concern. Wai Yuhan nodded in agreement, echoing Bing Lioli's sentiments. She continued, "Moreover, as far as I know, the location of that ruin falls within the territory of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan has always maintained a certain distance from other races and is not particularly welcoming to outsiders. Therefore, should we venture to explore that ruin, we might encounter unforeseen troubles." At that moment, Lioli Shui interjected, "According to my understanding, the guardian of those ruins is not of the martial sovereign level, but rather a formidable martial sect level expert. This presents us with an opportunity to attempt an exploration." While the martial sect is certainly not to be trifled with, it is somewhat more manageable compared to a martial sovereign. As long as we prepare adequately, we might discover a breakthrough and successfully enter the ruins. Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplation. They realized that the ruins could harbor immense opportunities, yet they also came with considerable risks. Ultimately, they decided to meticulously research information regarding the ruins before making further plans, for only by knowing both themselves and their adversaries could they emerge victorious in every battle. Seeing that everyone concurred with her suggestion, Liuli Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her. With a smile, she said, "Very well. Since there are no objections, let us commence our preparations. However, before we do so, why not take a moment to relax? A stroll through the marketplace could be quite refreshing." With that, she cast a playful glance at Bing Liuli and Yuhan, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Bing Liuli and Yuhan exchanged knowing glances, a resigned smile gracing their lips. They recognized Liuli Shui's intent but couldn't deny that a leisurely outing was indeed a splendid way to unwind. Thus, they nodded in agreement to Liuli Shui's proposition and embarked on their shopping adventure together. As they made their way, Liuli Shui cheerfully led Bing Liuli and Yuhan through various shops, selecting an array of beautiful garments, accessories, and trinkets. They paused to admire items, tried on outfits, and shared laughter along the way. Before they knew it, day had turned to dusk. When they reached a food stall, they were captivated by an enticing aroma. Liuli Shui's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Wow, that looks absolutely delicious. Let us hurry and give it a try." Without waiting, she eagerly pulled Bing Liuli and Yuhan towards the stall. After savoring the delectable snacks, Liuli Shui contentedly patted her stomach and remarked, "Today has been truly delightful. Not only did we purchase so many things we adore, but we also enjoyed such delightful food." Bing Liuli and Yuhan nodded in agreement, feeling that the day had been both fulfilling and joyous. Subsequently, Liuli Shui retrieved several exquisite compass devices and some delicate concealed weapons from her spatial ring, presenting them to Yuhan and Bing Liuli. Looking at them earnestly, she stated, "These compasses will aid us in detecting various mechanisms and traps within the ruins, while these concealed weapons will provide us with additional means of defense in the face of danger." She continued, "I have prepared all the necessary items. Now let us set forth." Her eyes shone with determination and anticipation. Yuhan and Bing Liuli accepted the compasses and concealed weapons, fully aware of their significance for the forthcoming adventure. They carefully stowed them away, ready to follow Liuli Shui into the ruins. As they set out towards the ruins, Yuhan suddenly halted, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. She proposed, "What if we first visit the Holy Blood Academy? I had inquired about information while wandering the Blood King Court, but I could find nothing useful. Perhaps we might uncover some clues there." Liuli Shui furrowed her brow, contemplating before resolutely shaking her head in dissent. "No, there must be several martial sovereign-level experts there. We cannot afford to take such risks." Yuhan nodded slightly, acknowledging Liuli Shui's concerns. However, she could not help but voice her thoughts. "But if we do not attempt it, how will we know if we can obtain useful information? What if those martial sovereigns are indifferent to our presence?" Liuli Shui remained steadfast in her response. "No, we cannot take that risk if we are discovered. The consequences could be dire. Let us adhere to our original plan and proceed directly to the ruins in search of answers." After a moment of silence, Yuhan ultimately acquiesced, nodding in agreement. "Very well, master. You are right. We should prioritize our safety. Let us proceed as planned." Thus, the trio continued on their journey towards the territory of the Soul Clan. This was the only pathway leading to the southwestern ruins. They had to traverse this area to reach their destination. Along the way, they remained vigilant, cautiously avoiding potential dangers. Eventually, they arrived at the border between the Blood Clan and the Soul Clan. Despite their black cloaks and veils concealing their forms, their figures still exuded an alluring silhouette. As they approached the border checkpoint, a border inspector from the Soul Clan eyed them lecherously, blocking their path and demanding an inspection. The inspector sauntered closer, his predatory gaze sweeping over the three women, finally lingering on Liuli Shui, a sinister grin stretching across his face as he let out a chilling laugh. "Heh, where are the three lovely ladies in such a hurry to go?" A wave of disdain washed over Liuli Shui, yet she suppressed her inner fury, maintaining a calm facade as she replied, "We seek to pass through here to reach the southwestern ruins." The inspector scoffed derisively, retorting, "The southwestern ruins? That's not a place for just anyone." However, If you are willing to entertain me, I might consider letting you pass. With that, he lecherously fixed his gaze on Liu Li Shui, reaching out as if to touch her face. Liu Li Shui's expression darkened instantaneously, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. In a mere instant, she evaded the inspector's unwelcome advance like a specter. Simultaneously, she summoned the power of nightmares within her, an invisible force subtly enveloping the inspector. Suddenly, the inspector's body stiffened, his eyes glazing over as if he had entered a surreal dreamscape. In this dream, he witnessed himself conducting the inspection of Liu Li Shui and her companions, ultimately allowing them to pass. As time progressed, Liu Li Shui skillfully manipulated the dream's narrative, leading the inspector to believe that all of it was indeed happening in reality. Eventually, the inspector awakened from the dream, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment and standing unsteadily, mumbling, "Oh, is that so? Very well, you may pass." Liu Li Shui and the other two women exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smile gracing their lips as they swiftly departed the checkpoint, leaving the inspector in a daze. Thus, they successfully navigated this obstacle and continued their journey toward the southwestern ruins. Chapter 65. Exploring the ruins. During this time, Yisela adopted a novel approach to acquire blood, dispatching blood slaves as night watchmen to periodically collect it. Simultaneously, the 514th Frozen Planet instituted new regulations. Non-Blood Clan members were required to labor tirelessly during the day, extracting ores for the Blood Clan, and at night, to relinquish their blood, placing it in the blood cup at the entrance, awaiting collection by the Night Watchers. The Blood Clan, in contrast, could swiftly conjure crops through magical means. Under the strain of such intensive mining labor, many unfortunate souls perished, only to be resurrected as zombies, continuing their toil in the mines. Through this sustainable yet exploitative method, the number of living beings on the frozen planet gradually diminished. However, when the Sacred Blood Academy was besieged by the Liches, Yasik discovered that the portal had been destroyed, severing her connection with Bing Lioli. This indicated that she had essentially gained her freedom, while her powers continued to grow. Meanwhile, Hun Sha and Hun Liao, as the loyal companions of Hun Hua, returned to the Evil Soul Royal Court. Subsequently, they began to explore the ruins alongside Hun Hua. Not wishing to seek opportunities near their own territory, they decided to venture into the domain of the Blood Clan for their exploration of the ruins. Through reading Liu Li Shui's memories, Han Hua acquired considerable information regarding the ruins and potential opportunities. The Sacred Blood Academy, Hua Rui, Su Liyue, Luo Xining, Lin Lang, and Shuiying were unable to escape with Bing Lioli, Yuhan, and Liu Li Shui in time, ultimately falling victim to a tragic fate. However, fate intervened, granting them a second life as liches. During the time when everyone was under the control of Han Hua, Bing Lioli and her companions forgot about them, and they, in turn, forgot about Bing Lioli and her companions. Yet, Bing Lioli, Yuhan, and Liu Li Shui harbored a secret unbeknownst to others. On the surface, they appear to be vampire maidens. But in truth, Liu Li Shui had become the Nightmare King after gaining a fortuitous encounter, successfully transforming Bing Lioli and Yuhan into nightmares and also exerting control over their souls. In the real world, they maintained their identities as vampires. However, in the realm of dreams, Liu Li Shui had already evolved into a formidable nightmare, while the other two were in the midst of their transformation. It is noteworthy that nightmares are not succubi, hence they do not possess tails. The trio set forth on a journey toward the southwestern lands controlled by the Soul Clan, traversing mountains and rivers until they finally arrived at a vast and boundless desert. This desert once housed an ancient city, now long vanished, leaving only endless sand dunes and desolation in its wake. Before long, they encountered enormous sandworms and giant scorpions, creatures several meters tall, their levels reaching Martial King and Martial Emperor. Their appearance posed a significant threat, yet the three did not falter. Instead, they bravely confronted these formidable foes. Liu Li Shui was the first to strike, utilizing the power of nightmares to ensnare the sandworms and scorpions in terrifying dreams. These monsters writhed in their sleep, unable to escape, creating opportunities for the others. Bing Lioli and Yuhan capitalized on their vampire speed and strength to launch a fierce assault. Bing Lioli employed the Ice Veil, conjuring shards of icy crystals that froze numerous sandworms and scorpions, while Yuhan wielded her sword technique, darting like lightning among the monsters, decapitating them one by one. However, Liu Li Shui's nightmare power was even more terrifying. She induced deep slumber upon these beasts, eliminating them within their dreams. Those sandworms and scorpions, enveloped by the power of nightmares, collapsed to the ground, never to awaken again. After an intense battle, the trio successfully vanquished this formidable horde and continued their journey into the southwestern territories. As they delved deeper into the desert, Luli Shui retrieved a horse-drawn carriage powered by spiritual energy from her storage ring. After a while, Luli Shui spoke. Bing Liuli, Yuhan, please come into the carriage. I am about to assimilate you. Bing Liuli responded with a hint of resignation. All right, master, we will be there shortly. She understood that Luli Shui was once again intent on playing with them. Shortly thereafter, Bing Liuli was astonished to discover Luli Shui had conjured 3 black-red blood orbs, one of which was even attached to Luli Shui herself. Bing Liuli could not help but blush. Immediately, Luli Shui manipulated the 3 blood orbs to penetrate Bing Liuli's body from various angles. With her mouth covered, Bing Liuli's soft cries transformed into muffled whimpers. Wai Yuhan, not hearing that heart-fluttering sound, remained focused on driving the carriage. Moments later, Bing Liuli crawled out of the carriage, gasping for breath, and glanced mischievously at the serious Yuhan. Subsequently, Yuhan, her face flushed, also exited the carriage, followed by Luli Shui. At this moment, both Bing Liuli and Yuhan were too exhausted to stand steadily, relying on Luli Shui for support. The 3 continued to drive the carriage forward, soon finding themselves surrounded not by scorpions and sandworms, but by enormous termites and giant butterflies. These termites and butterflies possessed magical abilities, proving significantly more powerful than the previous monsters. Observing these formidable creatures, Luli Shui instructed Bing Liuli and Yuhan to rest and recover their strength. She leapt from the carriage to confront the termites and butterflies alone. Luli Shui formed magical seals with her hands and recited incantations, a beam of light shooting forth from her grasp, striking the swarm of magical beings. Wherever the light passed, termites and butterflies fell. However, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming, continuously pouring forth. Luli Shui gradually began to feel the strain. At that moment, Bing Liuli and Yuhan, having regained some strength, joined the fray. The trio worked in perfect harmony, with Luli Shui taking the lead while Bing Liuli and Yuhan provided support, preventing the magical creatures from approaching the carriage. Yet, at that juncture, the 3 were astonished to discover countless butterflies attempting to ensnare them. These butterflies had exceptionally large wings, seemingly blotting out the entire sky, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Luli Shui was inwardly astonished. Among these magical beings, there were even martial sovereign-level butterflies and termites, especially a diamond ant, its exoskeleton extraordinarily tough. Bing Liuli's water streams, ice, and freezing techniques were utterly ineffective